The Vicomte de Bragelonne. Part Roman 2. Chapter 1. Showing what neither the Naiad nor Dryad had anticipated. Saint Aignan stopped at the foot of the staircase which led to the entresol, where the maids of honor were lodged, and to the first floor, where Madame's apartments were situated. Then, by means of one of the servants who was passing, he sent to apprise Malicorne, who was still with Monsieur. After having waited 10 minutes, Malicorne arrived, looking full of suspicion and importance. The king drew back toward the darkest part of the vestibule. Saint Aignan, on the contrary, advanced to meet him, but at the first words indicating his wish, Malicorne drew back abruptly. Oh, he said, you want me to introduce you into the rooms of the maids of honor. Yes. You know very well that I cannot do anything of the kind without being made acquainted with your object. Unfortunately, my dear Monsieur Malicorne, it is quite impossible for me to give you any explanation. You must therefore confide in me as in a friend who got you out of a great difficulty yesterday, and who now begs you to draw him out of one today. Yet, I told you, monsieur, what my object was, that my object was not to sleep out in the open air, and any man might express the same wish, while you, however, admit nothing. Believe me, my dear Monsieur Malicorne, Saint Aignan persisted, that if I were permitted to explain myself, I would do so. In that case, my dear monsieur, it is impossible for me to allow you to enter Mademoiselle de Montalais's apartment. Why so? You know why better than anyone else, since you caught me on the wall paying my addresses to Mademoiselle de Montalais. It would, therefore, be an excess of kindness. On my part, you will admit, since I am paying my attentions to her, to open the door of her room to you. But who told you it was on her account I asked you for the key? For whom, then? She does not lodge there alone, I suppose. No, certainly, for Mademoiselle de La Vallière shares her rooms with her. But really, you have nothing more to do with Mademoiselle de La Vallière than with Mademoiselle de Montalais, and there are only two men to whom I would give this key. To M. de Bragelonne, if he begged me to give it him, and to the king if he ordered me to do so. In that case, give me the key, monsieur, I order you to do so, said the king, advancing from the obscurity and partially opening his cloak. Mademoiselle de Montalais will step down to talk with you, while we go upstairs to Mademoiselle de La Vallière, for, in fact, it is she only whom we require. The king, exclaimed Malicorne, bowing down to the very ground. Yes, the king, said Louis, smiling. The king, who is as pleased with your resistance as with your capitulation. Rise, monsieur, and render us the service we request of you. I obey your majesty, said Malicorne, leading the way up the staircase. Get Mademoiselle de Montalais to come down, said the king, and do not breathe a word to her of my visit. Malicorne bowed in sign of obedience and proceeded up the staircase. But the king, after a hasty reflection, followed him, and that, too, with such rapidity that, although Malicorne was already more than halfway up the staircase, the king reached the room at the same moment he did. He then observed by the door which remained half open behind Malicorne, La Vallière, sitting in an armchair with her head thrown back, and in the opposite corner Montalais, who, in her dressing gown, was standing before a looking-glass, engaged in arranging her hair, and parleying all the while with Malicorne. The king hurriedly opened the door and entered the room. Montalais called out at the noise made by the opening of the door, and, recognizing the king, made her escape. La Vallière rose from her seat, like a dead person who had been galvanized, and then fell back again in her armchair. The king advanced slowly toward her. You wished for an audience, I believe, he said coldly. I am ready to hear you. Speak. Saint Aignan, faithful to his character of being deaf, blind, and dumb, had stationed himself in a corner of the door, upon a stool which he fortuitously found there. Concealed by the tapestry which covered the doorway, and leaning his back against the wall, he could in this way listen without being seen, resigning himself to the post of a good watchdog, who patiently waits and watches without ever getting in his master's way. La Vallière, terror-stricken at the king's irritated aspect, again rose a second time, and assuming a posture of humility and entreaty, murmured, "Forgive me, sire." "What need is there for my forgiveness?" asked Louis. "Sire, I have been guilty of a great fault, nay, more than a great fault, a great crime." "You?" "Sire, I have offended your majesty." "Not the slightest degree in the world," replied Louis Roman XIV. "I implore you, sire, not to maintain toward me that terrible seriousness of manner which reveals your majesty's just anger. I feel I have offended you, sire, but I wish to explain to you how it was that I have not offended you of my own accord. In the first place, said the king, in what way can you possibly have offended me? I cannot perceive how. Surely not on account of a young girl's harmless and very innocent jest. You turned the credulity of a young man into ridicule. It was very natural to do so. Any other woman in your place would have done the same. Oh, your majesty overwhelms me by your remark. Why so? Because if I had been the author of the jest, it would not have been innocent. Well, is that all you had to say to me in soliciting an audience? Said the king, as though about to turn away. Thereupon, La Vallière, in an abrupt and broken voice, her eyes dried up by the fire of her tears, made a step toward the king and said, Did your majesty hear everything? Everything what? Everything I said beneath the royal oak. I did not lose a syllable. And when your majesty heard me, you were able to think I had abused your credulity. Credulity, yes, indeed you have selected the very word. And your majesty did not suppose that a poor girl like myself might possibly be compelled to submit to the will of others. Forgive me, returned the king, but I shall never be able to understand that she, who of her own free will could express herself so unreservedly beneath the royal oak, would allow herself to be influenced to such an extent by the direction of others. But the threat held out against me, sire. Threats who threatened you, who dared to threaten you. They who have the right to do so, sire. I do not recognize anyone as possessing the right to threaten in my kingdom. Forgive me, sire, but near your majesty, even there are persons sufficiently high in position to have, or to believe that they possess, the right of injuring a young girl without fortune and possessing only her reputation. In what way injure her? In depriving her of her reputation, by disgracefully expelling her from the court. Oh, Mademoiselle de la Vallière, said the king bitterly, I prefer those persons who exculpate themselves without incriminating others. Sire. Yes, and I confess that I greatly regret to perceive that an easy justification, as your own might be, should have been complicated in my presence by a tissue of reproaches and imputations against others. And which you do not believe? Exclaimed La Vallière. The king remained silent. Nay, but tell me, repeated La Vallière vehemently. I regret to confess it, replied the king, bowing coldly. The young girl uttered a deep groan, striking her hands together in despair. You do not believe me, then? She said to the king, who still remained silent, while poor La Vallière's features became visibly changed at his continued silence. Therefore you believe, she said, that I settled this ridiculous, this infamous plot of trifling in so shameless a manner with your majesty. Nay, said the king, it is neither ridiculous nor infamous, it is not even a plot, it is merely a jest, more or less amusing and nothing more. Oh, murmured the young girl, the king does not and will not believe me then. No, indeed, I will not believe you, said the king. Besides, in point of fact, what can be more natural? The king, you argue, follows me, listens to me, watches me. The king wishes perhaps to amuse himself at my expense, I will amuse myself at his, and as the king is very tender-hearted, I will take his heart by storm. La Vallière hid her face in her hands, as she stifled her sobs. The king continued most pitilessly, he revenged himself upon the poor victim before him for all that he had himself suffered. Let us invent, then, this story of my loving him and preferring him to others. The king is so simple and so conceited that he will believe me, and then we can go and tell others how credulous the king is, and can enjoy a laugh at his expense. Oh, exclaimed La Vallière, to think that, to believe that, it is frightful. And, pursued the king, that is not all. If this self-conceited prince should take our jests seriously, if he should be imprudent enough to exhibit before others anything like delight at it, well, in that case, the king will be humiliated before the whole court. And what a delightful story it will be, too, for him to whom I am really attached, a part of my dowry for my husband, to have the adventure to relate of the king who was so amusingly deceived by a young girl. Sire, exclaimed La Vallière, her mind bewildered, almost wandering indeed, not another word, I implore you. Do you not see that you are killing me? A jest, nothing but a jest, murmured the king, who, however, began to be somewhat affected. La Vallière fell upon her knees, and that so violently that their sound could be heard upon the hard floor. "Sire," she said, "I prefer shame to disloyalty." "What do you mean?" inquired the king, without moving a step to raise the young girl from her knees. "Sire, when I shall have sacrificed my honor and my reason both to you, you will perhaps believe in my loyalty. The tale which was related to you in Madame's apartments, and by Madame herself, is utterly false, and that which I said beneath the great oak. Well, that only is the truth." "What?" exclaimed the king. "Sire," exclaimed La Vallière, hurried away by the violence of her emotions, "were I to die of shame on the very spot where my knees are fixed, I would repeat it until my latest breath. I said that I loved you, and it is true, I do love you." "You?" "I have loved you, sire, from the very day first I saw you. From the moment when at Blois, where I was pining away my existence, your royal looks, full of light and life, were first bent upon me. I love you still, sire. It is a crime of high treason, I know, that a poor girl like myself should love her sovereign and should presume to tell him so. Punish me for my audacity, despise me for my shameless immodesty. But do not ever say, do not ever think that I have jested with or deceived you. I belong to a family whose loyalty has been proved, sire, and I too love my king." Suddenly her strength, voice, and respiration ceased, and she fell forward, like the flower Virgil alludes to, which the scythe of the reaper touched as it passed over. The king, at these words, at this vehement entreaty, no longer retained either ill will or doubt in his mind. His whole heart seemed to expand at the glowing breath of an affection which proclaimed itself in such a noble and courageous language. When, therefore, he heard the passionate confession of that young girl's affection, his strength seemed to fail him, and he hid his face in his hands. But when he felt La Vallière's hands clinging to his own, when their warm pressure fired his blood, he bent forward, and passing his arm round La Vallière's waist, he raised her from the ground and pressed her against his heart. But she, her drooping head fallen forward on her bosom, seemed to have ceased to live. The king, terrified, called out for Saint-Tanin. Saint-Tanin, who had carried his discretion so far as to remain without stirring in his corner, pretending to wipe away a tear, ran forward at the king's summons. He then assisted Louis to seat the young girl upon a couch, slapped her hands, sprinkled some hungry water over her face, calling out all the while, "Come, come, it is all over. The king believes you and forgives you. There now, take care, or you will agitate his majesty too much. His majesty is so sensitive, so tender-hearted. Now, really, Mademoiselle de la Vallière, you must pay attention, for the king is very pale." The fact was, the king was visibly losing color, but La Vallière did not move. "Do pray recover," continued Saint-Tanin. "I beg, I implore you. It is really time you should. Think only of one thing, that if the king should become unwell, I should be obliged to summon his physician. What a state of things that would be. So do pray rouse yourself, make an effort, pray do, and do it at once too." It was difficult to display more persuasive eloquence than Saint-Tanin did, but something still more powerful and of a more energetic nature than this eloquence aroused La Vallière. The king, who was kneeling before her, covered the palms of her hands with those burning kisses which are to the hands what a kiss upon the lips is to the face. La Vallière's senses returned to her. She languidly opened her eyes, and with a dying look murmured, "Oh, sire, has your majesty pardoned me then?" The king did not reply, for he was still too much overcome. Saint-Tanin thought it his duty again to retire, for he observed the passionate devotion which was displayed in the king's gaze. La Vallière arose. "And now, sire, that I have justified myself, at least I trust so in your majesty's eyes, grant me leave to retire into a convent. I shall bless your majesty all my life, and I shall die there thanking and loving heaven for having granted me one day of perfect happiness." "No, no," replied the king. "You will live here blessing heaven, on the contrary, but loving Louis, who will make your existence one of perfect felicity. Louis who loves you, Louis who swears it." "Oh, sire, sire." And upon this doubt of La Vallière, the king's kisses became so warm that Saint-Tanin thought it his duty to retire behind the tapestry. These kisses, however, which she had not had the strength at first to resist, began to intimidate the young girl. "Oh, sire," she exclaimed, "do not make me repent my loyalty, for it would show me that your majesty despises me still." "Mademoiselle de la Vallière," said the king, suddenly, drawing back with an air full of respect, "there is nothing in the world that I love and honor more than yourself, and nothing in my court, I call heaven to witness, shall be so highly regarded as you shall be henceforward. I entreat your forgiveness for my transport. It arose from an excess of affection, but I can prove to you that I shall love still more than ever by respecting you as much as you can possibly desire." Then bending before her and taking her by the hand, he said to her, "Will you honor me by accepting the kiss I press upon your hand?" And the king's lips were pressed respectfully and lightly upon the young girl's trembling hand. "Henceforth," added Louis, rising and bending his glance upon La Vallière, "henceforth you are under my safeguard. Do not speak to anyone of the injury I have done you. Forgive others that which they may have been able to do you. For the future you shall be so far above all those, that, far from inspiring you with fear, they shall be even beneath your pity." And he bowed as reverently as though he were leaving a place of worship. Then calling to Saint-Aignan, who approached with great humility, he said, "I hope, Comte, that Mademoiselle de la Vallière will kindly confer a little of her friendship upon you, in return for that which I have vowed to her eternally." Saint-Aignan bent his knee before La Vallière, saying, "How happy indeed would such an honor make me!" "I shall send your companion back to you," said the king. "Farewell, or rather adieu till we meet again. Do not forget me in your prayers, I entreat." "Oh, no," said La Vallière, "be assured that you and heaven are in my heart together." These words of Louise elated the king, who, full of happiness, hurried Saint-Aignan down the stairs. Madame had not anticipated this termination, and neither the naiad nor the dryad had said a word about it. Chapter 2. The new general of the Jesuits. While La Vallière and the king were mingling together, in their first confession of love, all the bitterness of the past, all the happiness of the present, and all the hopes of the future, Fouquet had retired to the apartments which had been assigned to him in the chateau, and was conversing with Aramis precisely upon the very subjects which the king at that moment was forgetting. "Now tell me," began Fouquet, after having installed his guest in an armchair and seated himself by his side, "tell me, Monsieur de Herblay, what is our position with regard to the Belle Isle affair, and whether you have received any news about it?" "Everything is going on in that direction as we wish," replied Aramis. "The expenses have been paid, and nothing has transpired of our designs." "But what about the soldiers whom the king wished to send there?" "I have received news this morning that they had arrived there 15 days ago." "And how have they been treated?" "In the best manner possible." "What has become of the former garrison?" "The soldiers were landed at Sarzeau, and were sent off at once toward Quimper." "And the new garrison?" "Belongs to us from this very moment." "Are you sure of what you say, my dear Monsieur de Vannes?" "Quite sure, and moreover, you will see by and by how matters have turned out." "Still you are very well aware that, of all the garrison towns, Belle Isle is precisely the very worst." "I know it and have acted accordingly. No space to move about, no communications, no cheerful society, no gambling permitted. Well, it is a great pity," added Aramis with one of those smiles so peculiar to him, "to see how much young people at the present day seek amusement, and how much, consequently, they incline toward the man who procures and pays for such amusements for them. But if they amuse themselves at Belle Isle, if they amuse themselves through the king's means, they will attach themselves to the king. But if they get bored to death through the king's means, and amuse themselves through M. Fouquet, they will attach themselves to M. Fouquet." "And you informed my intendant, of course, so that immediately on their arrival—" "By no means, they were left alone a whole week, to weary themselves at their ease. But at the end of the week, they cried out, saying that the last officers amused themselves more than they did. Whereupon they were told that the old officers had been able to make a friend of M. Fouquet, and that M. Fouquet, knowing them to be friends of his, had from that moment done all he possibly could to prevent their getting wearied or bored upon his estates. Upon this they began to reflect. Immediately afterward, however, the intendant added, that without anticipating M. Fouquet's orders, he knew his master sufficiently well to be aware that he took an interest in every gentleman in the king's service, and that, although he did not know the newcomers, he would do as much for them as he had done for the others." "Excellent, and I trust that the promises were followed up. I desire, as you know, that no promise should ever be made in my name without being kept." Without a moment's loss of time, our 2 privateers, and your own horses, were placed at the disposal of the officers. The keys of the principal mansion were handed over to them, so that they made up hunting parties and walking excursions with such ladies as are to be found in Belle Isle, and such others as they are enabled to enlist from the neighborhood, who have no fear of seasickness. And there is a fair sprinkling to be met with at Sarzeau and Vannes, I believe, your eminence." Yes, all along the coast, said Aramis quietly. And now for the soldiers. Everything is precisely the same, in a relative degree, you understand. The soldiers have plenty of wine, excellent provisions, and good pay. Very good, so that this garrison can be depended upon, and it is a better one than the last. Good. The result is, if fortune favors us, so that the garrisons are changed in this manner, only every 2 months, that at the end of every 3 years, the whole army will, in its turn, have been there. And therefore, instead of having one regiment in our favor, we shall have 50,000 men. Yes, yes, I knew perfectly well, said Fouquet, that no friend could be more incomparable and invaluable than yourself, my dear Monsieur de Herblay. But, he added, laughing, all this time we are forgetting our friend de Valon. What has become of him? During the 3 days I have spent at Saint Mande, I confess I have forgot him completely. I do not forget him, however, returned Aramis. Porthos is at Saint Mande. All his joints are kept well greased. The greatest care is being taken of him with regard to the food he eats and to the wines he drinks. I advise him to take daily airings in the small park, which you have kept for your own use, and he makes use of it. Accordingly, he begins to walk again. He exercises his muscular powers by bending down young elm trees, or making the old oaks fly into splinters, as Milo of Crotona used to do, and, as there are no lions in the park, it is not unlikely we shall find him alive. Porthos is a brave fellow. Yes, but in the meantime he will get wearied to death. He never does that. He will be asking questions. He sees no one. At all events, he is looking or hoping for something or another. I have inspired in him a hope which we will realize some fine morning, and he subsists on that. What is it? That of being presented to the king. So, oh, in what character? As the engineer of Belle-Isle, of course. Is it possible? Quite true. Shall we not be obliged, then, to send him back to Belle-Isle? Most certainly, I am even thinking of sending him back as soon as possible. Porthos is very fond of display. He is a man whose weaknesses 500 Artagnan, Athos, and myself are alone acquainted with. He never commits himself in any way. He is dignity itself. To the officers there, he would seem like a paladin of the time of the Crusades. He would make the whole staff drunk, without getting so himself, and every one will regard him as an object of admiration and sympathy. If, therefore, it should happen that we should have any orders requiring to be carried out, Porthos is an incarnation of the order itself, and whatever he chose to do, others would find themselves obliged to submit to. Send him back, then. That is what I intend to do, but in a few days only, for I must not omit to tell you one thing. What is it? I begin to suspect 500 Artagnan. He is not at Fontainebleau, as you may have noticed, and 500 Artagnan is never absent or apparently idle without some object in view. And now that my own affairs are settled, I am going to try and ascertain what the affairs are in which 500 Artagnan is engaged. Your own affairs are settled, you say? Yes. You are very fortunate in that case, then, and I should like to be able to say the same. I hope you do not make yourself uneasy. Hum. Nothing could be better than the king's reception of you. True. And Colbert lets you be quiet. Almost so. In that case, said Aramis, with that connection of ideas which marked him, in that case, then, we can bestow a thought upon the young girl I was speaking to you about yesterday. Whom do you mean? What, have you forgotten already? I mean La Vallière. Ah, of course, of course. Do you object, then, to try and make a conquest of her? In one respect only, my heart is engaged in another direction, and I positively do not care about the girl in the least. Oh, oh, said Aramis, your heart is engaged, you say, the deuce, we must take care of that. Why? Because it is terrible to have the heart occupied, when others, beside yourself, have so much need of the head. You are right, so, you see, at your first summons I left everything. But to return to this girl, what good do you see in my troubling myself about her? This, the king, it is said, has taken a fancy to her, at least so it is supposed. But you, who know everything, know very differently. I know that the king has changed with great rapidity, that the day before yesterday he was mad about Madame, that a few days ago Monsieur complained of it, even to the Queen Mother, and that some conjugal misunderstandings and maternal scoldings were the consequence. How do you know all that? I do know it, at all events, since these misunderstandings and scoldings the king has not addressed a word, has not paid the slightest attention to her Royal Highness. Well, what next? Since then, he has been taken up with Mademoiselle de la Vallière. Now, Mademoiselle de la Vallière is one of Madame's maids of honor. You happen to know, I suppose, what is called a chaperone in matters of love. Well then, Mademoiselle de la Vallière is Madame's chaperone. It is for you, therefore, to take advantage of this state of things. You have no occasion for me to tell you that. But, at all events, wounded vanity will render the conquest an easier one. The girl will get hold of the king, and Madame's secret, and you can hardly tell what a man of intelligence can do with a secret. But how to get at her? Nay, you of all men to ask me such a question, said Aramis. Very true, I shall not have any time to take any notice of her. She is poor and unassuming, you will create a position for her, and whether she becomes the king's master or his mistress, or whether she only becomes his confidant, you will only have made a new proficient. Very good, said Fouquet. What is to be done then with regard to this girl? Whenever you have taken a fancy to any lady, Monsieur Fouquet, what steps have you taken? I have written to her, protesting my devotion to her. I have added, how happy I should be to render her any service in my power, and have signed Fouquet at the end of the letter. And has anyone offered any resistance? One person only, replied Fouquet, but 4 days ago she yielded as the others had done. Will you take the trouble to write? Said Aramis, holding a pen toward him, which Fouquet took, saying, I will write at your dictation. My head is so taken up in another direction that I should not be able to write a couple of lines. Very well, said Aramis, write. And he dictated as follows. I have seen, and you will not be surprised to learn, how beautiful I have found you. But, for want of the position you merit at the court, your presence there is a waste of time. The devotion of a man of honor, should ambition of any kind inspire you, might possibly serve as a means of display for your talents and beauty. I place my devotion at your feet, but as an affection, however reserved and unpresuming it may be, might possibly compromise the object of its worship, it would ill become a person of your merit running the risk of being compromised, without her future being ensured. If you would deign to accept and reply to my affection shall prove its gratitude to you in making you free and independent forever. Having finished writing, Fouquet looked at Aramis. Sign it, said the latter. Is it absolutely necessary? Your signature at the foot of that letter is worth 1,000,000, you forget that. Fouquet signed. Now, by whom do you intend to send the letter? Asked Aramis. By an excellent servant of mine. Can you rely on him? He is a man who has been with me all my life. Very well, besides, in this case, we are not playing for very heavy stakes. How so? For if what you say be true of the accommodating disposition of this girl for the king and Madame, the king will give her all the money she can ask for. The king has money, then? Asked Aramis. I suppose so, for he has not asked me for any more. Be easy, he will ask for some soon. Nay, more than that, I had thought he would have spoken to me about the fete at Vaux, but he never said a word about it. He will be sure to do so, though. You must think the king's disposition a very cruel one, Monsieur de Herblay. It is not he who is so. He is young, and therefore his disposition is a kind one. He is young, and either he is weak, or his passions are strong, and Monsieur Colbert holds his weaknesses and his passions in his villainous grasp. You admit that you fear him. I do not deny it. In that case I am lost. Why so? My only influence with the king has been through the money I commanded, and now I am a ruined man. Not so. What do you mean by not so? Do you know my affairs better than myself? That is not unlikely. If he were to request this fate to be given, you will give it, of course. But where is the money to come from? Have you ever been in want of any? Oh, if you only knew at what a cost I procured the last supply. The next shall cost you nothing. But who will give it me? I will. What? Give me 6 millions. 10, if necessary. Upon my word, 500 herblay, said Fouquet. Your confidence alarms me more than the king's displeasure. Who can you possibly be, after all? You know me well enough, I should think. Of course, but what is it you are aiming at? I wish to see upon the throne of France a king devoted to Monsieur Fouquet, and I wish Monsieur Fouquet to be devoted to me. Oh, exclaimed Fouquet, pressing his hand, as for belonging to you, I am yours entirely. But believe me, my dear 500 herblay, you are deceiving yourself. In what respect? The king will never become devoted to me. I do not remember to have said that the king would be devoted to you. Why, on the contrary, you have this moment said so. I did not say the king, I said a king. Is it not all the same? No, on the contrary, it is quite different. I do not understand you. You will do so shortly then. Suppose, for instance, the king in question were to be a very different person to Louis Roman XIV. Another person. Yes, who is indebted for everything to you. Impossible. His very throne even. You are mad, 500 herblay. There is no man living besides Louis Roman XIV who can sit on the throne of France. I see none, not one. Unless it be monsieur, said Fouquet, looking at Aramis uneasily. Yet monsieur. It is not monsieur. But how can it be that a prince not of the royal line, that a prince without any right? My king, or rather your king, will be everything that is necessary, be assured of that. Be careful, Monsieur de Herblay, you make my blood run cold and my head swim. Aramis smiled. There is but little occasion for that, he replied. Again I repeat, you terrify me, said Fouquet. Aramis smiled. You laugh, said Fouquet. The day will come when you will laugh too. Only at the present moment I must laugh alone. But explain yourself. When the proper day shall have arrived, I will explain all. Fear nothing, have faith in me and doubt nothing. The fact is, I cannot but doubt because I do not see clearly or at all even. That is because of your blindness, but a day will come when you will be enlightened. Oh, said Fouquet, how willingly would I believe. You without belief, you who, through my means, have 10 times crossed the abyss yawning at your feet, and in which, had you been alone, you would have been irretrievably swallowed up. You without belief, you who, from procureur general, attained the rank of intendant, from the rank of intendant that of first minister of the crown, and who, from the rank of first minister, will pass to that of mayor of the palace. But no, he said, with the same unaltered smile, no, no, you cannot see, and consequently cannot believe that. And Aramis rose to withdraw. One word more, said Fouquet. You have never yet spoken to me in this manner, you have never yet shown yourself so confident, I should rather say so daring. Because it is necessary, in order to speak confidently, to have the lips unfettered. And that is now your case. Yes. Since a very short time, then. Since yesterday only. Oh, Monsieur de Herblay, take care, your confidence is becoming audacity. One can well be audacious when one is powerful. And you are powerful. I have already offered you 10 millions, I offer them again to you. Fouquet rose, much agitated and disturbed. Come, he said, come, you spoke of overthrowing kings and replacing them by others. If indeed I am not really out of my senses, is or is not that what you said just now? You are by no means out of your senses, for it is perfectly true I did say all that just now. And why did you say so? Because it is easy to speak in this manner of thrones being cast down, and kings being raised up, when one is, oneself, far above all kings and thrones, of this world at least. Your power is infinite then, cried Fouquet. I have told you so already, and I repeat it, replied Aramis, with glistening eyes and trembling lips. Fouquet threw himself back in his chair and buried his face in his hands. Aramis looked at him for a moment, as the angel of human destinies might have looked upon a simple mortal being. Adieu, he said to him, sleep undisturbed and send your letter to La Vallière. Tomorrow we shall see each other again." "Yes, tomorrow," said Fouquet, shaking his hand like a man returning to his senses. "But where shall we see each other?" "At the King's Promenade, if you like." Agreed, and they separated. Chapter 3. The Storm. The dawn of the following day was dark and gloomy, and as everyone knew that the promenade was set down in the royal program, everyone's gaze, as his eyes were opened, was directed toward the sky. Just above the tops of the trees, a thick, suffocating vapor seemed to remain suspended, with hardly sufficient power to rise 30 feet above the ground under the influence of the sun's rays, which could barely be seen through the veil of a heavy and thick mist. No dew had fallen in the morning, the turf was dried up for want of moisture, the flowers were withered. The birds sung less inspiritingly than usual amid the boughs, which remained as motionless as death. The strange, confused, and animated murmurs, which seemed born of, and to exist by the sun, that respiration of nature which is unceasingly heard amid all other sounds, could not be heard now, and never had the silence been so profound. The king had noticed the cheerless aspect of the heavens as he approached the window immediately after rising, but as all the necessary directions had been given respecting the promenade, and every preparation had been made accordingly, and as, which was far more imperious than everything else, Louis relied upon this promenade to satisfy the cravings of his imagination, and we will even already say the clamorous desires of his heart. The king unhesitatingly decided that the appearance of the heavens had nothing whatever to do with the matter, that the promenade was arranged, and that, whatever the state of the weather might be, the promenade should take place. Besides, there are certain terrestrial sovereigns who seem to have accorded them privileged existences, and there are certain times when it might almost be supposed that the expressed wish of an earthly monarch has its influence over the divine will. It was Virgil who observed of Augustus, "Noct placet tota redunt spectacula main." Louis attended Mass as usual, but it was evident that his attention was somewhat distracted from the presence of the Creator by the remembrance of the creature. His mind was occupied during the service in reckoning more than once the number of minutes, then of seconds, which separated him from the blissful moment when the promenade would begin, that is to say, the moment when Madame would set out with her maids of honor. Besides, as a matter of course, everybody at the chateau was ignorant of the interview which had taken place between La Vallière and the king. Montalais, perhaps with her usual chattering propensity, might have been disposed to talk about it, but Montalais on this occasion was held in check by Malicorne, who had placed upon her lips the padlock of mutual interest. As for Louis Roman XIV, his happiness was so extreme that he had forgiven Madame, or nearly so, her little piece of ill nature of the previous evening. In fact, he had occasion to congratulate himself about it rather than to complain of it. Had it not been for her ill-natured action, he would not have received the letter from La Vallière. Had it not been for the letter, he would have had no interview, and had it not been for the interview, he would have remained undecided. His heart was filled with too much happiness for any ill feeling to remain in it, at that moment at least. Instead, therefore, of knitting his brows into a frown when he perceived his sister-in-law, Louis resolved to receive her in a more friendly and gracious manner than usual, but on one condition only, that she would be ready to set out early. Such was the nature of Louis's thoughts during Mass, and which made him, during the ceremony, forget matters, which, in his character of most Christian king and of the oldest son of the Church, ought to have occupied his attention. He returned to the chateau, and as the promenade was fixed for midday only, and it was at present just 10 o'clock, he set to work most desperately with Colbert and Lyon. But even while he worked, Louis went from the table to the window, inasmuch as the window looked out upon Madame's pavilion. He could see M. Fouquet in the courtyard, to whom the courtiers, since the favor shown toward him on the previous evening, paid greater attention than ever. The king, instinctively on noticing Fouquet, turned toward Colbert, who was smiling, and seemed full of benevolence and delight, a state of feeling which had arisen from the very moment one of his secretaries had entered and handed him a pocketbook, which he had put unopened into his pocket. But as there was always something sinister at the bottom of any delight expressed by Colbert, Louis preferred of the smiles of the two men that of Fouquet. He beckoned to the surintendant to come up, and then, turning toward Lyon and Colbert, he said, "Finish this matter, place it on my desk, and I will read it at my leisure." And he left the room. At the sign the king had made to him, Fouquet had hastened up the staircase, while Aramis, who was with the surintendent, quietly retired among the group of courtiers and disappeared without having been even observed by the king. The king and Fouquet met at the top of the staircase. "Sire," said Fouquet, remarking the gracious manner in which Louis was about to receive him, Your Majesty has overwhelmed me with kindness during the last few days. It is not a youthful monarch, but a being of a higher order who reigns over France, one whom pleasure, happiness, and love acknowledge as their master." The king colored. The compliment, although flattering, was not the less somewhat direct. Louis conducted Fouquet to a small room which separated his study from his sleeping apartment. "Do you know why I summoned you?" said the king, as he seated himself upon the edge of the window, so as not to lose anything that might be passing in the gardens which fronted the opposite entrance to Madame's pavilion. "No, sire," replied Fouquet, "but I am sure for something agreeable, if I am to judge from your Majesty's gracious smile." "You are mistaken, then." "I, sire. For I summoned you, on the contrary, to pick a quarrel with you." "With me, sire?" "Yes, and that a serious one." "Your Majesty alarms me, and yet I wait most confident in your justice and goodness. Do you know I am told, Monsieur Fouquet, that you are preparing a grand fete at Vaux?" Fouquet smiled, as a sick man would do at the first shiver of a fever which has left him but returns again. "And that you have not invited me," continued the king. "Sire," replied Fouquet, "I have not even thought of the fate you speak of, and it was only yesterday evening that one of my friends," Fouquet laid a stress upon the word, "was kind enough to make me think of it." "Yet I saw you yesterday evening, Monsieur Fouquet, and you said nothing to me about it. How dared I hope that your Majesty would so greatly descend from your own exalted station as to honor my dwelling with your royal presence? Excuse me, Monsieur Fouquet, you did not speak to me about your fate." "I did not allude to the fate to your Majesty. I repeat, in the first place, because nothing had been decided with regard to it, and secondly, because I feared a refusal." "And something made you fear a refusal, Monsieur Fouquet? You see I am determined to push you hard." "The profound wish I had that your Majesty should accept my invitation." "Well, Monsieur Fouquet, nothing is easier, I perceive, than our coming to an understanding. Your wish is to invite me to your fete, my own is to be present at it. Invite me, and I will go." "Is it possible that your Majesty will deign to accept?" murmured the surintendant. "Why, really, monsieur," said the king, laughing, "I think I do more than accept, I think I invite myself." "Your Majesty overwhelms me with honor and delight," exclaimed Fouquet, "but I shall be obliged to repeat what M. de Vieuville said to your ancestor Henry IV, Dame non sum dignus. To which I reply, Monsieur Fouquet, that if you give a fete, I will go whether I am invited or not." "I thank your Majesty deeply," said Fouquet, as he raised his head beneath this favor, which he was convinced would be his ruin. "But how could your Majesty have been informed of it?" "By public rumor, Monsieur Fouquet, which says such wonderful things of yourself and of the marvels of your house. Would you become proud, Monsieur Fouquet, if the king were to be jealous of you?" "I should be the happiest man in the world, sire, since the very day on which your Majesty were to be jealous of Vaux, I should possess something worthy of being offered to you." "Very well, Monsieur Fouquet, prepare your fate, and open the doors of your house as wide as possible." As the rain dripped, more and more through the foliage of the oak, the king held his hat over the head of the young girl. Page 22. "It is for your Majesty to fix the day." "This day month, then." "Has your Majesty any further commands?" "Nothing, Monsieur Fouquet, except from the present moment, until then to have you near me as much as possible. I have the honor to form one of your Majesty's party for the promenade." "Very good, I am now going out indeed, for there are the ladies, I see, who are going to start." With this remark, the king, with all the eagerness not only of a young man, but of a young man in love, withdrew from the window, in order to take his gloves and cane, which his valet held ready for him. The neighing of the horses and the rumbling of the wheels on the gravel of the courtyard could be distinctly heard. The king descended the stairs, and at the moment he made his appearance upon the flight of steps, everyone stopped. The king walked straight up to the young queen. The queen mother, who was still suffering more than ever from the illness with which she was afflicted, did not wish to go out. Maria Theresa accompanied Madame in her carriage, and asked the king in what direction he wished the promenade to take place. The king, who had just seen La Vallière, still pale from the events of the previous evening, get into a carriage with three of her companions, told the queen that he had no preference, and wherever she would wish to go, there would he be with her. The queen then desired that the outriders should proceed in the direction of a Premont. The outriders set off, accordingly, before the others. The king rode on horseback, and for a few minutes accompanied the carriage of the queen and Madame, with his hand resting upon the door. The weather had cleared up a little, but a kind of veil of dust, like a thick gauze, was still spread over the surface of the heavens, and the sun made every glittering atom of dust glisten again within the circuit of its rays. The heat was stifling, but as the king did not seem to pay any attention to the appearance of the heavens, no one made himself uneasy about it, and the promenade, in obedience to the orders which had been given by the queen, took its course in the direction of a Premont. The courtiers who followed were merry and full of spirits. It was evident that everyone tried to forget, and to make others forget, the bitter discussions of the previous evening. Madame, particularly, was delightful. In fact, seeing the king at the door of her carriage, as she did not suppose he would be there for the queen's sake, she hoped that her prince had returned to her. Hardly, however, had they proceeded a quarter of a mile on the road, when the king, with a gracious smile, saluted them and drew up his horse, leaving the queen's carriage to pass on, then that of the principal ladies of honor, and then all the others in succession, who, seeing the king stop, wished in their turn to stop too. But the king made a sign to them to continue their progress. When La Valliere's carriage passed, the king approached it, saluted the ladies who were inside, and was preparing to accompany the carriage containing the maids of honor, in the same way he had followed that in which Madame was, when suddenly the whole file of carriages stopped. It was probable that Madame, uneasy at the king having left her, had just given directions for the performance of this maneuver, the direction in which the promenade was to take place having been left to her. The king, having sent to inquire what her object was in stopping the carriages, was informed in reply that she wished to walk. She very likely hoped that the king, who was following the carriages of the maids of honor on horseback, would not venture to follow the maids of honor themselves on foot. They had arrived in the middle of the forest. The promenade, in fact, was not ill-timed, especially for those who were dreamers or lovers. From the little open space where the halt had taken place, 3 beautiful long walks, shady and undulating, stretched out before them. These walks were covered with moss, with leaves lying scattered idly about, and each walk had its horizon in the distance, consisting of about a handbreadth of sky, apparent through the interlacing of the branches of the trees. At the end of the walks, evidently in great tribulation and uneasiness, the startled deer were seen hurrying to and fro, first stopping for a moment in the middle of the path, and then raising their heads, they fled with the speed of an arrow, or bounded into the depths of the forest, where they disappeared from view. Now and then a rabbit of philosophical mien could be noticed quietly, sitting upright, rubbing his muzzle with his forepaws, and looking about inquiringly, as though wondering whether all these people, who were approaching in his direction, and who had just disturbed him in his meditations and his meal, were not followed by their dogs, or had not their guns under their arms. All alighted from their carriages as soon as they observed that the queen was doing so. Maria Theresa took the arm of one of her ladies of honor, and, with a side glance toward the king, who did not perceive that he was in the slightest degree the object of the queen's attention, entered the forest by the first path before her. 2 of the outriders preceded her majesty with long poles, which they used for the purpose of putting the branches of the trees aside, or removing the bushes which might impede her progress. As soon as Madame alighted, she found the Comte de Guiche at her side, who bowed and placed himself at her disposal. Monsieur, delighted with his bath of the 2 previous days, had announced his preference for the river, and having given de Guiche leave of absence, remained at the chateau with the Chevalier de Lorraine and Manicamp. He was not in the slightest degree jealous. He had been looked for to no purpose among those present, but as Monsieur was a man who thought a great deal of himself, and usually added very little to the general pleasure, his absence had rather been a subject of satisfaction than of regret. Everyone had followed the example which the queen and Madame had set, doing just as they pleased, according as chance or fancy influenced them. The king, we have already observed, remained near Vallière, and throwing himself off his horse at the moment the door of her carriage was opened, he offered her his hand to alight. Montalais and Tonnet-Charente immediately drew back and kept at a distance, the former from calculated, the latter from prudent motives. There was this difference, however, between the two, that the one had withdrawn from a wish to please the king, the other for a very opposite reason. During the last half-hour the weather also had undergone a change. The veil which had been spread over the sky, as if driven by a blast of heated air, had become massed together in the western part of the heavens, and afterward, as if driven back by a current of air from the opposite direction, was now advancing slowly and heavily toward them. The approach of the storm could be felt, but as the king did not perceive it, no one thought it was right to do so. The promenade was therefore continued. Some of the company, with minds ill at ease on the subject, raised their eyes from time to time toward the sky. Others, even more timid still, walked about without wandering too far from the carriages, where they relied upon taking shelter in case the storm burst. The greater number of these, however, observing that the king fearlessly entered the wood with La Vallière, followed his majesty. The king, noticing this, took La Valliere's hand and led her away by a side path, where no one this time ventured to follow him. Chapter 4. The shower of rain. At this moment, and in the same direction, too, that the king and La Vallière were proceeding, except that they were walking in the wood itself instead of following the path, two men were walking together, utterly indifferent to the appearance of the heavens. Their heads were bent down in the manner of people occupied with matters of great moment. They had not observed either de Guiche or Madame, or the king, or La Vallière. Suddenly something passed through the air like a stream of fire, followed by a loud but distant rumbling noise. "Ah," said one of them, raising his head, "here is the storm. Let us reach our carriages, my dear 500 Herblay." Aramis looked inquiringly at the heavens. "There is no occasion to hurry yet," he said, and then, resuming the conversation where it had doubtlessly been interrupted, he said, "You were observing that the letter we wrote last evening must by this time have reached its destination." "I was saying that she certainly has it." "Whom did you send it by?" "By my own servant, as I have already told you." "Did he bring back an answer?" "I have not seen him since. The young girl was probably in attendance on Madame, or was in her own room dressing, and he may have had to wait. Our time for leaving arrived and we set off, of course. I cannot, therefore, know what is going on yonder." "Did you see the king before leaving?" "Yes." "How did he seem?" "Nothing could be better or worse, according as he be sincere or hypocritical." "And the fete?" "Will take place in a month." "He invited himself, you say?" "With a pertinacity in which I detected Colbert's influence. But has not last night removed your illusions?" "What illusions?" "With respect to the assistance you may be able to give me in this circumstance." "No, I have passed the night writing, and all my orders are given." "Do not conceal it from yourself, 500 Herblay, but the fate will cost some millions." "I will give 6, do you on your side get 2 or 3? "You are a wonderful man, my dear 500 Herblay." Aramis smiled. "But," inquired Fouquet, with some remaining uneasiness, "how is it that, while now you are squandering millions in this manner, a few days ago you did not pay the 50,000 francs to Baisemeaux out of your own pocket?" "Because a few days ago I was as poor as Job." "And today?" "Today I am wealthier than the king himself." "Very well," said Fouquet. "I understand men pretty well. I know you are incapable of forfeiting your word. I do not wish to wrest your secret from you, and so let us talk no more about it." At this moment a dull, heavy rumbling was heard, which suddenly burst forth in a violent clap of thunder. "Oh, oh," said Fouquet, "I was quite right in what I said." "Come," said Aramis, "let us rejoin the carriages." "We shall not have time," said Fouquet, "for here comes the rain." In fact, as he spoke, and as if the heavens were opened, a shower of large drops of rain was suddenly heard falling on the trees about them. "We shall have time," said Aramis, "to reach the carriages before the foliage becomes saturated." "It will be better," said Fouquet, "to take shelter somewhere, in a grotto for instance." "Yes, but where are we to find a grotto?" inquired Aramis. "I know one," said Fouquet, smiling, "not 10 paces from here." Then looking round about him, he added, "Yes, we are quite right." "You are very fortunate to have so good a memory," said Aramis, smiling in his turn. "But are you not afraid that your coachman, finding we do not return, will suppose we have taken another road back, and that he will not follow the carriages belonging to the court?" "Oh, there is no fear of that," said Fouquet. "Whenever I place my coachman and my carriage in any particular spot, nothing but an express order from the king could stir them. And more than that, too, it seems that we are not the only ones who have come so far, for I hear footsteps and the sound of voices." As he spoke, Fouquet, turning round, opened with his cane a mass of foliage which hid the path from his view. Aramis' glance as well as his own plunged at the same moment through the opening he had made. "A woman," said Aramis. And a man, said Fouquet. It is La Vallière and the king, they both exclaimed together. Oh, oh, said Aramis, is his majesty aware of your cavern as well? I should not be astonished if he were, for he seems to be on very good terms with the nymphs of Fontainebleau. It matters little, said Fouquet. Let us get there. If he is not aware of it, we shall see what he will do. If he should know it, as it has two entrances, while he enters by one, we can leave by the other. Is it far? Asked Aramis, for the rain is beginning to penetrate. We are there now, said Fouquet, as he put aside a few branches, and an excavation of the rock could be observed, which had been entirely concealed by heaths, ivy, and a thick covert of small shrubs. Fouquet led the way, followed by Aramis, but as the latter entered the grotto, he turned round, saying, Yes, they are now entering the wood, and see, they are bending their steps this way. Very well, let us make room for them, said Fouquet, smiling and pulling Aramis by his cloak, but I do not think the king knows of my grotto. Yes, said Aramis, they are looking about them, but it is only for a thicker tree. Aramis was not mistaken. The king's looks were directed upward, and not around him. He held La Valliere's arm within his own, and held her hand in his. La Valliere's feet began to slip on the damp grass. Louis again looked round him with greater attention than before, and perceiving an enormous oak with wide-spreading branches, he hurriedly drew La Vallière beneath its protecting shelter. The poor girl looked round her on all sides, and seemed half afraid, half desirous of being followed. The king made her lean her back against the trunk of the tree, whose vast circumference, protected by the thickness of the foliage, was as dry as if at that moment the rain had not been falling in torrents. He himself remained standing before her with his head uncovered. After a few minutes, however, some drops of rain penetrated through the branches of the tree and fell on the king's forehead, who did not pay any attention to it. Oh, sire, murmured La Vallière, pushing the king's hat toward him, but the king simply bowed and determinedly refused to cover his head. Now or never is the time to offer your place, said Fouquet in Aramis' ear. Now or never is the time to listen, and not lose a syllable of what they may have to say to each other, replied Aramis in Fouquet's ear. In fact, they both remained perfectly silent, and the king's voice reached them where they were. Believe me, said the king, I perceive, or rather I can imagine your uneasiness. Believe how sincerely I regret to have isolated you from the rest of the company, and to have brought you also to a spot where you will be inconvenienced by the rain. You are wet already, and perhaps are cold too. No, sire. And yet you tremble. I am afraid, sire, that my absence may be misinterpreted, at a moment, too, when all the others are reunited. I would not hesitate to propose returning to the carriages, Mademoiselle de la Vallière, but pray look and listen, and tell me if it be possible to attempt to make the slightest progress at the present. In fact, the thunder was still rolling, and the rain continued to fall in torrents. Besides, continued the king, no possible interpretation can be made which would be to your discredit. Are you not with the King of France, in other words, with the first gentleman of the kingdom? Certainly, sire, replied La Vallière, and it is a very distinguished honor for me. It is not, therefore, for myself that I fear the interpretations that may be made. For whom, then? For yourself, sire. For me, said the king, smiling, I do not understand you. Has your majesty already forgot what took place yesterday evening in her highness's apartments? Oh, forget that, I beg, or allow me to remember it for no other purpose than to thank you once more for your letter, and— Sire, interrupted La Vallière, the rain is falling and your majesty's head is uncovered. I entreat you not to think of anything but yourself. Oh, said La Vallière, smiling, I am a country girl, accustomed to roaming through the meadows of the Loire and the gardens of Blois, whatever the weather may be. And as for my clothes, she added, looking at her simple muslin dress, your majesty sees they do not run much risk. Indeed, I have already noticed, more than once, that you owed nearly everything to yourself and nothing to your toilet. Your freedom from coquetry is one of your greatest charms in my eyes. Sire, do not make me out better than I am, and say merely, you cannot be a coquette. Why so? Because, said La Vallière, smiling, I am not rich. You admit, then, said the king quickly, that you have a love for beautiful things. Sire, I only regard those things as beautiful which are within my reach. Everything which is too highly placed for me, you are indifferent to, is foreign to me as being prohibited. And I, said the king, do not find that you are at my court on the footing you should be. The services of your family have not been sufficiently brought under my notice. The advancement of your family has been cruelly neglected by my uncle. On the contrary, sire, His Royal Highness, the Duke of Orleans, had always been exceedingly kind toward M. de Saint-Tremé, my father-in-law. The services rendered were humble, and, properly speaking, our services have been adequately recognized. It is not everyone who is happy enough to find opportunities of serving his sovereign with distinction. I have no doubt at all that, if ever opportunities had been met with, my family's actions would, but that happiness has never been ours. In that case, Mademoiselle de La Vallière, it belongs to kings to repair the want of opportunity, and most delightedly do I undertake to repair, in your instance, and with the least possible delay, the wrongs of fortune toward you. Nay, sire, cried La Vallière eagerly, leave things, I beg, as they now are. Is it possible, you refuse what I ought and what I wish to do for you? All I desired has been granted me, when the honor was conferred upon me of forming one of Madame's household. But if you refuse for yourself, at least accept for your family. Your generous intention, sire, bewilders and makes me apprehensive, for, in doing for my family what your kindness urges you to do, your majesty will raise up enemies for us, and enemies for yourself too. Leave me in my mediocrity, sire. Of all the feelings and sentiments I experience, leave me to enjoy that pleasing delicacy of disinterestedness. The sentiments you express, said the king, are indeed admirable. Quite true, murmured Aramis in Fouquet's ear, and he cannot be accustomed to them. But, replied Fouquet, suppose she were to make a similar reply to my letter. True, said Aramis, let us not anticipate but wait the conclusion. And then, dear Monsieur de Herblay, added the surintendant, hardly able to appreciate the sentiments which La Vallière had just expressed, it is very often a sound calculation to seem disinterested with monarchs. Exactly what I was thinking this very minute, said Aramis. Let us listen. The king approached nearer to La Vallière, and as the rain dripped more and more through the foliage of the oak, he held his hat over the head of the young girl, who raised her beautiful blue eyes toward the royal hat which sheltered her, and shook her head, sighing deeply as she did so. What melancholy thought, said the king, can possibly reach your heart when I place mine as a rampart before it? I will tell you, sire. I had already once before broached this question, which is so difficult for a young girl of my age to discuss, but your majesty imposed silence on me. Your majesty belongs not to yourself alone, you are married, and every sentiment which would separate your majesty from the queen, in leading your majesty to take notice of me, will be a source of the profoundest sorrow for the queen. The king endeavored to interrupt the young girl, but she continued with a suppliant gesture. The Queen Maria, with an attachment which can be so well understood, follows with her eyes every step of your majesty which separates you from her. Happy enough in having had her fate united to your own, she weepingly implores heaven to preserve you to her, and is jealous of the faintest throb of your heart bestowed elsewhere. The king again seemed anxious to speak, but again did La Vallière venture to prevent him. Would it not, therefore, be a most blamable action, she continued, if your majesty, a witness of this anxious and disinterested affection, gave the queen any cause for her jealousy? Forgive me, sire, for the expression I have used. I well know it is impossible, or rather that it would be impossible, that the greatest queen of the whole world could be jealous of a poor girl like myself. But though a queen, she is still a woman, and her heart, like that of any of her sex, cannot close itself against the suspicions which such as are evilly disposed insinuate. For heaven's sake, sire, think no more of me. I am unworthy of your regard. Do you know that, in speaking as you have done, you change my esteem for you into admiration? Sire, you assume my words to be contrary to the truth. You suppose me to be better than I really am, and attach a greater merit to me than God ever intended should be the case. Spare me, sire, for, did I not know that your majesty was the most generous man in your kingdom, I should believe you were jesting. You do not, I know, fear such a thing. I am quite sure of that, exclaimed Louis. I shall be obliged to believe it, if your majesty continues to hold such language toward me. I am most unhappy then, said the king, in a tone of regret which was not assumed. I am the unhappiest prince in the whole Christian world, since I am powerless to induce belief in my words in one whom I love the best in the wide world, and who almost breaks my heart by refusing to credit my regard for her. Oh, sire, said La Vallière, gently putting the king aside who had approached nearer to her, I think the storm has passed away now, and the rain has ceased. At the very moment, however, as the poor girl, fleeing, as it were, from her own heart, which doubtlessly throbbed too much in unison with the king's, uttered these words, the storm undertook to contradict her. A bluish flash of lightning illumined the forest with a wild, weird-like glare, and a peal of thunder, like a discharge of artillery, burst over their very heads, as if the height of the oak which sheltered them had attracted the storm. The young girl could not repress a cry of terror. The king with one hand drew her toward his heart and stretched the other above her head, as though to shield her from the lightning. A moment's silence ensued, as the group, delightful as everything young and loving is delightful, remained motionless, while Fouquet and Aramis contemplated it in attitudes as motionless as La Vallière and the king. "Oh, sire, sire," murmured La Vallière, "do you hear?" And her head fell upon his shoulder. "Yes," said the king, "you see the storm has not passed away." "It is a warning, sire." The king smiled. "Sire, it is the voice of heaven in anger." "Be it so," said the king. "I agree to accept that peal of thunder as a warning, and even as a menace, if, in 5 minutes from the present moment, it is renewed with equal violence. But if not, permit me to think that the storm is a storm simply, and nothing more." And the king, at the same moment, raised his head, as if to interrogate the heavens. But, as if the remark had been heard and accepted, during the 5 minutes which elapsed after the burst of thunder which had alarmed them, no renewed repeal was heard. And when the thunder was again heard, it was passing away in so audible a manner, as if, during those same 5 minutes, the storm, put to flight, had traversed the heavens with the speed of the wings of the wind. "Well, Louise," said the king, in a low tone of voice, "will you still threaten me with the anger of heaven? And, since you wish to regard the storm as a presentiment, will you still believe that presentiment to be one of misfortune?" The young girl looked up and saw that while they had been talking, the rain had penetrated the foliage above them and was trickling down the king's face. "Oh, sire, sire," she exclaimed in accents of eager apprehension which greatly agitated the king. "It is for me," she murmured, "that the king remains thus uncovered and exposed to the rain. What am I then?" "You are, you perceive," said the king, "the divinity who dissipates the storm and brings back fine weather." In fact, a ray of sunlight streamed through the forest, and caused the raindrops which rested upon the leaves, or fell vertically among the openings in the branches of the trees, to glisten like diamonds. "Sire," said La Vallière, almost overcome but making a powerful effort over herself, "think of the anxieties your majesty will have to submit to on my account. At this very moment they are seeking you in every direction. The queen must be full of uneasiness. And madame, oh, madame," the young girl exclaimed with an expression which almost resembled terror. This name had a certain effect upon the king. He started and disengaged himself from La Vallière, whom he had, till that moment, held pressed against his heart. He then advanced toward the path in order to look round and returned, somewhat thoughtfully, to La Vallière. "Madame, did you say?" he remarked. "Yes, madame, she too is jealous," said La Vallière, with a marked tone of voice, and her eyes, so timorous in their expression, and so modestly fugitive in their glance, for a moment ventured to look inquiringly in the king's eyes. "Still," returned Louis, making an effort over himself, "it seems to me that madame has no reason, no right to be jealous of me." "Alas," murmured La Vallière. "Are you too," said the king, almost in a tone of reproach, "are you among those who think the sister has a right to be jealous of the brother?" "It is not for me, sire, to penetrate your majesty's secrets." "You do believe it, then?" exclaimed the king. "I do believe madame is jealous, sire," La Vallière replied firmly. "Is it possible," said the king, with some anxiety, "that you have perceived it, then, from her conduct toward you? Have her manners in any way been such toward you that you can attribute them to the jealousy you speak of?" "Not at all, sire, I am of so little importance." "Oh, if it were really the case," exclaimed Louis violently. "Sire," interrupted the young girl, "it has ceased raining, someone is coming, I think." And, forgetful of all etiquette, she had seized the king by the arm. "Well," replied the king, "let them come. Who is there who would venture to think I had done wrong in remaining alone with Mademoiselle de la Vallière? For pity's sake, sire, they will think it strange to see you wet through in this manner, and that you should have run such risk for me." "I have simply done my duty as a gentleman," said Louis, and woe to him who may fail in criticizing his sovereign's conduct. In fact, at this moment, a few eager and curious faces were seen in the walk, as if engaged in a search, and who, observing the king and La Vallière, seemed to have found what they were seeking. They were some of the courtiers who had been sent by the queen and madame, and who immediately uncovered themselves in token of having perceived his majesty. But Louis, notwithstanding La Vallière's confusion, did not quit his respectful and tender attitude. Then, when all the courtiers were assembled in the walk, when everyone had been able to perceive the mark of deference with which he had treated the young girl, by remaining standing and bareheaded during the storm, he offered her his arm, led her toward the group who were waiting, recognized by an inclination of the head the respectful salutations which were paid him on all sides, and, still holding his hat in his hand, he conducted her to her carriage. And, as the rain still continued to fall, a last adieu of the disappearing storm, the other ladies, whom respect had prevented getting into their carriages before the king, remained, and altogether unprotected by hood and cloak, exposed to the rain from which the king, with his hat over her, was protecting, as much as he was able, the humblest among them. The queen and madame must, like the others, have witnessed this exaggerated courtesy of the king. Madame was so disconcerted at it that she touched the queen with her elbow, saying at the same time, "Look there, look there." The queen closed her eyes, as if she had been suddenly seized with a fainting attack. She lifted her hand to her face and entered her carriage, madame following her. The king again mounted his horse, and without showing a preference for any particular carriage door, he returned to Fontainebleau, the reins hanging over his horse's neck, absorbed in thought. As soon as the crowd had disappeared, and the sound of the horses and carriages grew fainter in the distance, and when they were certain, in fact, that no one could see them, Aramis and Fouquet came out of their grotto, and both of them in silence passed slowly on toward the walk. Aramis looked most narrowly not only at the whole extent of the open space stretching out before and behind him, but even into the very depths of the wood. "Monsieur Fouquet," he said, when he had quite satisfied himself that they were alone, "we must get back, at any cost, the letter you wrote to La Vallière." "That will be easy enough," said Fouquet, "if my servant has not given it to her. In any case, it must be done, do you understand?" "Yes, the king is in love with this girl, you mean?" "Exceedingly so, and what is worse is that, on her side, the girl is passionately attached to the king." "As much as to say that we must change our tactics, I suppose." "Not a doubt of it, you have no time to lose. You must see La Vallière, and, without thinking any more of becoming her lover, which is out of the question, must declare yourself her dearest friend and her most humble servant." "I will do so," replied Fouquet, and without the slightest feeling of disinclination, for she seems a good-hearted girl. "Or a clever one," said Aramis, "but in that case the greater reason." Then he added, after a moment's pause, "If I am not mistaken, that girl will become the strongest passion of the king. Let us return to our carriage, and as fast as possible to the chateau." Chapter 5. Toby. 2 hours after the surintendant's cortege had set off by Aramis' directions, conveying them both toward Fontainebleau with the fleetness of the clouds, which the last breath of the tempest was hurrying across the face of the heavens, La Vallière was closeted in her own apartment, with a simple muslin wrapper round her, having just finished a slight repast, which was placed upon a small marble table. Suddenly the door was opened, and a servant entered to announce M. Fouquet, who had called to request permission to pay his respects to her. She made him repeat the message twice over, for the poor girl only knew M. Fouquet by name, and could not conceive what she could possibly have to do with a surintendant of finances. However, as he might possibly come from the king, and after the conversation we have recorded, it was very likely. She glanced at her mirror, drew out still more the long ringlets of her hair, and desired him to be admitted. La Vallière could not, however, refrain from a certain feeling of uneasiness. A visit from the surintendant was not an ordinary event in the life of any woman attached to the court. Fouquet, so notorious for his generosity, his gallantry, and his sensitive delicacy of feeling with regard to women generally, had received more invitations than he had requested audiences. In many houses the presence of the surintendant had been significant of fortune, in many hearts of love. Fouquet entered the apartment with a manner full of respect, presenting himself with that ease and gracefulness of manner which was the distinctive characteristic of the men of eminence of that period, and which at the present day seems no longer to be understood, even in the portraits of the period in which the painter has endeavored to recall them into being. La Vallière acknowledged the ceremonious salutation, which Fouquet addressed to her by a gentle inclination of the head, and motioned him to a seat. But Fouquet, with a bow, said, I will not sit down until you have pardoned me. I, asked La Vallière, pardoned what? Fouquet fixed a most piercing look upon the young girl, and fancied he could perceive in her face nothing but the most unaffected surprise. I observe, he said, that you have as much generosity as intelligence, and I read in your eyes the forgiveness I solicit. A pardon pronounced by your lips is insufficient for me, and I need the forgiveness of your heart and mind. Upon my honor, monsieur, said La Vallière, I assure you most positively I do not understand your meaning. Again, that is a delicacy on your part which charms me, replied Fouquet, and I see you do not wish me to blush before you. Blush before me, why should you blush? Can I have deceived myself, said Fouquet, and can I have been happy enough not to have offended you by my conduct toward you? Really, monsieur, said La Vallière, shrugging her shoulders, you speak in enigmas, and I suppose I am too ignorant to understand you. Be it so, said Fouquet, I will not insist. Tell me only, I entreat you, that I may rely upon your full and complete forgiveness. I have but one reply to make to you, monsieur, said La Vallière, somewhat impatiently, and I hope that will satisfy you. If I knew the wrong you have done me, I would forgive you, and I would do so with still greater reason since I am ignorant of the wrong you allude to. Fouquet bit his lips as Aramis would have done. In that case, he said, I may hope that, notwithstanding what has happened, our good understanding will remain undisturbed, and that you will kindly confer the favor upon me of believing in my respectful friendship. La Vallière fancied that she now began to understand, and said to herself, I should not have believed M. Fouquet so eager to seek the source of a favor so very recent, and then added aloud, Your friendship, monsieur? You offer me your friendship. The honor, on the contrary, is mine, and I feel overpowered by it. I am aware, replied Fouquet, that the friendship of the master may appear more brilliant and desirable than that of the servant, but I assure you the latter will be quite as devoted, quite as faithful, and altogether disinterested. La Vallière bowed, for, in fact, the voice of the surintendant seemed to convey both conviction and real devotion in its tone, and she held out her hand to him, saying, I believe you. Fouquet eagerly took hold of the young girl's hand. You see no difficulty, therefore, he added, in restoring me that unhappy letter. What letter? Inquired La Vallière. Fouquet interrogated her with his most searching gaze, as he had already done before, but the same innocent expression, the same candid look, met his. I am obliged to confess, he said, after this denial, that your system is the most delicate in the world, and I should not feel I was a man of honor and uprightness if I were to suspect anything from a woman so generous as yourself. Really, Monsieur Fouquet, replied La Vallière, it is with profound regret I am obliged to repeat that I absolutely understand nothing of what you refer to. In fact, then, upon your honor, mademoiselle, you have not received any letter from me. Upon my honor, none, replied La Vallière firmly. Very well, that is quite sufficient. Permit me, then, to renew the assurance of my utmost esteem and respect, said Fouquet. Then, bowing, he left the room to seek Aramis, who was waiting for him in his own apartment, and leaving La Vallière to ask herself whether the surintendant had not lost his senses. Well, inquired Aramis, who was impatiently waiting Fouquet's return, are you satisfied with the favorite? Enchanted, replied Fouquet. She is a woman full of intelligence and fine feeling. She did not get angry then. Far from that, she did not even seem to understand. To understand what? To understand that I had written to her. She must, however, have understood you sufficiently to give the letter back to you, for I presume she returned it. Not at all. At least, you satisfied yourself that she had burned it. My dear Monsieur de Herblay, I have been playing at cross purposes for more than an hour, and, however amusing it may be, I begin to have had enough of this game. So understand me thoroughly. The girl pretended not to understand what I was saying to her. She denied having received any letter. Therefore, having positively denied its receipt, she was unable either to return or burn it. Oh, said Aramis with uneasiness, what is that you say? I say that she swore most positively she had not received any letter. That is too much, and you not insist. On the contrary, I did insist, almost impertinently so even. And she persisted in her denial. Unhesitatingly. And she did not contradict herself once. Not once. But in that case, then, you have left our letter in her hands. How could I do otherwise? Oh, it was a great mistake. What the deuce would you have done in my place? One could not force her, certainly, but it is very embarrassing. Such a letter ought not remain in existence against us. Oh, the young girl's disposition is generosity itself. I looked at her eyes, and I can read eyes well. You think she can be relied upon? From my heart I do. Well, I think we are mistaken. In what way? I think that, in point of fact, as she herself told you, she did not receive the letter. What do you suppose? I suppose that, from some motive, of which we know nothing, your man did not deliver the letter to her. Fouquet rang the bell, a servant appeared. Send Toby here, he said. A moment afterward a man made his appearance with an anxious, restless look, shrewd expression of the mouth, with short arms and his back somewhat bent. Aramis fixed a penetrating look upon him. Will you allow me to interrogate him myself? Inquired Aramis. Do so, said Fouquet. Aramis was about to say something to the lackey, when he paused. No, he said. He would see that we attach too much importance to his answer. Question him yourself. I will pretend to write. Aramis accordingly placed himself at a table, his back turned toward the old attendant, whose every gesture and look he watched in a looking-glass opposite to him. Come here, Toby, said Fouquet to the valet, who approached with a tolerably firm step. How did you execute my commission? Inquired Fouquet. In the usual way, monseigneur, replied the man. But how, tell me? I succeeded in penetrating as far as Mademoiselle de La Valliere's apartment, but she was at mass, and so I placed the note on her toilet table. Is not that what you told me to do? Precisely, and is that all? Absolutely all, monseigneur. No one was there. No one. Did you conceal yourself as I told you? Yes. And she returned. 10 minutes afterward. And no one could have taken the letter. No one, for no one entered the room. From the outside, but from the interior. From the place where I was secreted, I could see to the very end of the room. Now, listen to me, said Fouquet, looking fixedly at the lackey. If this letter did not reach its proper destination, confess it, for, if a mistake has been made, your head shall be the forfeit. Toby started, but immediately recovered himself. Monseigneur, he said, I placed the letter on the very place I told you, and I ask only half an hour to prove to you that the letter is in Mademoiselle de la Valliere's hands, or to bring you back the letter itself. Aramis looked at the valet scrutinizingly. Fouquet was ready in placing confidence in people, and for 20 years this man had served him faithfully. Go, he said, but bring me the proof you speak of. The lackey quitted the room. Well, what do you think of it? Inquired Fouquet of Aramis. I think that you must, by some means or another, assure yourself of the truth, either that the letter has or has not reached La Valliere, that in the first case La Valliere must return it to you, or satisfy you by burning it in your presence, that in the second you must have the letter back again, even were it to cost you 1,000,000. Come, is not that your opinion? Yes, but still, my dear bishop, I believe you are exaggerating the position of affairs. Blind, how blind you are, murmured Aramis. La Valliere, returned Fouquet, whom we assume to be a politician of the greatest ability, is simply nothing more than a coquette, who hopes that I shall pay my court to her, because I have already done so, and who, now that she has received a confirmation of the king's regard, hopes to keep me in leading strings with the letter. It is natural enough. Aramis shook his head. Is not that your opinion? Said Fouquet. She is not a coquette, he replied. Allow me to tell you. Oh, I am well enough acquainted with women who are coquettes, said Aramis. My dear friend, it is a long time ago since I finished my studies, you mean, but women do not change. True, but men change, and you at the present day are far more suspicious than you formerly were. And then, beginning to laugh, he added, Come, if La Valliere is willing to love me only to the extent of a third and the king 2/3, do you think the condition acceptable? Aramis rose impatiently. La Valliere, he said, has never loved and will never love anyone but the king. At all events, said Fouquet, what would you do? Ask me rather what I would have done. Well, what would you have done? In the first place, I should not have allowed that man to go. Toby. Yes, Toby is a traitor. Nay, I am sure of it, and I would not have let him go until he had told me the truth. There is still time. I will recall him, and do you question him in your turn. Agreed. But I assure you it is quite useless. He has been with me for the last 20 years and has never made the slightest mistake, and yet, added Fouquet, laughing, it has been easy enough. Still, call him back. This morning I fancy I saw that face in earnest conversation with one of M. Colbert's men. Where was that? Opposite the stables. Bah, all my people are at daggers drawn with that fellow. I saw him, I tell you, and his face, which I ought not to have recognized when he entered just now, struck me in a disagreeable manner. Why did you not say something, then, while he was here? Because it is only at this very minute that my memory is clear upon the subject. Really, said Fouquet, you alarm me, and he again rang the bell. Provided that it is not already too late, said Aramis. Fouquet once more rang impatiently. The valet usually in attendance appeared. Toby, said Fouquet, send Toby. The valet again shut the door. You leave me at perfect liberty, I suppose. Entirely so. I may employ all means, then, to ascertain the truth. Well, intimidation, even. I constitute you public prosecutor in my place. They waited 10 minutes longer, but uselessly, and Fouquet, thoroughly out of patience, again rang loudly. Toby, he exclaimed. Monseigneur, said the valet, they are looking for him. He cannot be far distant. I have not given him any commission to execute. I will go and see, Monseigneur, replied the valet as he closed the door. Aramis, during this interval, walked impatiently but silently up and down the cabinet. Again they waited another 10 minutes. Fouquet rang in a manner to awaken the very dead. The valet again presented himself, trembling in a way to induce a belief that he was the bearer of bad news. Monseigneur is mistaken, he said, before even Fouquet could interrogate him. You must have given Toby some commission, for he has been to the stables and taken your lordship's swiftest horse, and saddled it himself. Well, and he has gone off. Gone, exclaimed Fouquet. Let him be pursued, let him be captured. Nay, nay, said Aramis, taking him by the hand. Be calm, the evil is done now. The evil is done, you say? No doubt, I was sure of it. And now, let us give no cause for suspicion. We must calculate the result of the blow and ward it off if possible. After all, said Fouquet, the evil is not great. You think so, said Aramis. Of course, surely a man is allowed to write a love letter to a woman. A man, certainly, a subject, no, especially, too, when the woman in question is one with whom the king is in love. But the king was not in love with La Vallière a week ago. He was not in love with her yesterday, and the letter is dated yesterday. I could not guess the king was in love, when the king's affection was not even yet in existence. As you please, replied Aramis, but unfortunately the letter is not dated, and it is that circumstance particularly which annoys me. If it had only been dated yesterday, I should not have the slightest shadow of uneasiness on your account. Fouquet shrugged his shoulders. Am I not my own master, he said, and is the king then king of my brain and of my flesh? You are right, replied Aramis. Do not let us give more importance to matters than is necessary, and besides, well, if we are menaced, we have means of defense. Oh, menaced, said Fouquet. You do not place this gnat bite, as it were, among the number of menaces which may compromise my fortunes and my life, do you? Do not forget, Monsieur Fouquet, that the bite of an insect can kill a giant, if the insect be venomous. But has this sovereign power you were speaking of already vanished? I am all-powerful, it is true, but I am not immortal. Come, then, the most pressing matter is to find Toby again, I suppose. Is not that your opinion? Oh, as for that, you will not find him again, said Aramis, and if he were of any great value to you, you must give him up for lost. At all events he is somewhere or another in the world, said Fouquet. You're right, let me act, replied Aramis. In Chapter 6, Madame's Four Chances. Anne of Austria had begged the young queen to pay her a visit, for some time past suffering most acutely, and losing both her youth and beauty with that rapidity which signalizes the decline of women for whom life has been a long contest. Anne of Austria had, in addition to her physical sufferings, to experience the bitterness of being no longer held in any esteem, except as a living remembrance of the past, amid the youthful beauties, wits, and influences of her court. Her physician's opinions, her mirror also, grieved her far less than the inexorable warnings which the society of the courtiers afforded, who, like the rats in a ship, abandon the hold in which the water is on the point of penetrating, owing to the ravages of decay. Anne of Austria did not feel satisfied with the time her eldest son devoted to her. The king, a good son, more from affectation than from affection, had at first been in the habit of passing an hour in the morning and one in the evening with his mother. But since he had himself undertaken the conduct of state affairs, the duration of the morning and evening's visit had been reduced to half. And then, by degrees, the morning visit had been suppressed altogether. They met at Mass. The evening visit was replaced by a meeting, either at the King's Assembly or at Madame's, which the Queen attended obligingly enough, out of regard to her two sons. The result was that Madame had acquired an immense influence over the court, which made her apartments the true royal place of meeting. This Anne of Austria had perceived. Feeling herself to be suffering, and condemned by her sufferings to frequent retirement, she was distressed at the idea that the greater part of her future days and evenings would pass away solitary, useless, and in despondency. She recalled with terror the isolation in which Cardinal Richelieu had formerly left her, those dreaded and insupportable evenings during which, however, she had her youth and beauty, which are always accompanied by hope, to console her. She next formed the project of transporting the court to her own apartments, and of attracting Madame, with her brilliant escort, to her gloomy and already sorrowful abode, where the widow of a king of France, and the mother of a king of France, was reduced to console, in her anticipated widowhood, the always weeping wife of a king of France. Anne began to reflect. She had intrigued a good deal in her life. In the good times past, when her youthful mind nursed projects which were invariably successful, she then had by her side to stimulate her ambition and her love, a friend of her own sex, more eager, more ambitious than herself, a friend who had loved her, a rare circumstance at court, and whom some petty considerations had removed from her forever. But for many years past, except Madame de Motteville, and except La Molna, her Spanish nurse, a confidant in her character of countrywoman and woman too, who could boast of having given good advice to the queen, who, too, among all the youthful heads there, could recall the past for her, that past in which alone she lived? Anne of Austria remembered Madame de Chevreuse, in the first place exiled rather by her wish than the king's, and then dying in exile, the wife of a gentleman of obscure birth and position. She asked herself what Madame de Chevreuse would formerly have advised her in a similar circumstance, in their mutual difficulties arising from their intrigues. And, after serious reflection, it seemed as if the clever, subtle mind of her friend, full of experience and sound judgment, answered her in her ironical tone of voice. All these insignificant young people are poor and greedy of gain. They require gold and incomes to keep alive their means of amusement. It is by interest you must gain them over. And Anne of Austria adopted this plan. Her purse was well filled, and she had at her disposal a considerable sum of money, which had been amassed by Mazarin for her, and lodged in a place of safety. She possessed the most magnificent jewels in France, and especially pearls of a size so large that they made the king sigh every time he saw them, because the pearls of his crown were like millet seed compared to them. Anne of Austria had neither beauty nor charms any longer at her disposal. She gave out, therefore, that her wealth was great, and as an inducement for others to visit her apartments, she let it be known that there were good gold crowns to be won at play, or that handsome presents were likely to be made on days when all went well with her, or windfalls in the shape of annuities which she had wrung from the king by entreaty, and which she determined to do to maintain her credit. And, in the first place, she tried these means upon Madame, because, to gain her consent was of more importance than anything else. Madame, notwithstanding the bold confidence with which her wit and beauty inspired her, blindly ran head foremost into the net which had been stretched out to catch her. Enriched by degrees by these presents and transfers of property, she took a fancy to these inheritances by anticipation. Anne of Austria adopted the same means toward Monsieur, and even toward the king himself. She instituted lotteries in her apartments. The day on which the present chapter opens, invitations had been issued for a late supper in the Queen Mother's apartments, as she intended that two beautiful diamond bracelets of exquisite workmanship should be put into lottery. The medallions were antique cameos of the greatest value. The diamonds, in point of intrinsic value, did not represent a very considerable amount, but the originality and rarity of the workmanship were such that everyone at court not only wished to possess the bracelets, but even to see the queen herself wear them. For, on the days she wore them, it was considered as a favor to be admitted to admire them in kissing her hands. The courtiers had, even with regard to this subject, adopted various expressions of gallantry to establish the aphorism that the bracelets would have been priceless in value if they had not been unfortunate enough to be placed in contact with arms as beautiful as the queen's. This compliment had been honored by a translation into all the languages of Europe, and numerous were the verses in Latin and French which had been circulated on the subject. The day that Anne of Austria had selected for the lottery was a decisive moment. The king had not been near his mother for a couple of days. Madame, after the great scene of the dryads and naiads, was sulking by herself. The king's fit of sulkiness was over, but his mind was absorbingly occupied by a circumstance which raised him above the stormy disputes and the giddy pleasures of the court. Anne of Austria effected a diversion by the announcement of the famous lottery to take place in her apartments on the following evening. With this object in view, she saw the young queen, whom, as we have already seen, she had invited to pay her a visit in the morning. "I have good news to tell you," she said to her. "The king has been saying the most tender things about you. He is young, and easily drawn away, but so long as you keep near me, he will not venture to keep away from you, to whom, besides, he is most warmly and affectionately attached. I intend to have a lottery this evening, and shall expect to see you." "I have heard," said the young queen, with a sort of timid reproach, "that your majesty intends to put in lottery those beautiful bracelets, whose rarity is so great that we ought not to allow them to pass out of the custody of the crown, even were there no other reason than that they had once belonged to you." "My daughter," said Anne of Austria, who read the young queen's thoughts, and wished to console her for not having received the bracelets as a present, "it is positively necessary that I should induce Madame to pass her time always in my apartments." "Madame," said the young queen, blushing, "of course, would you not prefer to have a rival near you, whom you could watch and rule over, than to know that the king is with her, always as ready to flirt with, as to be flirted with by her? The lottery I have proposed is my means of attraction for that purpose. Do you blame me?" "Oh no," returned Maria Theresa, clapping her hands with a childlike expression of delight. "And you no longer regret, then, that I did not give you these bracelets, as I had at first intended to do?" "Oh no, no." "Very well, make yourself look as beautiful as possible, that our supper may be very brilliant. The gayer you seem, the more charming you appear, and you will eclipse all the ladies present as much by your brilliancy as by your rank." Maria Theresa left full of delight. An hour afterward, Anne of Austria received a visit from Madame, whom she covered with caresses, saying, "Excellent news, the king is charmed with my lottery." "But I," replied Madame, "am not quite so charmed. To see such beautiful bracelets on anyone's arms but yours or mine is what I cannot reconcile myself to do." "Well, well," said Anne of Austria, concealing by a smile a violent pang which she had just experienced, "do not alarm yourself, young lady, and do not look at things in the worst light immediately. Ah, Madame, fortune is blind, and I am told there are 200 tickets." "Quite as many as that, but you cannot surely forget that there can only be one winner." "No doubt, but who will that be? Can you tell?" said Madame in despair. "You remind me that I had a dream last night. My dreams are always good, I sleep so little." "What was your dream, but are you suffering?" "No," said the queen, stifling with wonderful command the torture of a renewed attack of shooting pains in her bosom. "I dreamed that the king won the bracelets." "The king?" "You are going to ask me, I think, what the king could possibly do with the bracelets." "Yes." "And you would not add, perhaps, that it would be very fortunate if the king were really to win, for he would be obliged to give the bracelets to someone else. To restore them to you, for instance. In which case I should immediately give them away, for you do not think, I suppose," said the queen, laughing, "that I have put these bracelets up to a lottery from necessity. My object was to give them without arousing anyone's jealousy, but if fortune will not get me out of my difficulty, well, I will teach fortune a lesson, and I know very well to whom I intend to offer the bracelets. These words were accompanied by so expressive a smile that Madame could not resist paying her by a grateful kiss. But, added Anne of Austria, do you not know as well as I do that if the king were to win the bracelets he would not restore them to me? You mean he would give them to the queen? No, and for the very same reason that he would not give them back again to me, since, if I had wished to make the queen a present of them, I had no need of him for that purpose. Madame cast a side glance upon the bracelets, which, in their casket, were dazzlingly exposed to view upon a table close beside her. How beautiful they are, she said, sighing. But stay, Madame continued, we are quite forgetting that your Majesty's dream is nothing but a dream. I should be very much surprised, returned Anne of Austria, if my dream were to deceive me. That has happened to me very seldom. We may look upon you as a prophetess, then. I have already said that I dream but very rarely, but the coincidence of my dream about this matter, with my own ideas, is extraordinary. It agrees so wonderfully with my own views and arrangements. What arrangements do you allude to? That you will win the bracelets, for instance. In that case, it will not be the king. Oh, said Anne of Austria, there is not such a very great distance between his Majesty's heart and your own, for are not you his sister, for whom he has a great regard? There is not, I repeat, so very wide a distance that my dream can be pronounced false on that account. Come, let us reckon up the chances in its favor. I will count them. In the first place, we will begin with the dream. If the king wins, he is sure to give you the bracelets. I admit that is one. If you win them, they are yours. Naturally, that may be admitted also. Lastly, if Monsieur were to win them. Oh, said Madame, laughing heartily, he would give them to the Chevalier de Lorraine. Anne of Austria laughed as heartily as her daughter-in-law. So much so, indeed, that her sufferings again returned, and made her turn suddenly pale in the very midst of her enjoyment. What is the matter? Inquired Madame, almost terrified. Nothing, nothing, a pain in my side. I have been laughing too much. We were at the fourth chance, I think. I cannot see a fourth. I beg your pardon, I am not excluded from the chance of winning, and if I be the winner, you are sure of me. Oh, thank you, exclaimed Madame. I hope you look upon yourself as one whose chances are good, and that my dream now begins to assume the solid form of reality. Yes, indeed, you give me both hope and confidence, said Madame, and the bracelets won in this manner will be 100 times more precious to me. Well, then, goodbye until this evening. And the two princesses separated. Anne of Austria, after her daughter-in-law had left her, said to herself, as she examined the bracelets, they are indeed precious, since, by their means, this evening, I shall have won over a heart to my side, and at the same time shall have guessed a secret. Then, turning toward the deserted recess in her room, she said, addressing vacancy, is it not thus that you would have acted, my poor Chevrus? Yes, yes, I know it is. And like a perfume of days gone by, her youth, her imagination, and her happiness seemed to return to her with the echo of this invocation. Chapter 7. The Lottery. At 8 o'clock in the evening, everyone had assembled in the Queen Mother's apartments. Anne of Austria, in full dress, beautiful still from former loveliness, and from all the resources which coquetry can command at the hands of clever assistants, concealed, or rather pretended to conceal, from the crowd of young courtiers who surrounded her, and who still admired her, thanks to the combination of circumstances which we have indicated in the preceding chapter, the ravages, which were already visible, of the acute suffering to which she finally yielded a few years later. Madame, almost as great a coquette as Anne of Austria, and the queen, simple and natural as usual, were seated beside her, each contending for her good graces. The ladies of honor, united in a body, in order to resist with greater effect, and consequently with more success, the witty and lively conversations which the young men held about them, were enabled like a battalion formed in square, to offer each other the means of attack and defense which were thus at their command. Montalais, learned in that species of warfare which consists of a skirmishing character, protected the whole line by the sort of rolling fire which she directed against the enemy. Saint-Aignan, in utter despair at the rigor, which became insulting almost, from the very fact of her persisting in it, which Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente displayed, tried to turn his back upon her. But overcome by the irresistible brilliancy of her large eyes, he, every moment, returned to consecrate his defeat by new submissions, to which Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente did not fail to reply by fresh acts of impertinence. Saint Aignan did not know which way to turn. La Vallière had about her, not exactly a court, but sprinklings of courtiers. Saint Aignan, hoping by this maneuver to attract Athénais's attention toward him, had approached the young girl and saluted her with a respect which induced some to believe that he wished to balance Athénais by Louise. But these were persons who had neither been witnesses of the scene during the shower, nor had heard it spoken of. But as the majority was already informed, and well informed, too, on the matter, the acknowledged favor with which she was regarded had attracted to her side some of the most astute, as well as the least sensible, members of the court. The former because they said with Montaigne, "What can we tell?" And the latter who said with Rabelais, "It is likely." The greatest number had followed in the wake of the latter. Just as in hunting 5 or 6 of the best hounds alone follow the scent of the animal hunted, while the remainder of the pack follow only the scent of the hounds. The two queens and Madame examined with particular attention the toilets of their ladies and maids of honor, and they condescended to forget they were queens in recollecting that they were women. In other words, they pitilessly tore in pieces every person there who wore a petticoat. The looks of both princesses simultaneously fell upon La Vallière, who, as we have just said, was completely surrounded at that moment. Madame knew not what pity was, and said to the Queen Mother, as she turned toward her, if fortune were just, she would favor that poor La Vallière. That is not possible, said the Queen Mother, smiling. Why not? There are only 200 tickets, so that it was not possible to inscribe everyone's name on the list. And hers is not there, then? No. What a pity, she might have won them and then sold them. Sold them, exclaimed the Queen. Yes, it would have been a dowry for her, and she would not have been obliged to marry without her trousseau, as will probably be the case. Really, answered the Queen Mother, poor little thing, has she no dresses then? And she pronounced these words like a woman who has never been able to understand the inconveniences of a slenderly filled purse. Stay, look at her. Heaven forgive me if she is not wearing the very same petticoat this evening that she had on this morning during the promenade, and which she managed to keep clean, thanks to the care the king took of her, in sheltering her from the rain. At the very moment Madame uttered these words, the king entered the room. The two queens would not perhaps have observed his arrival, so completely were they occupied in their ill-natured remarks, had not Madame noticed that, all at once, La Vallière, who was standing up facing the gallery, exhibited certain signs of confusion, and then said a few words to the courtiers who surrounded her, who immediately dispersed. This movement induced Madame to look toward the door, and at that moment the captain of the guards announced the king. At this moment La Vallière, who had hitherto kept her eyes fixed upon the gallery, suddenly cast them down as the king entered. His Majesty was dressed magnificently, and in the most perfect taste. He was conversing with Monsieur and the Duc de Roquelaure, Monsieur on his right and the Duc de Roquelaure on his left. The king advanced in the first place toward the queens, to whom he bowed with an air full of graceful respect. He took his mother's hand and kissed it, addressed a few compliments to Madame upon the beauty of her toilet, and then began to make the round of the assembly. La Vallière was saluted in the same manner as the others, but with neither more nor less attention. His Majesty then returned to his mother and his wife. When the courtiers noticed that the king had only addressed some ordinary remark to the young girl who had been so particularly noticed in the morning, they immediately drew their own conclusion to account for this coldness of manner. This conclusion being, that although the king may have taken a sudden fancy to her, that fancy had already disappeared. One thing, however, must be remarked, that close beside La Vallière, among the number of the courtiers, M. Fouquet was to be seen, and his respectfully attentive manner served to sustain the young girl in the midst of the varied emotions which visibly agitated her. M. Fouquet was just on the point, moreover, of speaking in a more friendly manner with Mademoiselle de La Vallière, when M. de Colbert approached, and after having bowed to Fouquet with a formality which the rules of the most respectful politeness could require, he seemed to take up a post beside La Vallière, for the purpose of entering into conversation with her. Fouquet immediately quitted his place. These proceedings were eagerly devoured by the eyes of Montalais and Malicorne, who mutually exchanged their several observations on the subject. De Guiche, standing within the embrasure of one of the windows, saw no one but Madame. But as Madame, on her side, frequently glanced at La Vallière, De Guiche's eyes following Madame's, were from time to time cast upon the young girl. La Vallière instinctively felt herself sinking beneath the weight of all the different looks, inspired some by interest, others by envy. She had nothing to compensate her for her sufferings, not a kind word from her companions, nor a look of affection from the king. No one could possibly express the misery the poor girl was suffering. The Queen Mother next directed the small table to be brought forward, on which the lottery tickets were placed, 200 in number, and begged Madame de Motteville to read the list of the names. It was a matter of course that this list had been drawn out in strict accordance with the laws of etiquette. The king's name was first on the list, next the Queen Mother, then the Queen, Monsieur, Madame, and so on. All hearts throbbed anxiously as the list was read out. More than 300 persons had been invited, and each of them was anxious to learn whether his or her name was likely to be found among the number of privileged names. The king listened with as much attention as the others, and when the last name had been pronounced, he noticed that La Vallière had been omitted from the list. Everyone, of course, could remark this omission. The king flushed as if he had been much annoyed, but La Vallière, gentle and resigned, as usual, exhibited nothing of the sort. While the list was being read, the king had not taken his eyes off the young girl, who seemed to expand, as it were, beneath the happy influence she felt was shed around her, and who was delighted and too pure in spirit for any other thought than that of love to find an entrance either in her mind or her heart. Acknowledging this touching self-denial by the fixedness of his attention, the king showed La Vallière how much he appreciated its delicacy. When the list was finished, the different faces of those who had been omitted or forgotten fully expressed their disappointment. Malicorne also was forgotten among the number of men, and the grimace he made plainly said to Montalais, who was also forgotten, "Cannot we contrive to arrange matters with fortune in such a manner that she shall not forget us?" To which a smile full of intelligence from Mademoiselle Aura replied, "Certainly we can." The tickets were distributed to each person according to the number held. The king received his first, next the Queen Mother, then Monsieur, then the Queen and Madame, and so on. After this, Anne of Austria opened a small Spanish leather bag, containing 200 numbers engraved upon small balls of mother of pearl, and presented the open sack to the youngest of her maids of honor, for the purpose of taking one of the balls out of it. The eager expectation, amid all these tediously slow preparations, was rather that of avidity than of curiosity. Saint-Aignan bent toward Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente to whisper to her, "Since we have each a number, let us unite our two chances. The bracelet shall be yours if I win, and if you are successful, deign to give me but one look of your beautiful eyes." "No," said Athenais, "if you win the bracelet, keep it, everyone for himself." "You are without any pity," said Saint-Aignan, "and I will punish you by a quatrain. Beautiful Iris to my vow. You are too opposed." "Silence," said Athenais, "you will prevent me hearing the winning number." "Number 1, said the young girl, who had drawn the mother of pearl from the Spanish leather bag. "The king," exclaimed the Queen Mother. "The king has won," repeated the queen delightedly. "Oh, the king, your dream?" said Madame joyously in the ear of Anne of Austria. The king was the only one who did not exhibit any satisfaction. He merely thanked fortune for what she had done for him, in addressing a slight salutation to the young girl who had been chosen as her proxy. Then, receiving from the hands of Anne of Austria, amid the eager desire of the whole assembly, the casket enclosing the bracelets, he said, "Are these bracelets really beautiful, then?" "Look at them," said Anne of Austria, "and judge for yourself." The king looked at them and said, "Yes, indeed, an admirable medallion. What perfect finish." "What perfect finish," repeated Madame. Queen Maria Theresa easily saw, and that, too, at the very first glance, that the king would not offer the bracelets to her. But as he did not seem either the least degree in the world disposed to offer them to Madame, she felt almost satisfied, or nearly so. The king sat down. The most intimate among the courtiers approached, one by one, for the purpose of admiring more closely the beautiful piece of workmanship, which soon, with the king's permission, was handed about from person to person. Immediately, everyone, connoisseurs or not, uttered various exclamations of surprise and overwhelmed the king with congratulations. There was, in fact, something for everybody to admire, the brilliance for some, and the cutting for others. The ladies present visibly displayed their impatience to see such a treasure monopolized by the gentlemen. "Gentlemen, gentlemen," said the king, whom nothing escaped, "one would almost think that you wore bracelets as the Sabines used to do. Hand them for a little while for the inspection of the ladies, who seem to me to have, and with far greater right, some excuse for understanding such matters better than you." These words appeared to Madame the commencement of a decision she expected. She gathered, besides, this happy belief from the glances of the Queen Mother. The courtier who held them at the moment the king made this remark, amid the general agitation, hastened to place the bracelets in the hands of the Queen, Maria Theresa, who, knowing too well, poor woman, that they were not designed for her, hardly looked at them, and almost immediately passed them on to Madame. The latter, and even more minutely than herself, Monsieur, gave the bracelets a long look of anxious and almost covetous desire. She then handed the jewels to those ladies who were near her, pronouncing this single word, but with an accent which was worth a long phrase, magnificent. The ladies who had received the bracelets from Madame's hands looked at them as long as they chose to examine them, and then made them circulate by passing them on toward the right. During this time, the king was tranquilly conversing with de Guiche and Fouquet, rather letting them talk than himself listening. Accustomed to the set form of ordinary phrases, his ear, like that of all men who exercise an incontestable superiority over others, merely selected from the conversations held in various directions the indispensable word which requires reply. His attention, however, was now elsewhere, for it wandered as his eyes did. Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente was the last of the ladies inscribed for tickets, and, as if she had ranked according to her name upon the list, she only had Montalais and La Vallière after her. When the bracelets reached these two latter, no one appeared to take any further notice of them. The humble hands which for a moment touched these jewels deprived them of all their importance, a circumstance which did not, however, prevent Montalais from starting with joy, envy, and covetous desire at the sight of the beautiful stones, still more than at their magnificent workmanship. It is evident that if she were compelled to decide between the pecuniary value and the artistic beauty, Montalais would unhesitatingly have preferred diamonds to cameos, and her disinclination, therefore, to pass them to her companion, La Vallière, was very great. La Vallière fixed a look almost of indifference upon the jewels. "Oh, how beautiful, how magnificent these bracelets are!" exclaimed Montalais. "And yet you do not go into ecstasies about them, Louise? You are no true woman, I am sure." "Yes, I am indeed," replied the young girl, with an accent of the most charming melancholy. "But why desire that which cannot be ours?" The king, his head bent forward, listened to what the young girl was saying. Hardly had the vibration of her voice reached his ear than he rose radiant with delight, and passing across the whole assembly, from the place where he stood to La Vallière, "You are mistaken, mademoiselle," he said. "You are a woman, and every woman has a right to wear jewels which are a woman's property." "Oh, sire," said La Vallière, "your majesty will not absolutely believe my modesty. I believe you possess every virtue, mademoiselle, frankness as well as every other. I entreat you, therefore, to say frankly what you think of these bracelets." "That they are beautiful, sire, and cannot be offered to any other than a queen." "I am delighted that such is your opinion, mademoiselle. The bracelets are yours, and the king begs your acceptance of them." And as, with a movement almost resembling terror, La Vallière eagerly held out the casket to the king gently pushed back La Vallière's trembling hand. A silence of astonishment, more profound than that of death, reigned in the assembly. And yet, from the side where the queens were, no one had heard what he had said, nor understood what he had done. A charitable friend, however, took upon herself to spread the news. It was Tonnay-Charente, to whom Madame had made a sign to approach. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Tonnay-Charente, "how happy that La Vallière is! The king has just given her the bracelets." Madame bit her lips to such a degree that the blood appeared upon the surface of the skin. The young queen looked first at La Vallière, and then at Madame, and began to laugh. Anne of Austria rested her chin upon her beautiful white hand, and remained for a long time absorbed by a suspicion which disturbed her mind, and by a terrible pang which stung her heart. De Guiche, observing Madame turn pale, and guessing the cause of her change of color, abruptly quitted the assembly and disappeared. Malicorne was then able to approach Montalais very quietly, and under cover of the general din of conversation said to her, "Aura, you have our fortune and our future close beside you." "Yes," was her reply, as she tenderly embraced La Vallière, whom, inwardly, she was tempted to strangle. Chapter 8. Malaga. During the continuance of the long and violent debates between the opposite ambitions of the court and those of the heart, one of our characters, the least deserving of neglect, perhaps, was, however, very much neglected, very much forgotten, and exceedingly unhappy. In fact, 500 Artagnan, we say, for we must call him by his name to remind our readers of his existence. 500 Artagnan, we repeat, had absolutely nothing whatever to do amid this brilliant, light-hearted world of fashion. After having followed the king during 2 whole days at Fontainebleau, and having critically observed all the pastoral fancies and heroic transformations of his sovereign, the musketeer felt that he needed something more than this to satisfy the cravings of his existence. At every moment assailed by people asking him, "How do you think this costume suits me, Monsieur d'Artagnan?" he would reply to them in quiet, sarcastic tones, "Why, I think you are quite as well dressed as the best-dressed monkey to be found in the fair at St. Laurent." It was just such a compliment as 500 Artagnan would choose to pay, where he did not feel disposed to pay any other, and, whether agreeable or not, the inquirer was obliged to be satisfied with it. Whenever anyone asked him, "How do you intend to dress yourself this evening?" he replied, "I shall undress myself," at which all the ladies laughed. But after a couple of days passed in this manner, the musketeer, perceiving that nothing serious was likely to arise which would concern him, and that the king had completely, or at least appeared to have completely, forgotten Paris, Saint Monde, and Belle Isle, that M. Colbert's mind was occupied with illuminations and fireworks, that for the next month at least, the ladies had plenty of glances to bestow, and also to receive in exchange, 500 Artagnan asked the king for leave of absence for a matter of private business. At the moment 500 Artagnan made his request, his Majesty was on the point of going to bed, quite exhausted from dancing. "You wish to leave me, Monsieur d'Artagnan?" inquired the king with an air of astonishment, for Louis Roman XIV could never understand that anyone who had the distinguished honor of being near him could wish to leave him. "Sire," said 500 Artagnan, "I leave you simply because I am not of the slightest service to you in anything. Ah, if I could only hold the balancing pole while you were dancing, it would be a very different affair." "But, my dear Monsieur d'Artagnan," said the king gravely, "people dance without a balancing pole." "Ah, indeed," said the musketeer, continuing his imperceptible tone of irony, "I had no idea at all of that." "You have not seen me dance, then?" inquired the king. "Yes, but I always thought it would make you firmer. I was mistaken, a greater reason, therefore, that I should leave for a time. Sire, I repeat, you have no present occasion for my services. Besides, if your Majesty should have any need of me, you would know where to find me." "Very well," said the king, and he granted him his leave of absence. We shall not look for 500 Artagnan, therefore, at Fontainebleau, for this would be quite useless. But with the permission of our readers, we shall follow him to the Rue des Lombards, where he was located at the sign of the Pylon d'Or, in the house of our old friend Planchet. It was about 8 o'clock in the evening, and the weather was exceedingly warm. There was only one window open, and that one belonging to a room on the entresol. A perfume of spices, mingled with another perfume less exotic, but more penetrating, namely, that which arose from the street, ascended to salute the nostrils of the musketeer. 500 Artagnan, reclining upon an immense straight-backed chair, with his legs not stretched out but simply placed upon a stool, formed an angle of the most obtuse form that could possibly be seen. Both his arms were crossed over his head reclining upon his left shoulder, like Alexander the Great. His eyes, usually so quick and intelligent in their expression, were now half closed, and seemed fastened, as it were, upon a small corner of blue sky, which was visible behind the opening of the chimneys. There was just enough blue, and no more, to put a piece into one of the sacks of lentils or haricots, which formed the principal furniture of the shop on the ground floor. Thus extended at his ease, and thus sheltered in his place of observation behind the window, 500 Artagnan seemed as if he had ceased to be a soldier, as if he were no longer an officer belonging to the palace, but was, on the contrary, a quiet, easy-going citizen in a state of stagnation between his dinner and supper, or between his supper and his bed. One of those strong, ossified brains which have no more room for a single idea. So fiercely does animal matter keep watch at the doors of intelligence, narrowly inspecting the contraband trade which might result from the introduction into the brain of a symptom of thought. We have already said night was closing in, the shops were being lighted, while the windows of the upper apartments were being closed, and the irregular steps of a patrol of soldiers forming the night watch could be heard in the distance. 500 Artagnan continued, however, to think of nothing, and to look at nothing, except the blue corner of the sky. A few paces from him, completely in the shade, lying on his stomach upon a sack of Indian corn, was Planchet with both his arms under his chin, and his eyes fixed on 500 Artagnan, who was either thinking, dreaming, or sleeping with his eyes open. Planchet had been watching him for a tolerably long time, and by way of interruption, he began by exclaiming, "Hum, hum," but 500 Artagnan did not stir. Planchet then saw that it was necessary to have recourse to a more effectual means still. After a prolonged reflection on the subject, the most ingenious means which suggested itself to him, under present circumstances, was to let himself roll off the sack onto the floor, murmuring at the same time, against himself, the word stupid. But notwithstanding the noise produced by Planchet's fall, 500 Artagnan, who had in the course of his existence heard many other, and very different noises, did not appear to pay the least attention to the present one. Besides, an enormous cart, laden with stones passing from La Rue Sainte-Médard, absorbed in the noise of its wheels, the noise of Planchet's fall. And yet Planchet fancied that, in token of tacit approval, he saw him imperceptibly smile at the word stupid. This emboldened him to say, "Are you asleep, Monsieur d'Artagnan?" "No, Planchet, I am not even asleep," replied the musketeer. "I am in despair," said Planchet, "to hear such a word as even." "Well, and why not? Is it not a good French word, Monsieur Planchet?" "Of course, Monsieur d'Artagnan." "Well, well then, the word distresses me beyond measure." "Tell me why you are distressed, Planchet," said 500 Artagnan. "If you say that you are not even asleep, it is as much as to say that you have not even the consolation of being able to sleep. Or, better still, it is precisely the same as telling me that you are getting bored to death." "Planchet, you know I am never bored. Except today and the day before yesterday." "Bah! Monsieur d'Artagnan, it is a week since you returned here from Fontainebleau. In other words, you have no longer your orders to issue, or your men to review and maneuver. You need the sound of guns, drums, and all that din and confusion. I, who have myself carried a musket, can easily believe that." "Planchet," replied 500 Artagnan, "I assure you I am not bored the least in the world." "In that case, what are you doing, lying there as if you were dead?" "My dear Planchet, there was, once upon a time, at the siege of Rochelle, when I was there, when you were there, when we both were there, a certain Arab who was celebrated for the manner in which he adjusted culverins. He was a clever fellow, although very singular with regard to his complexion, which was the same color as your olives. Well, this Arab, whenever he had done eating or working, used to sit down to rest himself, as I am resting myself now, and smoked I cannot tell you what sort of magical leaves, in a large amber-mouthed tube. And if any officer, happening to pass, reproached him for being always asleep, he used quietly to reply, 'Better to sit down than to stand up, to lie down than to sit down, to be dead than to lie down.' He was a very melancholy Arab, and I remember him perfectly well from his color and his style of conversation. He used to cut off the heads of the Protestants with extreme satisfaction." "Precisely, and then used to embalm them when they were worth the trouble." "Yes, and when he was engaged in his embalming occupations, with his herbs and other plants about him, he looked like a basket maker making baskets." "You are quite right, Planchet, he did so." "Oh, I can remember things very well at times." "I have no doubt of it, but what do you think of his mode of reasoning?" "I think it very good in one sense and stupid in another." "Propound your meaning, M. Planchet." "Well, monsieur, in point of fact then, better to sit down than to stand up is plain enough, especially when one may be fatigued under certain circumstances." And Planchet smiled in a roguish way. "As for better to be lying down than sitting down, let that pass. But as for the last proposition, that it is better to be dead than alive, it is, in my opinion, very absurd, my own undoubted preference being for my bed. And if you are not of my opinion, it is simply, as I have already had the honor of telling you, because you are boring yourself to death." "Planchet, do you know M. La Fontaine, the chemist at the corner of the Rue Sainte-Médard?" "No, the writer of fables." "So, Maître Corbeau." "Exactly so. Well then, I am like his hair." "He has got a hair also then." "He has all sorts of animals." "Well, what does his hair do then?" "His hair thinks." So, "Planchet, I am like M. La Fontaine's hair, I am thinking." "You're thinking, you say?" said Planchet uneasily. "Yes, your house is dull enough to drive people to think. You will admit that, I hope." "And yet, monsieur, you have a lookout upon the street." "Yes, and wonderfully interesting that is, of course. But it is no less true, monsieur, that, if you were living at the back of the house, you would bore yourself. I mean, you would think more than ever." Upon my word, Planchet, I hardly know that. Still, said the grocer, if your reflections were at all like those which led you to restore King Charles Roman II. And Planchet finished by a little laugh which was not without its meaning. Ah, Planchet, my friend, returned 500 Artagnan, you are getting ambitious. Is there no other king to be restored, M. d'Artagnan, no other monk to be put into a box? No, my dear Planchet, all the kings are seated on their various thrones, less comfortably so, perhaps, than I am upon this chair, but at all events there they are. And 500 Artagnan sighed very deeply. Monsieur d'Artagnan, said Planchet, you are making me very uneasy. You're very good, Planchet. I begin to suspect something. What is it? Monsieur d'Artagnan, you are getting thin. Oh, said 500 Artagnan, striking his chest, which sounded like an empty cuirass, it is impossible, Planchet. Ah, said Planchet, slightly overcome, if you were to get thin in my house. Well, I should do something rash. What would you do, tell me? I should look out for the man who was the cause of all your anxieties. Ah, according to your account, I am anxious now. Yes, you are anxious, and you are getting thin, visibly getting thin. Malaga, if you go on getting thin in this way, I will take my sword in my hand and go straight to M. de Herblay and have it out with him. What? Said M. d'Artagnan, starting in his chair. What's that you say, and what has M. de Herblay's name to do with your groceries? Just as you please. Get angry if you like, or call me names if you prefer it, but the deuce is in it, I know what I know. 500 Artagnan had, during this second outburst of Planchet, so placed himself as not to lose a single look of his face. That is, he sat with both his hands resting on his knees and his head stretched out toward the grocer. Come, explain yourself, he said, and tell me how you could possibly utter such a blasphemy. M. de Herblay, your old master, my friend, an ecclesiastic, a musketeer turned bishop. Do you mean to say you would raise your sword against him, Planchet? I could raise my sword against my own father, when I see you in such a state as you are now. M. de Herblay, a gentleman. It's all the same to me whether he's a gentleman or not. He gives you the blue devils, that is all I know. And the blue devils make people get thin. Malaga, I have no notion of M. d'Artagnan leaving my house thinner than he entered it. How does he give me the blue devils, as you call it? Come, explain, explain. You have had the nightmare during the last 3 nights. I. Yes, you, and in your nightmare you called out, several times, Aramis, sly Aramis. Ah, I said that, did I? Murmured 500 Artagnan uneasily. Yes, those very words, upon my honor. Well, what else? You know the saying, Planchet, dreams go by contraries. Not so, for every time during the last 3 days when you went out, you have not once failed to ask me, on your return, have you seen M. de Herblay? Or else, have you received any letters for me from M. de Herblay? Well, it is very natural I should take an interest in my old friend, said 500 Artagnan. Of course, but not to such an extent as to get thin from it. Planchet, I'll get fatter. I give you my word of honor I will. Very well, monsieur, I accept it, for I know that when you give your word of honor it is sacred. I will not dream of Aramis any longer, and I will never ask you, again, if there are any letters from M. de Herblay, but on condition that you explain one thing to me. Tell me what it is, monsieur. I am a great observer, and just now, you made use of a very singular oath which is unusual for you. You mean Malaga, I suppose? Precisely. It is the oath I have used ever since I have been a grocer. Very proper, too. It is the name of a dried grape, or raisin, I believe. It is my most ferocious oath. When I have once said Malaga, I am a man no longer. Still, I never knew you used that oath before. Very likely not, monsieur. I had a present made me of it, said Planchet, and as he pronounced these words, he winked his eye with a cunning expression, which thoroughly awakened 500 Artagnan's attention. Come, come, M. Planchet. Why, I am not like you, monsieur, said Planchet. I don't pass my life in thinking. You are wrong, then. I mean, in boring myself to death. We have but a very short time to live, why not make the best of it? You are an Epicurean philosopher, I begin to think, Planchet. Why not? My hand is still as steady as ever. I can write and can weigh out my sugar and spices. My foot is firm. I can dance and walk about. My stomach has its teeth still, for I eat and digest well. My heart is not quite hardened. Well, monsieur? Well, what, Planchet? Why, you see, said the grocer, rubbing his hands together. 500 Artagnan crossed one leg over the other and said, Planchet, my friend, I am astounded by surprise, for you are revealing yourself to me under a perfectly new light. Planchet, flattered in the highest degree by this remark, continued to rub his hands very hard together. Ah, he said, because I happen to be only stupid, you think me perhaps a positive fool. Very good, Planchet, very well reasoned. Follow my idea, monsieur, if you please. I said to myself, continued Planchet, that, without enjoyment, there is no happiness on this earth. Quite true, what you say, Planchet, interrupted 500 Artagnan. At all events, if we cannot obtain pleasure, for pleasure is not so common a thing after all, let us, at least, get consolations of some kind or other. And so you console yourself. Exactly so. Tell me how you console yourself. I put on a buckler for the purpose of confronting ennui. I place my time at the direction of patience, and on the very eve of feeling I am going to get bored, I amuse myself. And you don't find any difficulty in that? None. And you found it out quite by yourself? Quite so. It is miraculous. What do you say? I say that your philosophy is not to be matched in the whole world. You think so? Follow my example then. It is a very tempting one. Do as I do. I could not wish for anything better, but all minds are not of the same stamp, and it might possibly happen that if I were required to amuse myself in the manner you do, I should bore myself horribly. Bah, at least try it first. Well, tell me what you do. Have you observed that I leave home occasionally? Yes. In any particular way? Periodically. That's the very thing, you have noticed it then. My dear Planchet, you must understand that when people see each other every day, and one of the two absents himself, the other misses him. Do not you feel the want of my society when I am in the country? Prodigiously, that is to say, I feel like a body without a soul. That being understood, then, let us go on. What are the periods when I absent myself? On the 15th and 30th of every month. And I remain away. Sometimes 2, sometimes 3, and sometimes 4 days at a time. Have you ever given it a thought what I have been absent for? To look after your debts, I suppose. And when I returned, how did you think I looked as far as my face was concerned? Exceedingly satisfied. You admit, you say, that I always look very satisfied. And what have you attributed my satisfaction to? That your business was going on very well. That your purchases of rice, prunes, raw sugar, dried apples and pears, and treacle were advantageous. You were always very picturesque in your notions and ideas, Planchet, and I was not in the slightest degree surprised to find you had selected grocery as an occupation, which is of all trades the most varied, and the very pleasantest as far as character is concerned, inasmuch as one handles so many natural and perfumed productions. Perfectly true, monsieur, but you are very greatly mistaken. In what way? In thinking that I leave here every fortnight to collect my money, or to make purchases. Oh, how could you possibly have thought such a thing? Oh, and Planchet began to laugh in a manner that inspired 500 Artagnan with very serious misgivings as to his sanity. I confess, said the musketeer, that I do not precisely catch your meaning. Very true, monsieur. What do you mean by very true? It must be true, since you say it, but pray, be assured that it in no way lessens my opinion of you. Ah, that is very fortunate. No, you are a man of genius, and whenever the question happens to be of war, tactics, surprises, or good honest blows to be dealt, why, kings are all nonsense compared to you. But for the consolations of the mind, the proper care of the body, the agreeable things of life, if one may say so, ah, monsieur, don't talk to me about men of genius. They are nothing short of executioners. Good, said 500 Artagnan, quite fidgety with curiosity. Upon my word, you interest me in the highest degree. You feel already less bored than you did just now, do you not? I was not bored, yet since you have been talking to me, I feel more amused. Very good then, that is not a bad beginning. I will cure you, rely upon that. There is nothing I should like better. Will you let me try then? Immediately, if you like. Very well, have you any horses here? Yes, 10, 20, 30. Oh, there is no occasion for so many as that. 2 will be quite sufficient. They are quite at your disposal, Planchet. Very good, then I shall carry you off with me. When? Tomorrow. Where? You are asking me too much. You will admit, however, that it is important I should know where I am going. Do you like the country? Only moderately, Planchet. In that case, you like town better. That is as it may be. Very well, I am going to take you to a place half town, half country. Good. To a place where I am sure you will amuse yourself. Is it possible? Yes, and more wonderful still, to a place from which you have just returned, for the purpose only, it would seem, of getting bored here. It is to Fontainebleau you are going, then? Exactly, to Fontainebleau. And, in heaven's name, what are you going to do at Fontainebleau? Planchet answered 500 Artagnan by a wink full of sly humor. You have some property there, you rascal. Oh, a very paltry affair, a little bit of a house, nothing more. I understand you. But it is tolerable enough after all. I am going to Planchet's country seat, exclaimed 500 Artagnan. Whenever you like. Did we not fix tomorrow? Let us say tomorrow, if you like. And then, besides, tomorrow is the 14th, that is to say, the day before the one when I am afraid of getting bored, so we will look upon it as an understood thing. Agreed, by all means. You will lend me one of your horses. The best I have. No, I prefer the gentlest of all. I never was a very good rider, as you know, and in my grocery business I have got more awkward than ever. Besides what? Why, added Planchet, I do not wish to fatigue myself. Why so? 500 Artagnan ventured to ask. Because I should lose half the pleasure I expect to enjoy, replied Planchet. And thereupon he rose from his sack of Indian corn, stretching himself, and making all his bones crack, one after the other with a sort of harmony. Planchet, Planchet, exclaimed 500 Artagnan, I do declare that there is no sybarite upon the whole face of the globe who can for a moment be compared to you. Oh, Planchet, it is very clear that we have never yet eaten a ton of salt together. Why so, monsieur? Because even now I can scarcely say I know you, said 500 Artagnan, and because, in point of fact, I return to the opinion which, for a moment, I had formed of you on that day at Boulogne, when you strangled, or did so as nearly as possible, M. de Ward's valet, Lubin. In plain language, Planchet, that you are a man of great resources. Planchet began to laugh with a laugh full of self-conceit, bade the musketeer good night, and went downstairs to his back shop, which he used as a bedroom. 500 Artagnan resumed his original position upon his chair, and his brow, which had been unruffled for a moment, became more pensive than ever. He had already forgotten the whims and dreams of Planchet. Yes, said he, taking up again the thread of his thoughts, which had been broken by the agreeable conversation in which we have just permitted our readers to participate. Yes, those 3 points include everything. First, to ascertain what Baisemeaux wanted with Aramis. Secondly, to learn why Aramis does not let me hear from him. And thirdly, to ascertain where Porthos is. The whole mystery lies in these 3 points. Since, therefore, continued 500 Artagnan, our friends tell us nothing, we must have recourse to our own poor intelligence. I must do what I can, mordu, or rather malaga, as Planchet would say. Chapter 9. A letter from M. de Baisemeaux. 500 Artagnan, faithful to his plan, went the next morning to pay a visit to M. de Baisemeaux. It was the cleaning up or tidying day at the Bastille. The cannons were furbished up, the staircases scraped and cleaned, and the jailers seemed to be carefully engaged in polishing even the keys themselves. As for the soldiers belonging to the garrison, they were walking about in the different courtyards. under the pretense that they were clean enough. The governor, Baisemeaux, received 500 Artagnan with more than ordinary politeness, but he behaved toward him with so marked a reserve of manner that all 500 Artagnan's tact and cleverness could not get a syllable out of him. The more he kept himself within bounds, the more 500 Artagnan's suspicion increased. The latter even fancied he remarked that the governor was acting under the influence of a recent recommendation. Baisemeaux had not been at the Palais Royal with 500 Artagnan, the same cold and impenetrable man which the latter now found in the Baisemeaux of the Bastille. When 500 Artagnan wished to make him talk about the urgent money matters which had brought Baisemeaux in search of 500 Artagnan, and had rendered him expansive, notwithstanding what had passed on that evening, Baisemeaux pretended that he had some orders to give in the prison, and left 500 Artagnans so long alone, waiting for him, that our musketeer, feeling sure that he should not get another syllable out of him, left the Bastille without waiting until Baisemeaux returned from his inspection. But 500 Artagnan's suspicions were aroused, and when once that was the case, 500 Artagnan could not sleep or remain quiet for a moment. He was among men what the cat is among quadrupeds, the emblem of restlessness and impatience at the same moment. A restless cat no more remains in the same place than a silk thread does which is wafted idly to and fro with every breath of air. A cat on the watch is as motionless as death stationed at its place of observation, and neither hunger nor thirst can possibly draw it away from its meditation. 500 Artagnan, who was burning with impatience, suddenly threw aside the feeling, like a cloak which he felt too heavy on his shoulders, and said to himself that that which they were concealing from him was the very thing it was important he should know. And consequently, he reasoned that Baisemeaux would not fail to put Aramis on his guard, if Aramis had given him any particular recommendation, and which was, in fact, the very thing that did happen. Baisemeaux had hardly had time to return from the donjon. Then 500 Artagnan placed himself in ambuscade close to the Rue du Petit Meuse, so as to see everyone who might leave the gates of the Bastille. After he had spent an hour on the lookout from the golden portcullis, under the penthouse of which he could keep himself a little in the shade, 500 Artagnan observed a soldier leave the Bastille. This was, indeed, the surest indication he could possibly have wished for, as every jailer or warder has certain days, and even certain hours, for leaving the Bastille, since all are alike prohibited from having either wives or lodgings in the castle, and can accordingly leave, without exciting any curiosity. But a soldier once in barracks is kept there for 24 hours when on duty, and no one knew this better than 500 Artagnan. The soldier in question, therefore, was not likely to leave in his regimentals, except on an express and urgent order. The soldier, we were saying, left the Bastille at a slow and lounging pace, like a happy mortal, in fact, who, instead of keeping sentry before a wearisome guardhouse, or upon a bastion no less wearisome, has the good luck to get a little liberty in addition to a walk, the two pleasures being reckoned as part of his time on duty. He bent his steps toward the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, enjoying the fresh air and the warmth of the sun, and looking at all the pretty faces he passed. 500 Artagnan followed him at a distance. He had not yet arranged his ideas as to what was to be done. I must, first of all, he thought, see the fellow's face. A man seen is a man judged of. 500 Artagnan increased his pace, and, which was not very difficult by the by, soon got in advance of the soldier. Not only did he observe that his face showed a tolerable amount of intelligence and resolution, but he noticed also that his nose was a little red. He has a weakness for brandy, I see, said 500 Artagnan to himself. At the same moment that he remarked his red nose, he saw that the soldier had a white paper in his belt. Good, he has a letter, added 500 Artagnan. The only difficulty was to get hold of the letter. But a soldier would, of course, be too delighted at having been selected by M. de Baisemeaux for a special messenger, and would not be likely to sell his message. As 500 Artagnan was biting his nails, the soldier continued to advance more and more into the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. He is certainly going to Saint-Mandé, he said to himself, and I shall not be able to learn what the letter contains. It was enough to drive him wild. If I were in uniform, said 500 Artagnan to himself, I would have this fellow seized and his letter with him. I could easily get assistance at the very first guardhouse, but the devil take me if I mention my name in an affair of this kind. If I were to treat him to something to drink, his suspicions would be roused, and, besides, he would make me drunk. Mordieu, my wits seem to have left me, said 500 Artagnan. It is all over with me. Yet supposing I were to attack this poor devil, make him draw his sword, and kill him for the sake of his letter. No harm in that if it were a question of a letter from a queen to a nobleman, or a letter from a cardinal to a queen, But what miserable intrigues are those of Messieurs Aramis and Fouquet with M. Colbert? A man's life for that. No, no, indeed, not even 10 crowns. As he philosophized in this manner, biting, first his nails, and then his mustaches, he perceived a group of archery and a commissary of police engaged in forcibly carrying away a man of very gentlemanly exterior, who was struggling with all his might against them. The archers had torn his clothes and were dragging him roughly away. He begged they would lead him along more respectfully, asserting that he was a gentleman and a soldier. And observing our soldier walking in the street, he called out, "Help, comrade." The soldier walked on with the same step toward the man who had called out to him, followed by the crowd. An idea suddenly occurred to 500 Artagnan. It was his first one, and we shall find it was not a bad one either. During the time the gentleman was relating to the soldier that he had just been seized in a house as a thief, when the truth was he was only there as a lover. And while the soldier was pitying him, and offering him consolation and advice with that gravity which a French soldier has always ready whenever his vanity or his esprit de corps is concerned, 500 Artagnan glided behind the soldier, who was closely hemmed in by the crowd, and with a rapid gesture drew the paper out of his belt. As at this moment the gentleman with the torn clothes was pulling about the soldier to show how the commissary of police had pulled him about, 500 Artagnan effected his capture of the letter without the slightest inconvenience. He stationed himself about 10 paces distant, behind the pillar of an adjoining house, and read on the address, "To Monsieur de Valon, at Monsieur Fouquet's, Saint-Mandé." "Good," he said, and then he unsealed without tearing the letter, drew out the paper, which was folded in four from the inside, and which contained only these words: "Dear Monsieur de Valon, will you be good enough to tell Monsieur de Herblay that he has been to the Bastille and has been making inquiries? Your devoted de Baisemeaux." "Very good, all right," exclaimed 500 Artagnan. "It is clear enough now, Porthos is engaged in it." Being now satisfied of what he wished to know, "Mordieu," thought the musketeer, "what is to be done with that poor devil of a soldier? That hot-headed, cunning fellow, de Baisemeaux, will make him pay dearly for my trick. If he returns without the letter, what will they do to him? Besides, I don't want the letter. When the egg has been sucked, what is the good of the shell?" 500 Artagnan perceived that the commissary and the archers had succeeded in convincing the soldier, and went on their way with the prisoner, the latter being still surrounded by the crowd, and continuing his complaints. 500 Artagnan advanced into the very middle of the crowd, let the letter fall, without anyone having observed him, and then retreated rapidly. The soldier resumed his route toward Saint-Mandé, his mind occupied with the gentleman who had implored his protection. Suddenly he thought of his letter, and, looking at his belt, saw that it was no longer there. 500 Artagnan derived no little satisfaction from his sudden terrified cry. The poor soldier in the greatest anguish of mind looked round him on every side, and at last, about 20 paces behind him, he perceived the blessed envelope. He pounced on it like a falcon on its prey. The envelope was certainly a little dusty, and rather crumpled, but at all events the letter itself was found again. 500 Artagnan observed that the broken seal attracted the soldier's attention a good deal, but he finished apparently by consoling himself, and returned the letter to his belt. "Go on," said 500 Artagnan. "I have plenty of time before me, so you may precede me. It appears that Aramis is not at Paris, since Baisemeaux writes to Porthos. Dear Porthos, how delighted I shall be to see him again, and to have some conversation with him," said the Gascon, and regulating his pace according to that of the soldier, he promised himself to arrive a quarter of an hour after him at M. Fouquet's. Chapter 10, in which the reader will be delighted to find that Porthos has lost nothing of his strength. 500 Artagnan had, according to his usual style, calculated that every hour is worth 60 minutes, and every minute worth 60 seconds. Thanks to this perfectly exact calculation of minutes and seconds, he reached the surintendant's door at the very moment the soldier was leaving it with his belt empty. 500 Artagnan presented himself at the door, which a porter with a profusely embroidered livery held half opened for him. 500 Artagnan would very much have liked to enter without giving his name, but this was impossible, and so he gave it. Notwithstanding this concession, which ought to have removed every difficulty in the way, at least 500 Artagnan thought so, the concierge hesitated. However, at the second repetition of the title, Captain of the King's Guards, the concierge, without quite leaving the passage clear for him, ceased to bar it completely. 500 Artagnan understood that orders of the most positive character had been given. He decided, therefore, to tell a falsehood. A circumstance, moreover, which did not very seriously affect his peace of mind, when he saw that, beyond the falsehood, the safety of the state itself, or even purely and simply his own individual personal interest, might be at stake. He moreover added, to the declarations which he had already made, that the soldier sent to M. de Valon was his own messenger, and that the only object that letter had in view was to announce his intended arrival. From that moment, no one opposed 500 Artagnan's entrance any further, and he entered accordingly. A valet wished to accompany him, but he answered that it was useless to take that trouble on his account, inasmuch as he knew perfectly well where M. de Valon was. There was nothing, of course, to say to a man so thoroughly and completely informed on all points, and 500 Artagnan was permitted therefore to do as he liked. The terraces, the magnificent apartments, the gardens, were all reviewed and narrowly inspected by the musketeer. He walked for a quarter of an hour in this more than royal residence, which included as many wonders as articles of furniture, and as many servants as there were columns and doors. Decidedly, he said to himself, this mansion has no other limits than the limits of the earth. Is it probable Porthos has taken it into his head to go back to Pierrefonds without even leaving M. Fouquet's house? He finally reached a remote part of the chateau enclosed by a stone wall, which was covered with a profusion of thick plants, luxuriant in blossoms as large and solid as fruit. At equal distances on the top of this wall were placed various statues in timid or mysterious attitudes. These were vestals hidden beneath the long Greek peplum, with its thick, heavy folds, agile watchers covered with their marble veils and guarding the palace with their furtive glances. A statue of Hermes with his finger on his lips, one of Iris with extended wings, another of Night sprinkled all over with poppies, dominated in the gardens and the outbuildings, which could be seen through the trees. All these statues threw in white relief their profiles upon the dark ground of the tall cypresses, which darted their black summits toward the sky. Around these cypresses were entwined climbing roses, whose flowering rings were fastened to every fork of every branch, and spread over the lower branches, and upon the various statues showers of flowers of the richest fragrance. These enchantments seemed to the musketeer the result of the greatest efforts of the human mind. He felt in a dreamy, almost poetical frame of mind. The idea that Porthos was living in so perfect an Eden gave him a higher idea of Porthos, showing how true it is that even the very highest orders of minds are not quite exempt from the influence of surrounding circumstances. 500 Artagnan found the door, and at the door a kind of spring which he detected. Having touched it, the door flew open. 500 Artagnan entered, closed the door behind him, and advanced into a pavilion built in a circular form, in which no other sound could be heard but cascades and the songs of birds. At the door of the pavilion he met a lackey. "It is here, I believe," said 500 Artagnan without hesitation, "that M. le Baron de Valon is staying." "Yes, monsieur," answered the lackey. "Have the goodness to tell him that M. le Chevalier d'Artagnan, captain of the king's musketeers, is waiting to see him." 500 Artagnan was introduced into the salon, and had not long to remain in expectation. A well-remembered step shook the floor of the adjoining room. A door opened, or rather flew open, and Porthos appeared, and threw himself into his friend's arms with a sort of embarrassment which did not ill become him. "You here?" he exclaimed. "And you?" replied 500 Artagnan. "Ah, you sly fellow." "Yes," said Porthos, with a somewhat embarrassed smile. "Yes, you see I am staying in M. Fouquet's house, at which you are not a little surprised, I suppose." "Not at all. Why should you not be one of M. Fouquet's friends? M. Fouquet has a very large number, particularly among clever men." Porthos had the modesty not to take the compliment to himself. "Besides," he added, "you saw me at Belle Isle." "A greater reason for my believing you to be one of M. Fouquet's friends." "The fact is, I am acquainted with him," said Porthos, with a certain embarrassment of manner. "Ah, friend Porthos," said 500 Artagnan, "how treacherously you have behaved toward me." "In what way?" exclaimed Porthos. "What, you complete so admirable a work as the fortifications of Belle Isle, and you did not tell me of it." Porthos colored. "Nay, more than that," continued 500 Artagnan. "You saw me out yonder, you know I am in the king's service, and yet you could not guess that the king, jealously desirous of learning the name of the man whose abilities have wrought a work of which he has heard the most wonderful accounts. You could not guess, I say, that the king sent me to learn who this man was." "What, the king sent you to learn?" "Of course, but don't let us speak of that any more." "Not speak of it," said Porthos. "On the contrary, we will speak of it, and so the king knew that we were fortifying Belle Isle." "Of course, does not the king know everything?" But he did not know who was fortifying it. No, he only suspected, from what he had been told of the nature of the works, that it was some celebrated soldier or another. "The devil," said Porthos, "if I had only known that. You would not have run away from Vannes as you did, perhaps." "No, what did you say when you couldn't find me?" "My dear fellow," I reflected. "Ah, indeed, you reflect, do you? Well, and what has that reflection led to?" "It led me to guess the whole truth." "Come then, tell me, what did you guess after all?" said Porthos, settling himself into an armchair and assuming the airs of a sphinx. "I guessed, in the first place, that you were fortifying Belle Isle. There was no great difficulty in that, for you saw me at work. Wait a minute, I also guessed something else, that you were fortifying Belle Isle by M. Fouquet's orders." "That's true. But not all. Whenever I feel myself in train for guessing, I do not stop on my road. And so I guessed that M. Fouquet wished to preserve the most absolute secrecy respecting these fortifications." "I believe that was his intention, in fact," said Porthos. "Yes, but do you know why he wished to keep it secret?" "Because it should not be known, perhaps," said Porthos. "That was his principal reason, but his wish was subservient to an affair of generosity." "In fact," said Porthos, "I have heard it said that M. Fouquet was a very generous man." "To an affair of generosity, which he wished to exhibit toward the king." Oh, you seem surprised at it." "Yes." "And you did not know that?" "No." "Well, I know it then." "You're a wizard." "Not in the slightest degree." "How do you know it then?" "By a very simple means. I heard M. Fouquet himself say so to the king." "Say what to the king?" "That he had fortified Belle Isle on his Majesty's account, and that he made him a present of Belle Isle." "And you heard M. Fouquet say that to the king?" "In those very words, he even added, 'Belle Isle has been fortified by an engineer, one of my friends, a man of a great deal of merit, whom I shall ask your Majesty's permission to present to you.'" "What is his name?" said the king. "The Baron de Valon," M. Fouquet replied. "Very well," returned his Majesty, "you will present him to me." The king said that, "Upon the word of a 500 artagnan." "Oh, oh," said Porthos, "why have I not been presented then?" "Have they not spoken to you about this presentation?" "Yes, certainly, but I am always kept waiting for it." "Be easy, it will be sure to come." "Humph, humph," grumbled Porthos, which 500 artagnan pretended not to hear, and changing the conversation, he said, "You seem to be living in a very solitary place here, my dear fellow." "I always preferred retirement. I am of a melancholy disposition," replied Porthos with a sigh. "Really, that is odd," said 500 artagnan. "I never remarked that before." "It is only since I have taken to reading," said Porthos with a thoughtful air. "But the labors of the mind have not affected the health of the body, I trust." "Not in the slightest degree." "Your strength is as great as ever." "Too great, my friend, too great." "Ah, I had heard that for a short time after your arrival. That I could hardly move a limb, I suppose." "How was it?" said 500 artagnan, smiling, "and why was it you could not move?" Porthos, perceiving that he had made a mistake, wished to correct it. "Yes, I came from Belle Isle here upon very hard horses," he said, "and that fatigued me." "I am no longer astonished, then, since I, who followed you, found 7 or 8 lying dead on the road." "I am very heavy, you know," said Porthos. "So that you were bruised all over." "My fat melted, and that made me very ill." "Poor Porthos, but how did Aramis act toward you under those circumstances?" "Very well indeed. He had me attended to by M. Fouquet's own doctor. But just imagine, at the end of a week I could not breathe any longer." "What do you mean?" "The room was too small, I absorbed too much air." "Indeed." "I was told so, at least, and so I was removed into another apartment." "Where you were able to breathe that time, I hope." "Yes, more freely, but no exercise, nothing to do. The doctor pretended that I was not to stir. I, on the contrary, felt that I was stronger than ever. That was the cause of a very serious accident. What accident? Fancy, my dear fellow, that I revolted against the directions of that ass of a doctor, and I resolved to go out, whether it suited him or not. And, consequently, I told the valet who waited on me to bring me my clothes. You were quite naked, then? Oh, no, on the contrary, I had a magnificent dressing gown to wear. The lackey obeyed. I dressed myself in my own clothes, which had become too large for me, but a strange circumstance had happened. My feet had become too large. Yes, I quite understand. And my boots had become too small. You mean your feet were still swollen? Exactly, you have hit it. Pardieu, and is that the accident you were going to tell me about? Oh yes, I did not make the same reflection you have done. I said to myself, since my feet have entered my boots 10 times, there is no reason why they should not go in an 11th. Allow me to tell you, my dear Porthos, that, on this occasion, you failed in your logic. In short, then, they placed me opposite to a part of the room which was partitioned. I tried to get my boot on. I pulled it with my hands. I pushed with all the strength of the muscles of my leg, making the most unheard of efforts, when suddenly, the two tags of my boot remained in my hands, and my foot struck out like a catapult. Catapult, how learned you are in fortifications, dear Porthos. My foot darted out like a catapult and came against the partition, which it broke in. I really thought that, like Samson, I had demolished the temple. And the number of pictures, the quantity of china, vases of flowers, carpets, and window poles which fell down was really wonderful. Indeed. Without reckoning that, on the other side of the partition, was a small table laden with porcelain. Which you knocked over. Which I dashed to the other side of the room, said Porthos, laughing. Upon my word, it is, as you say, astonishing, replied 500 Artagnan, beginning to laugh also, whereupon Porthos laughed louder than ever. I broke, said Porthos in a voice half-choked from his increasing mirth, more than 3,000 francs worth of china? Oh, oh, oh. Good, said 500 Artagnan. I smashed more than 4,000 francs worth of glass. Oh, oh, oh. Excellent. Without counting a luster which fell on my head and was broken into 1,000 pieces. Oh, oh, oh. Upon your head, said 500 Artagnan, holding his sides. On the top. But your head was broken, I suppose. No, since I tell you, on the contrary, my dear fellow, that it was the luster which was broken like glass, as it was indeed. Ah, the luster was glass, you say. Venetian glass, a perfect curiosity, quite matchless indeed, and weighed 200 pounds. And which fell upon your head. Upon my head. Just imagine a globe of crystal, gilded all over, the lower part beautifully encrusted, perfumes burning at the top, and jets from which flame issued when they were lighted. I quite understand, but they were not lighted at the time, I suppose. Happily not, or I should have been set on fire. And you were only knocked down flat instead. Not at all. How not at all? Why the luster fell on my skull. It appears that we have upon the top of our heads an exceedingly thick crust. Who told you that, Porthos? The doctor, a sort of dome which would bear Notre Dame at Paris. Bah. Yes, it seems that our skulls are made in that manner. Speak for yourself, my dear fellow. It is your own skull that is made in that manner, and not the skulls of other people. Well, that may be so, said Porthos conceitedly. So much, however, was that the case, in my instance, that no sooner did the luster fall upon the dome which we have at the top of our head, than there was a report like a cannon. The crystal was broken to pieces, and I fell, covered from head to foot. With blood, poor Porthos. Not at all, with perfumes which smelled like rich creams. It was delicious, but the odor was too strong, and I felt quite giddy from it. Perhaps you have experienced it sometimes yourself, 500 Artagnan. Yes, in inhaling the scent of the lily of the valley. So that, my poor friend, you were knocked over by the shock and overpowered by the odor. Yes, but what is very remarkable, for the doctor told me he had never seen anything like it. You had a bump on your head, I suppose? Interrupted 500 Artagnan. I had 5. Why 5? I will tell you. The luster had, at its lower extremity, 5 gilt ornaments excessively sharp. Go. Well, these 5 ornaments penetrated my hair, which, as you see, I wear very thick. Fortunately so. And they made a mark on my skin. But just notice the singularity of it. These things seem really only to happen to me. Instead of making indentations, they made bumps. The doctor could never succeed in explaining that to me satisfactorily. Well then, I will explain it to you. You will do me a great service if you will, said Porthos, winking his eyes, which, with him, was a sign of profoundest attention. Since you have been employing your brain in studies of an exalted character, in important calculations, and so on, the head has gained a certain advantage, so that your head is now too full of science. Do you think so? I am sure of it. The result is that, instead of allowing any foreign matter to penetrate the interior of the head, your bony box or skull, which is already too full, avails itself of the openings which are made in it, allowing this excess to escape. Ah, said Porthos, to whom this explanation appeared clearer than that of the doctor. The 5 protuberances, caused by the 5 ornaments of the luster, must certainly have been scientific masses, brought to the surface by the force of circumstances. In fact, said Porthos, the real truth is that I felt far worse outside my head than inside. I will even confess that when I put my hat upon my head, clapping it on my head with that graceful energy which we gentlemen of the sword possess, if my fist was not very gently applied, I experienced the most painful sensations. I quite believe you, Porthos. Therefore, my friend, said the giant, M. Fouquet decided, seeing how slightly built the house was, to give me another lodging, and so they brought me here. It is the private park, I think, is it not? Yes. Where the rendezvous are made. That park, indeed, which is so celebrated in some of those mysterious stories about the surintendant. I don't know, I have had no rendezvous or heard mysterious stories myself, but they have authorized me to exercise my muscles, and I take advantage of the permission by rooting up some of the trees. What for? To keep my hand in, and also to take some birds' nests. I find that more convenient than climbing up the trees. You are as pastoral as Tircis, my dear Porthos. Yes, I like the small eggs. I like them very much better than larger ones. You have no idea how delicate an omelette is, if made of 400 or 500 eggs of linnets, chaffinches, starlings, blackbirds, and thrushes. But 500 eggs is perfectly monstrous. A salad bowl will hold them easily enough, said Porthos. 500 Artagnan looked at Porthos admiringly for full 5 minutes, as if he had seen him for the first time, while Porthos spread himself out joyously and proudly. They remained in this state several minutes, Porthos smiling, and 500 Artagnan looking at him. 500 Artagnan was evidently trying to give the conversation a new turn. Do you amuse yourself much here, Porthos? He asked, at last, very likely after he had found out what he was searching for. Not always. I can imagine that, but when you get thoroughly bored by and by, what do you intend to do? Oh, I shall not be here for any length of time. Aramis is waiting until the last bump on my head disappears, in order to present me to the king, who I am told cannot endure the sight of a bump. Aramis is still in Paris, then? No. Whereabouts is he, then? At Fontainebleau. Alone. With M. Fouquet. Very good, but do you happen to know one thing? No, tell it me, and then I shall know. Well then, I think that Aramis is forgetting you. Do you really think so? Yes, for at Fontainebleau yonder, you must know, they are laughing, dancing, banqueting, and drawing the corks of M. de Mazarin's wine in fine style. Are you aware that they have a ballet every evening there? The deuce they have. I assure you that your dear Aramis is forgetting you. Well, that is not at all unlikely, and I have myself thought so sometimes. Unless he is playing you a trick, the sly fellow. Go. You know that Aramis is as sly as a fox. Yes, but to play me a trick. Listen, in the first place, he puts you under a sort of sequestration. He sequestrates me. Do you mean to say I am sequestrated? I think so. I wish you would have the goodness to prove that to me. Nothing easier. Do you ever go out? Never. Do you ever ride on horseback? Never. Are your friends allowed to come and see you? Never. Very well then. Never to go out, never to ride on horseback, never to be allowed to see your friends, that is called being sequestrated. But why should Aramis sequestrate me? Inquired Porthos. Come, said 500 Artagnan, be frank, Porthos. As gold. It was Aramis who drew the plan of the fortifications at Belle Isle, was it not? Porthos colored as he said, yes, but that was all that he did. Exactly, and my own opinion is that it was no very great affair after all. That is mine too. Very good, I am delighted we are of the same opinion. He never even came to Belle Isle, said Porthos. There now, you see. It was I who went to Vannes, as you may have seen. Say rather as I did see. Well, that is precisely the state of the case, my dear Porthos. Aramis, who only drew the plans, wishes to pass himself off as the engineer, while you, who, stone by stone, built the wall, the citadel, and the bastions, he wishes to reduce to the rank of a mere builder. By builder, you mean mason, perhaps. Mason, the very word. Plasterer, in fact. Precisely. The laborer. Exactly. Oh, my dear Aramis, you seem to think you are only 25 years of age still. Yes, and that is not all, for he believes you are 50. I should have amazingly liked to have seen him at work. Yes, indeed. A fellow who has got the gout. Yes. Who has lost 3 of his teeth. 4. While I look at mine. And Porthos, opening his large mouth very wide, displayed 2 rows of teeth rather less white than snow, but as even, hard, and sound as ivory. You can hardly believe, Porthos, said 500 Artagnan, what a fancy the king has for good teeth. Yours decide me, I will present you to the king myself. You? Why not? Do you think I have less credit at court than Aramis? So no. Do you think that I have the slightest pretensions upon the fortifications at Belle Isle? Certainly not. It is your own interest alone which would induce me to do it. I don't doubt it in the least. Well, I am the intimate friend of the king, and a proof of that is that whenever there is anything disagreeable to tell him, it is I who have to do it. But, dear 500 Artagnan, if you present me. Well, Aramis will be angry. With me. No, with me. Bah, whether he or I present you, since you are to be presented, what does it matter? They were going to get me some clothes made. Your own are splendid. Oh, those I had ordered were far more beautiful. Take care, the king likes simplicity. In that case I will be simple, but what will M. Fouquet say when he learns that I have left? Are you a prisoner then, on parole? No, not quite that, but I promised him I would not leave without letting him know. Wait a minute, we shall return to that presently. Have you anything to do here? Nothing of any importance at least. Unless, indeed, you are Aramis' representative for something of importance. By no means. What I tell you, pray understand that, is out of interest for you. I suppose, for instance, that you are commissioned to send messages and letters to him. Ah, letters, yes, I send certain letters to him. Where? To Fontainebleau. Have you any letters, then? But? Nay, let me speak. Have you any letters, I say? I have just received one for him. Interesting. I suppose so. You do not read them, then? I am not at all curious, said Porthos, as he drew out of his pocket the soldier's letter which Porthos had not read, but which 500 Artagnan had. Do you know what to do with it? Said 500 Artagnan. Of course, do as I always do, send it to him. Not so. Why not keep it then? Did they not tell you that this letter was important? Very important. Well, you must take it yourself to Fontainebleau. To Aramis. Yes. Very good. And since the king is there, you will profit by that. I shall profit by the opportunity to present you to the king. Ah, 500 Artagnan, there is no one like you to find expedients. Therefore, instead of forwarding to our friend any messages, which may or may not be faithfully delivered, we will ourselves be the bearers of the letter. I had never even thought of that, and yet it is simple enough. And therefore, because it is urgent, Porthos, we ought to set off at once. In fact, said Porthos, the sooner we set off the less chance there is of Aramis' letter meeting with any delay. Porthos, your reasoning is always very accurate, and, in your case, logic seems to serve as an auxiliary to the imagination. Do you think so? Said Porthos. It is the result of your hard reading, replied 500 Artagnan, so come along, let us be off. But, said Porthos, my promise to M. Fouquet. Which? Not to leave Saint-Mandé without telling him of it. Ah, Porthos, said 500 Artagnan, how very young you are. In what way? You are going to Fontainebleau, are you not, where you will find M. Fouquet? Yes. Probably in the king's palace. Yes, repeated Porthos with an air full of majesty. Well, you will accost him with these words. M. Fouquet, I have the honor to inform you that I have just left Saint-Mandé. And, said Porthos with the same majestic mien, seeing me at Fontainebleau at the king's, M. Fouquet will not be able to tell me I am not speaking the truth. My dear Porthos, I was just on the point of opening my lips to make the same remark, but you anticipate me in everything. Oh, Porthos, how fortunately you are gifted. Age has not made any impression on you. Not overmuch, certainly. Then there is nothing more to say. I think not. All your scruples are removed. Quite so. In that case, I shall carry you off with me. Exactly, and I shall go and get my horses saddled. You have horses here, then? I have 5. You had them sent from Pierrefonds, I suppose? No, M. Fouquet gave them to me. My dear Porthos, we shall not want 5 horses for 2 persons. Besides, I have already 3 in Paris, which will make 8, and that will be too many. It would not be too many if I had some of my servants here, but, alas, I have not got them. Do you regret them, then? I regret Mousqueton, I need Mousqueton. What a good-hearted fellow you are, Porthos, said 500 Artagnan, but the best thing you can do is to leave your horses here, as you have left Mousqueton out yonder. Why so? Because, by and by, it might turn out a very good thing if M. Fouquet had never given you anything at all. I don't understand you, said Porthos. It is not necessary you should understand. But yet, I will explain to you later, Porthos. I'll wager it is some piece of policy or other. And of the most subtle character, returned 500 Artagnan. Porthos bent his head at this word policy. Then, after a moment's reflection, he added, I confess, 500 Artagnan, that I am no politician. I know that well. Oh, no one knows what you told me yourself, you the bravest of the brave. What did I tell you, Porthos? That every man has his day. You told me so, and I have experienced it myself. There are certain days when one feels less pleasure than others in exposing one's self to a bullet or a sword thrust. Exactly my own idea. And mine too, although I can hardly believe in blows or thrusts which kill outright. The deuce, and yet you have killed a few in your time. Yes, but I have never been killed. Your reason is a very good one. Therefore, I do not believe I shall ever die from a thrust of a sword or a gunshot. In that case, then, you are afraid of nothing. Ah, water, perhaps. Oh, I swim like an otter. Of a quartan fever, then. I never had one yet, and I don't believe I ever shall, but there is one thing I will admit, and Porthos dropped his voice. "What is that?" asked 500 Artagnan, adopting the same tone of voice as Porthos. "I must confess," repeated Porthos, "that I am horribly afraid of political matters." "Ah, bah!" exclaimed 500 Artagnan. "Upon my word, it's true," said Porthos in a stentorian voice. "I have seen His Eminence Monsieur le Cardinal de Richelieu and His Eminence Monsieur le Cardinal de Mazarin. The one was a red politician, the other a black politician. I have never felt very much more satisfaction with the one than with the other. The first struck off the heads of M. de Marillac, M. de Thou, M. de Cinq-Mars, M. Chalais, M. de Bouteville, and M. de Montmorency. The second got a whole crowd of Frondeurs cut in pieces, and we belonged to them." "On the contrary, we did not belong to them," said 500 Artagnan. "Oh, indeed, yes, for, if I unsheathed my sword for the cardinal, I struck for the king." "Dear Porthos, well, I have done. My dread of politics is such, that if there is any question of politics in the matter, I should far sooner prefer to return to Pierrefonds." "You would be quite right if that were the case. But with me, dear Porthos, no politics at all, that is quite clear. You have labored hard in fortifying Belle Isle. The king wished to know the name of the clever engineer under whose directions the works were carried on. You are modest, as all men of true genius are. Perhaps Aramis wishes to put you under a bushel. But I happen to seize hold of you. I make it known who you are, I produce you, the king rewards you, and that is the only policy I have to do with." "And the only one I will have to do with either," said Porthos, holding out his hand to 500 Artagnan. But 500 Artagnan knew Porthos' grasp. He knew that once imprisoned within the Baron's 5 fingers, no hand ever left it without being half crushed. He therefore held out, not his hand, but his fist, and Porthos did not even perceive the difference. The servants talked a little with each other in an undertone, and whispered a few words, which 500 Artagnan understood, but which he took very good care not to let Porthos understand. "Our friend," said he to himself, "was really and truly Aramis' prisoner. Let us now see what the result will be of the liberation of the captive." Chapter 11. The Rat and the Cheese. 500 Artagnan and Porthos returned on foot, as 500 Artagnan had arrived. When 500 Artagnan, as he entered the shop of the pylon door, had announced to Planchet that M. de Valon would be one of the privileged travelers, and when the plume in Porthos' hat had made the wooden candles suspended over the front jingle together, something almost like a melancholy presentiment troubled the delight which Planchet had promised himself for the next day. But the grocer's heart was of sterling metal, a precious relic of the good old time, which always remains what it has always been for those who are getting old the time of their youth, and for those who are young the old age of their ancestors. Planchet, notwithstanding the sort of internal shiver, which he checked immediately he experienced it, received Porthos, therefore, with a respect mingled with the most tender cordiality. Porthos, who was a little cold and stiff in his manners at first, on account of the social difference which existed at that period between a baron and a grocer, soon began to get a little softened when he perceived so much good feeling and so many kind attentions in Planchet. He was particularly touched by the liberty which was permitted him to plunge his large hands into the boxes of dried fruits and preserves, into the sacks of nuts and almonds, and into the drawers full of sweetmeats. So that, notwithstanding Planchet's pressing invitations to go upstairs to the entresol, he chose as his favorite seat, during the evening which he had to spend at Planchet's house, the shop itself, where his fingers could always find whatever his nose had first detected for him. The delicious figs from Provence, filberts from the forest, Tour plums, were subjects of his interrupted attention for 5 consecutive hours. His teeth, like millstones, cracked heaps of nuts, the shells of which were scattered all over the floor, where they were trampled by everyone who went in and out of the shop. Porthos pulled from the stalk with his lips, at one mouthful, bunches of the rich muscatel raisins with their beautiful bloom, and a half-pound of which passed at one gulp from his mouth to his stomach. In one of the corners of the shop, Planchet's assistants, crouching down in a fright, looked at each other without venturing to open their lips. They did not know who Porthos was, for they had never seen him before. The race of those Titans, who had worn the cuirasses of Hugues Capet, Philip Augustus, and Francis I, had already begun to disappear. They could not help thinking he might possibly be the ogre of the fairy tale, who was going to turn the whole contents of Planchet's shop into his insatiable stomach, and that, too, without in the slightest degree displacing the barrels and chests that were in it. Cracking, munching, chewing, nibbling, sucking, and swallowing, Porthos occasionally said to the grocer, "You do a very good business here, friend Planchet." "He will very soon have none at all to do if this continues," grumbled the foreman, who had Planchet's word that he should be his successor. And, in his despair, he approached Porthos, who blocked up the whole of the passage leading from the back shop to the shop itself. He hoped that Porthos would rise, and that this movement would distract his devouring ideas. "What do you want, my man?" asked Porthos very affably. "I should like to pass you, monsieur, if it is not troubling you too much." "Very well," said Porthos, "it does not trouble me in the least." At the same moment he took hold of the young fellow by the waistband, lifted him off the ground, and placed him very gently on the other side, smiling all the while with the same affable expression. As soon as Porthos had placed him on the ground, the lad's legs so shook under him that he fell back upon some sacks of corks. But noticing the giant's gentleness of manner, he ventured again and said, "Ah, monsieur, pray be careful." "What about?" inquired Porthos. "You are positively putting fire into your body." "How is that, my good fellow?" said Porthos. "All those things are very heating to the system." "Which?" "Raisins, nuts, and almonds." "Yes, but if raisins, nuts, and almonds are heating." "There is no doubt at all of it, monsieur." "Honey is very cooling," said Porthos, stretching out his hand toward a small barrel of honey which was opened, and he plunged the scoop with which the wants of the customers were supplied into it, and swallowed a good half-pound at one gulp. "I must trouble you for some water now, my man," said Porthos. "In a pail, monsieur?" asked the lad simply. "No, in a water bottle, that will be quite enough." And raising the bottle to his mouth, as a trumpeter does his trumpet, he emptied the bottle at a single draught. Planchet was moved in all the sentiments which correspond to the fibers of propriety and self-love. However, a worthy representative of the hospitality which prevailed in early days, he feigned to be talking very earnestly with 500 Artagnan, and incessantly repeated, "Ah, monsieur, what a happiness, what an honor." "What time shall we have supper, Planchet?" inquired Porthos. "I feel hungry." The foreman clasped his hands together. The two others got under the counters, fearing that Porthos might have a taste for human flesh. "We shall only take a sort of snack here," said 500 Artagnan, "and when we get to Planchet's country seat, we shall have supper." "Ah, so we are going to your country house, Planchet," said Porthos. "So much the better." "You overwhelm me, Monsieur le Baron." The Monsieur le Baron had a great effect upon the men, who detected a personage of the highest quality in an appetite of that kind. This title, too, reassured them. They had never heard that an ogre was ever called Monsieur le Baron. "I will take a few biscuits to eat on the road," said Porthos, carelessly, and he emptied a whole jar of aniseed biscuits into the huge pocket of his doublet. "My shop is saved," exclaimed Planchet. "Yes, as the cheese was," said the foreman. "What cheese?" "That Dutch cheese, inside which a rat had made his way, and we only found the rind left." Planchet looked all round his shop, and observing the different articles which had escaped Porthos' teeth, he found the comparison somewhat exaggerated. The foreman, who remarked what was passing in his master's mind, said, "Take care, he is not gone yet." "Have you any fruit here?" said Porthos, as he went upstairs to the entresol, where it had just been announced that some refreshment was prepared. "Alas," thought the grocer, addressing a look at 500 Artagnan full of entreaty, which the latter half understood. As soon as they had finished eating they set off. It was late when the three riders, who had left Paris about 6 in the evening, arrived at Fontainebleau. The journey had passed very agreeably. Porthos took a fancy to Planchet's society, because the latter was very respectful in his manners and seemed delighted to talk to him about his meadows, his woods, and his rabbit warrens. Porthos had all the taste and pride of a landed proprietor. When 500 Artagnans saw his two companions in earnest conversation, he took the opposite side of the road, and letting his bridle drop upon his horse's neck, separated himself from the whole world, as he had done from Porthos and from Planchet. The moon shone softly through the foliage of the forest. The odors of the open country rose deliciously perfumed to the horses' nostrils, and they snorted and pranced about delightedly. Porthos and Planchet began to talk about hay crops. Planchet admitted to Porthos that in the more advanced years of his life, he had certainly neglected agricultural pursuits for commerce, but that his childhood had been passed in Picardy, in the beautiful meadows where the grass grew as high as the knees, and where he had played under the green apple trees covered with red-cheeked fruit. He went on to say that he had solemnly promised himself that as soon as he should have made his fortune, he would return to nature and end his days as he had begun them, as near as he possibly could to the earth itself, where all men must go at last. Said Porthos. In that case, my dear Monsieur Planchet, your retreat is not far distant. How so? Why, you seem to be in the way of making your fortune very soon. Well, we are getting on pretty well, I must admit, replied Planchet. Come, tell me, what is the extent of your ambition, and what is the amount you intend to retire upon? There is one circumstance, monsieur, said Planchet, without answering the question, which occasions me a good deal of anxiety. What is it? Inquired Porthos, looking all round him as if in search of the circumstance that annoyed Planchet, and desirous of freeing him from it. Why, formerly, said the grocer, you used to call me Planchet, quite short, and you would have spoken to me then in a much more familiar manner than you do now. Certainly, certainly, I should have said so formerly, replied the good-natured Porthos with an embarrassment full of delicacy, but formerly. Formerly I was M. d'Artagnan's lackey, is not that what you mean? Yes. Well, if I am not quite his lackey, I am as much as ever I was his devoted servant, and more than that since that time. Well, Planchet, since that time, I have had the honor of being in partnership with him. Oh, said Porthos, what, has 500 Artagnan gone into the grocery business? No, said 500 Artagnan, whom these words had drawn out of his reverie, and who entered into the conversation with that readiness and rapidity which distinguished every operation of his mind and body. It was not 500 Artagnan who entered into the grocery business, but Planchet, who entered into a political affair with me. Yes, said Planchet, with mingled pride and satisfaction, we transacted a little matter of business which brought me in 100,000 francs, and M. d'Artagnan 200,000. Oh, said Porthos with admiration. So that, Monsieur le Baron, continued the grocer, I again beg you to be kind enough to call me Planchet, as you used to do, and to speak to me as familiarly as in old times. You cannot possibly imagine the pleasure that it would give me. If that be the case, my dear Planchet, I will do so, certainly, replied Porthos. And as he was quite close to Planchet, he raised his hand, as if to strike him on the shoulder, in token of friendly cordiality. But a fortunate movement of the horse made him miss his aim, so that his hand fell on the crupper of Planchet's horse instead, which made the animal's legs almost give way. 500 Artagnan burst out laughing as he said, Take care, Planchet, for if Porthos begins to like you too much, he will caress you, and if he caresses you, he will knock you as flat as a pancake. Porthos is still as strong as ever, you know. Oh, said Planchet, Mousqueton is not dead, and yet Monsieur le Baron is very fond of him. Certainly, said Porthos with a sigh which made all the three horses rear, and I was only saying this very morning to 500 Artagnan how much I regretted him. But tell me, Planchet. Thank you, Monsieur le Baron, thank you. Good lad, how many acres of park have you got? Love park. Yes, we will reckon up the meadows presently, and the woods afterward. Whereabouts, monsieur? At your chateau. Oh, Monsieur le Baron, I have neither chateau, nor park, nor meadows, nor woods. What have you got, then? Inquired Porthos, and why do you call it a country seat? I did not call it a country seat, Monsieur le Baron, replied Planchet, somewhat humiliated, but a country box. I understand, you are modest. No, Monsieur le Baron, I speak the plain truth. I have rooms for a couple of friends, that is all. But, in that case, whereabouts do your friends walk? In the first place, they can walk about the king's forest, which is very beautiful. Yes, I know the forest is very fine, said Porthos, nearly as beautiful as my forest at Berry. Planchet opened his eyes very wide. Have you a forest of the same kind as the forest at Fontainebleau, Monsieur le Baron? He stammered out. Yes, I have two indeed, but the one at Berry is my favorite. Why so? Asked Planchet. Because I don't know where it ends, and also because it is full of poachers. How can the poachers make the forest so agreeable to you? Because they hunt my game, and I hunt them, which in these peaceful times is for me a picture of war on a small scale. They had reached this turn of the conversation, when Planchet, looking up, perceived the houses at the commencement of Fontainebleau, the outline of which stood out strongly upon the dark face of the heavens, while rising above the compact and irregularly formed mass of buildings, the pointed roofs of the chateau were clearly visible, the slates of which glistened beneath the light of the moon, like the scales of an immense fish. "Gentlemen," said Planchet, "I have the honor to inform you that we have arrived at Fontainebleau." Chapter 12. Planchet's Country House. The cavaliers looked up and saw that what Planchet had announced to them was true. 10 minutes afterward, they were in the street called the Rue de Lyon, on the opposite side of the inn of the sign of the Beau Paon. A high hedge of bushy alders, hawthorn, and wild hops formed an impenetrable fence, behind which rose a white house with a large tiled roof. Two of the windows, which were quite dark, looked upon the street. Between the two, a small door with a porch supported by a couple of pillars formed the entrance to the house. The door was gained by a step raised a little from the ground. Planchet got off his horse, as if he intended to knock at the door. But, on second thoughts, he took hold of his horse by the bridle and led it about 30 paces further on, his two companions following him. He then advanced about another 30 paces, until he arrived at the door of a cart house, lighted by an iron grating, and lifting up a wooden latch, pushed open one of the folding doors. He entered first, leading his horse after him by the bridle into a small courtyard, where an odor met them which revealed their close vicinity to a stable. "That smells all right," said Porthos loudly, getting off his horse, "and I almost begin to think I am near my own cows at Pierrefonds." "I have only one cow," Planchet hastened to say modestly. "And I have 30, said Porthos, "or rather, I don't exactly know how many I have." When the two cavaliers had entered, Planchet fastened the door behind them. In the meantime, 500 Artagnan, who had dismounted with his usual agility, inhaled the fresh perfumed air with the delight a Parisian feels at the sight of green fields and fresh foliage, plucked a piece of honeysuckle with one hand, and of sweetbriar with the other. Porthos had laid hold of some peas which were twined round poles stuck into the ground, and ate, or rather browsed upon them, shells and all. And Planchet was busily engaged trying to wake up an old and infirm peasant, who was fast asleep in a shed, lying on a bed of moss and dressed in an old stable suit of clothes. The peasant, recognizing Planchet, called him the master, to the grocer's great satisfaction. "Stable the horses well, old fellow, and you shall have something good for yourself," said Planchet. "Yes, yes, fine animals they are too," said the peasant. "Oh, they shall have as much as they like." "Gently, gently, my man," said 500 Artagnan. "We are getting on a little too fast. A few oats and a good bed, nothing more." "Some bran and water for my horse," said Porthos, "for it is very warm, I think." "Don't be afraid, gentlemen," replied Planchet. "Daddy Celestin is an old gendarme who fought at Ivry. He knows all about stables, so come into the house." And he led the way along a well-sheltered walk which crossed a kitchen garden, then a small paddock, and came out into a little garden behind the house, the principal front of which, as we have already noticed, was facing the street. As they approached, they could see, through two open windows on the ground floor, which led into a sitting room, the interior of Planchet's residence. This room, softly lighted by a lamp placed on the table, seemed, from the end of the garden, like a smiling image of repose, comfort, and happiness. In every direction where the rays of light fell, whether upon a piece of old china, or upon an article of furniture, shining from excessive neatness, or upon the weapons hanging against the wall, the soft light was as softly reflected, and its rays seemed to linger everywhere upon something or another agreeable to the eye. The lamp which lighted the room, while the foliage of jasmine and climbing roses hung in masses from the window frames, splendidly illuminated a damask tablecloth as white as snow. The table was laid for 2 persons. An amber-colored wine sparkled in the long cut-glass bottle, and a large jug of blue china, with a silver lid, was filled with foaming cider. Near the table, in a high-backed armchair, reclined, fast asleep, a woman of about 30 years of age, her face the very picture of health and freshness. Upon her knees lay a large cat, with her paws folded under her, and her eyes half closed, purring in that significant manner which, according to feline habits, indicates perfect contentment. The two friends paused before the window in complete amazement, while Planchet, perceiving their astonishment, was, in no little degree, secretly delighted at it. "Ah, Planchet, you rascal," said 500 Artagnan, "I now understand your absences." "Oh, oh, there is some white linen," said Porthos in his turn in a voice of thunder. At the sound of this voice, the cat took flight, The housekeeper woke up suddenly, and Planchet, assuming a gracious air, introduced his two companions into the room where the table was already laid. "Permit me, my dear," he said, "to present to you Monsieur le Chevalier d'Artagnan, my patron." 500 Artagnan took the lady's hand in his in the most courteous manner, and with precisely the same chivalrous air as he would have taken Madame's. "Monsieur le Baron de Vallon de Bracia de Pierrefonds," added Planchet. Porthos bowed with a reverence which Anne of Austria would have approved of. It was then Planchet's turn, and he unhesitatingly embraced the lady in question. Not, however, until he had made a sign as if requesting 500 Artagnans and Porthos' permission, a permission which was, of course, frankly conceded. 500 Artagnan complimented Planchet and said, "You are indeed a man who knows how to make life agreeable." "Life, monsieur," said Planchet, laughing, "is a capital which a man ought to invest as sensibly as he possibly can." "And you get very good interest for yours," said Porthos, with a burst of laughter like a peal of thunder. Planchet turned to his housekeeper. "You have before you," he said to her, "the two men who have influenced no small portion of my life. I have spoken to you about them both very frequently." "And two others as well," said the lady, with a very decided Flemish accent. "Madame is Dutch?" inquired 500 Artagnan. Porthos curled his mustache, a circumstance which was not lost upon 500 Artagnan, who remarked everything. "I am from Antwerp," said the lady. "And her name is Madame Gechter," said Planchet. "You should not call her Madame," said 500 Artagnan. "Why not?" asked Planchet. "Because it would make her seem older every time you call her so." "Well, I call her Truchen." "And a very pretty name, too," said Porthos. "Truchen," said Planchet, "came to me from Flanders with her virtue and 2,000 florins. She ran away from a brute of a husband, who was in the habit of beating her. Being myself a Picard born, I was always very fond of the artesian women, and it is only a step from Artois to Flanders. She came crying bitterly to her godfather, my predecessor in the Rue des Lombards. She placed her 2,000 florins in my establishment, which I have turned to very good account, and which bring her in 10,000. Bravo, Planchet. She is free and well off. She has a cow, a maidservant, and old Celestin at her orders. She mends my linen, knits my winter stockings. She only sees me every fortnight and seems anxious to make herself happy." "And I am very happy indeed," said Truchen with perfect ingenuousness. Porthos began to curl the other side of his mustache. "The deuce," thought 500 Artagnan, "can Porthos have any intentions in that quarter?" In the meantime, Truchen had set her cook to work, had laid the table for two more, and covered it with every possible delicacy, which converts a light supper into a substantial meal, and a meal into a regular feast. Fresh butter, salt beef, anchovies, tunny, a shopful of Planchet's commodities, fowls, vegetables, salad, fish from the pond and the river, game from the forest, all the produce, in fact, of the province. Moreover, Planchet returned from the cellar, laden with 10 bottles of wine, the glass of which could hardly be seen for the thick coating of dust which covered them. Porthos' heart seemed to expand as he said, "I am hungry," and he sat himself beside Madame Truchen, whom he looked at in the most killing manner. 500 Artagnan seated himself on the other side of her, while Planchet, discreetly and full of delight, took his seat opposite. "Do not trouble yourselves," he said, "if Truchen should leave the table now and then during supper, for she will have to look after your bedrooms." In fact, the housekeeper made her escape very frequently, and they could hear, on the first floor above them, the creaking of the wooden bedsteads and the rolling of the casters on the floor. While this was going on, the three men, Porthos especially, ate and drank gloriously. It was wonderful to see them. The 10 full bottles were 10 empty ones by the time Truchen returned with the cheese. 500 Artagnan still preserved his dignity and self-possession, but Porthos had lost a portion of his. The mirth soon began to be somewhat uproarious. 500 Artagnan recommended a new descent into the cellar, and, as Planchet did not walk with the steadiness of a well-trained foot soldier, the captain of the musketeers proposed to accompany him. They set off, humming songs wild enough to fright anybody who might be listening. Truchen remained behind at table with Porthos. While the two wine-bibbers were looking behind the firewood for what they wanted, a sharp, sonorous sound was heard like the impression of a pair of lips on a cheek. "Porthos fancies himself at La Rochelle," thought 500 Artagnan, as they returned freighted with bottles. Planchet was singing so loudly that he was incapable of noticing anything. 500 Artagnan, whom nothing ever escaped, remarked how much redder Truchen's left cheek was than her right. Porthos was sitting on Truchen's left, and was curling with both his hands both sides of his mustache at once, and Truchen was looking at him with a most bewitching smile. The sparkling wine of Anjou very soon produced a remarkable effect upon the three companions. 500 Artagnan had hardly strength enough left to take a candlestick to light Planchet up his own staircase. Planchet was pulling Porthos along, who was following Truchen, who was herself jovial enough. It was 500 Artagnan who found out the rooms and the beds. Porthos threw himself into the one destined for him, after his friend had undressed him. 500 Artagnan got into his own bed, saying to himself, Mordu, I had made up my mind never to touch that light-colored wine which brings my early camp days back again. Fie, fie, if my musketeers were only to see their captain in such a state. And drawing the curtains of his bed, he added, Fortunately enough, though they will not see me. The country is very amusing, said Porthos, stretching out his legs, which passed through the wooden footboard and made a tremendous noise, of which, however, no one in the house was capable of taking the slightest notice. By 2 o'clock in the morning, everyone was fast asleep. Chapter 13. Showing what could be seen from Planchet's house. The next morning found the three heroes sleeping soundly. Truchen had closed the outside blinds to keep the first rays of the sun from the heavy eyes of her guests, like a kind good woman. It was still perfectly dark then beneath Porthos' curtains and under Planchet's canopy, when 500 Artagnan, awakened by an indiscreet ray of light which made its way through the windows, jumped hastily out of bed. As if he wished to be the first at the assault, he took by assault Porthos' room, which was next to his own. The worthy Porthos was sleeping with a noise like distant thunder. In the dim obscurity of the room, his gigantic frame was prominently displayed, and his swollen fist hung down outside the bed upon the carpet. 500 Artagnan awoke Porthos, who rubbed his eyes in a tolerably good humor. In the meantime, Planchet was dressing himself, and met at their bedroom doors his two guests, who were still somewhat unsteady from their previous evening's entertainment. Although it was yet very early, the whole household was already up. The cook was mercilessly slaughtering poultry in the poultry yard, and Celestin was gathering cherries in the garden. Porthos, brisk and lively as ever, held out his hand to Planchet, and 500 Artagnan requested permission to embrace Madame Truchen. The latter, to show that she bore no ill will, approached Porthos, upon whom she conferred the same favor. Porthos embraced Madame Truchen, heaving an enormous sigh. Planchet took both his friends by the hand. I am going to show you over the house, he said. When we arrived last evening it was as dark as an oven, and we were unable to see anything. But in broad daylight everything looks different, and you will be satisfied, I hope. If we begin by the view you have, said 500 Artagnan, that charms me beyond everything. I have always lived in royal mansions, you know, and royal personages have some every good ideas upon the selection of points of view. I am a great stickler for a good view myself, said Porthos. At my Château de Pierrefonds, I have had 4 avenues laid out, and at the end of each is a landscape of a different character altogether to the others. You shall see my prospect, said Planchet, and he led his two guests to a window. Ah, said 500 Artagnan, this is the Rue de Lyon. Yes, I have 2 windows on this side, a paltry insignificant view, for there is always that bustling and noisy inn, which is a very disagreeable neighbor. I had 4 windows here, but I have only kept 2. Let us go on, said 500 Artagnan. They entered a corridor leading to the bedrooms, and Planchet pushed open the outside blinds. Hollow, what is that out yonder? Said Porthos. The forest, said Planchet. It is the horizon, a thick line of green, which is yellow in the spring, green in the summer, red in the autumn, and white in the winter. All very well, but it is like a curtain, which prevents one seeing a greater distance. Yes, said Planchet, still one can see, at all events, everything between. Ah, the open country, said Porthos, but what is that I see out there, crosses and stones? Ah, that is the cemetery, exclaimed 500 Artagnan. Precisely, said Planchet. I assure you it is very curious. Hardly a day passes that someone is not buried there, for Fontainebleau is by no means an inconsiderable place. Sometimes we see young girls clothed in white carrying banners, at others some of the town council or rich citizens, with choristers and all the parish authorities, and then, too, we see some of the officers of the king's household. I should not like that, said Porthos. There is not much amusement in it, at all events, said 500 Artagnan. I assure you it encourages religious thoughts, replied Planchet. Oh, I don't deny that. But, continued Planchet, we must all die one day or another, and I once met with a maxim somewhere which I have remembered, that the thought of death is a thought that will do us all good. I am far from saying the contrary, said Porthos. But, objected 500 Artagnan, the thought of green fields, flowers, rivers, blue horizons, extensive and boundless plains, is no less likely to do us good. If I had any, I should be far from rejecting them, said Planchet. But possessing only this little cemetery, full of flowers, so moss-grown, shady and quiet, I am contented with it, and I think of those who live in town, in the Rue des Lombards, for instance, and who have to listen to the rumbling of a couple of thousand vehicles every day, and to the trampling of 150,000 foot passengers. But living, said Porthos, living, remember that. That is exactly the reason, said Planchet timidly, why I feel it does me good to see a few dead. Upon my word, said 500 Artagnan, that fellow Planchet was born to be a poet as well as a grocer. Monsieur, said Planchet, I am one of those good-humored sort of men whom heaven created for the purpose of living a certain space of time, and of considering all things good which they meet with during their stay on earth. 500 Artagnan sat down close to the window, and as there seemed to be something substantial in Planchet's philosophy, he mused over it. Ah, exclaimed Porthos, if I am not mistaken, we are going to have a representation now, for I think I heard something like chanting. Yes, said 500 Artagnan, I hear singing too. Oh, it is only a burial of a very poor description, said Planchet disdainfully. The officiating priest, the beadle, and only one chorister boy, nothing more. You observe, messieurs, that the defunct lady or gentleman could not have been of very high rank. No, no one seems to be following the coffin. Yes, said Porthos, I see a man. You are right, a man wrapped up in a cloak, said 500 Artagnan. It's not worth looking at, said Planchet. I find it interesting, said 500 Artagnan, leaning on the window. Come, you're beginning to take a fancy to the place already, said Planchet delightedly. It is exactly my own case. I was so melancholy at first that I could do nothing but make the sign of the cross all day, and the chants were like nails being driven into my head. But now, the chants lull me to sleep, and no bird I have ever seen or heard can sing better than those which are to be met with in this cemetery. Well, said Porthos, this is beginning to get a little dull for me, and I prefer going downstairs. Planchet, with one bound, was beside his guest, to whom he offered his hand to lead him into the garden. What, said Porthos to 500 Artagnan as he turned round, are you going to remain here? Yes, I shall join you presently. Well, M. d'Artagnan is right, after all, said Planchet. Are they beginning to bury yet? Not yet. Ah, yes, the grave digger is waiting until the cords are fastened round the bier. But see, a woman has just entered the cemetery at the other end. Yes, my dear Planchet, said 500 Artagnan, quickly. Leave me. I feel I am beginning already to be much comforted by my meditations, so do not interrupt me. Planchet left, and 500 Artagnan remained, devouring with his eager gaze from behind the half-closed blinds what was taking place just before him. The two bearers of the corpse had unfastened the straps by which they had carried the litter, and were letting their burden glide gently into the open grave. At a few paces distant, the man with the cloak wrapped round him, the only spectator of this melancholy scene, was leaning with his back against a large cypress tree, and kept his face and person entirely concealed from the grave digger and the priest. The corpse was buried in 5 minutes. The grave having been filled up, the priest turned away, and the grave digger, having addressed a few words to them, followed them as they moved away. The man in the mantle bowed as they passed him, and put a piece of money into the gravedigger's hand. Mordieu, murmured 500 Artagnan, why that man is Aramis himself. Aramis, in fact, remained alone, on that side at least, for hardly did he turn his head than a woman's footsteps, and the rustling of her dress, were heard in the path close to him. He immediately turned round, and took off his hat with the most ceremonious respect. He led the lady under the shelter of some walnut and lime trees, which overshadowed a magnificent tomb. Ah, who would have thought it, said 500 Artagnan, The Bishop of Vannes at a rendezvous? He is still the same Abbe Aramis as he was at Noisy-le-Sec. Yes, he added after a pause, but as it is in a cemetery, the rendezvous is sacred. And he began to laugh. The conversation lasted for fully half an hour. 500 Artagnan could not see the lady's face, for she kept her back turned toward him. But he saw perfectly well, by the erect attitude of both the speakers, by their gestures, by the measured and careful manner with which they glanced at each other, either by way of attack or defense, that they must be conversing about any other subject than that of love. At the end of the conversation, the lady rose and bowed most profoundly to Aramis. "Oh, oh," said 500 Artagnan, "this rendezvous finishes like one of a very tender nature, though. The cavalier kneels at the beginning, the young lady by and by gets tamed down, and then it is she who has to supplicate. Who is this girl? I would give anything to ascertain." This seemed impossible, however, for Aramis was the first to leave. The lady carefully concealed her head and face, and then immediately separated. 500 Artagnan could hold out no longer. He ran to the window which looked out on the Rue de Lyon, and saw Aramis just entering the inn. The lady was proceeding in quite an opposite direction, and seemed, in fact, to be about to rejoin an equipage, consisting of 2 led horses and a carriage, which he could see standing close to the borders of the forest. She was walking slowly, her head bent down, absorbed in the deepest meditation. "Mordieu, Mordieu, I must and will learn who that woman is," said the musketeer again, and then, without further deliberation, he set off in pursuit of her. As he was going along, he tried to think how he could possibly contrive to make her raise her veil. "She is not young," he said, "and is a woman of high rank in society. I ought to know that figure and peculiar style of walk." As he ran, the sound of his spurs and of his boots upon the hard ground of the street made a strange jingling noise, a fortunate circumstance in itself, which he was far from reckoning upon. The noise disturbed the lady. She seemed to fancy she was being either followed or pursued, which was indeed the case, and turned round. 500 Artagnan started as if he had received a charge of small shot in his legs, and then turning suddenly round, as if he were going back the same way he had come, he murmured, "Madame de Chevreuse." 500 Artagnan would not go home until he had learned everything. He asked Celestin to inquire of the grave digger whose body it was they had buried that morning. 500 Artagnan, reclining. 500 Artagnan, reclining upon an immense straight-backed chair, with his legs not stretched out, but simply placed upon a stool, formed an angle of the most obtuse form that could possibly be seen. Page 88. "A poor Franciscan mendicant friar," replied the latter, "who had not even a dog to love him in this world, and to accompany him to his last resting place." If that were really the case, thought 500 Artagnan, we should not have found Aramis present at his funeral. The Bishop of Vannes is not precisely a dog as far as devotion goes. His scent, however, is quite as keen, I admit. Chapter 14. How Porthos, Truchen, and Planchet parted with each other on friendly terms, thanks to D'Artagnan. There was good living in Planchet's house. Porthos broke a ladder and 2 cherry trees, stripped the raspberry bushes, and was only unable to succeed in reaching the strawberry beds on account, as he said, of his belt. Truchen, who had got quite sociable with the giant, said that it was not the belt so much as his corporation. And Porthos, in a state of the highest delight, embraced Truchen, who gathered him a handful of the strawberries, and made him eat them out of her hand. 500 Artagnan, who arrived in the midst of these little innocent flirtations, scolded Porthos for his indolence, and silently pitied Planchet. Porthos breakfasted with a very good appetite, and when he had finished, he said, looking at Truchen, "I could make myself very happy here." Truchen smiled at his remark, and so did Planchet, but the latter not without some embarrassment. 500 Artagnan then addressed Porthos. "You must not let the delights of Capua make you forget the real object of our journey to Fontainebleau." "My presentation to the king." "Certainly, I am going to take a turn in the town to get everything ready for that. Do not think of leaving the house, I beg." "Oh no," exclaimed Porthos. Planchet looked at 500 Artagnan nervously. "Will you be away long?" he inquired. "No, my friend, and this very evening I will release you from 2 troublesome guests." "Oh, Monsieur d'Artagnan, can you say?" "No, no, you are an excellent-hearted fellow, but your house is very small. Such a house, with only a couple of acres of land, would be fit for a king, and make him very happy, too. But you were not born a great lord." "No more was M. Porthos," murmured Planchet. But he has become so, my good fellow. His income has been 100,000 francs a year for the last 20 years, and for the last 50 years has been the owner of a couple of fists and a backbone, which are not to be matched throughout the whole realm of France. Porthos is a man of the very greatest consequence compared to you, and, well, I need say no more, for I know you are an intelligent fellow. No, no, monsieur, explain what you mean. Look at your orchard, how stripped it is, how empty your larder, your bedstead broken, your cellar almost exhausted. Look, too, at Madame Truchen. Oh, my good gracious, said Planchet. Madame Truchen is an excellent person, continued 500 Artagnan, but keep her for yourself, do you understand? And he slapped him on the shoulder. Planchet at this moment perceived Porthos and Truchen sitting close together in an arbor. Truchen, with a grace and manner peculiarly Flemish, was making a pair of earrings for Porthos out of a double cherry, while Porthos was laughing as amorously as Samson did with Delilah. Planchet pressed 500 Artagnan's hand and ran toward the arbor. We must do Porthos the justice to say that he did not move as they approached, and very likely, he did not think he was doing any harm. Nor indeed did Truchen move either, which rather put Planchet out. But he, too, had been so accustomed to see fashionable people in his shop that he found no difficulty in putting a good countenance on what was disagreeable to him. Planchet seized Porthos by the arm and proposed to go and look at the horses, but Porthos pretended he was tired. Planchet then suggested that the Baron de Valon should taste some Novo of his own manufacture, which was not to be equaled anywhere, an offer which the Baron immediately accepted. And, in this way, Planchet managed to engage his enemy's attention during the whole of the day, by dint of sacrificing his cellar, in preference to his amour propre. 2 hours afterward 500 Artagnan returned. Everything is arranged, he said. I saw his majesty at the very moment he was setting off for the chase. The king expects us this evening. The king expects me? Cried Porthos, drawing himself up. It is a sad thing to have to confess, but a man's heart is like a restless billow. For, from that very moment, Porthos ceased to look at Madame Truchen in that touching manner which had so softened her heart. Planchet encouraged these ambitious leanings in the best way he could. He talked over, or rather gave exaggerated accounts of all the splendors of the last reign, its battles, sieges, and grand court ceremonies. He spoke of the luxurious display which the English made, the prizes which the three brave companions had won, and how 500 Artagnan, who at the beginning had been the humblest of the three, had finished by becoming the head. He fired Porthos with a generous feeling of enthusiasm, by reminding him of his early youth now passed away. He boasted as much as he could of the moral life this great lord had led, and how religiously he respected the ties of friendship. He was eloquent and skillful in his choice of subjects. He delighted Porthos, frightened Truchen, and made 500 Artagnan think. At 6 o'clock, the musketeer ordered the horses to be brought round, and told Porthos to get ready. He thanked Planchet for his kind hospitality, whispered a few words about a post he might succeed in obtaining for him at court, which immediately raised Planchet in Truchen's estimation, where the poor grocer, so good, so generous, so devoted, had become much lowered ever since the appearance and comparison with him of the two great gentlemen. Such, however, is woman's nature. They are anxious to possess what they have not got, and disdain it as soon as it is acquired. After having rendered this service to his friend Planchet, 500 Artagnan said in a low tone of voice to Porthos, "That is a very beautiful ring you have on your finger." "It's worth 300 pistoles," said Porthos. "Madame Truchen will remember you better if you leave her that ring," replied 500 Artagnan, a suggestion which Porthos seemed to hesitate to adopt. "You think it is not beautiful enough, perhaps," said the musketeer. "I understand your feelings. A great lord as you are would not think of accepting the hospitality of an old servant without paying him most handsomely for it. But I am sure that Planchet is too good-hearted a fellow to remember that you have an income of 100,000 francs a year." "I have more than half a mind," said Porthos, flattered by the remark, "to make Madame Truchen a present of my little farm at Bracia. It has 12 acres. "It is too much, my good Porthos, too much just at present. Keep it for a future occasion." He then took the ring off Porthos' finger and, approaching Truchen, said to her, "Madame, Monsieur le Baron hardly knows how to entreat you, out of your regard for him, to accept this little ring. M. de Valon is one of the most generous and discreet men of my acquaintance. He wished to offer you a farm that he has at Bracia, but I dissuaded him from it." "Oh," said Truchen, looking eagerly at the diamond. "Monsieur le Baron," exclaimed Planchet, quite overcome. "My good friend," stammered out Porthos, delighted at having been so well represented by 500 Artagnan. These several exclamations, uttered at the same moment, made quite a pathetic winding up of a day which might have finished in a very ridiculous manner. But 500 Artagnan was there, and on every occasion, wherever 500 Artagnan had exercised any control, matters had ended only just in the way he wished and desired. There were general embracings. Truchen, whom the Baron's munificence had restored to her proper position, very timidly, and blushing all the while, presented her forehead to the great lord with whom she had been on such very excellent terms the evening before. Planchet himself was overcome by a feeling of the deepest humility. Still, in the same generosity of disposition, Porthos would have emptied his pockets into the hands of the cook and of Celestin, but 500 Artagnan stopped him. "No," he said, "it is now my turn." And he gave 1 pistole to the woman and 2 to the man, and the benedictions which were showered down upon them would have rejoiced the heart of Harpagon himself, and have rendered, even him, prodigal of his money. 500 Artagnan made Planchet lead them to the chateau, and introduced Porthos into his own apartment, where he arrived safely, without having been perceived by those he was afraid of meeting. Chapter 15. The presentation of Porthos at court. At 7 o'clock the same evening, the king gave an audience to an ambassador from the United Provinces, in the grand reception room. The audience lasted a quarter of an hour. His Majesty afterward received those who had been recently presented, together with a few ladies, who paid their respects the first. In one quarter of the salon, concealed behind a column, Porthos and 500 Artagnan were conversing together, waiting until their turn arrived. "Have you heard the news?" inquired the musketeer of his friend. "No." "Well, look then." Porthos raised himself on tiptoe and saw M. Fouquet in full court dress, leading Aramis toward the king. "Aramis," said Porthos. "Presented to the king by M. Fouquet." "Ah," ejaculated Porthos. "For having fortified Belle-Isle," continued 500 Artagnan. "And I." "You, you, as I have already had the honor of telling you, are the good-natured, kind-hearted Porthos, and so they begged you to take care of Saint-Mandé a little." "Ah," repeated Porthos. "But, very happily I was there," said 500 Artagnan, "and presently it will be my turn." At this moment Fouquet addressed the king. "Sire," he said, "I have a favor to solicit of your Majesty. M. de Herblay is not ambitious, but he knows he can be of some service. Your Majesty needs a representative at Rome, who should be able to exercise a powerful influence there. May I request a cardinal's hat for M. de Herblay?" The king started. "I do not often solicit anything of your Majesty," said Fouquet. "That is a reason, certainly," replied the king, who always expressed any hesitation he might have in that manner, and to which remark there was nothing to say in reply. Fouquet and Aramis looked at each other. The king resumed, "M. de Herblay can serve us equally well in France, an archbishopric, for instance." "Sire," objected Fouquet, with a grace of manner peculiarly his own, "your Majesty overwhelms M. de Herblay. The archbishopric may, in your Majesty's extreme kindness, be conferred in addition to the hat. The one does not exclude the other." The king admired the readiness which he displayed, and smiled, saying, 500 Artagnan himself could not have answered better. He had no sooner pronounced the name than 500 Artagnan appeared. "Did your Majesty call me?" he said. Aramis and Fouquet drew back a step, as if they were about to retire. "Will your Majesty allow me," said 500 Artagnan quickly, as he led forward Porthos, "to present to your Majesty M. le Baron de Valonne, one of the bravest gentlemen of France." As soon as Aramis saw Porthos, he turned as pale as death, while Fouquet clenched his hands under his ruffles. 500 Artagnan smiled at both of them, while Porthos bowed, visibly overcome before the royal presence. "Porthos here," murmured Fouquet in Aramis' ear. "Hush, there is some treachery at work," said the latter. "Sire," said 500 Artagnan, "it is more than 6 years ago that I ought to have presented M. de Valonne to your Majesty. But certain men resemble stars, they move not unless their friends accompany them. The Pleiades are never disunited, and that is the reason I have selected, for the purpose of presenting him to you, the very moment when you would see M. de Herblay by his side." Aramis almost lost countenance. He looked at 500 Artagnan with a proud, haughty air, as though willing to accept the defiance which the latter seemed to throw down. "Ah, these gentlemen are good friends then," said the king. Excellent friends, sire, the one can answer for the other. Ask M. de Vannes now in what manner Belle-Isle was fortified. Fouquet moved back a step. Belle-Isle, said Aramis coldly, has been fortified by that gentleman, and he indicated Porthos with his hand, who bowed a second time. Louis could not withhold his admiration, though at the same time his suspicions were aroused. Yes, said 500 Artagnan, but ask Monsieur le Baron whose assistance he had in carrying the works out. Aramis, said Porthos frankly, and he pointed to the bishop. What the deuce does all this mean? Thought the bishop, and what sort of a termination are we to expect to this comedy? What, exclaimed the king, is the cardinal's, I mean the bishop's, name Aramis? A nom de guerre, said 500 Artagnan. A name of friendship, said Aramis. A truce to modesty, exclaimed 500 Artagnan. Beneath the priest's robe, sire, is concealed the most brilliant officer, a gentleman of the most unparalleled intrepidity and the wisest theologian in your kingdom. Louis raised his head. And an engineer also, it appears, he said, admiring Aramis' calm, imperturbable self-possession. An engineer for a particular purpose, sire, said the latter. My companion in the musketeers, sire, said 500 Artagnan, with great warmth of manner. The man who has more than 100 times aided your father's ministers by his advice. M. de Herblay, in a word, who with M. de Valon myself, and M. le Comte de la Fere, who is known to your majesty, formed that quadrille which was a good deal talked about during the late king's reign, and during your majesty's minority. And who has fortified Belle-Isle? The king repeated in a significant tone. Aramis advanced and said, in order to serve the son as I have served the father. 500 Artagnan looked at Aramis most narrowly while he uttered these words, which displayed so much true respect, so much warm devotion, such entire frankness and sincerity, that even he, 500 Artagnan, the eternal doubter, he, the almost infallible in his judgment, was deceived by it. A man who lies cannot speak in such a tone as that, he said. Louis was overcome by it. In that case, he said to Fouquet, who anxiously awaited the result of this proof, the cardinal's had as promised. Monsieur de Herblay, I pledge you my honor that the first promotion shall be yours. Thank him, Fouquet, for it. Colbert overheard these words. They stung him to the quick, and he left the salon abruptly. And you, Monsieur de Valon, said the king, what have you to ask? I am pleased to have it in my power to acknowledge the services of those who were faithful to my father. Sire, begun Porthos, but he was unable to proceed with what he was going to say. Sire, exclaimed 500 Artagnan, this worthy gentleman is overpowered by your majesty's presence, he who has so valiantly sustained the looks and the fire of 1,000 foes. But knowing what his thoughts are, I, who am more accustomed to gaze upon the sun, can translate his thoughts. He needs nothing, his sole desire is to have the happiness of gazing upon your majesty for a quarter of an hour. You shall sup with me this evening, said the king, saluting Porthos with a gracious smile. Porthos became crimson from delight and from pride. The king dismissed him, and 500 Artagnan pushed him into the adjoining apartment, after he had embraced him warmly. Sit next to me at table, said Porthos in his ear. Yes, my friend. Aramis is annoyed with me, I think. Aramis has never liked you so much as he does now. Fancy, it was I who was the means of his getting the cardinal's hat. Of course, said Porthos. By the by, does the king like his guests to eat much at his table? It is a compliment to himself if you do, said 500 Artagnan, for he possesses a royal appetite. Chapter 16. Explanations. Aramis had cleverly managed to effect a diversion for the purpose of finding 500 Artagnan and Porthos. He came up to the ladder, behind one of the columns, and, as he pressed his hand, said, So you have escaped from my prison. Do not scold him, said 500 Artagnan. It was I, dear Aramis, who set him free. Ah, my friend, replied Aramis, looking at Porthos, could you not have waited with a little more patience? 500 Artagnan came to the assistance of Porthos, who already began to breathe hard in perplexity. You see, you members of the church are great politicians. We, mere soldiers, go at once to the point. The facts are these: I went to pay Baisemeaux a visit. Aramis pricked up his ears at this announcement. Stay, said Porthos. You make me remember that I have a letter from Baisemeaux for you, Aramis. and Porthos held out to the bishop the letter we have already seen. Aramis begged to be allowed to read it, and read it without 500 Artagnan, feeling in the slightest degree embarrassed by the circumstance that he was so well acquainted with the contents of it. Besides, Aramis' face was so impenetrable that 500 Artagnan could not but admire him more than ever. After he had read it, he put the letter into his pocket with the calmest possible air. "You were saying, Captain," he observed. "I was saying," continued the musketeer, "that I had gone to pay Baisemeaux a visit on His Majesty's service." "On His Majesty's service?" said Aramis. "Yes," said 500 Artagnan, "and naturally enough we talked about you and our friends. I must say that Baisemeaux received me coldly, so I soon took my leave of him. As I was returning, a soldier accosted me and said, no doubt he recognized me, notwithstanding I was in private clothes, 'Captain, will you be good enough to read me the name written on this envelope?' And I read, 'To Monsieur de Vallon at M. Fouquet's, Saint Mande.' The deuce, said I to myself, Porthos has not returned then, as I fancied, to Belle Isle or Pierrefonds, but is at M. Fouquet's house at Saint Mande. And as M. Fouquet is not at Saint Mande, Porthos must be quite alone, or, at all events, with Aramis. I will go and see Porthos, and I accordingly went to see Porthos." "Very good," said Aramis thoughtfully. "You never told me that," said Porthos. "I did not have the time, my friend." "And you brought back Porthos with you to Fontainebleau?" "Yes, to Planchet's house." "Does Planchet live at Fontainebleau?" inquired Aramis. "Yes, near the cemetery," said Porthos thoughtlessly. "What do you mean by near the cemetery?" said Aramis suspiciously. "Come," thought the musketeer, "since there is to be a squabble, let us take advantage of it." "Yes, the cemetery," said Porthos. "Planchet is a very excellent fellow, who makes very excellent preserves, but his house has windows which look out upon the cemetery, and a very melancholy prospect it is, so this morning—" "This morning," said Aramis, more and more excited. 500 Artagnan turned his back to them, and walked to the window, where he began to play a march upon one of the panes of glass. "Yes, this morning, we saw a man buried there." Very depressing, was it not? I should never be able to live in a house where burials can always be seen from it. 500 Artagnan, on the contrary, seems to like it very much. So 500 Artagnan saw it as well. Not simply saw it, he literally never took his eyes off the whole time. Aramis started and turned to look at the musketeer, but the latter was engaged in earnest conversation with Saint-Aignan. Aramis continued to question Porthos, and when he had squeezed all the juice out of this enormous lemon, he threw the peel aside. He turned toward his friend 500 Artagnan, and clapping him on the shoulder when Saint-Aignan had left him, the king's supper having been announced, said, 500 Artagnan. "Yes, my dear fellow," he replied. "We do not sup with His Majesty, I believe." "Yes, indeed, I do." "Can you give me 10 minutes' conversation?" 20, if you like. His Majesty will take quite that time to get properly seated at table. "Where shall we talk, then?" "Here, upon these seats, if you like. The king has left, we can sit down, and the apartment is empty." "Let us sit down, then." They sat down, and Aramis took one of 500 Artagnan's hands in his. "Tell me candidly, my dear friend, whether you have not counseled Porthos to distrust me a little." "I admit I have, but not as you understand it. I saw that Porthos was bored to death, and I wished, by presenting him to the king, to do for him, and for you, what you would never do for yourselves." "What is that?" "Speak in your own praise." "And you have done it most nobly, I thank you." "And I brought the cardinal's hat a little nearer, just as it seemed to be retreating from you." "Ah, I admit that," said Aramis with a singular smile. "You are, indeed, not to be matched for making your friends' fortunes for them." "You see, then, that I only acted with the view of making Porthos' fortune for him." "I meant to have done that myself, but your arm reaches farther than ours." It was now 500 Artagnan's turn to smile. "Come," said Aramis, "we ought to deal truthfully with each other. Do you still love me, 500 Artagnan?" "The same as I used to do," replied 500 Artagnan, without compromising himself too much by this reply. In that case, thanks, and now for the most perfect frankness, said Aramis. You came to Belle Isle for the king. Pardieu. You wished to deprive us of the pleasure of offering Belle Isle, completely fortified to the king. But before I could deprive you of that pleasure, I ought to have been made acquainted with your intention of doing so. You came to Belle Isle without knowing anything. Of you, yes. How the devil could I imagine that Aramis had become so clever an engineer as to be able to fortify like Polybius or Archimedes? True, and yet you divine me yonder. Oh, yes. And Porthos, too. I did not divine that Aramis was an engineer. I was only able to divine that Porthos might have become one. There is a saying, one becomes an orator, one is born a poet, but it has never been said, one is born Porthos, and one becomes an engineer. Your wit is always amusing, said Aramis coldly. Well then, I will go on. Do so. When you found out our secret, you made all the haste you could to communicate it to the king. I certainly made as much haste as I could, since I saw that you were making still more. When a man weighing 258 pounds, as Porthos does, rides post. When a gouty prelate, I beg your pardon, but you told me you were so? When a prelate scours along the road, I naturally supposed that my two friends, who did not wish to be communicative with me, had certain matters of the highest importance to conceal from me, and so I made as much haste as my leanness and the absence of gout would allow. Did it not occur to you, my dear friend, that you might be rendering Porthos and myself a very sad service? Yes, I thought it not unlikely, but you and Porthos made me play a very ridiculous part at Belle Isle. I beg your pardon, said Aramis. Excuse me, said 500 Artagnan. So that, pursued Aramis, you now know everything. No, indeed. You know I was obliged to inform M. Fouquet of what had happened, in order that he might anticipate what you might have to tell the king. That is rather obscure. Not at all, M. Fouquet has his enemies. You will admit that, I suppose. Certainly. And one in particular. A dangerous one. A mortal enemy. Well, in order to counteract that man's influence, it was necessary that M. Fouquet should give the king a proof of a great devotion to him and of his readiness to make the greatest sacrifices. He surprised his majesty by offering him Belle Isle. If you had been the first to reach Paris, the surprise would have been destroyed. It would have looked as if we had yielded to fear. I understand. That is the whole mystery, said Aramis, satisfied that he had quite convinced the musketeer. Only, said the latter, it would have been more simple to have taken me aside and said to me, my dear 500 Artagnan, we are fortifying Belle Isle and intend to offer it to the king. Tell us frankly for whom you are acting. Are you a friend of M. Colbert or of M. Fouquet? Perhaps I should not have answered you, but you would have added, are you my friend? I should have said, yes. Aramis hung down his head. In this way, continued 500 Artagnan, you would have paralyzed my movements, and I should have gone to the king and said, Sire M. Fouquet is fortifying Belle Isle, and exceedingly well too, but here is a note which the governor of Belle Isle gave me for your majesty. Or, M. Fouquet is about to wait upon your majesty to explain his intentions with regard to it. I should not have been placed in an absurd position. You would have enjoyed the surprise you wished for, and we should not have had airy occasion to look askance at each other when we met. While, on the contrary, replied Aramis, you have acted altogether as one friendly to M. Colbert, and you really are a friend of his, I suppose. Certainly not, indeed, exclaimed the captain. M. Colbert is a mean fellow, and I hate him as I used to hate Mazarin, but without fearing him. Well then, said Aramis, I love M. Fouquet, and his interests are mine. You know my position. I have no property or means whatever. M. Fouquet gave me several livings, a bishopric as well. M. Fouquet has served and obliged me like the generous-hearted man he is, and I know the world sufficiently well to appreciate a kindness when I meet with it. M. Fouquet has won my regard, and I have devoted myself to his service. You couldn't do better. You will find him a very good master. Aramis bit his lips and then said, the best a man could possibly have. He then paused for a minute, 500 Artagnan taking good care not to interrupt him. I suppose you know how Porthos got mixed up in all this. No, said 500 Artagnan. I am curious, of course, but I never question a friend when he wishes to keep his real secret from me. Well then, I will tell you. It is hardly worth the trouble, if the confidence is to bind me in any way. Oh, do not be afraid. There is no man whom I love better than Porthos, because he is so simple-minded and good. Porthos is so straightforward in everything. Since I have become a bishop, I have looked for those simple natures, which make me love truth and hate intrigue. 500 Ardegnan simply stroked his mustache, but said nothing. I saw Porthos and again cultivated his acquaintance. His own time hanging idly on his hands, his presence recalled my earlier and better days without engaging me in any present evil. I sent for Porthos to come to Vannes. M. Fouquet, whose regard for me is very great, having learned that Porthos and I were attached to each other by old ties of friendship, promised him increase of rank at the earliest promotion. And that is the whole secret. I shall not abuse your confidence, said 500 Artagnan. I am sure of that, my dear friend. No one has a finer sense of honor than yourself. I flatter myself you are right, Aramis. And now, and here the prelate looked searchingly and scrutinizingly at his friend. Now let us talk of ourselves and for ourselves. Will you become one of M. Fouquet's friends? Do not interrupt me until you know what that means. Well, I am listening. Will you become a Marshal of France, peer, duke, and the possessor of a duchy, with a revenue of 1,000,000 of francs? But my friend, replied 500 Artagnan, what must one do to get all that? Belong to M. Fouquet. But I already belong to the king. Not exclusively, I suppose. Oh, 500 Artagnan cannot be divided. You have, I presume, ambitions, as noble hearts like yours have. Yes, certainly I have. Well, I wish to be a Marshal. The king will make me Marshal, Duke, Peer. The king will make me all that. Aramis fixed a searching look upon 500 Artagnan. Is not the king master? Said 500 Artagnan. No one disputes it, but Louis XIII was master also. Oh, my dear friend, between Richelieu and Louis XIII, there was no 500 Artagnan, said the musketeer very quietly. There are many stumbling blocks round the king, said Aramis. Not for the king. Very likely not still. One moment, Aramis. I observe that everyone thinks of himself and never of this poor young prince. I will maintain myself in maintaining him. And if you meet with ingratitude, the weak alone are afraid of that. You are quite certain of yourself. I think so. Still, the king may have no further need of you. On the contrary, I think his need of me will be greater than ever. And hearken, my dear fellow, if it became necessary to arrest a new Condé, who would do it? This alone in all France. And 500 Artagnan struck his sword. You are right, said Aramis, turning very pale, and then he rose and pressed 500 Artagnan's hand. That is the last summons for supper, said the captain of the musketeers. Will you excuse me? Aramis threw his arm round the musketeer's neck and said, a friend like you is the brightest jewel in the royal crown. And they immediately separated. I was right, thought 500 Artagnan, there is something on foot. We must make haste with the explosion, said Aramis, for 500 Artagnan has discovered the plot. Chapter 17. Madame and Guiche. It will not be forgotten that the Comte de Guiche had left the Queen Mother's apartment on the day when Louis XIV presented La Vallière with the beautiful bracelets he had won at the lottery. The Comte walked to and fro for some time outside the palace in the greatest distress, from 1,000 suspicions and anxieties with which his mind was beset. Presently he stopped and waited on the terrace opposite the grove of trees, watching for Madame's departure. More than half an hour passed away, and as he was at that moment quite alone, the Comte could hardly have had any very diverting ideas at his command. He drew his tablets from his pocket, and after hesitating over and over again, determined to write these words. Madam, I implore you to grant me one moment's conversation. Do not be alarmed at this request, which contains nothing in any way opposed to the profound respect with which I subscribe myself, etc., etc. He then signed and folded this singular supplication, when he suddenly observed several ladies leaving the chateau, and afterward several men also, in fact almost every person who had formed the queen's circle. He saw La Vallière herself, then Montalais talking with Malicorne. He saw the departure of the very last of the numerous guests who had a short time before thronged the Queen Mother's cabinet. Madame herself had not passed, She would be obliged, however, to cross the courtyard in order to enter her own apartments, and from the terrace where he was standing, de Guiche could see all that was passing in the courtyard. At last, he saw Madame leave, attended by a couple of pages who were carrying torches before her. She was walking very quickly. As soon as she reached the door, she said, "Let someone go and see after de Guiche. He has to render me an account of a mission he had to discharge for me. If he should be disengaged, request him to be good enough to come to my apartment." De Guiche remained silent and concealed in the shade. But, as soon as Madame had withdrawn, he darted from the terrace down the steps, and assumed a most indifferent air, so that the pages who were hurrying toward his rooms might meet him. "Ah, it is Madame then who is seeking me," he said to himself, quite overcome, and he crushed in his hand the letter which had now become useless. "M. le Comte," said one of the pages, approaching him, "we are indeed most fortunate in meeting you." "Why so, messieurs?" "A command from Madame." "From Madame," said de Guiche, looking surprised. "Yes, M. le Comte, Her Royal Highness has been asking for you. She expects to hear, she told us, the result of a commission you had to execute for her. Are you at liberty?" "I am quite at Her Royal Highness's orders." "Will you have the goodness to follow us, then?" When de Guiche ascended to the princess's apartments, he found her pale and agitated. Montalais was standing at the door, apparently in some degree uneasy about what was passing in her mistress's mind. De Guiche appeared. "Ah, is that you, Monsieur de Guiche?" said Madame. "Come in, I beg. Mademoiselle de Montalais, I do not require your attendance any longer." Montalais, more puzzled than ever, curtsied and withdrew, and de Guiche and the princess were left alone. The Comte had every advantage in his favor. It was Madame who had summoned him to a rendezvous. But how was it possible for the Comte to make use of this advantage? Madame was so whimsical, and her disposition was so changeable. She soon allowed this to be perceived, for suddenly opening the conversation, she said, "Well, have you nothing to say to me?" He imagined she must have guessed his thoughts. He fancied, for those who are in love are so constituted, they are as credulous and blind as poets or prophets. He fancied she knew how ardent was his desire to see her, and also the subject of it. "Yes, madame," he said, "and I think it very singular." "The affair of the bracelets," she exclaimed eagerly. "You mean that, I suppose?" "Yes, madame." "And you think the king is in love, do you not?" Gitch looked at her for some time, her eyes sunk under his gaze, which seemed to read her very heart. "I think," he said, "that the king may possibly have had the idea of annoying someone here. Were it not for that, the king would not show himself so earnest in his attentions as he is. He would not run the risk of compromising, from mere thoughtlessness of disposition, a young girl against whom no one has been hitherto able to say a word." "Indeed, the bold, shameless girl," said the princess haughtily. "I can positively assure your Royal Highness," said de Guiche, with a firmness marked by great respect, "that Mademoiselle de La Vallière is beloved by a man who merits every respect, for he is a brave and honorable gentleman." "Bragelonne, perhaps?" "My friend, yes, madame." "Well, and although he is your friend, what does that matter to the king?" "The king knows that Bragelonne is affianced to Mademoiselle de La Vallière, and as Raoul has served the king most valiantly, the king will not inflict an irreparable injury upon him." Madame began to laugh in a manner that produced a mournful impression upon de Guiche. "I repeat, madame, I do not believe the king is in love with Mademoiselle de La Vallière, and the proof that I do not believe it is that I was about to ask you whose more proper it is likely the king is, in this circumstance, desirous of wounding. You who are well acquainted with the whole court can perhaps assist me in ascertaining that, and assuredly with greater reason too, since it is everywhere said that your Royal Highness is on very intimate terms with the king." Madame bit her lips and, unable to assign any good and sufficient reasons, changed the conversation. "Prove to me," she said, fixing on him one of those looks in which the whole soul seems to pass into the eyes, "prove to me, I say, that you intended to interrogate me at the very moment I sent for you." De Guiche gravely drew from his tablets what he had written and showed it to her. "Sympathy," she said. "Yes," said the Comte with an indescribable tenderness of tone, "sympathy. I have explained to you how and why I sought you. You, however, have yet to tell me, madame, why you sent for me." "True," replied the princess. She hesitated and then suddenly exclaimed, "Those bracelets will drive me mad." You expected the king would offer them to you, replied de Guiche. Why not? But before you, madame, before you, his sister-in-law, was there not the queen herself to whom the king should have offered them? Before La Vallière, cried the princess, wounded to the quick, could he not have presented them to me? Was there not the whole court indeed to choose from? I assure you, madame, said the comte respectfully, that if anyone heard you speak in this manner, if anyone were to see how red your eyes are, and, heaven forgive me, to see, too, that earth trembling on your eyelids, it would be said that your royal highness was jealous. Jealous, said the princess haughtily, jealous of La Vallière. She expected to see de Guiche yield beneath her haughty gesture and her proud tone, but he simply and boldly replied, jealous of La Vallière, yes, madame. Am I to suppose, monsieur, she stammered out, that your object is to insult me? It is not possible, madame, replied the comte, slightly agitated, but resolved to master that fiery nature. Leave the room, said the princess, thoroughly exasperated, de Guiche's coolness and silent respect having made her completely lose her temper. De Guiche fell back a step, bowed slowly, but with great respect, drew himself up, looking as white as his lace cuffs, and in a voice slightly trembling, said, "It was hardly worth while to have hurried here to be subjected to this unmerited disgrace." And he turned away with hasty steps. He had scarcely gone half a dozen paces when Madame darted like a tigress after him, seized him by the cuff, and, making him turn round again, said, trembling with passion as she did so, "The respect that you pretend to have is more insulting than insult itself. Insult me, if you please, but at least speak." "And do you, madame," said the comte, gently, as he drew his sword, "thrust this sword into my heart, rather than kill me by slow degrees." At the look he fixed upon her, a look full of love, resolution, and despair, even, she knew how readily the comte, so outwardly calm in appearance, would pass his sword through his own breast if she added another word. She tore the blade from his hands, and pressing his arm with a feverish impatience, which might pass for tenderness, said, "Do not be too hard with me, comte. You see how I am suffering, and you have no pity for me." Tears, which were the last crisis of the attack, stifled her voice. As soon as de Guiche saw her weep, he took her in his arms and carried her to an armchair. In another moment she would have been suffocated from suppressed passion. "Oh, why," he murmured as he knelt by her side, "why do you conceal your troubles from me? Do you love anyone? Tell me? It would kill me, I know, but not until after I should have comforted, consoled, and served you even." "And do you love me to that extent?" she replied, completely conquered. "I do indeed love you to that extent, madame." She placed both her hands in his. "My heart is indeed another's," she murmured in so low a tone that her voice could hardly be heard, but he heard it and said, "Is it the king you love?" She gently shook her head, and her smile was like a clear bright streak in the clouds, through which, after the tempest had passed away, one almost fancies paradise is opening. "But," she added, "there are other passions stirring in a high-born heart. Love is poetry, but the life of the heart is pride. Comte, I was born upon a throne, I am proud and jealous of my rank. Why does the king gather such unworthy objects round him?" "Once more I repeat," said the comte, "you are acting unjustly toward that poor girl, who will one day be my friend's wife." "Are you simple enough to believe that, comte?" "If I did not believe it," he said, turning very pale, "Bragelonne should be informed of it tomorrow. Indeed he should, if I thought that poor La Vallière had forgotten the vows she had exchanged with Raoul. But no, it would be cowardly to betray any woman's secret. It would be criminal to disturb a friend's peace of mind." "You think, then," said the princess, with a wild burst of laughter, "that ignorance is happiness." "I believe it," he replied. "Prove it to me, then," she said hurriedly. "It is easily done, madame. It is reported through the whole court that the king loves you, and that you return his affection." "Well," she said, breathing with difficulty. "Well, admit for a moment that Raoul, my friend, had come and said to me, 'Yes, the king loves madame, and has made an impression upon her heart. I possibly should have slain Raoul.'" "It would have been necessary," said the princess, with the obstinacy of a woman who feels herself not easily overcome, "for M. de Bragelonne to have had proofs before he could venture to speak to you in that manner." "Such, however, is the case," replied de Guiche with a deep sigh, "that not having been warned, I have never examined the matter seriously, and I now find that my ignorance has saved my life." So, then, you would drive your selfishness and coldness to that extent, said Madame, that you would let this unhappy young man continue to love La Vallière. I would, until La Valliere's guilt were revealed. But the bracelets. Well, Madame, since you yourself expected to receive them from the king, what could I possibly have said? The argument was a telling one, and the princess was overwhelmed by it, and from that moment her defeat was assured. But as her heart and mind were instinct with noble and generous feelings, she understood De Guiche's extreme delicacy. She saw that in his heart he really suspected that the king was in love with La Vallière, and that he did not wish to resort to the common expedient of ruining a rival in the mind of a woman, by giving the latter the assurance and certainty that this rival's affections were transferred to another woman. She guessed that his suspicions of La Vallière were aroused, and that in order to leave himself time for his conviction to undergo a change, so as not to ruin her utterly, he was determined to pursue a certain straightforward line of conduct. She could read so much real greatness of character, and such true generosity of disposition in her lover, that her heart seemed to warm with affection toward him, whose passion for her was so pure and delicate in its nature. Despite his fear of incurring her displeasure, De Guiche, by retaining his position as a man of proud independence of feeling and of deep devotion, became almost a hero in her estimation, and reduced her to the state of a jealous and little-minded woman. She loved him for it so tenderly that she could not refuse to give him a proof of her affection. See how many words we have wasted, she said, taking his hand. Suspicions, anxieties, mistrust, sufferings, I think we have mentioned all those words. Alas, madame, yes. Efface them from your heart as I drive them from mine. Whether La Vallière does or does not love the king, and whether the king does or does not love La Vallière. From this moment, you and I will draw a distinction in the two characters I have to perform. You open your eyes so wide that I am sure you do not understand me. You are so impetuous, madame, that I always tremble at the fear of displeasing you. And see how he trembles now, poor fellow, she said, with the most charming playfulness of manner. Yes, monsieur, I have two characters to perform. I am the sister of the king, the sister-in-law of the king's wife. In this character, ought I not to take an interest in these domestic intrigues? Come, tell me what you think. As little as possible, madame. Agreed, monsieur, but it is a question of dignity. And then, you know, I am the wife of the king's brother. Guiche sighed. A circumstance, she added with an expression of great tenderness, which will remind you that I am always to be treated with the profoundest respect. Guiche fell at her feet, which he kissed with the religious fervor of a worshipper. And I begin to think that, really and truly, I have another character to perform. I was almost forgetting it. Name it, oh, name it, said Guiche. I am a woman, she said, in a voice lower than ever, and I love another. He rose, she opened her arms, and their lips were pressed together. A footstep was heard behind the tapestry, and Mademoiselle de Montalais appeared. What do you want? Said Madame. M. de Guiche is wanted, replied Montalais, who was just in time to see the agitation of the actors of these four characters, for Guiche had constantly carried out his part with the greatest heroism. Chapter 18. Montalais and Malicorne. Montalais was right. M. de Guiche, summoned in every direction, was very much exposed, even from the multiplication of matters, to the risk of not answering in any one direction. It so happened that, considering the awkwardness of the interruption, Madame, notwithstanding her wounded pride, and her secret anger, could not, for the moment at least, reproach Montalais for having violated, in so bold a manner, the semi-royal order with which she had been dismissed on Guiche's entrance. Guiche, also, lost his presence of mind, or, it would be better to say, that he had already lost it before Montalais' arrival. For scarcely had he heard the young girl's voice, than, without taking leave of Madame, as the most ordinary politeness required, even between persons equal in rank and station, he fled from her presence, his heart tumultuously throbbing, and his brain on fire, leaving the princess with one hand raised, as though about to bid him adieu. Montalais was at no loss, therefore, to perceive the agitation of the two lovers. The one who fled was agitated, and the one who remained was equally so. So, murmured the young girl as she glanced inquisitively round her. This time, at least, I think I know as much as the most curious woman could possibly wish to know. Madame felt so embarrassed by this inquisitorial look that, as if she had heard Montalais' muttered side remark, she did not speak a word to her maid of honor, but casting down her eyes, retired at once to her bedroom. Montalais, observing this, stood listening for a moment, and then heard Madame lock and bolt her door. By this, she knew that the rest of the evening was at her own disposal, and making behind the door which had just been closed, a gesture which indicated but little real respect for the princess, she went down the staircase in search of Malicorne, who was very busily engaged at that moment in watching a courier, who, covered with dust, had just left the Comte de Guiche's apartments. Montalais knew that Malicorne was engaged in a matter of some importance. She therefore allowed him to look and stretch out his neck as much as he pleased, and it was only when Malicorne had resumed his natural position that she touched him on the shoulder. "Well," said Montalais, "what is the latest intelligence you have?" "M. de Guiche is in love with Madame." "Fine news, truly. I know something more recent than that." "Well, what do you know?" "That Madame is in love with M. de Guiche. The one is the consequence of the other." "Not always, my good monsieur." "Is that remark intended for me?" "Present company are always accepted." "Thank you," said Malicorne. "Well, and in the other direction, what is there fresh?" "The king wished, this evening, after the lottery, to see Mademoiselle de La Vallière." "Well, and he has seen her." "No, indeed." "What do you mean by that?" "The door was shut and locked." "And so that the king was obliged to go back again, looking very sheepish, like a thief who has forgotten his implements." "Good." "And in the third direction?" inquired Montalais. "The courier who has just arrived for de Guiche came from M. de Bragelonne." "Excellent," said Montalais, clapping her hands together. "Why so?" "Because we have work to do. If we get weary now, something unfortunate will be sure to happen." "We must divide the work then," said Malicorne, "in order to avoid confusion." "Nothing easier," replied Montalais. 3 intrigues, carefully nursed and carefully encouraged, will produce, one with another, and taking a low average, 3 love letters a day. "Oh," exclaimed Malicorne, shrugging his shoulders, "you cannot mean what you say, darling. 3 letters a day, that may do for sentimental common people. A musketeer on duty, a young girl in a convent, may exchange letters with their lovers once a day, perhaps from the top of a ladder, or through a hole in the wall. A letter contains all the poetry their poor little hearts have to boast of. But the cases we have in hand require to be dealt with very differently." "Well, finish," said Montalais, out of patience with him. "Someone may come." "Finish? Why, I am only at the beginning. I have still 3 points as yet untouched." "Upon my word, he will be the death of me, with his Flemish indifference," exclaimed Montalais. "And you will drive me mad with your Italian vivacity. I was going to say that our lovers here will be writing volumes to each other. But what are you driving at?" "At this, not one of our lady correspondents will be able to keep the letters they may receive." "Very likely not. M. de Guiche will not be able to keep his either." "That is probable." "Very well then, I will take care of all that." "That is the very thing which is impossible," said Malicorne. "Why so?" "Because you are not your own mistress. Your room is as much La Valliere's as yours, and there are certain persons who will think nothing of visiting and searching a maid of honor's room, so that I am terribly afraid of the queen, who is as jealous as a Spaniard, of the queen mother, who is as jealous as a couple of Spaniards, and last of all, of Madame herself, who has jealousy enough for 10 Spaniards." "You forget someone else." "Who, monsieur?" "I was only speaking of the women. Let us add them up, then. We will call Monsieur number 1. Guiche. Number 2. The Vicomte de Bragelonne. Number 3. And the king. Number 4, of course the king, who not only will be more jealous but still more powerful than all the rest put together. Ah, my dear. Well, into what a wasp's nest you have thrust yourself. And as yet not quite far enough, if you will follow me into it. Most certainly I will follow you where you like, yet. Well, yet. While we have time enough left, I think it will be more prudent to turn back. But I, on the contrary, think the most prudent course to take is to put ourselves at once at the head of all these intrigues. You will never be able to do it. With you, I could carry on 10 of them. I am in my element, you must know. I was born to live at the court, as the salamander is made to live in the fire. Your comparison does not reassure me in the slightest degree in the world, my dear Montalais. I have heard it said, and by very learned men, too, that, in the first place, there are no salamanders at all, and that, if there had been any, they would have been perfectly baked or roasted on leaving the fire. Your learned men may be very wise as far as salamanders are concerned, but your learned men would never tell you what I can tell you. Namely, that Aura de Montalais is destined, before a month is over, to become the first diplomatic genius in the court of France. Be it so, but on condition that I shall be the second. Agreed, an offensive and defensive alliance, of course. Only be very careful of any letters. I will hand them to you as I receive them. What shall we tell the king about Madame? That Madame is still in love with his Majesty. What shall we tell Madame about the king? That she would be exceedingly wrong not to humor him. What shall we tell La Vallière about Madame? Whatever we choose, for La Vallière is in our power. How so? In two ways. What do you mean? In the first place, through the Vicomte de Bragelonne. Explain yourself. You do not forget, I hope, that Monsieur de Bragelonne has written many letters to Mademoiselle de La Vallière. I forget nothing. Well then, it was I who received, and I who kept those letters. And, consequently, it is you who have them still. Yes. Where here? Oh no, I have them safe at Blois, in the little room you know well enough. That dear little room, that darling little room, the antechamber of the palace, I intend you to live in one of these days. But I beg your pardon, you said that all those letters are in that little room. Yes. Did you not put them in a box? Of course, in the same box where I put all the letters I received from you, and where I put mine also when your business or your amusements prevented you from coming to our rendezvous. Ah, very good, said Malicorne. Why are you so satisfied? Because I see there is a possibility of not having to run to Blois after the letters, for I have them here. You have brought the box away. It was very dear to me, because it belonged to you. Be sure and take care of it, for it contains original documents which will be of very great value by and by. I am perfectly well aware of that indeed, and that is the very reason why I laugh as I do, and with all my heart too. And now, one last word. Why the last? Do we need anyone to assist us? No one at all. Valets or maidservants? Bad, detestable. You will give the letters, you will receive them. Oh, we must have no pride in this affair, otherwise M. Malicorne and Mademoiselle Aura, not transacting their own affairs themselves, will have to make up their minds to see them done by others. You are quite right, but what is going on yonder in M. de Guiche's room? Nothing, he is only opening his window. Let us be gone. And they both immediately disappeared, all the terms of the compact having been agreed upon. The window, which had just been opened, was, in fact, that of the Comte de Guiche. But it was not alone with the hope of catching a glimpse of Madame through her curtains that he seated himself by the open window, for his preoccupation of mind had at that time a different origin. He had just received, as we have already stated, the courier who had been dispatched to him by Bragelonne, the latter having written to de Guiche a letter which had made the deepest impression upon him, and which he had read over and over again. Strange, strange, he murmured. How powerful are the means by which destiny hurries men on toward their fate. Leaving the window in order to approach nearer to the light, he again read over the letter he had just received. Calais. My dear Count, I found M. de Wardes at Calais. He has been seriously wounded in an affair with the Duke of Buckingham. De Wardes is, as you know, unquestionably brave, but full of malevolent and wicked feelings. He conversed with me about yourself, for whom, he says, he has a warm regard, and also about Madame, whom he considers a beautiful and amiable woman. He has guessed your affection for a certain person. He also talked to me about the person for whom I have so ardent a regard, and showed the greatest interest on my behalf in expressing a deep pity for me, accompanied, however, by dark hints which alarmed me at first, but which I at last looked upon as the result of his usual love of mystery. These are the facts. He had received news of the court. You will understand, however, that it was only through M. de Lorraine. The report is, so says the news, that a change has taken place in the king's affections. You know whom that concerns. Afterward, the news continues. People are talking about one of the maids of honor, respecting whom various slanderous reports are being circulated. These vague phrases have not allowed me to sleep. I have been deploring, ever since yesterday, that my diffidence and vacillation of purpose should, notwithstanding a certain obstinacy of character I may possess, have left me unable to reply to these insinuations. In a word, therefore, M. de Wardes was setting off for Paris, and I did not delay his departure with explanations, for it seemed rather hard, I confess, to cross-examine a man whose wounds are hardly yet closed. In short, he traveled by short stages, as he was anxious to leave, he said, in order to be present at a curious spectacle, which the court cannot fail to offer within a very short time. He added a few congratulatory words, accompanied by certain sympathizing expressions. I could not understand the one any more than the other. I was bewildered by my own thoughts, and then tormented by a mistrust of this man, a mistrust which, you know better than anyone else, I have never been able to overcome. As soon as he left, my perception seemed to become clearer. It is hardly possible that a man of De Wardes' character should not have communicated something of his own malicious nature to the statements he made to me. It is not unlikely, therefore, that in the mysterious hints which De Wardes threw out in my presence, there may not be a mysterious signification, which I might have some difficulty in applying either to myself or to someone with whom you are acquainted. Being compelled to leave as soon as possible, in obedience to the king's commands, the idea did not occur to me of running after De Wardes in order to ask him to explain his reserve, but I have dispatched a courier to you with this letter, which will explain in detail all my various doubts. I regard you as myself. It is you who have thought, and it will be for you to act. M. de Wardes will arrive very shortly. Endeavor to learn what he meant, if you do not already know it. M. de Wardes, moreover, pretended that the Duke of Buckingham left Paris on the very best of terms with Madame. This was an affair which would have unhesitatingly made me draw my sword, had I not felt that I was under the necessity of dispatching the king's mission before undertaking any quarrel. Burn this letter, which Olivain will hand you. Whatever Olivain says you may confidently rely upon. Will you have the goodness, my dear Comte, to recall me to the remembrance of Mademoiselle de La Vallière, whose hand I kiss with the greatest respect. Your devoted de Bragelonne. P.S. If anything serious should happen, we should be prepared for everything. Dispatch a courier to me with this one single word, come, and I shall be in Paris within 36 hours after I shall have received your letter. De Guiche sighed, folded the letter up a third time, and instead of burning it, as Raoul had recommended him to do, placed it in his pocket. He felt that he needed to read it over and over again. How much distress of mind, and yet how great a confidence he shows, murmured the Comte. He has poured out his whole soul in that letter. He says nothing of the Comte de la Fere and speaks of his respect for Louise. He cautions me on my account and entreats me on his own. Ah, continued de Guiche with a threatening gesture, you interfere in my affairs, Monsieur de Wardes, do you? Very well, then, I shall now occupy myself with yours. And for you, poor Raoul, you who entrust your heart to my keeping, be assured I will watch over it. With this promise, de Guiche begged Malicorne to come immediately to his apartments, if it were possible. Malicorne acknowledged the invitation with an activity which was the first result of his conversation with Montalais. And while de Guiche, who thought that his motive was undiscovered, cross-examined Malicorne, the latter, who appeared to be working in the dark, soon guessed his questioner's motives. The consequence was that, after a quarter of an hour's conversation, during which de Guiche thought he had ascertained the whole truth with regard to La Vallière and the king, he had learned absolutely nothing more than his own eyes had already acquainted him with, while Malicorne learned or guessed that Raoul, who was absent, was fast becoming suspicious, and that de Guiche intended to watch over the treasure of the Hesperides. Malicorne accepted the office of dragon. De Guiche fancied he had done everything for his friend, and soon began to think of nothing but his own personal affairs. The next evening, De Wardes' return and his first appearance at the king's reception were announced. When that visit had been paid, the convalescent waited on Monsieur, de Guiche taking care, however, to be at Monsieur's apartments before the visit took place. Chapter 19. How De Wardes was received at court. Monsieur had received De Wardes with that marked favor which all light and frivolous minds bestow on every novelty that may come in their way. De Wardes, who had been absent for a month, was like fresh fruit to him. To treat him with marked kindness was an infidelity to his old friends, and there is always something fascinating in that. Moreover, It was a sort of reparation to De Wardes himself. Nothing, consequently, could exceed the favorable notice Monsieur took of him. The Chevalier de Lorraine, who feared this rival not a little, but who respected a character and disposition which were precisely parallel to his own in every particular, with the addition of a courage he did not himself possess, received De Wardes with a greater display of regard and affection than even Monsieur had done. De Guiche, as we have said, was there also, but kept a little in the background, waiting very patiently until all these embraces were over. De Wardes, while talking to the others and even to Monsieur himself, had not for a moment lost sight of De Guiche, who, he instinctively felt, was there on his account. As soon as he had finished with the others, he went up to De Guiche. They both exchanged the most courteous compliments, after which De Wardes returned to Monsieur and to the other gentlemen. In the midst of these congratulations, Madame was announced. She had been informed of De Wardes' arrival, and knowing all the details of his voyage and of his duel, she was not sorry to be present at the remarks she knew would be made, without delay, by one who, she felt assured, was her personal enemy. 2 or 3 of her ladies accompanied her. De Wardes saluted Madame in the most graceful and respectful manner, and as a commencement of hostilities, announced, in the first place, that he could furnish the Duke of Buckingham's friends with the latest news about him. This was a direct answer to the coldness with which Madame had received him. The attack was a vigorous one, and Madame felt the blow, but without appearing to have even noticed it. He rapidly cast a glance at Monsieur and at De Guiche. The former had colored, and the latter had turned very pale. Madame alone had preserved an unmoved countenance. But, as she knew how many unpleasant thoughts and feelings her enemy could awaken in the 2 persons who were listening to him, she smilingly bent forward toward the traveler, as if to listen to the news he had brought, but he was speaking of other matters. Madame was brave, even to imprudence. If she were to retreat, it would be inviting an attack. So, after the first disagreeable impression had passed away, she returned to the charge. "Have you suffered much from your wounds, Monsieur de Wardes?" she inquired, "for we have been told that you had the misfortune to get wounded." It was now De Wardes' turn to wince. He bit his lips and replied, "No, Madame, hardly at all." "Indeed, and yet in this terribly hot weather." "The sea breezes are fresh and cool, Madame, and then I had one consolation." "Indeed, what was it?" "The knowledge that my adversary's sufferings were still greater than my own." "Ah, you mean he was more seriously wounded than you were? I was not aware of that," said the princess with utter indifference. "Oh, Madame, you are mistaken, or rather you pretend to misunderstand my remark. I did not say that he was more suffering in body than myself, but his heart was seriously affected." De Guiche comprehended in what direction the struggle was approaching. He ventured to make a sign to Madame, as if entreating her to retire from the contest. But she, without acknowledging De Guiche's gesture, without pretending to have noticed it even, and still smiling, continued. "Is it possible," she said, "that the Duke of Buckingham's heart was touched? I had no idea until now that a heart wound could be cured." "Alas, Madame," replied De Wardes politely, "every woman believes that, and it is such a belief which gives them over us that superiority which confidence imposes." "You misunderstand altogether, dearest," said the prince, impatiently. "M. de Wardes means that the Duke of Buckingham's heart had been touched, not by a sword but by something else." "Ah, very good," exclaimed Madame. "It is a jest of M. de Wardes. Very good, but I should like to know if the Duke of Buckingham would appreciate the jest. It is, indeed, a very great pity he is not here, M. de Wardes." The young man's eyes seemed to flash fire. "Oh," he said as he clenched his teeth, "there is nothing I should like better." De Guiche did not move. Madame seemed to expect that he would come to her assistance. Monsieur hesitated. The Chevalier de Lorraine advanced and continued the conversation. "Madame," he said, "de Wardes knows perfectly well that for a Buckingham's heart to be touched is nothing new, and what he has said has already taken place." "Instead of an ally, I have 2 enemies," murmured Madame, "2 determined enemies and in league with each other." And she changed the conversation. To change the conversation is, as everyone knows, a right possessed by princes which etiquette requires all to respect. The remainder of the conversation was moderate enough in its tone. The principal actors had finished their parts. Madame withdrew early, and Monsieur, who wished to question her on several matters, offered her his hand on leaving. The Chevalier was seriously afraid that a good understanding might be established between the husband and wife if he were to leave them quietly together. He therefore made his way to Monsieur's apartments, in order to surprise him on his return, and to destroy with a few words all the good impressions that Madame might have been able to sow in his heart. De Guiche advanced toward De Wardes, who was surrounded by a large number of persons, and thereby indicated his wish to converse with him. De Wardes, at the same time, showing by his looks and by a movement of his head that he perfectly understood him. There was nothing in these signs to enable strangers to suppose they were otherwise than upon the most friendly footing. De Guiche could therefore turn away from him and wait until he was at liberty. He had not long to wait, for De Wardes, freed from his questioners, approached De Guiche, and both of them, after a fresh salutation, began to walk side by side together. "You have made a good impression since your return, my dear De Wardes," said the Comte. "Excellent, as you see. And your spirits are just as lively as ever." "More than ever. And a very great happiness, too." "Why not? Everything is so ridiculous in this world, everything so absurd around us." "You are right." "You are of my opinion, then?" "I should think so. And what news do you bring us from yonder?" "None at all. I have come to look for news here." "But tell me, you surely must have seen some people at Boulogne, one of our friends, for instance. It is no great time ago." "Some people, one of our friends." "Your memory is short." "Ah, true, Bragelonne, you mean." "Exactly so." "Who was on his way to fulfill a mission, with which he was entrusted, to King Charles Roman II." "Precisely. Well then, did he not tell you, or did not you tell him?" "I do not precisely know what I told him, I must confess, but I do know what I did not tell him." De Wardes was finesse itself. He perfectly well knew from De Guiche's tone and manner, which was cold and dignified, that the conversation was about assuming a disagreeable turn. He resolved to let it take what course it pleased, and to keep strictly on his guard. "May I ask what it was you did not tell him?" inquired De Guiche. "That about La Vallière." "La Vallière? What is it? And what was that strange circumstance you seem to have known out yonder, which Bragelonne, who was here on the spot, was not acquainted with?" "Do you really ask me that in a serious manner?" "Nothing can be more so." "What, you, a member of the court, living in Madame's household, a friend of Monsieur's, a guest at their table, the favorite of our lovely princess?" Guiche colored violently from anger. "What princess are you alluding to?" he said. "I am only acquainted with one, my dear fellow. I am speaking of Madame herself. Are you devoted to another princess, then? Come, tell me." Guiche was on the point of launching out, but he saw the drift of the remark. A quarrel was imminent between the two young men. De Wardes wished the quarrel to be only in Madame's name, while De Guiche would not accept it except on La Valliere's account. From this moment, it became a series of feigned attacks, which would have continued until one of the two had been touched home. De Guiche therefore resumed all the self-possession he could command. "There is not the slightest question in the world of Madame in this matter, my dear De Wardes," said Guiche, "but simply of what you were talking about just now." "What was I saying?" "That you had concealed certain things from Bragelonne." "Certain things which you know as well as I do," replied De Wardes. "No, upon my honor." "Nonsense." "If you tell me what it is, I shall know, but not otherwise, I swear." "What? I, who have just arrived from a distance of 60 leagues, and you who have not stirred from this place, who have witnessed with your own eye that which rumor informed me of at Calais. Do you now tell me seriously that you do not know what it is about? Oh, Comte, this is hardly charitable of you." "As you like, De Wardes, but I again repeat I know nothing." "You are very discreet. Well, perhaps it is very prudent of you." "And so you will not tell me anything, will not tell me any more than you told Bragelonne." "You are pretending to be deaf, I see. I am convinced that Madame could not possibly have more command over herself than you have over yourself." "Double hypocrite," murmured Guiche to himself, "you are again returning to the old subject." "Very well then," continued De Wardes, "since we find it so difficult to understand each other about La Vallière and Bragelonne, let us speak about your own affairs." "Nay," said Guiche, "I have no affairs of my own to talk about. You have not said anything about me, I suppose, to Bragelonne, which you cannot repeat to myself." "No, but understand me, Guiche, that however much I may be ignorant of certain matters, I am quite as conversant with others. If, for instance, we were conversing about certain intimacies of the Duke of Buckingham at Paris, as I did during my journey with the Duke, I could tell you a great many interesting circumstances. Would you like me to mention them? Gitch passed his hand across his forehead, which was covered with perspiration. No, no, he said. 100 times no. I have no curiosity for matters which do not concern me. The Duke of Buckingham is for me nothing more than a simple acquaintance, while Raoul is an intimate friend. I have not the slightest curiosity to learn what happened to the Duke, while I have, on the contrary, the greatest interest in learning what happened to Raoul. At Paris. Yes, at Paris or at Boulogne. You understand, I am on the spot. If anything should happen, I am here to meet it, while Raoul is absent and has only myself to represent him, so Raoul's affairs before my own. But Raoul will return. Not, however, until his mission is completed. In the meantime, you understand, evil reports cannot be permitted to circulate about him without my looking into them. And for a greater reason still, that he will remain some time in London, said De Wardes, chuckling. You think so, said Gitch simply. Think so, indeed. Do you suppose that he was sent to London for no other purpose than to go there and return again immediately? No, no, he was sent to London to remain there. Ah, De Wardes, said Gitch, seizing De Wardes' hand violently, that is a very serious suspicion concerning Bragelonne, which completely confirms what he wrote to me from Boulogne. De Wardes resumed his former coldness of manner. His love of raillery had led him too far, and by his own imprudence he had laid himself open to attack. Well, tell me, what did he write to you about? He inquired. He told me that you had artfully insinuated some injurious remarks against La Vallière, and that you had seemed to laugh at his great confidence in that young girl. Well, it is perfectly true I did so, said De Wardes, and I was quite ready at the time to hear from the Vicomte de Bragelonne that which every man expects from another whenever anything may have been said to displease him. In the same way, for instance, if I were seeking a quarrel with you, I should tell you that Madame, after having shown the greatest preference for the Duke of Buckingham, is at this moment supposed to have sent the handsome Duke away for your benefit. Oh, that would not wound me in the slightest degree, my dear De Wardes, said De Guiche, smiling, notwithstanding the shiver which ran through his whole frame. Why, such a favor as that would be too great a happiness. I admit that, but if I absolutely wished to quarrel with you, I should try and invent a falsehood perhaps, and should speak to you about a certain arbor, where you and that illustrious princess were together. I should speak also of certain genuflections, of certain kissings of the hand, and you, who are so secret on all occasions, so hasty and punctilious. Well, said Gitch, interrupting him with a smile upon his lips, although he almost felt as if he were going to die, I swear I should not care for that, nor should I in any way contradict you. For you must know, my dear Marquis, that for all matters which concern myself I am a block of ice. But it is a very different thing when an absent friend is concerned, a friend who on leaving confided his interests to my safe keeping. For such a friend, De Wardes, believe me, I am like fire itself. I understand you, Monsieur de Guiche. In spite of what you say, there cannot be any question between us just now, either of Bragelonne or of this young insignificant girl, whose name is La Vallière. At this moment, some of the younger courtiers were crossing the apartment, and having already heard the few words which had just been pronounced, were able also to hear those words which were about to follow. De Wardes observed this and continued aloud. Oh, if La Vallière were a coquette like Madame, whose very innocent flirtations, I am sure, were, first of all, the cause of the Duke of Buckingham being sent to England, and afterward were the reason of your being sent into exile. For you will not deny, I suppose, that Madame's seductive manners did have a certain influence over you. The courtiers drew nearer to the two speakers, Saint Tainin at their head, and then Manicamp. But my dear fellow, whose fault was that? Said Gitch, laughing. I am a vain, conceited fellow, I know, and everybody else knows it too. I took seriously that which was only intended as a jest, and I got myself exiled for my pains. But I saw my error. I overcame my vanity, and I obtained my recall by making the amend honorable, and by promising myself to overcome this defect. And the consequence is that I am so thoroughly cured that I now laugh at the very thing which 3 or 4 days ago would have almost broken my heart. But Raoul is in love, and is loved in return. He cannot laugh at the reports which disturb his happiness, reports which you seem to have undertaken to interpret, when you know, Marquis, as I do, as those gentlemen do, as everyone does in fact, that these reports are pure calumny. Calumny? Exclaimed De Wardes, furious at seeing himself caught in the snare by De Guiche's coolness of temper. Certainly, a calumny. Look at this letter from him. in which he tells me you have spoken ill of Mademoiselle de La Vallière, and where he asks me if what you reported about this young girl be true or not. Do you wish me to appeal to these gentlemen, de Wardes, to decide?" And with admirable coolness, Gitch read aloud the paragraph of the letter which referred to La Vallière. "And now," continued de Gitch, "there is no doubt in the world, as far as I am concerned, that you wished to disturb Bragelonne's peace of mind, and that your remarks were maliciously intended." De Wardes looked round him to see if he could find support from anyone, but at the idea that de Wardes had insulted, either directly or indirectly, the idol of the day, everyone shook his head, and de Wardes saw that there was no one present who would have refused to say he was in the wrong. "Messieurs," said de Guiche, intuitively divining the general feeling, "my discussion with Monsieur de Wardes refers to a subject so delicate in its nature that it is most important no one should hear more than you have already heard. Close the doors, then, I beg you, and let us finish our conversation in the manner which becomes two gentlemen, one of whom has given the other the lie." "Messieurs, messieurs," exclaimed those who were present, "is it your opinion, then, that I was wrong in defending Mademoiselle de la Vallière?" said de Guiche. "In that case, I pass judgment upon myself, and am ready to withdraw the offensive words I may have used to Monsieur de Wardes." "The deuce, certainly not," said Saint Aignan. "Mademoiselle de la Vallière is an angel." "Virtue and purity itself," said Manicamp. "You see, Monsieur de Wardes," said Gitch, "I am not the only one who undertakes the defense of that poor girl. I entreat you, therefore, messieurs, a second time to leave us. You see, it is impossible we could be more calm and composed than we are." It was the very thing the courtiers wished. Some went out at one door, and the rest at the other, and the two young men were left alone. "Well played," said de Wardes to the Comte. "Was it not?" replied the latter. "How can it be wondered at, my dear fellow? I have got quite rusty in the country, while the command you have acquired over yourself, Comte, confounds me. A man always gains something in women's society, so pray accept my congratulations." "I do accept them, and I will make Madame a present of them. And now, my dear Monsieur de Wardes, let us speak as loud as you please. Do not defy me." "I do defy you, for you are known to be an evil-minded man. If you do that, you will be looked upon as a coward, too, and Monsieur would have you hanged this evening at his window casement. Speak, my dear de Wardes, speak." "I have fought already, but not quite enough yet." "I see, you would not be sorry to fight with me while my wounds are still open." "No, better still." "The deuce, you are unfortunate in the moment you have chosen. A duel, after the one I have just fought, would hardly suit me. I have lost too much blood at Boulogne. At the slightest effort my wounds would open again, and you would really have too good a bargain with me." "True," said Gitch, "and yet, on your arrival here, your looks and your arms showed there was nothing the matter with you." "Yes, my arms are all right, but my legs are weak. And then, I have not had a foil in my hand since that devil of a duel. And you, I am sure, have been fencing every day, in order to carry your little conspiracy against me to a successful issue." "Upon my honor, monsieur," replied de Guiche, "it is 6 months since I last practiced." "No, Comte, after due reflection, I will not fight, at least with you. I shall await Bragelonne's return, since you say that it is Bragelonne who has fault to find with me." "Oh no, indeed. You shall not wait until Bragelonne's return," exclaimed the Comte, losing all command over himself. "For you have said that Bragelonne might, possibly, be some time before he returns, and in the meanwhile your wicked insinuations would have had their effect. Yet I shall have my excuse, so take care. I will give you a week to finish your recovery." "That is better, so let us wait a week." "Yes, yes, I understand. A week will give time to my adversary to make his escape. No, no, I will not give you 1 day even." "You are mad, monsieur," said de Wardes, retreating a step. "And you are a coward if you do not fight willingly. Nay, what is more, I will denounce you to the king, as having refused to fight after having insulted La Vallière." "Ah," said de Wardes, "you are dangerously treacherous, though you pass for a man of honor." "There is nothing more dangerous than the treachery, as you term it, of the man whose conduct is always loyal and upright. Restore me the use of my legs, then, or get yourself bled, till you are as white as I am, so as to equalize our chances." "No, no, I have something better than that to propose." "What is it?" We will fight on horseback and will exchange 3 pistol shots each. You are a first-rate marksman. I have seen you bring down swallows with single balls and at full gallop. Do not deny it, for I have seen you myself." "I believe you are right," said De Wardes, "and as that is the case, it is not unlikely I might kill you." "You would be rendering me a very great service if you did." "I will do my best." "Is it agreed? Give me your hand upon it." "There it is, but on one condition, however." "Name it." "That not a word shall be said about it to the king." "Not a word, I swear." "I shall go and get my horse then." "And I mine." "Where shall we meet?" "In the open plain. I know an admirable place." "Shall we go together?" "Why not?" And both of them, on their way to the stables, passed beneath Madame's windows, which were faintly lighted. A shadow could be seen behind the lace curtains. "There is a woman," said De Wardes, smiling, "who does not suspect that we are going to fight to die, perhaps, on her account." Chapter 20. The Combat. De Wardes and de Guiche selected their horses, and then saddled them with their own hands with holster saddles. De Guiche, having 2 pairs of pistols, went to his apartments to get them, and after having loaded them, gave the choice to De Wardes, who selected the pair he had made use of 20 times before, the same, indeed, with which de Guiche had seen him kill swallows flying. "You will not be surprised," he said, "if I take every precaution. You know the weapons well, and consequently I am only making the chances equal." "Your remark was quite useless," replied de Guiche, "and you have done no more than you are entitled to do." "Now," said De Wardes, "I beg you to have the goodness to help me to mount, for I still experience a little difficulty in doing so." "In that case, we had better settle the matter on foot." "No, once in the saddle, I shall be all right." "Very good then, so we will not speak of it again," said de Guiche, as he assisted De Wardes to mount his horse. "And now," continued the young man, "in our eagerness to kill each other, we have neglected one circumstance." "What is that?" "That it is quite dark, and we shall almost be obliged to grope about, in order to kill each other." "Oh," said de Guiche, "you are as anxious as I am that everything should be done in proper order." "Yes, but I do not wish people to say that you have assassinated me, any more than, supposing I were to kill you, I should myself like to be accused of such a crime." "Did anyone make a similar remark about your duel with the Duke of Buckingham?" said de Guiche. "It took place precisely under the same conditions as ours." "Very true, but there was still light enough to see by, and we were up to our middles, almost in the water. Besides, there were a good number of spectators on shore looking at us." De Guiche reflected for a moment, and the thought which had already presented itself to him became more confirmed, that De Wardes wished to have witnesses present in order to bring back the conversation about Madame, and to give a new turn to the combat. He avoided saying a word in reply, therefore, and, as De Wardes once more looked at him interrogatively, he replied, by a movement of the head, that it would be best to let things remain as they were. The 2 adversaries consequently set off, and left the chateau by the same gate, close to which we may remember to have seen Montalais and Malicorne together. The night, as if to counteract the extreme heat of the day, had gathered the clouds together in masses which were moving slowly along from the west to the east. The vault above, without a clear spot anywhere visible, or without the faintest indication of thunder, seemed to hang heavily over the earth, and soon began, by the force of the wind, to be split up into fragments, like a huge sheet torn into shreds. Large and warm drops of rain began to fall heavily, and gathered the dust into globules which rolled along the ground. At the same time, the hedges, which seemed conscious of the approaching storm, the thirsty plants, the drooping branches of the trees, exhaled 1,000 aromatic odors which revived in the mind tender recollections, thoughts of youth, endless life, happiness, and love. "How fresh the earth smells," said De Wardes. "It is a piece of coquetry of hers to draw us to her." "By the by," replied de Guiche, "several ideas have just occurred to me, and I wish to have your opinion upon them." Relative to our engagement. It is quite time, in fact, that we should begin to arrange matters. It is to be an ordinary combat, and conducted according to established custom. Let me first know what your established custom is. That we dismount in any particular plain that may suit us, then fasten our horses to the nearest object, meet each without our pistols in our hands, afterward retire for 150 paces, in order to advance on each other. Very good, that is precisely the way in which I killed poor Follinet 3 weeks ago at Saint Denis. I beg your pardon, but you forget one circumstance. What is that? That in your duel with Follinet you advanced toward each other on foot, your swords between your teeth, and your pistols in your hands. True. Well now, on the contrary, as I cannot walk, you yourself admit that we shall have to mount our horses again and charge, and the first who wishes to fire will do so. That is the best course, no doubt, but it is quite dark. We must make allowance for more missed shots than would be the case in the daytime. Very well, each will fire 3 times, the pair of pistols already loaded and one reload. Excellent, where shall our engagement take place? Have you any preference? No. You see that small wood which lies before us. The wood which is called Rachin. Exactly. You know it then. Perfectly. You know that there is an open glade in the center. Yes. Well, this glade is admirably adapted for such a purpose, with a variety of roads, by places, paths, ditches, windings, and avenues. We could not find a better spot. I am perfectly satisfied if you are so. We have arrived, if I am not mistaken. Yes, look at the beautiful open space in the center. The faint light which the stars afford seems concentrated in this spot. The woods which surround it seem, with their barriers, to form its natural limits. Very good, do then as you say. Let us first settle the conditions. These are mine. If you have any objection to make, you will state it. I am listening. If the horse be killed, its rider will be obliged to fight on foot. That is a matter of course, since we have no change of horses here. But that does not oblige his adversary to dismount. His adversary will, in fact, be free to act as he likes. The adversaries, having once met in close contact, cannot quit each other under any circumstances, and may, consequently, fire muzzle to muzzle. Agreed. 3 shots and no more will do, I suppose. Quite sufficient, I think. Here are powder and balls for your pistols. Measure out 3 charges, take 3 balls, I will do the same, then we will throw the rest of the powder and the balls away. And we will solemnly swear, said De Wardes, that we have neither balls nor powder about us. Agreed, and I swear it, said De Guiche, holding his hand toward heaven, a gesture which De Wardes imitated. And now, my dear Comte, said De Wardes, allow me to tell you that I am in no way your dupe. You already are or soon will be the accepted lover of Madame. I have detected your secret, and you are afraid I shall tell others of it. You wish to kill me to ensure my silence, that is very clear, and in your place I should do the same. De Guiche hung down his head. Only, continued De Wardes triumphantly, was it really worthwhile, tell me, to throw this affair of Bragelonne's upon my shoulders? But take care, my dear fellow. In bringing the wild boar to bay, you enrage him to madness. In running down the fox, you give him the ferocity of the jaguar. The consequence is that, brought to bay by you, I shall defend myself to the very last. You will be quite right in doing so. Yes, but take care. I shall work more harm than you think. In the first place, as a beginning, you will readily suppose that I have not been absurd enough to lock up my secret, or your secret rather, in my own breast. There is a friend of mine, who resembles me in every way, a man whom you know very well, who shares my secret with me. So pray understand that if you kill me, my death will not have been of much service to you, while on the contrary, if I kill you, and everything is possible, you understand? De Guiche shuddered. If I kill you, continued De Wardes, you will have secured 2 mortal enemies to Madame, who will do their very utmost to ruin her. Oh, monsieur, exclaimed De Guiche furiously, do not reckon upon my death so easily. Of the 2 enemies you speak of, I trust most heartily to dispose of one immediately, and the other at the earliest opportunity. The only reply De Wardes made was a burst of laughter, so diabolical in its sound, that a superstitious man would have been terrified by it. But De Guiche was not so impressionable as that. I think, he said, that everything is now settled, Monsieur De Wardes, so have the goodness to take your place first, unless you would prefer me to do so. By no means, said De Wardes. I shall be delighted to save you the slightest trouble. And putting his horse into a gallop, he crossed the wide open space, and took his stand at the point of the circumference of the cross roads, which was immediately opposite to where De Guiche was stationed. De Guiche remained motionless. At the distance of 100 paces, the two adversaries were absolutely invisible to each other, being completely concealed by the thick shade of elms and chestnuts. A minute elapsed amid the profoundest silence. At the end of the minute, each of them, in the deep shade in which he was concealed, heard the double click of the trigger, as they put the pistols on full cock. De Guiche, adopting the usual tactics, set his horse into a gallop, persuaded that he should render his safety doubly sure, both by the movement as well as by the speed of the animal. He directed his course in a straight line toward the point where, in his opinion, De Wardes would be stationed, and he expected to meet De Wardes about halfway, but in this he was mistaken. He continued his course, presuming that his adversary was impatiently awaiting his approach. When, however, he had gone about 2/3 of the distance, he saw the place suddenly illuminated, and a ball flew by, cutting the plume of his hat in two. Nearly at the same moment, and as if the flash of the first shot had served to indicate the direction of the other, a second report was heard, and a second ball passed through the head of De Guiche's horse, a little below the ear. The animal fell. These two reports, proceeding from the very opposite direction to that in which he expected to find De Wardes, surprised him a great deal. But as he was a man of amazing self-possession, he prepared himself for his horse falling, but not so completely, however, that the toe of his boot escaped being caught under the animal as it fell. Very fortunately, the horse in its dying agonies moved so as to enable him to release the leg, which was less entangled than the other. De Guiche rose, felt himself all over, and found that he was not wounded. At the very moment he had felt the horse tottering under him, he placed his pistols in the holsters, afraid that the force of the fall might explode one at least, if not both of them, by which he would have been disarmed and left utterly without defense. Once on his feet, he took the pistols out of the holsters and advanced toward the spot where, by the light of the flash, he had seen De Wardes appear. De Guiche had at the first shot accounted for the maneuver, than which nothing could have been simpler. Instead of advancing to meet Guiche, or remaining in his place to await his approach, De Wardes had, for about 15 paces, followed the circle of the shadow which hid him from his adversary's observation, and at the very moment when the latter presented his flank in his career, he had fired from the place where he stood, carefully taking his aim, and assisted instead of being inconvenienced by the horse's gallop. It has been seen that, notwithstanding the darkness, the first ball had passed hardly more than an inch above De Guiche's head. De Wardes had so confidently relied upon his aim that he thought he had seen De Guiche fall. His astonishment was extreme when he saw that he still remained erect in his saddle. He hastened to fire his second shot, but his hand trembled, and he killed the horse instead. It would be a most fortunate chance for him if De Guiche were to remain held fast under the animal. Before he could have freed himself, De Wardes would have loaded his pistol and had De Guiche at his mercy. But De Guiche, on the contrary, was up and had 3 shots to fire. He immediately understood the position of affairs. It would be necessary to exceed De Wardes in rapidity of execution. He advanced, therefore, so as to reach him before he should have had time to reload his pistol. De Wardes saw him approaching like a tempest. The ball was rather tight and offered some resistance to the ramrod. To load it carelessly would be to expose himself to lose his last chance. To take the proper care in loading it would be to lose his time, or rather it would be throwing away his life. He made his horse bound on one side. De Guiche turned round also, and, at the moment the horse was quiet again, he fired, and the ball carried off De Wardes' hat from his head. De Wardes now knew that he had a moment's time at his own disposal. He availed himself of it in order to finish loading his pistol. De Guiche, noticing that his adversary did not fall, threw the pistol he had just discharged aside, and walked straight toward De Wardes, elevating the second pistol as he did so. He had hardly proceeded more than 2 or 3 paces, when De Wardes took aim at him as he was walking and fired. An exclamation of anger was De Guiche's answer. The Comte's arm contracted and dropped motionless by his side, and the pistol fell from his grasp. De Wardes observed the Comte stoop down, pick up the pistol with his left hand, and again advance toward him. His anxiety was excessive. "I am lost," murmured De Wardes. "He is not mortally wounded." At the very moment, however, that De Guiche was about to raise his pistol against De Wardes, the head, shoulders, and limbs of the Comte seemed all to give way. He heaved a deep-drawn sigh, tottered, and fell at the feet of De Wardes' horse. "That is all right," said De Wardes, and gathering up the reins, he struck his spurs into his horse's sides. The horse cleared the Comte's motionless body and bore De Wardes rapidly back to the chateau. When he arrived there, he remained a quarter of an hour deliberating within himself as to the proper course to be adopted. In his impatience to leave the field of battle, he had omitted to ascertain whether De Guiche were dead or not. A double hypothesis presented itself to De Wardes' agitated mind. Either De Guiche was killed, or de Guiche was wounded only? If he were killed, why should he leave his body in that manner to the tender mercies of the wolves? It was a perfectly useless piece of cruelty, for if de Guiche were dead, he certainly could not breathe a syllable of what had passed. If he were not killed, why should he, De Wardes, in leaving him there uncared for, allow himself to be regarded as a savage, incapable of one generous feeling? This last consideration determined his line of conduct. De Wardes immediately instituted inquiries after Manicamp. He was told that Manicamp had been looking after de Guiche, and, not knowing where to find him, had retired to bed. De Wardes went and woke the sleeper without any delay, and related the whole affair to him, which Manicamp listened to in perfect silence, but with an expression of momentarily increasing energy, of which his face could hardly have been supposed capable. It was only when De Wardes had finished that Manicamp uttered the words, "Let us go." As they proceeded, Manicamp became more and more excited, and in proportion as De Wardes related the details of the affair to him, his countenance assumed every moment a darkening expression. "And so," he said when De Wardes had finished, "you think he is dead?" "Alas, I do." "And you fought in that manner, without witnesses?" "He insisted upon it." "It is very singular." "What do you mean by saying it is singular?" "That it is so very unlike Monsieur de Guiche's disposition." "You do not doubt my word, I suppose?" Hum. "You do doubt it, then?" "A little, but I shall doubt it more than ever, I warn you, if I find the poor fellow is really dead." "Monsieur Manicamp." "Monsieur de Wardes." "It seems you intend to insult me." "Just as you please. The fact is, I never could like those people who come and say, 'I have killed such and such a gentleman in a corner. It is a great pity, but I killed him in a perfectly honorable manner.' It has a very ugly appearance, M. de Wardes." Silence, we have arrived. In fact, the open glade could now be seen, and in the open space lay the motionless body of the dead horse. To the right of the horse, upon the dark grass, with his face against the ground, the poor Comte lay, bathed in his blood. He had remained in the same spot, and did not even seem to have made the slightest movement. Manicamp threw himself on his knees, lifted the Comte in his arms, and found him quite cold and steeped in blood. He let him gently fall again. Then, stretching out his hand and feeling all over the ground close to where the Comte lay, he sought until he found de Guiche's pistol. "By heaven," he said, rising to his feet, pale as death and with the pistol in his hand, "you are not mistaken, he is quite dead." "Dead," repeated De Wardes. "Yes, and his pistol is still loaded," added Manicamp, looking into the pan. "But I told you that I took aim as he was walking toward me, and fired at him at the very moment he was going to fire at me." "Are you quite sure that you have fought with him, Monsieur de Wardes? I confess that I am very much afraid that it has been a foul assassination. Nay, no exclamations. You have had your 3 shots, and his pistol is still loaded. You have killed his horse, and he, de Guiche, one of the best marksmen in France, has not touched even either your horse or yourself. Well, Monsieur de Wardes, you have been very unlucky in bringing me here. All the blood in my body seems to have mounted to my head, and I verily believe that since so good an opportunity presents itself, I shall blow out your brains on the spot. So, Monsieur de Wardes, recommend your soul to heaven." "Monsieur Manicamp, you cannot think of such a thing." "On the contrary, I am thinking of it very strongly." "Would you assassinate me?" "Without the slightest remorse, at least for the present." "Are you a gentleman?" "I have given a great many proofs of it." "Let me defend my life, then, at least." "Very likely, in order, I suppose, that you may do to me what you have done to poor de Guiche." And Manicamp slowly raised his pistol to the height of De Wardes' breast, and with arms stretched out and a fixed, determined look on his face, took a careful aim. De Wardes did not attempt a flight. He was completely terrified. In the midst, however, of this horrible silence, which lasted about a second, but which seemed an age to De Wardes, a faint sigh was heard. "Oh," exclaimed De Wardes, "he still lives. Help, de Guiche, I am about to be assassinated." Manicamp fell back a step or two, and the 2 young men saw the Comte raise himself slowly and painfully upon one hand. Manicamp threw the pistol away a dozen paces and ran to his friend, uttering a cry of delight. De Wardes wiped his forehead, which was covered with a cold perspiration. "It was just in time," he murmured. "Where are you hurt?" inquired Manicamp of de Guiche, "and whereabouts are you wounded?" De Guiche showed him his mutilated hand and his chest covered with blood. "Comte," exclaimed De Wardes, "I am accused of having assassinated you. Speak, I implore you, and say that I fought loyally." "Perfectly so," said the wounded man. "Monsieur de Wardes fought quite loyally, and whoever may say the contrary will make me his enemy." "Then, sir," said Manicamp, "assist me in the first place to carry this poor fellow back, and I will afterward give you every satisfaction you please. Or, if you are in a hurry, we can do better still. Let us staunch the blood from the Comte's wounds here, with your pocket handkerchief and mine, and then, as there are 2 shots left, we can have them between us." "Thank you," said De Wardes. "Twice already in 1 hour I have seen death too close at hand to be agreeable. I don't like his look at all, and I prefer your apologies." Manicamp burst out laughing, and Guiche, too, in spite of his sufferings. The 2 young men wished to carry him, but he declared he felt himself quite strong enough to walk alone. The ball had broken his ring finger and his little finger, and then had glanced along his side, but without penetrating deeply into his chest. It was the pain, rather than the seriousness of the wound, therefore, which had overcome De Guiche. Manicamp passed his arm under one of the Comte's shoulders, and De Wardes did the same with the other, and in this way they brought him back to Fontainebleau, to the house of the same doctor who had been present at the death of the Franciscan, Aramis' predecessor. Chapter 21. The King's Supper. The king, while these matters were being arranged, had sat down to the supper table, and the not very large number of guests invited for that day had taken their seats, after the usual gesture intimating the royal permission to be seated. At this period of Louis Roman XIV's reign, although etiquette was not governed by the strict regulations which subsequently were adopted, the French court had entirely thrown aside the traditions of good fellowship and patriarchal affability which existed in the time of Henry Roman IV, and which the suspicious mind of Louis Roman XIII had gradually replaced by the pompous state, forms, and ceremonies which he despaired of being able fully to realize. The king, therefore, was seated alone at a small separate table, which, like the desk of a president, overlooked the adjoining tables. Although we say a small table, we must not omit to add that this small table was the largest one there. Moreover, it was the one on which were placed the greatest number and quantity of dishes, consisting of fish, game, meat, fruit, vegetables, and preserves. The king was young and full of vigor and energy, very fond of hunting, addicted to all violent exercises of the body, possessing, besides, like all the members of the Bourbon family, a rapid digestion and an appetite speedily renewed. Louis Roman XIV was a formidable table companion. He delighted to criticize his cooks, but when he honored them by praise and commendation, the honor was overwhelming. The king began by eating several kinds of soup, either mixed together or taken separately. He intermixed, or rather he separated, each of the soups by a glass of old wine. He ate quickly and somewhat greedily. Porthos, who from the beginning had, out of respect, been waiting for a jog of 500 Artagnan's arm, seeing the king make such rapid progress, turned to the musketeer and said in a low tone, "It seems as if one might go on now. His Majesty is very encouraging from the example he sets. Look." "The king eats," said 500 Artagnan, "but he talks at the same time. Try and manage matters in such manner that, if he should happen to address a remark to you, he should not find you with your mouth full, which would be very disrespectful." "The best way in that case," said Porthos, "is to eat no supper at all, and yet I am very hungry, I admit, and everything looks and smells most invitingly, as if appealing to all my senses at once." "Don't think of not eating for a moment," said 500 Artagnan. "That would put his Majesty out terribly. The king has a saying that he who works well eats well, and he does not like people to eat indifferently at his table." "How can I avoid having my mouth full if I eat?" said Porthos. "All you have to do," replied the captain of the musketeers, "is simply to swallow what you have in it whenever the king does you the honor to address a remark to you." "Very good," said Porthos, and from that moment he began to eat with a well-bred enthusiasm of manner. The king occasionally looked at the different persons who were at table with him, and en connoisseur could appreciate the different dispositions of his guests. "Monsieur de Valon," he said. Porthos was enjoying a salmi de liver, and swallowed half of the back. His name pronounced in such a manner had made him start, and by a vigorous effort of his gullet, he absorbed the whole mouthful. "Sire," replied Porthos in a stifled voice, but sufficiently intelligible, nevertheless. "Let those filets d'agneau be handed to Monsieur de Valon," said the king. Do you like brown meats, M. de Valon? Sire, I like everything, replied Porthos. 500 Artagnan whispered, everything your majesty sends me. Porthos repeated, everything your majesty sends me, an observation which the king apparently received with great satisfaction. People eat well who work well, replied the king, delighted to have en tete-a-tete a guest who could eat as Porthos did. Porthos received the dish of lamb and put a portion of it on his own plate. Well, said the king. Exquisite, said Porthos calmly. Have you as good mutton in your part of the country, Monsieur de Valon? Continued the king. Sire, I believe that from my own province, as everywhere else, the best of everything is sent to Paris for your majesty's use. But on the other hand, I do not eat lamb in the same way your majesty does. And how do you eat it? Generally, I have a lamb dressed quite whole. Quite whole? Yes, sire. In what manner, then? In this, sire, my cook, who is a German, first stuffs the lamb in question with small sausages which he procures from Strasbourg, forcemeat balls which he procures from Troyes, and larks which he procures from Pithiviers. By some means or other, which I am not acquainted with, he bones the lamb as he would do a fowl, leaving the skin on, however, which forms a brown crust all over the animal. When it is cut in beautiful slices, in the same way as an enormous sausage, a rose-colored gravy pours forth, which is as agreeable to the eye as it is exquisite to the palate. And Porthos finished by smacking his lips. The king opened his eyes with delight, and, while cutting some of the faison and daube, which was being handed to him, he said, that is a dish I should very much like to taste, Monsieur de Valon. Is it possible, a whole lamb? Completely so, sire. Pass those pheasants to M. de Valon. I perceive he is an amateur. The order was immediately obeyed. Then, continuing the conversation, he said, and you do not find the lamb too fat? No, sire, the fat falls down at the same time as the gravy does and swims on the surface. Then the servant who carves removes the fat with a spoon, which I have had expressly made for that purpose. Where do you reside? Inquired the king. At Pierrefonds, sire. At Pierrefonds, where is that, M. de Valon, near Belle-Isle? Oh no, sire, Pierrefonds is in the Soissonnais. I thought you alluded to the lamb on account of the salt marshes. No, sire, I have marshes which are not salt, it is true, but which are not the less valuable on that account. The king had now arrived at the entremet, but without losing sight of Porthos, who continued to play his part in the best manner. You have an excellent appetite, M. de Valon, said the king, and you make an admirable guest at table. Ah, sire, if your majesty were ever to pay a visit to Pierrefonds, we would both of us eat our lamb together, for your appetite is not an indifferent one by any means. 500 Artagnan gave Porthos a severe kick under the table, which made Porthos color up. At your majesty's present happy age, said Porthos, in order to repair the mistake he had made, I was in the musketeers, and nothing could ever satisfy me then. Your majesty has an excellent appetite, as I have already had the honor of mentioning, but you select what you eat with too much refinement to be called a great eater. The king seemed charmed at his guest's politeness. Will you try some of these creams? He said to Porthos. Sire, your majesty treats me with far too much kindness to prevent me speaking the whole truth. Pray do so, M. de Valon. Well, sire, with regard to sweet dishes, I only recognize pastry, and even that should be rather solid. All these frothy substances swell the stomach and occupy a space which seems to me to be too precious to be so badly tenanted. Ah, gentlemen, said the king, indicating Porthos by a gesture, here is indeed a perfect model of gastronomy. It was in such a manner that our fathers, who so well knew what good living was, used to eat, while we, added his majesty, can do nothing but trifle with our food. And as he spoke, he took the breast of a chicken, with ham, while Porthos attacked a dish of partridges and landrails. The cupbearer filled his majesty's glass. Give M. de Valon some of my wine, said the king. This was one of the greatest honors of the royal table. 500 Artagnan pressed his friend's knee. If you could only manage to swallow the half of that boar's head I see yonder, said he to Porthos, I shall believe you will be a duke and peer within the next 12 months. Presently, said Porthos phlegmatically, I shall come to it by and by. In fact, it was not long before it came to the boar's turn, for the king seemed to take a pleasure in urging on his guest. He did not pass any of the dishes to Porthos until he had tasted them himself, and he accordingly took some of the boar's head. Porthos showed that he could keep pace with his sovereign, and instead of eating the half, as 500 Artagnan had told him, he ate 3/4 of it. "It is impossible," said the king in an undertone, "that a gentleman who eats so good a supper every day and who has such beautiful teeth can be otherwise than the most straightforward, upright man in my kingdom." "Do you hear?" said 500 Artagnan in his friend's ear. "Yes, I think I am rather in favor," said Porthos, balancing himself on his chair. "Oh, you are in luck's way." The king and Porthos continued to eat in the same manner, to the great satisfaction of the other guests, some of whom, from emulation, had attempted to follow them, but had been obliged to give up on the way. The king soon began to get flushed, and the reaction of the blood to his face announced that the moment of repletion had arrived. It was then that Louis Roman XIV, instead of becoming gay and cheerful, as most good livers generally do, became dull, melancholy, and taciturn. Porthos, on the contrary, was lively and communicative. 500 Artagnan's foot had more than once to remind him of this peculiarity of the king. The dessert now made its appearance. The king had ceased to think anything further of Porthos. He turned his eyes anxiously toward the entrance door, and he was heard occasionally to inquire how it happened that Monsieur de Saint-Aignan was so long in arriving. At last, at the moment when His Majesty was finishing a pot of preserved plums with a deep sigh, Saint-Aignan appeared. The king's eyes, which had become somewhat dull, immediately began to sparkle. The Count advanced toward the king's table, and Louis arose at his approach. Everybody arose at the same time, including Porthos, who was just finishing an almond cake, capable of making the jaws of a crocodile stick together. The supper was over. Chapter 22. After supper, the king took Saint-Aignan by the arm and passed into the adjoining apartment. "What has detained you, Count?" said the king. "I was bringing the answer, sire," replied the Count. "She has taken a long time to reply to what I wrote her." "Sire, your Majesty has deigned to write in verse, and Mademoiselle de La Vallière wished to repay your Majesty in the same coin, that is to say, in gold." "Verses, Saint-Aignan?" exclaimed the king in ecstasy. "Give them to me at once." And Louis broke the seal of a little letter, enclosing the verses which history has preserved entire for us, and which are more meritorious in intention than in execution. Such as they were, however, the king was enchanted with them, and exhibited his satisfaction by unequivocal transports of delight. But the universal silence which reigned in the rooms warned Louis, so sensitively particular with regard to good breeding, that his delight might give rise to various interpretations. He turned aside and put the note in his pocket, and then advancing a few steps, which brought him again to the threshold of the door close to his guests, he said, "M. de Valon, I have seen you today with the greatest pleasure, and my pleasure will be equally great to see you again." Porthos bowed as the Colossus of Rhodes would have done, and retired from the room with his face toward the king. "M. d'Artagnan," continued the king, "you will await my orders in the gallery. I am obliged to you for having made me acquainted with M. de Valon. Gentlemen," addressing himself to the other guests, "I return to Paris tomorrow on account of the departure of the Spanish and Dutch ambassadors. Until tomorrow, then." The apartment was immediately cleared of the guests. The king took Saint-Aignan by the arm, made him read La Valliere's verses over again, and said, "What do you think of them?" "Charming, sire." "They charm me, in fact, and if they were known." "Oh, the professional poets would be jealous of them, but it is not at all likely they will know anything about them." "Did you give her mine?" "Oh, sire, she positively devoured them." "They were very weak, I'm afraid." "That is not what Mademoiselle de la Vallière said of them." "Do you think she was pleased with them?" "I am sure of it, sire." "I must answer them, then." "Oh, sire, immediately after supper, your Majesty will fatigue yourself." "You're right, study after eating is very injurious. The labor of a poet, especially so, and besides, there is great excitement prevailing at Mademoiselle de la Vallière's." "What do you mean?" "With her, as with all the ladies of the court." "Why?" "On account of poor de Guiche's accident." "Has anything serious happened to de Guiche, then?" "Yes, sire, he has one hand nearly destroyed, a hole in his breast, In fact, he is dying. De Guiche turned round. De Guiche turned round also, and at the moment the horse was quiet again, he fired, and the ball carried off De Ward's hat. From his head, page 91. Good heavens, who told you that? Manicamp brought him back just now to the house of a doctor here in Fontainebleau, and the rumor soon reached us all here. Brought back poor De Guiche, and how did it happen? Ah, that is the very question, how did it happen? You say that in a very singular manner, Saint-Aignan. Give me the details. What does he say himself? He says nothing, sire, but others do. What others? Those who brought him back, sire. Who are they? I do not know, sire, but M. de Manicamp knows. M. de Manicamp is one of his friends. As everybody is, indeed, said the king. Oh no, returned Saint-Aignan, you are mistaken, sire. Everyone is not precisely friends with M. de Guiche. How do you know that? Does your majesty require me to explain myself? Certainly I do. Well, sire, I believe I have heard something said about a quarrel between two gentlemen. When? This very evening, before your majesty's supper was served. That can hardly be. I have issued such stringent and severe ordinances with respect to dueling, that no one, I presume, would dare to disobey them. In that case, heaven preserve me from excusing anyone, exclaimed Saint-Aignan. Your majesty commanded me to speak, and I spoke accordingly. Tell me, then, in what way the Comte de Guiche has been wounded. Sire, it is said to have been at a boar hunt. This evening. Yes, sire. One of his hands shattered, and a hole in his breast. Who was at the hunt with M. de Guiche? I do not know, sire, but M. de Manicamp knows or ought to know. You are concealing something from me, Saint-Aignan. Nothing, sire, I assure you. Then, explain to me how the accident happened. Was it a musket that burst? Very likely, sire. But yet, on reflection, it could hardly have been that, for Guiche's pistol was found close by him still loaded. His pistol? But a man does not go to a boar hunt with a pistol, I should think. Sire, it is also said that Guiche's horse was killed, and that the horse is still to be found in the wide open glade in the forest. His horse, Guiche go on horseback to a boar hunt. Saint-Aignan, I do not understand a syllable of what you have been telling me. Where did the affair happen? At the Ronde Point, in that part of the forest called the Bois Rochin. That will do, call him D'Artagnan. Saint-Aignan obeyed, and the musketeer entered. Monsieur D'Artagnan, said the king, you will leave this place by the little door of the private staircase. Yes, sire. You will mount your horse. Yes, sire. And you will proceed to the Ronde Point du Bois Rochin. Do you know the spot? Yes, sire, I have fought there twice. What? Exclaimed the king, amazed at the reply. Under the edicts, sire, of Cardinal Richelieu, returned 500 Artagnan, with his usual impassibility. That is very different, monsieur. You will, therefore, go there, and will examine the locality very carefully. A man has been wounded there, and you will find a horse lying dead. You will tell me what your opinion is upon the whole affair. Very good, sire. It is a matter, of course, that it is your own opinion I require, and not that of anyone else. You shall have it in an hour's time, sire. I prohibit your speaking with anyone, whoever it may be. Except with the person who must give me a lantern, said 500 Artagnan. Oh, that is a matter of course, said the king, laughing at the liberty, which he tolerated in no one but his captain of musketeers. 500 Artagnan left by the little staircase. Now let my physician be sent for, said Louis. 10 minutes afterward the king's physician arrived, quite out of breath. You will go, monsieur, said the king to him, and accompany M. de Saint-Aignan wherever he may take you. You will render me an account of the state of the person you may see in the house you will be taken to. The physician obeyed without a remark, as at that time people began to obey Louis Roman XIV, and left the room preceding Saint-Aignan. Do you, Saint-Aignan, send Manicamp to me, before the physician can possibly have spoken to him. And Saint-Aignan left in his turn. Chapter 23. showing in what way D'Artagnan discharged the mission with which the king had entrusted him. While the king was engaged in making these last-mentioned arrangements in order to ascertain the truth, 500 D'Artagnan, without losing a second, ran to the stable, took down the lantern, saddled his horse himself, and proceeded toward the place which his majesty had indicated. According to the promise he had made, he had neither seen nor met anyone, and, as we have observed, he had carried his scruples so far as to do without the assistance of the helpers in the stables altogether. 500 D'Artagnan was one of those who in moments of difficulty pride themselves on increasing their own value. By dint of hard galloping, he in less than 5 minutes reached the wood, fastened his horse to the first tree he came to, and penetrated to the broad open space on foot. He then began to inspect most carefully, on foot and with his lantern in his hand, the whole surface of the rond point, went forward, turned back again, measured, examined, and after half an hour's minute inspection, he returned silently to where he had left his horse, and pursued his way in deep reflection and at a foot-pace to Fontainebleau. Louis was waiting in his cabinet. He was alone, and with a pencil was scribbling on paper certain lines which 500 D'Artagnan at the first glance recognized as being very unequal and very much scratched about. The conclusion he arrived at was that they must be verses. The king raised his head and perceived 500 D'Artagnan. "Well, monsieur," he said, "do you bring me any news?" "Yes, sire." "What have you seen?" "As far as probability goes, sire," 500 D'Artagnan began to reply. "It was certainty I requested of you. I will approach it as near as I possibly can. The weather was very well adapted for investigations of the character I have just made. It has been raining this evening, and the roads were wet and muddy." "Well, the result, M. D'Artagnan." "Sire, your majesty told me that there was a horse lying dead in the crossroad of the Bois Rochin, and I began, therefore, by studying the roads. I say the roads because the center of the crossroad is reached by 4 separate roads. The one that I myself took was the only one that presented any fresh traces. 2 horses had followed it side by side. Their 8 feet were marked very distinctly in the clay. One of the riders was more impatient than the other, for the footprints of the one were invariably in advance of the other about half a horse's length. "Are you quite sure they came together?" said the king. "Yes, sire. The horses are 2 rather large animals of equal pace, horses well used to maneuvers of all kinds, for they wheeled round the barrier of the Rond Point together." "Well, and after?" "The 2 cavaliers paused there for a minute, no doubt to arrange the conditions of the engagement. The horses grew restless and impatient. One of the riders spoke, while the other listened, and seemed to have contented himself by simply answering. His horse pawed the ground, which proves that his attention was so taken up by listening that he let the bridle fall from his hand." "A hostile meeting did take place, then?" "Undoubtedly." "Continue, you are a most accurate observer." One of the 2 cavaliers remained where he was standing, the one, in fact, who had been listening. The other crossed the open space, and at first placed himself directly opposite to his adversary. The one who had remained stationary traversed the Rond Point at a gallop, about 2/3 of its length, thinking that, by this means he would gain upon his opponent, but the latter had followed the circumference of the wood. "You are ignorant of their names, I suppose?" "Completely so, sire. Only he who followed the circumference of the wood was mounted on a black horse." "How do you know that?" "I found a few hairs of his tail among the brambles which bordered the sides of the ditch." "Go on." "As for the other horse, there can be no trouble in describing him, since he was left dead on the field of battle." "What was the cause of his death?" "A ball which had passed through his temple." "Was the ball that of a pistol or a gun?" "It was a pistol bullet, sire. Besides, the manner in which the horse was wounded explained to me the tactics of the man who had killed it. He had followed the circumference of the wood in order to take his adversary in flank. Moreover, I followed his foot tracks on the grass." "The tracks of the black horse, do you mean?" "Yes, sire." "Go on, Monsieur D'Artagnan." "As your majesty now perceives the position of the 2 adversaries, I will, for a moment, leave the cavalier who had remained stationary for the one who started off at a gallop." "Do so." "The horse of the cavalier who rode at full speed was killed on the spot." "How do you know that?" The cavalier had not time even to throw himself off his horse, and so fell with it. I observed the impression of his leg, which, with a great effort, he was enabled to extricate from under the horse. The spur, pressed down by the weight of the animal, had plowed up the ground. Very good, and what did he do as soon as he rose up again? He walked straight up to his adversary, who still remained upon the verge of the forest. Yes, sire. Then, having reached a favorable distance, he stopped firmly, for the impression of both his heels are left in the ground quite close to each other, fired and missed his adversary. How do you know he did not hit him? I found a hat with a ball through it. Ah, a proof then, exclaimed the king. Insufficient, sire, replied 500 Artagnan coldly. It is a hat without any letters indicating its ownership, without arms, a red feather as all hats have. The lace even had nothing particular in it. Did the man with the hat through which the bullet had passed fire a second time? Oh, sire, he had already fired twice. How did you ascertain that? I found the waddings of the pistol. And what became of the bullet which did not kill the horse? It cut into the feather of the hat belonging to him against whom it was directed, and broke a small birch at the other end of the open glade. In that case, then, the man on the black horse was disarmed, while his adversary had still one more shot to fire. Sire, while the dismounted rider was extricating himself from his horse, the other was reloading his pistol. Only, he was much agitated while he was loading it, and his hand trembled greatly. How do you know that? Half the charge fell to the ground, and he threw the ramrod aside, not having time to replace it in the pistol. Monsieur d'Artagnan, it is marvelous what you tell me. It is only close observation, sire, and the commonest highwayman would do as much. The whole scene is before me from the manner in which you relate it. I have, in fact, reconstructed it in my own mind, with merely a few alterations. And now, said the king, let us return to the dismounted cavalier. You were saying that he had walked toward his adversary while the latter was loading his pistol. Yes, but at the very moment he himself was taking aim, the other fired. Oh, said the king, and the shot? The shot told terribly, sire. The dismounted cavalier fell upon his face, after having staggered forward 3 or 4 paces. Where was he hit? In 2 places, in the first place in his right hand, and then, by the same bullet in his chest. But how could you ascertain that? Inquired the king, full of admiration. By a very simple means. The butt end of the pistol was covered with blood, and the trace of the bullet could be observed with fragments of a broken ring. The wounded man, in all probability, had the ring finger and the little finger carried off. As far as the hand goes, I have nothing to say but the chest. Sire, there were 2 small pools of blood, at a distance of about 2.5 feet from each other. At one of these pools of blood, the grass was torn up by the clenched hand. At the other, the grass was simply pressed down by the weight of the body. Poor de Guiche, exclaimed the king. Ah, it was M. de Guiche then? Said the musketeer, very quietly. I suspected it, but did not venture to mention it to your majesty. And what made you suspect it? I recognized the diagram on arms upon the holsters of the dead horse. And you think he is seriously wounded? Very seriously, since he fell immediately, and remained a long time in the same place. However, he was able to walk, as he left the spot, supported by 2 friends. You met him returning, then? No, but I observed the footprints of 3 men. The one on the right and the one on the left walked freely and easily, but the one in the middle dragged his feet as he walked. Besides, he left traces of blood at every step he took. Now, monsieur, since you saw the combat so distinctly that not a single detail seems to have escaped you, tell me something about de Guiche's adversary. Oh, sire, I do not know him. And yet you see everything very clearly. Yes, sire, I see everything, but I do not tell all I see, and, since the poor devil has escaped, your majesty will permit me to say that I do not intend to denounce him. And yet he is guilty, since he has fought a duel, monsieur. Not guilty in my eyes, sire, said 500 Artagnan coldly. Monsieur, exclaimed the king, are you aware of what you are saying? Perfectly, sire. But according to my notion, a man who fights a duel is a brave man. Such at least is my own opinion, but your majesty may have another. That is very natural, you are the master here. Monsieur d'Artagnan, I ordered you, however. 500 Artagnan interrupted the king, by a respectful gesture. You ordered me, sire, to gather what particulars I could, respecting a hostile meeting that had taken place. Those particulars you have. If you order me to arrest M. de Guiche's adversary, I will do so, but do not order me to denounce him to you, for in that case I will not obey. Very well, arrest him then. Give me his name, sire. The king stamped his foot angrily, but after a moment's reflection he said, You are right 10 times, 20 times, 100 times right. That is my opinion, sire. I am happy that this time it accords with your majesty's. One word more, who assisted Guiche? I do not know, sire. But you speak of 2 men, there was a person present then as second. There was no second, sire. Nay, more than that, when M. de Guiche fell, his adversary fled without giving him any assistance. The miserable coward, exclaimed the king. The consequence of your ordinances, sire. If a man has fought well and fairly, and has already escaped one chance of death, he naturally wishes to escape a second. M. de Botteville cannot be forgotten very easily. And so, men turn cowards. No, they become prudent. And he has fled then, you say? Yes, and as fast as his horse could possibly carry him. In what direction? In the direction of the chateau. Well, and after? Afterward, as I have had the honor of telling your majesty, 2 men on foot arrived, who carried M. de Guiche back with them. What proof have you that these men arrived after the combat? A very evident proof, sire. At the moment the encounter took place, the rain had just ceased, the ground had not had time to imbibe the moisture, and had, consequently, become damp. The footsteps sunk in the ground. But while M. de Guiche was lying there in a fainting condition, the ground became firm again, and the footsteps made a less sensible impression. Louis clapped his hands together in sign of admiration. Monsieur d'Artagnan, he said, you are positively the cleverest man in my kingdom. The very thing that M. de Richelieu thought, and M. de Mazarin said, sire. And now, it remains for us to see if your sagacity is in fault. Oh, sire, a man may be mistaken. Error humanum est, said the musketeer philosophically. In that case, you are not human, Monsieur d'Artagnan, for I believe you never are mistaken. Your Majesty said that we were going to see whether such was the case or not. Yes. In what way, may I venture to ask? I have sent for M. de Manicamp, and M. de Manicamp is coming. And M. de Manicamp knows the secret. Guiche has no secrets for M. de Manicamp. 500 Artagnan shook his head. No one was present at the combat, I repeat, and, unless M. de Manicamp was one of the 2 men who brought him back. Hush, said the king, he is coming, remain there and listen attentively. Very good, sire. And at the same moment, Manicamp and Saint-Aignan appeared at the threshold of the door. Chapter 24. The Encounter. The king with his hand made, first to the musketeer, and then to Saint-Aignan, an imperious and significant gesture, as much as to say, on your lives, not a word. 500 Artagnan withdrew, like a soldier, into a corner of the room. Saint-Aignan, in his character of favorite, leaned over the back of the king's chair. Manicamp, with his right foot properly advanced, a smile upon his lips, and his white and well-formed hands gracefully disposed, advanced to make his reverence to the king, who returned the salutation by a bow. Good evening, M. de Manicamp, he said. Your Majesty did me the honor to send for me, said Manicamp. Yes, in order to learn from you all the details of the unfortunate accident which has befallen the Comte de Guiche. Oh, sire, it is very grievous indeed. You were there. Not precisely so, sire. But you arrived on the scene, where the accident occurred a few minutes after it took place. I did so, sire, about half an hour afterward. And where did the accident happen? I believe, sire, the place is called the Rond Point du Bois Rochin. Oh, the rendezvous of the hunt. The very spot, sire. Very good, tell me what details you are acquainted with, respecting this unhappy affair, Monsieur de Manicamp? Perhaps your majesty has already been informed of them, and I fear to fatigue you by useless repetitions. No, do not be afraid of that. Manicamp looked all around him. He only saw 500 Artagnan leaning with his back against the wainscot, 500 Artagnan, calm, kind, and good-natured as usual, and Saint-Tanin whom he had accompanied, and who still leaned over the king's armchair with an expression of countenance equally full of good feeling. He determined, therefore, to speak out. Your majesty is perfectly aware, he said, that accidents are very frequent in hunting. In hunting, do you say? I mean, sire, when an animal is brought to bay. Ah, said the king, it was when the animal was brought to bay then that the accident happened. Alas, sire, unhappily it was so. The king paused for a moment before he said, what animal was being hunted? A wild boar, sire. And what could possibly have possessed de Guiche to go to a wild boar hunt by himself? That is but a clownish idea of sport, and only fit for that class of people who, unlike the Marechal de Gramont, have no dogs and huntsmen to hunt as gentlemen should do. Manicamp shrugged his shoulders. Youth is very rash, he said sententiously. Well, go on, said the king. At all events, continued Manicamp, not venturing to be too precipitate and hasty, and letting his words fall very slowly, one by one, at all events, sire, poor de Guiche went hunting, quite alone. Quite alone, indeed, what a sportsman, and is not M. de Guiche aware that the wild boar always stands at bay? That is the very thing that really happened, sire. He had some idea, then, of the beast being there. Yes, sire, some peasants had seen it among their potatoes. And what kind of animal was it? A short, thick beast. You may as well tell me, monsieur, that Guiche had some idea of committing suicide, for I have seen him hunt, and he is an active and vigorous hunter. Whenever he fires at an animal brought to bay and held in check by the dogs, he takes every possible precaution, and yet he fires with a carbine, and on this occasion he seems to have faced the boar with pistols only. Manicamp started. A costly pair of pistols, excellent weapons to fight a duel with a man and not with a wild boar. What absurdity. There are some things, sire, which are difficult of explanation. You are quite right, and the event which we are now discussing is one of those things. Go on. During the recital, Saint-Tanin, who had probably made a sign to Manicamp to be careful what he was about, found that the king's glance was constantly fixed upon himself, so that it was utterly impossible to communicate with Manicamp in any way. As for 500 Artagnan, the statue of silence at Athens was far more noisy and far more expressive than he. Manicamp, therefore, was obliged to continue in the same way he had begun, and so contrived to get more and more entangled in his explanation. Sire, he said, this is probably how the affair happened. Guiche was waiting to receive the boar as it rushed toward him. On foot or on horseback? Inquired the king. On horseback, he fired upon the brute and missed his aim, and then it dashed upon him. And the horse was killed. Ah, your majesty knows that then. I have been told that a horse has been found lying dead in the crossroads of the Boisrochin, and I presume it was de Guiche's horse. Perfectly true, sire, it was his. Well, so much for the horse, now for de Guiche. Guiche, once down, was attacked and worried by the wild boar, and wounded in the hand and in the chest. It is a horrible accident, but it must be admitted it was de Guiche's own fault. How could he possibly have gone to hunt such an animal, merely armed with pistols? He must have forgotten the fable of Adonis. Manicamp rubbed his ear in seeming perplexity. Very true, he said, it was very imprudent. Can you explain it, Monsieur Manicamp? Sire, what is written is written. Ah, you are a fatalist. Manicamp looked very uncomfortable and ill at ease. I am angry with you, Monsieur Manicamp, continued the king. With me, sire. Yes, how was it that you, who are de Guiche's intimate friend, and who know that he is subject to such acts of folly, did not stop him in time? Manicamp hardly knew what to do. The tone in which the king spoke was not exactly that of a credulous man. On the other hand, the tone did not indicate any particular severity, nor did he seem to care very much about the cross-examination. There was more of raillery in it than of menace. And you say, then, continued the king, that it was positively de Guiche's horse that was found dead. Quite positive, sire. Did that astonish you? No, sire, for your majesty will remember that, at the last hunt, M. de Saint Maura had a horse killed under him, and in the same way. Yes, but that one was ripped open. Of course, sire. Had Guiche's horse been ripped open, like M. de Saint Maura's horse, that would not have astonished me indeed. Manicamp opened his eyes very wide. Am I mistaken? Resumed the king. Was it not in the temple that de Guiche's horse was struck? You must admit, Monsieur de Manicamp, that that is a very singular wound. You are aware, sire, that the horse is a very intelligent animal, and he endeavored to defend himself. But a horse defends himself with his hind feet, and not with his head. In that case the terrified horse might have slipped or fallen down, said Manicamp, and the boar, you understand, sire, the boar. Oh, I understand that perfectly as far as the horse is concerned, but how about his rider? Well, that too is simple enough. The boar left the horse and attacked the rider, and, as I have already had the honor of informing your majesty, shattered de Guiche's hand at the very moment he was about to discharge his second pistol at him, and then, with a blow of his tusk, made that terrible hole in his chest. Nothing can possibly be more likely. Really, Monsieur de Manicamp, you are wrong in placing so little confidence in your own eloquence, and you can tell a story most admirably. Your Majesty is exceedingly kind, said Manicamp, saluting him in the most embarrassed manner. From this day henceforth, I will prohibit any gentleman attached to my court going to a similar encounter. Really, one might just as well permit dueling. Manicamp started and moved as if he were about to withdraw. Is your Majesty satisfied? He inquired. Delighted, but do not withdraw yet, Monsieur de Manicamp, said Louis. I have something to say to you. Well, well, thought 500 Artagnan, there is another who is not up to our mark. And he uttered a sigh which might signify, oh, the men of our stamp, where are they now? At this moment, an usher lifted up the curtain before the door and announced the king's physician. Ah, exclaimed Louis, here comes Monsieur Valot, who has just been to see M. de Guiche. We shall now hear news of the wounded man. Manicamp felt more uncomfortable than ever. In this way, at least, added the king, our conscience will be quite clear. And he looked at 500 Artagnan, who did not seem in the slightest degree discomposed. Chapter 25. The Physician. M. Valot entered. The position of the different persons present was precisely the same. The king was seated, Saint-Tanin still leaning over the back of his armchair, 500 Artagnan with his back against the wall, and Manicamp still standing. Well, M. Valot, said the king, have you obeyed my directions? With the greatest alacrity, sire. You went to the doctor's house in Fontainebleau. Yes, sire. And you found M. de Guiche there? I did, sire. What state was he in? Speak unreservedly. In a very sad state indeed, sire. The wild boar did not quite devour him, however. Devour whom? Guiche. What wild boar? The boar that wounded him. M. de Guiche wounded by a boar. So it is said, at least. By a poacher, rather, or by a jealous husband or an ill-used lover, who, in order to be revenged, fired upon him. What is that you say, Monsieur Valot? Are not M. de Guiche's wounds produced by defending himself against a wild boar? M. de Guiche's wounds are produced by a pistol bullet which broke his ring finger and the little finger of the right hand, and afterward buried itself in the intercostal muscles of the chest. A bullet? Are you sure Monsieur de Guiche has been wounded by a bullet? Exclaimed the king, pretending to look much surprised. Indeed I am, sire, so sure in fact that here it is. And he presented to the king a half-flattened bullet which the king looked at but did not touch. Did he have that in his chest, poor fellow? He asked. Not precisely. The ball did not penetrate but was flattened, as you see, either upon the trigger of the pistol or upon the right side of the breastbone. Good heavens, said the king seriously, you said nothing to me about this, Monsieur de Manicamp. Sire. What does all this mean, then? This invention about hunting a wild boar at nightfall? Come, speak, monsieur. Sire. It seems then that you are right, said the king, turning round toward his captain of musketeers, and that a duel actually took place. The king possessed, to a greater extent than anyone else, the faculty enjoyed by the great in power or position, of compromising and dividing those beneath him. Manicamp darted a look full of reproaches at the musketeer. 500 Artagnan understood the look at once, and, not wishing to remain beneath the weight of such an accusation, advanced a step forward and said, "Sire, your majesty commanded me to go and explore the place where the crossroads meet in the Bois Rochin, and to report to you, according to my own ideas, what had taken place there. I submitted my observations to you, but without denouncing anyone. It was your majesty yourself who was the first to name the Comte de Guiche." "Well, monsieur, well," said the king haughtily, "you have done your duty, and I am satisfied with you. But you, Monsieur de Manicamp, have failed in yours, for you have told me a falsehood." "A falsehood, sire, the expression is a hard one." "Find another instead, then." "Sire, I will not attempt to do so. I have already been unfortunate enough to displease your majesty, and it will, in every respect, be far better for me to accept most humbly any reproaches you may think proper to address to me." "You are right, monsieur. Whoever conceals the truth from me risks my displeasure." "Sometimes, sire, one is ignorant of the truth." "No further falsehood, monsieur, or I double the punishment." Manicamp bowed and turned pale. 500 Artagnan again made another step forward, determined to interfere, if the still increasing anger of the king attained certain limits. "You see, monsieur," continued the king, "that it is useless to deny the thing any longer. M. de Guiche has fought a duel." "I do not deny it, sire, and it would have been generous in your majesty not to have forced me to tell a falsehood." "Forced? Who forced you?" "Sire, M. de Guiche is my friend. Your majesty has forbidden duels under pain of death. A falsehood might save my friend's life, and I told it." "Good," murmured 500 Artagnan, "an excellent fellow upon my word." "Instead of telling a falsehood, monsieur, you should have prevented him from fighting," said the king. "Oh, sire, your majesty, who is the most accomplished gentleman in France, knows quite as well any of us other gentlemen that we have never considered M. de Botteville dishonored for having suffered death on the place de Grève. That which does in truth dishonor a man is to avoid meeting his enemy, and not to avoid meeting his executioner." "Well, monsieur, that may be so," said Louis Roman XIV. "I am very desirous of suggesting a means of your repairing all. If it be a means of which a gentleman may avail himself, I shall most eagerly do so." "The name of M. de Guiche's adversary." "Oh, oh," murmured 500 Artagnan, "are we going to take Louis Roman XIII as a model?" "Sire," said Manicamp with an accent of reproach. "You will not name him, it appears, then?" said the king. "Sire, I do not know him." "Bravo," murmured 500 Artagnan. "Monsieur de Manicamp, hand your sword to the captain." Manicamp bowed very gracefully, unbuckled his sword, smiling as he did so, and handed it for the musketeer to take. But Saint-Aignan advanced hurriedly between him and 500 Artagnan. "Sire," he said, "will your majesty permit me to say a word?" "Do so," said the king, delighted perhaps at the bottom of his heart for someone to step between him and the wrath which he felt had carried him too far. "Manicamp, you are a brave man, and the king will appreciate your conduct, but to wish to serve your friends too well is to destroy them. Manicamp, you know the name the king asks you for?" "It is perfectly true, I do know it." "You will give it up then." "If I felt I ought to have mentioned it, I should have already done so." "Then I will tell it, for I am not so extremely sensitive on such points of honor as you are." "You are at liberty to do so, but it seems to me, however—" "Oh, a truce to magnanimity. I will not permit you to go to the Bastille in that way. Do you speak, or I will." Manicamp was keen-witted enough, and perfectly understood that he had done quite sufficient to produce a good opinion of his conduct. It was now only a question of persevering in such a manner as to regain the good graces of the king. "Speak, monsieur," he said to Saint-Aignan. "I have on my own behalf done all that my conscience told me to do, and it must have been very importunate," he added, turning toward the king, "since its mandates led me to disobey your majesty's commands. But your majesty will forgive me, I hope, when you learn that I was anxious to preserve the honor of a lady." "Of a lady," said the king with some uneasiness. Yes, sire. A lady was the cause of this duel. Manicamp bowed. If the position of the lady in question warrants it, he said, I shall not complain of your having acted with so much circumspection. On the contrary, indeed. Sire, everything which concerns your majesty's household, or the household of your majesty's brother, is of importance in my eyes. In my brother's household, repeated Louis Roman XIV, with a slight hesitation. The cause of the duel was a lady belonging to my brother's household, do you say? Or to Madame's? Ah, to Madame's. Yes, sire. Well, and this lady is one of the maids of honor of Her Royal Highness, Madame la Duchesse d'Orléans. For whom M. de Guiche fought, do you say? Yes, sire, and this time I tell no falsehood. Louis seemed restless and anxious. Gentlemen, he said, turning toward the spectators of the scene, will you have the goodness to retire for a moment? I wish to be alone with M. de Manicamp. I know he has some very important communications to make for his own justification, and which he will not venture to do before witnesses. Put up your sword, Monsieur de Manicamp. Manicamp returned his sword to his belt. The fellow decidedly has his wits about him, murmured the musketeer, taking Saint-Tanin by the arm and withdrawing with him. He will get out of it, said the latter in 500 Artagnan's ear. And with honor, too, Comte. Manicamp cast a glance of recognition at Saint-Tanin and the captain, which passed unnoticed by the king. Come, come, said 500 Artagnan, as he left the room, I had an indifferent opinion of the new generation. Well, I was mistaken after all, and there is some good in them, I perceive. Valot preceded the favorite and the captain, leaving the king and Manicamp alone in the cabinet. Chapter 26, wherein D'Artagnan perceives that it was he who was mistaken, and Manicamp who was right. The king, determined to be satisfied that no one was listening, went himself to the door, and then returned precipitately and placed himself opposite to Manicamp. And now we are alone, Monsieur de Manicamp, explain yourself. With the greatest frankness, sire, replied the young man. And, in the first place, pray understand, added the king, that there is nothing to which I personally attach a greater importance than the honor of any lady. That is the very reason, sire, why I endeavored to study your delicacy of sentiment and feeling. Yes, I understand it all now. You say that it was one of the maids of honor of my sister-in-law who was the subject of dispute, and that the person in question, Guiche's adversary, the man, in point of fact, whom you will not name, but whom M. de Saint-Tanin will name Monsieur. Yes, you say, however, that this man has insulted someone belonging to the household of Madame. Yes, sire, Mademoiselle de La Vallière. Ah, said the king, as if he had expected the name, and yet as if its announcement had caused him a sudden pang. Ah, it was Mademoiselle de La Vallière who was insulted. I do not say precisely that she was insulted, sire. But at all events, I merely say that she was spoken of in terms far from respectful. A man dares to speak in disrespectful terms of Mademoiselle de La Vallière, and yet you refuse to tell me the name of the insulter. Sire, I thought it was quite understood that your Majesty had abandoned the idea of making me denounce him. Perfectly true, monsieur, returned the king, controlling his anger. Besides, I shall always know in sufficient time the name of the man whom I shall feel it my duty to punish. Manicamp perceived that they had returned to the question again. As for the king, he saw he had allowed himself to be hurried away a little too far, and he therefore continued, And I will punish him, not because there is any question of Mademoiselle de la Vallière, although I esteem her very highly, but because a lady was the object of the quarrel. And I intend that ladies shall be respected at my court, and that quarrels shall be put a stop to altogether. Manicamp bowed. And now, Monsieur de Manicamp, continued the king, what was said about Mademoiselle de la Vallière? Cannot your Majesty guess? Zai. Your Majesty can imagine the character of the jests in which young men permit themselves to indulge. They very probably said that she was in love with someone, the king ventured to remark. Probably so. But Mademoiselle de la Vallière has a perfect right to love anyone she pleases, said the king. That is the very point de Guiche maintained. And on account of which he fought, do you mean? Yes, sire, the very sole cause. The king colored, and you do not know anything more then. In what respect, sire? In the very interesting respect which you are now referring to. What does your majesty wish to know? Why, the name of the man with whom La Vallière is in love, and whom de Guiche's adversary disputed her right to love. Sire, I know nothing, I have heard nothing, and have learned nothing, even accidentally. But de Guiche is a noble-hearted fellow, and if, momentarily, he substituted himself in the place or stead of La Vallière's protector, it was because that protector was himself of too exalted a position to undertake her defense. These words were more than transparent, they made the king blush, but this time with pleasure. He struck Manicamp gently on the shoulder. Well, well, Monsieur de Manicamp, you are not only a ready, witty fellow, but a brave gentleman besides, and your friend de Guiche is a paladin quite after my own heart. You will express that to him from me. Your Majesty forgives me, then. Completely. And I am free. The king smiled and held out his hand to Manicamp, which he took and kissed respectfully. And then, added the king, you relate stories so charmingly. I, sire. You told me in the most admirable manner the particulars of the accident which happened to Guiche. I can see the wild boar rushing out of the wood. I can see the horse fall down, and the boar rush from the horse to the rider. You do not simply relate a story well, but you positively paint its incidents. Sire, I think your majesty deigns to laugh at my expense. On the contrary, said Louis seriously, I have so little intention of laughing, Monsieur de Manicamp, that I wished you to relate this adventure to everyone. The adventure of the hunt? Yes, in the same manner you told it to me, without changing a single word, you understand. Perfectly, sire. And you will relate it then? Without losing a minute. Very well, and now summon M. d'Artagnan. I hope you are no longer afraid of him. Oh, sire, from the very moment I am sure of your majesty's kind dispositions, I no longer fear anything. Call him then, said the king. Manicamp opened the door and said, Gentlemen, the king wishes you to return. 500 Artagnan, Saint-Tanin and Valot entered. Gentlemen, said the king, I summoned you for the purpose of saying that Monsieur de Manicamp's explanation has entirely satisfied me. 500 Artagnan glanced at Valot and Saint-Tanin as much as to say, Well, did I not tell you so? The king led Manicamp to the door, and then in a low tone of voice said, See that M. de Guiche takes good care of himself, and, particularly that he recovers as soon as possible. I am very desirous of thanking him in the name of every lady, but let him take special care that he does not begin again. Were he to die 100 times, sire, he would begin again if your majesty's honor were in any way called in question. This remark was direct enough, but we have already said that the incense of flattery was very pleasing to the king, and, provided he received it, he was not very particular as to its quality. Very well, he said, as he dismissed Manicamp, I will see de Guiche myself and make him listen to reason. And as Manicamp left the apartment, the king turned round toward the three spectators of the scene and said, Tell me, Monsieur d'Artagnan, how does it happen that your sight is so imperfect? You, whose eyes are generally so very good. My sight bad, sire. Certainly. It must be the case, since your majesty says so, but in what respect, may I ask? Why, with regard to what occurred in the Bois Rochin. Certainly, you pretend to have seen the tracks of 2 horses, to have detected the footprints of 2 men, and have described the particulars of an engagement, which you assert took place. Nothing of the sort occurred, pure illusion on your part. Said 500 Artagnan. Exactly the same thing with the galloping to and fro of the horses, and the other indications of a struggle. It was the struggle of de Guiche against the wild boar, and absolutely nothing else. Only the struggle was a long and a terrible one, it seems. Continued 500 Artagnan. And when I think that I almost believed it for a moment, but then, you speak with such confidence. I admit, sire, that I must have been very short-sighted, said 500 Artagnan, with a readiness of humor which delighted the king. You do admit, then? Admit it, sire, most assuredly I do. So that now you see the thing in quite a different light to what I saw it half an hour ago. And to what, then, do you attribute this difference in your opinion? Oh, a very simple thing, sire. Half an hour ago I returned from the boys' Rotchen, where I had nothing to light me but a stupid stable lantern. While now, while now I have all the wax lights of your cabinet, and more than that, your majesty's own eyes, which illuminate everything, like the blazing sun at noonday. The king began to laugh, and Saint Tanin broke out into convulsions of merriment. It is precisely like M. Valot, said 500 Artagnan, resuming the conversation where the king had left off. He has been imagining all along that not only was M. de Guiche wounded by a bullet, but still more, that he extracted it even from his chest. Upon my word, said Valot, I assure you. Now, did you not believe that? Continued 500 Artagnan. Yes, said Valot, not only did I believe it, but at this very moment I would swear it. Well, my dear doctor, you have dreamed it. I have dreamed it. M. de Guiche's wound, a mere dream, the bullet a dream, so take my advice and say no more about it. Well said, returned the king. M. d'Artagnan's advice is very good. Do not speak of your dream to anyone, M. Valot, and upon the word of a gentleman, you will have no occasion to repent it. Good evening, gentlemen. A very sad affair indeed is a wild boar hunt. A very serious thing indeed, repeated 500 Artagnan in a loud voice, is a wild boar hunt. And he repeated it in every room through which he passed and left the chateau, taking Valot with him. And now we are alone, said the king to Saint Tanin. What is the name of de Guiche's adversary? Saint Tanin looked at the king. Oh, do not hesitate, said the king. You know that I must forgive. De Wardes, said Saint Tanin. Very good, said Louis Roman XIV, and then hastily retiring to his own room, added to himself, to forgive is not to forget. Chapter 27. Showing the advantage of having two strings to one's bow. Manicamp quitted the king's apartment delighted at having succeeded so well, when, just as he reached the bottom of the staircase, and was about passing before a doorway, he felt that someone suddenly pulled him by the sleeve. He turned round and recognized Montalais, who was waiting for him in the passage, and who, in a very mysterious manner, with her body bent forward, and in a low tone of voice said to him, "Follow me, monsieur, and without any delay, if you please." "Where to, mademoiselle?" inquired Manicamp. In the first place, a true knight would not have asked such a question, but would have followed me without requiring any explanation. Well, mademoiselle, I am quite ready to conduct myself as a true knight. No, it is too late, and you cannot take the credit of it. We are going to Madame's apartments, so come at once. Said Manicamp, lead on then. And he followed Montalais, who ran before him as light as Galatea. This time, said Manicamp as he followed his guide, I do not think that stories about hunting expeditions would be acceptable. We will try, however, and if need be, why, if there should be any occasion for it, we must try something else. Montalais still ran on. How fatiguing it is, thought Manicamp, to have need of one's head and legs at the same time. At last, however, they arrived. Madame had just finished undressing, and was in a most elegant déshabille, but it must be understood that she had changed her dress before she had any idea of being subjected to the emotions which agitated her. She was waiting with the most restless impatience, and Montalais and Manicamp found her standing near the door. At the sound of their approaching footsteps, Madame came forward to meet them. "Ah," she said, at last. "Here is M. Manicamp," replied Montalais. Manicamp bowed with the greatest respect. Madame signed to Montalais to withdraw, and she immediately obeyed. Madame followed her with her eyes in silence until the door closed behind her, and then turning toward Manicamp, said, "What is the matter? And is it true, as I am told, Monsieur de Manicamp, that someone is lying wounded in the chateau?" "Yes, madame, unfortunately so, Monsieur de Guiche." "Yes, Monsieur de Guiche," repeated the princess. "I had, in fact, heard it rumored but not confirmed, and so, in perfect truth, it is Monsieur de Guiche who has been so unfortunate." "M. de Guiche himself, madame." "Are you aware, M. de Manicamp," said the princess hastily, "that the king has the strongest antipathy to duels?" "Perfectly so, madame, but a duel with a wild beast is not amenable to his majesty." Oh, you will not insult me by supposing that I should credit the absurd fable which has been reported, with what object I cannot tell, respecting M. de Guiche having been wounded by a wild boar. No, no, monsieur. The real truth is known, and, in addition to the inconvenience of his wound, M. de Guiche runs the risk of losing his liberty. Alas, madame, I am well aware of that, but what is to be done? You have seen the king. Yes, madame. What did you say to him? I told him how M. de Guiche had been to the chase, and how a wild boar had rushed forth out of the boys' rochen, how M. de Guiche fired at it, and how, in fact, the furious brute dashed at de Guiche, killed his horse, and grievously wounded himself. And the king believed that. Perfectly. Oh, you surprise me, Monsieur de Manicamp, you surprise me very much. And Madame walked up and down the room, casting a searching look from time to time at Manicamp, who remained motionless and impassible in the same place. At last she stopped. And yet, she said, everyone here seems united in giving another cause for his wound. What cause, Madame? Said Manicamp. May I be permitted without indiscretion to ask your highness? You ask such a question? You, M. de Guiche's intimate friend, his confidant indeed. Oh, madame, the intimate friend, yes. The confidant, no. De Guiche is a man who can keep his own secrets, who has some of his own, certainly, but who never breathes a syllable about them. De Guiche is discretion itself, madame. Very well, then, those secrets which M. de Guiche keeps so scrupulously, I shall have the pleasure of informing you of, said the princess, almost spitefully. For the king may possibly question you a second time, and if, on the second occasion, you were to repeat the same story to him, he possibly might not be very well satisfied with it. But, madame, I think your highness is mistaken with regard to the king. His majesty has been perfectly satisfied with me, I assure you. In that case, permit me to assure you, Monsieur de Manicamp, that only proves one thing, which is, that his majesty is very easily satisfied. I think your highness is mistaken in arriving at such an opinion. His majesty is well known not to be contented, except with very good reasons. And do you suppose that he will thank you for your officious falsehood, when he will learn tomorrow that M. de Guiche had, on behalf of his friend, M. de Bragelonne, a quarrel which ended in a hostile meeting? A quarrel on M. de Bragelonne's account, said Manicamp, with the most innocent expression in the world. What does your royal highness do me the honor to tell me? What is there astonishing in that? M. de Guiche is susceptible, irritable, and easily loses his temper. On the contrary, madame, I know M. de Guiche to be very patient, and never susceptible or irritable except upon very good grounds. But is not friendship a just ground? Said the princess. Oh, certainly, madame, and particularly for a heart like his. Very good, you will not deny, I suppose, that M. de Bragelonne is M. de Guiche's friend. A very great friend. Well then, M. de Guiche has taken M. de Bragelonne's part, and as M. de Bragelonne was absent and could not fight, he fought for him. Manicamp began to smile, and moved his head and shoulders very slightly, as much as to say, "Oh, if you will positively have it so." "But speak at all events," said the princess out of patience. "Speak." "Zai." "Of course, it is quite clear you are not of my opinion, and that you have something to say." "I have only one thing to say, madame." "Name it." "That I do not understand a single word of what you have just been telling me." "What? You do not understand a single word about M. de Guiche's quarrel with M. de Wardes?" exclaimed the princess, almost out of temper. Manicamp remained silent. "A quarrel," she continued, "which arose out of a conversation scandalous in its tone and purport, and more or less well-founded, respecting the virtue of a certain lady." "Ah, of a certain lady, that is quite another thing," said Manicamp. "You begin to understand, do you not?" "Your highness will excuse me, but I dare not." "You dare not," said Madame, exasperated. "Very well then, wait one moment and I will dare." "Madame, madame," exclaimed Manicamp as if in great dismay, "be careful of what you are going to say. It would seem, monsieur, that, if I happened to be a man, you would challenge me, notwithstanding his majesty's edicts, as Monsieur de Guiche challenged M. de Wardes, and that, too, on account of the virtue of Mademoiselle de La Vallière." "Of Mademoiselle de La Vallière?" exclaimed Manicamp, starting backward, as if hers was the very last name he expected to hear pronounced. "What makes you start in that manner, Monsieur de Manicamp?" said Madame, ironically. "Do you mean to say you would be impertinent enough to suspect that young lady's honor?" "Madame, in the whole course of this affair, there has not been the slightest question of Mademoiselle de la Valliere's honor." "What, when two men have almost blown each other's brains out on a woman's behalf, do you mean to say she has had nothing to do with the affair, and that her name has not been called in question at all? I did not think you so good a courtier, Monsieur de Manicamp." "Pray forgive me, madame," said the young man, "but we are very far from understanding each other. You do me the honor to speak one kind of language, while I am speaking altogether another. I beg your pardon, but I do not understand your meaning." "Forgive me then, but I fancied I understood your highness to remark that de Guiche and de Wardes had fought on Mademoiselle de la Valliere's account." "Certainly." "On account of Mademoiselle de la Vallière, I think you said," repeated Manicamp. "I do not say that M. de Guiche personally took an interest in Mademoiselle de la Vallière, but I say that he did so as representing or acting on behalf of another." "On behalf of another." Come, do not always assume such a bewildered look. Does not everyone here know that M. de Bragelonne is affianced to Mademoiselle de la Vallière, and that before he went on the mission with which the king entrusted him, he charged his friend M. de Guiche to watch over that interesting young lady? There is nothing more for me to say then. Your highness is well informed of everything, so I beg you to understand that clearly. Manicamp began to laugh, which almost exasperated the princess, who was not, as we know, of a very patient and enduring disposition. "Madame," resumed the discreet Manicamp, saluting the princess, "let us bury this affair altogether in forgetfulness, for it will never be quite cleared up. Oh, as far as that goes, there is nothing more to do, and the information is complete. The king will learn that M. de Guiche has taken up the cause of this little adventuress, who gives herself all the airs of a grand lady. He will learn that Monsieur de Bragelonne, having nominated his friend M. de Guiche his guardian in ordinary of the Garden of the Hesperides, the latter immediately fastened, as he was required to do, upon the Marquis de Wardes, who ventured to touch the golden apple. Moreover, you cannot pretend to deny, Monsieur Manicamp, you who know everything so well, that the king, on his side, casts a longing eye upon this famous treasure, and that he will bear no slight grudge against M. de Guiche for constituting himself the defender of it. Are you sufficiently well informed now, or do you require anything further? If so, speak, monsieur." "No, madame, there is nothing more I wish to know." "Learn, however, for you ought to know it, Monsieur de Manicamp, learn that his Majesty's indignation will be followed by terrible consequences. In princes of a similar temperament to that of his Majesty, the passion which jealousy causes sweeps down like a whirlwind." "Which you will temper, madame." "I," exclaimed the princess with a gesture of indescribable irony. "I, and by what title, may I ask?" "Because you detect injustice, madame." "And according to your account, then, it would be an injustice to prevent the king arranging his love affairs as he pleases. You will intercede, however, in M. de Guiche's favor." "You are mad, monsieur," said the princess in a haughty tone of voice. "On the contrary, I am in the most perfect possession of my senses, and I repeat, you will defend M. de Guiche before the king." "Why should I?" "Because the cause of M. de Guiche is your own, madame," said Manicamp, with all the ardor with which his eyes were kindled. "What do you mean by that?" "I mean, madame, that, with respect to the defense which Monsieur de Guiche undertook in M. de Bragelonne's absence, I am surprised that your highness has not detected a pretext in La Valliere's name having been brought forward." "A pretext, but a pretext for what?" repeated the princess, hesitatingly, for Manicamp's steady look had just revealed something of the truth to her. "I trust, madame," said the young man, "I have said sufficient to induce your highness not to overwhelm before his majesty my poor friend, de Guiche, against whom all the malevolence of a party bitterly opposed to your own will now be directed." "You mean, on the contrary, I suppose, that all those who have no great affection for Mademoiselle de la Vallière, and even, perhaps, a few of those who have some regard for her, will be angry with the Comte." "Oh, madame, why will you push your obstinacy to such an extent, and refuse to open your ears and listen to the counsel of one whose devotion to you is unbounded? Must I expose myself to the risk of your displeasure? Am I really to be called upon to name, contrary to my own wish, the person who was the real cause of this quarrel? The person, said Madame, blushing. Must I, continued Manicamp, tell you how poor de Guiche became irritated, furious, exasperated beyond all control, at the different rumors which are circulating about this person? Must I, if you persist in this willful blindness, and if respect should continue to prevent me naming her? Must I repeat, recall to your recollection the various scenes which Monsieur had with the Duke of Buckingham, and the insinuations which were reported respecting the Duke's exile? Must I remind you of the anxious care the Comte always took in his efforts to please, to watch, to protect that person for whom alone he lives, for whom alone he breathes? Well, I will do so, and when I shall have made you recall all the particulars I refer to, you will perhaps understand how it happened that the Comte, having lost all control over himself, and having been for some time past almost harassed to death by De Wardes, became, at the first disrespectful expression which the latter pronounced respecting the person in question, inflamed with passion, and panted only for an opportunity of revenging the affront. The princess concealed her face in her hands. "Monsieur, monsieur," she exclaimed, "do you know what you are saying and to whom you are speaking?" "Therefore, madame," pursued Manicamp, as if he had not heard the exclamations of the princess, "nothing will astonish you any longer, neither the Comte's ardor in seeking the quarrel, nor his wonderful address in transferring it to a quarter foreign to your own personal interests. That latter circumstance was, indeed, a marvelous instance of tact and perfect coolness, and if the person in whose behalf the Comte so fought and shed his blood does, in reality, owe some gratitude to the poor wounded sufferer, it is not on account of the blood he has shed, or for the agony he has suffered, but for the steps he has taken to preserve from comment or reflection an honor which is more precious to him than his own." "Oh," cried Madame, as if she had been alone, "is it possible the quarrel was on my account?" Manicamp felt he could now breathe for a moment, and gallantly had he won the right to do so. Madame, on her side, remained for some time plunged in a painful reverie. Her agitation could be seen by her quick respiration, by her languishing looks, by the frequency with which she pressed her hand upon her heart. But in her, coquetry was not so much a passive quality, as on the contrary, a fire which sought for fuel to maintain itself, and which found what it required. "If it be as you assert," she said, "the Comte will have obliged two persons at the same time, for Monsieur de Bragelonne also owes a deep debt of gratitude to M. de Guiche, and with far greater reason, indeed, because everywhere and on every occasion, Mademoiselle de La Vallière will be regarded as having been defended by this generous champion." Manicamp perceived that there still remained some lingering doubt in the princess's heart. "A truly admirable service indeed," he said, "is the one he has rendered to Mademoiselle de La Vallière. A truly admirable service to M. de Bragelonne. The duel has created a sensation which, in some respects, casts a dishonorable suspicion upon that young girl. A sensation, indeed, which will embroil her with the Vicomte. The consequence is that De Wardes' pistol bullet has had three results instead of one. It destroys at the same time the honor of a woman, the happiness of a man, and perhaps it has wounded to death one of the best gentlemen in France. Oh, madame, your logic is cold and calculating. It always condemns, it never absolves." Manicamp's concluding words scattered to the winds the last doubt which lingered, not in Madame's heart but in her head. She was no longer a princess full of scruples, nor a woman with her ever-returning suspicions, but one whose heart had just felt the mortal chill of a wound. "Wounded to death?" she murmured in a faltering voice. "Oh, Monsieur de Manicamp, did you not say wounded to death?" Manicamp returned no other answer than a deep sigh. "And so you said that the Comte is dangerously wounded?" continued the princess. "Yes, madame, one of his hands is shattered, and he has a bullet lodged in his breast." "Gracious heavens," resumed the princess with a feverish excitement, "this is horrible, Monsieur de Manicamp. A hand shattered, do you say, and a bullet in his breast? And that coward, that wretch, that assassin De Wardes who did it?" Manicamp seemed overcome by a violent emotion. He had, in fact, displayed no little energy in the latter part of his speech. As for Madame, she entirely threw aside all regard for the formal observances of propriety which society imposes. For when with her, passion spoke in accents either of anger or sympathy, nothing could any longer restrain her impulses. Madame approached Manicamp, who had sunk down upon a seat, as if his grief were a sufficiently powerful excuse for his infraction of one of the laws of etiquette. "Monsieur," she said, seizing him by the hand, "be frank with me." Manicamp looked up. Is M. de Guiche in danger of death? Doubly so, madame, he replied. In the first place on account of the hemorrhage which has taken place, an artery having been injured in the hand, and next, in consequence of the wound in his breast, which may, the doctor is afraid of it at least, have injured some vital part. He may die then. Die, yes, madame, and without even having had the consolation of knowing that you have been told of his devotion. You will tell him. Die? Yes, are you not his friend? Oh no, madame. I will only tell M. de Guiche if indeed he is still in a condition to hear me. I will only tell him what I have seen, that is, your cruelty for him. Oh, monsieur, you will not be guilty of such barbarity. Indeed, madame, I shall speak the truth, for nature is very energetic in a man of his age. The physicians are clever men, and if, by chance, the poor Comte should survive his wound, I should not wish him to die of a wound of the heart after having escaped that of the body. And Manicamp rose and, with an expression of profound respect, seemed to be desirous of taking leave. At least, monsieur, said madame, stopping him with almost a suppliant air, you will be kind enough to tell me in what state your wounded friend is, and who is the physician who attends him. As regards the state he is in, madame, he is seriously ill. His physician is M. Valot, His Majesty's private medical attendant. M. Valot is, moreover, assisted by a professional friend, to whose house M. de Guiche has been carried. What, he is not in the chateau? Said madame. Alas, madame, the poor fellow was so ill that he could not even be conveyed hither. Give me the address, monsieur, said the princess hurriedly. I will send to inquire after him. Rue du Feur, a brick-built house with white outside blinds. The doctor's name is on the door. You are returning to your wounded friend, Monsieur de Manicamp. Yes, madame. You will be able, then, to do me a service. I am at your highness's orders. Do what you intended to do. Return to M. de Guiche, send away all those whom you may find there, and have the kindness yourself to go away too. Madame, let us waste no time in useless explanations. Accept the fact as I present it to you, see nothing in it beyond what is really there, and ask nothing further than what I tell you. I am going to send one of my ladies, perhaps two, because it is now getting late. I do not wish them to see you, or rather, I do not wish you to see them. These are scruples which you can understand, you particularly, Monsieur de Manicamp, who seem to be capable of divining everything. Oh, madame, perfectly. I can even do better still. I will proceed, or rather walk in advance of your attendants. It will, at the same time, be a means of showing them the way more accurately, and of protecting them if it happened any occasion might occur, though there is no probability of their needing protection. And by this means, then, they would be sure of entering without any difficulty, would they not? Certainly, madame, for, as I should be the first to pass, I should remove any difficulties which might chance to be in the way. Very well, go, Monsieur de Manicamp, and wait at the bottom of the staircase. I go at once, madame. Stay, Manicamp paused. When you hear the footsteps of two women descending the stairs, go out, and, without once turning round, take the road which leads to where the poor Comte is lying. But if, by any mischance, two other persons were to descend, and I were to be mistaken, you will hear one of the two clap her hands together very softly, so go. Manicamp turned round, bowed once more, and left the room, his heart overflowing with joy. In fact, he knew very well that the presence of Madame herself would be the best balm to apply to his friend's wounds. A quarter of an hour had hardly elapsed when he heard the sound of a door being opened softly and closed with the same precaution. He listened to the light footfalls gliding down the staircase, and then heard the signal agreed upon. He immediately went out and, faithful to his promise, bent his way, without once turning round his head, through the streets of Fontainebleau toward the doctor's dwelling. Chapter 28. M. Malicorne, the keeper of the records of the realm of France. Two women, whose figures were completely concealed by their mantles, and whose masks effectually hid the upper portion of their faces, timidly followed Manicamp's steps. On the first floor, behind curtains of red damask, the soft light of a lamp, placed upon a low table, faintly illumined the room, at the other extremity of which, on a large bedstead supported by spiral columns, around which curtains of the same color as those which deadened the rays of the lamp had been closely drawn, lay de Guiche, his head supported by pillows, his eyes looking, as if the mists of death seemed gathering there, his long black hair, scattered over the pillow, set off the young man's hollowed and pale temples to great advantage. It could be easily perceived that fever was the principal occupant of that chamber. Gitch was dreaming. His wandering mind was pursuing, through gloom and mystery, one of those wild creations which delirium engenders. 2 or 3 drops of blood, still liquid, stained the floor. Manicamp hurriedly ran up the stairs but paused at the threshold of the door, looked into the room, and seeing that everything was perfectly quiet, he advanced toward the foot of the large leathern armchair, a specimen of furniture of the reign of Henry Roman IV. And seeing that the nurse, as a matter of course, had dropped off to sleep, he awoke her and begged her to pass into the adjoining room. Then, standing by the side of the bed, he remained for a moment deliberating whether it would be better to awaken Gitch, in order to acquaint him with the good news. But as he began to hear behind the door the rustling of the silk dresses and the hurried breathing of his 2 companions, and as he already saw that the curtain which hung before the doorway seemed on the point of being impatiently drawn aside, he passed round the bed and followed the nurse into the next room. As soon as he had disappeared, the curtain was raised, and his 2 female companions entered the room he had just left. The one who entered the first made a gesture to her companion which riveted her to the spot where she stood, close to the door, and then resolutely advanced toward the bed, drew back the curtains along the iron rod, and threw them in thick folds behind the head of the bed. She gazed upon the Comte's pallid face, remarked his right hand enveloped in linen, whose dazzling whiteness was increased by the counterpane covered with dark leaves, which was thrown across a portion of the sick couch. She shuddered as she saw a spot of blood becoming larger and larger upon the linen bandages. The young man's white chest was quite uncovered, as if the cool night air would assist his respiration. A small bandage fastened the dressings of the wound, around which a bluish circle of extravasated blood was gradually increasing in size. A deep sigh broke from her lips. She leaned against one of the columns of the bed, and gazed, through the holes in her mask, upon the harrowing spectacle before her. A hoarse, harsh sigh passed like a death rattle through the Comte's clenched teeth. The masked lady seized his left hand, which felt as scorching as burning coals. But at the very moment she placed her icy hand upon it, the action of the cold was such that De Guiche opened his eyes, and by a look in which revived intelligence was dawning, seemed as if struggling back again into existence. The first thing upon which he fixed his gaze was this phantom standing erect by his bedside. At that sight his eyes became dilated, but without any appearance of consciousness in them. The lady thereupon made a sign to her companion, who had remained at the door. And in all probability the latter had already received her lesson, for in a clear tone of voice, and without any hesitation whatever, she pronounced these words: "Monsieur le Comte, Her Royal Highness Madame is desirous of knowing how you are able to bear your wound, and to express to you, by my lips, her great regret at seeing you suffer." As she pronounced the word Madame, Gitch started. He had not as yet remarked the person to whom the voice belonged, and he naturally turned toward the direction whence it proceeded. But, as he felt the cold hand still resting on his own, he again turned toward the motionless figure beside him. "Was it you who spoke, Madame?" he asked in a weak voice, "or is there another person beside you in the room?" "Yes," replied the figure in an almost unintelligible voice, as she bent down her head. "Well," said the wounded man with a great effort, "I thank you. Tell Madame that I no longer regret dying since she has remembered me." At this word dying, pronounced by one whose life seemed to hang on a thread, the masked lady could not restrain her tears, which flowed under her mask, and which appeared upon her cheeks just where the mask left her face bare. If Gitch had been in fuller possession of his senses, he would have seen her tears roll like glistening pearls and fall upon his bed. The lady, forgetting that she wore her mask, raised her hand as though to wipe her eyes, and meeting the rough velvet, she tore away her mask in anger and threw it on the floor. At the unexpected apparition before him, which seemed to issue from a cloud, Gitch uttered a cry and stretched out his arms toward her. But every word perished on his lips, and his strength seemed utterly abandoning him. His right hand, which had followed his first impulse, without calculating the amount of strength he had left, fell back again upon the bed, and immediately afterward the white linen was stained with a larger spot than before. In the meantime, the young man's eyes became dim, and closed as if he were already struggling with the angel of death. And then, after a few involuntary movements, his head fell back motionless on his pillow. From pale he had become livid. The lady was frightened, but on this occasion, contrary to what is usually the case, fear became attractive. She leaned over the young man, gazed earnestly, fixedly at his pale and cold face, which she almost touched, then imprinted a rapid kiss upon De Guiche's left hand, who, trembling as if an electric shock had passed through him, awoke a second time, opened his large eyes, incapable of recognition, and again fell into a state of complete insensibility. "Come," she said to her companion, We must not remain here any longer. I shall be committing some folly or other." "Madame, madame, your highness is forgetting your mask," said her vigilant companion. "Pick it up," replied her mistress, as she tottered almost senseless toward the staircase, and as the street door had been left only half closed, the two women, light as birds, passed through it, and with hurried steps returned to the palace. One of them ascended toward Madame's apartments, where she disappeared. The other entered the room belonging to the maids of honor, namely, on the entresol, and having reached her own room, she sat down before a table, and without giving herself time even to breathe, wrote the following letter. "This evening Madame has been to see M. de Guiche. Everything is going on well on this side. See that yours is the same, and do not forget to burn this paper." She then folded the letter in a long, thin form, and leaving her room with every possible precaution, crossed a corridor which led to the apartments appropriated to the gentlemen attached to Monsieur's service. She stopped before a door, under which, having previously knocked twice in a short, quick manner, she thrust the paper and fled. Then, returning to her own room, she removed every trace of her having gone out, and also of having written the letter. Amid the investigations she was so diligently pursuing, she perceived on the table the mask which belonged to Madame, and which, according to her mistress's directions, she had brought back, but had forgotten to restore to her. "Oh, oh," she said, "I must not forget to do tomorrow what I have forgotten to do today." And she took hold of the velvet mask by that part of it which covered the cheeks, and feeling that her thumb was wet, she looked at it. It was not only wet, but reddened. The mask had fallen upon one of the spots of blood which, we have already said, stained the floor, and from the black velvet outside, which had accidentally come into contact with it, the blood had passed through to the inside and stained the white cambric lining. "Oh, oh," said Montalais, for doubtless our readers have already recognized her by these various maneuvers, "I shall not give her back her mask, it is far too precious now." And rising from her seat, she ran toward a box made of maple wood, which enclosed different articles of toilet and perfumery. "No, not here," she said. "Such a treasure must not be abandoned to the slightest chance of detection." Then, after a moment's silence, and with a smile which was peculiarly her own, she added, "Beautiful mask, stained with the blood of that brave knight, you shall go and join that collection of wonders, La Valliere's and Raoul's letters, that loving collection, indeed, which will some day or other form part of the history of France and of royalty. You shall be taken under M. Malicorne's care," said the laughing girl, as she began to undress herself. "Under the protection of that worthy M. Malicorne," she said, blowing out the taper, "who thinks he was born only to become the chief usher of Monsieur's apartments, and whom I will make keeper of the records and historiographer of the House of Bourbon, and of the first houses in the kingdom. Let him grumble now, that discontented Malicorne," she added, as she drew the curtains and fell fast asleep. Chapter 29. The Journey. The next day being agreed upon for the departure, the king, at 11 o'clock precisely, descended the grand staircase with the two queens and Madame, in order to enter his carriage drawn by 6 horses, which were pawing the ground in impatience at the foot of the staircase. The whole court awaited the royal appearance in the Fur-a-Cheval crescent, in their traveling costumes. The large number of saddled horses and carriages of ladies and gentlemen of the court, surrounded by their attendants, servants, and pages, formed a spectacle whose brilliancy could scarcely be equaled. The king entered his carriage with the two queens. Madame was in the same with Monsieur. The maids of honor followed the example, and took their seats 2 by 2 in the carriages destined for them. The weather was exceedingly warm, a light breeze, which early in the morning all had thought would have been just sufficient to cool the air, soon became fiercely heated by the rays of the sun, although it was hidden behind the clouds, and filtered through the heated vapor, which rose from the ground like a scorching wind, bearing particles of fine dust against the faces of the hasty travelers. Madame was the first to complain of the heat. Monsieur's only reply was to throw himself back in the carriage, as if he were about to faint, and to inundate himself with scents and perfumes, uttering the deepest sighs all the while. Whereupon Madame said to him, with her most amiable expression, "Really, monsieur, I fancied that you would have been polite enough, on account of the terrible heat, to have left me my carriage to myself, and to have performed the journey yourself on horseback." "Ride on horseback," cried the prince, with an accent of dismay which showed how little idea he had of adopting this strange project. "You cannot suppose such a thing, madame. My skin would peel off if I were to expose myself to such a burning air as this." Madame began to laugh. "You can take my parasol," she said. "But the trouble of holding it," replied Monsieur with the greatest coolness. "Besides, I have no horse." "How, no horse?" replied the princess, who, If she did not obtain the solitude she required, at least obtain the amusement of teasing. "No horse, you are mistaken, monsieur, for I see your favorite bay out yonder." "My bay horse," exclaimed the prince, attempting to lean forward to look out of the door. But the movement he was obliged to make cost him so much trouble that he soon hastened to resume his immobility. "Yes," said Madame, "your horse led by M. de Malicorne." "Poor beast," replied the prince, "how warm it will soon be." And with these words he closed his eyes, like a man on the point of death. Madame, on her side, reclined indolently in the other corner of the carriage, and closed her eyes also, not however to sleep, but to think more at her ease. In the meantime, the king, seated in the front seat of the carriage, the back of which he had yielded up to the two queens, was a prey to that restless, feverish contrariety experienced by anxious lovers, who, without being able to quench their ardent thirst, are ceaselessly desirous of seeing the loved object, and then go away partially satisfied, without perceiving that they have acquired a more burning thirst than ever. The king, whose carriage headed the procession, could not from the place he occupied perceive the carriages of the ladies and maids of honor, which followed in a line behind it. Besides, he was obliged to answer the eternal questions of the young queen, who, happy to have with her dear husband, as she called him in utter forgetfulness of royal etiquette, invested him with all her affection, stifled him with her attentions, afraid that someone might come to take him from her, or that he himself might suddenly take a fancy to leave her society. Anne of Austria, whom nothing at that moment occupied except the occasional sharp throbbings in her bosom, looked pleased and delighted, and although she perfectly conceived the king's impatience, tantalizingly prolonged his sufferings by unexpectedly resuming the conversation at the very moment the king, absorbed in his own reflections, began to muse over his secret attachment. Everything seemed to combine, not alone the little teasing attentions of the queen, but also the queen mother's tantalizing interruptions, to make the king's position almost insupportable, for he knew not how to control the restless longings of his heart. At first, he complained of the heat, a complaint which was merely preliminary to other complaints, but with sufficient tact to prevent Maria Theresa guessing his real object. Understanding the king's remark literally, she began to fan him with her ostrich plumes. But the heat passed away, and the king then complained of cramps and stiffness in his legs, and as the carriages at that moment stopped to change horses, the queen said, "Shall I get out with you? I too feel tired of sitting. We can walk on a little distance, the carriage will overtake us, and we can resume our places again presently." The king frowned. It is a hard trial a jealous woman makes her husband submit to whose fidelity she suspects, when, although herself a prey to jealousy, she watches herself so narrowly that she avoids giving any pretext for an angry feeling. The king, therefore, in the present case, could not refuse. He accepted the offer, alighted from the carriage, gave his arm to the queen, and walked up and down with her while the horses were being changed. As he walked along, he cast an envious glance upon the courtiers, who were fortunate enough to be performing the journey on horseback. The queen soon found out that the promenade she had suggested afforded the king as little pleasure as he had experienced from riding in the carriage. She accordingly expressed a wish to return to her carriage, and the king conducted her to the door, but did not get in with her. He stepped back a few paces, and looked among the file of carriages for the purpose of recognizing the one in which he took so strong an interest. At the door of the sixth carriage, he saw La Valliere's fair countenance. As the king thus stood motionless, wrapped in thought, without perceiving that everything was ready, and that he alone was causing the delay, he heard a voice close beside him, addressing him in the most respectful manner. It was M. Malicorne, in a complete costume of an equerry, holding over his left arm the bridles of a couple of horses. "Your Majesty asked for a horse, I believe," he said. "A horse? Have you one of my horses here?" inquired the king, who endeavored to remember the person who addressed him, and whose face was not as yet very familiar to him. "Sire," replied Malicorne, "at all events I have a horse which is at your Majesty's service." And Malicorne pointed at Monsieur's bay horse, which Madame had observed. It was a beautiful creature, and most royally caparisoned. "This is not one of my horses, monsieur," said the king. "Sire, it is a horse out of his Royal Highness's stable, but his Royal Highness does not ride when the weather is as hot as it is now." The king did not reply, but hastily approached the horse, which stood pawing the ground with his foot. Malicorne hastened to hold the stirrup for him, but the king was already in the saddle. Restored to good humor by this lucky accident, the king hastened toward the queen's carriage, where he was anxiously expected, and notwithstanding Maria Theresa's thoughtful and preoccupied air, he said, I have been fortunate enough to find this horse, and I intend to avail myself of it. I felt stifled in the carriage. Adieu, ladies." Then, bending most gracefully over the arched neck of his beautiful steed, he disappeared in a second. Anne of Austria leaned forward in order to look after him as he rode away. He did not go very far, for when he reached the sixth carriage, he reined in his horse suddenly and took off his hat. He saluted La Vallière, who uttered a cry of surprise as she saw him, blushing at the same time with pleasure. Montalais, who occupied the other seat in the carriage, made the king a most respectful bow. And then, with all the tact of a woman, she pretended to be exceedingly interested in the landscape, and withdrew herself into the left-hand corner. The conversation between the king and La Vallière began, as all lovers' conversations generally do, namely, by eloquent looks and by a few words utterly void of common sense. The king explained how warm he had felt in his carriage, so much so indeed that he could almost regard the horse he then rode as a blessing thrown in his way. And, he added, my benefactor is an exceedingly intelligent man, for he seemed to guess my thoughts intuitively. I have now only one wish, that of learning the name of the gentleman who so cleverly assisted his king out of his dilemma and extricated him from his cruel position. Montalais, during this colloquy, the first words of which had awakened her attention, had slightly altered her position, and had contrived so as to meet the king's look as he finished his remark. It followed very naturally that the king looked inquiringly as much at her as at La Vallière. She had every reason to suppose that it was she who was appealed to, and consequently might be permitted to answer. She therefore said, "Sire, the horse which your majesty is riding belongs to monsieur, and was being led by one of his royal highness's gentlemen." "And what is that gentleman's name, may I ask, mademoiselle?" "M. de Malicorne, sire." The name produced its usual effect, for the king repeated it smilingly. "Yes, sire," replied Aura. "Stay, it is that gentleman who is galloping on my left hand." And she pointed out Malicorne, who, with a very sanctified expression, was galloping on the left side of the carriage, knowing perfectly well that they were talking of him at that very moment, but sitting in his saddle as if were deaf and dumb. "Yes," said the king, "that is the gentleman. I remember his face and will not forget his name." And the king looked tenderly at La Vallière. Aura had now nothing further to do. She had let Malicorne's name fall. The soil was good. All that was now left to be done was to let the name take root, and the event would bear its fruit in due time. She consequently threw herself back in her corner, feeling perfectly justified in making as many agreeable signs of recognition as she liked to Malicorne, since the latter had had the happiness of pleasing the king. As it will very readily be believed, Montalais was not mistaken, and Malicorne, with his quick ear and his sly look, seemed to interpret her remark as all goes on well, the whole being accompanied by a pantomimic action which he fancied conveyed something resembling a kiss. "Alas, mademoiselle," said the king, after a moment's pause, "the liberty and freedom of the country is soon about to cease. Your attendance upon madame will be more strictly enforced, and we shall see each other no more." "Your majesty is too much attached to madame," replied Louise, "not to come and see her very frequently, and whenever your majesty may pass across the apartments." "Ah," said the king, in a tender voice which was gradually lowered in its tone, "to perceive is not to see, and yet it seems that it would be quite sufficient for you." Louise did not answer a syllable. A sigh filled her heart almost to bursting, but she stifled it. "You exercise a great control over yourself," said the king to Louise, who smiled upon him with a melancholy expression. "Exert the strength you have in loving fondly," he continued, "and I will bless heaven for having bestowed it on you." La Vallière still remained silent, but raised her eyes, brimful of affection, toward the king. Louis, as if he had been overcome by this burning glance, passed his hand across his forehead, and pressing the sides of his horse with his knees, made him bound several paces forward. La Vallière, leaning back in her carriage with her eyes half closed, gazed fixedly upon the king, whose plumes were floating in the air. She could not but admire his graceful carriage, his delicate and nervous limbs, which pressed his horse's side, and the regular outline of his features, which his beautiful curling hair set off to great advantage, revealing occasionally his small and well-formed ear. In fact, the poor girl was in love, and she reveled in her innocent affection. In a few moments the king was again by her side. "Do you not perceive," he said, "how terribly your silence affects me? Oh, mademoiselle, how pitilessly immovable you would become if you were ever to resolve to break off all acquaintance with anyone. And then too I think you changeable. In fact, I dread this deep affection which fills my whole being." Oh, sire, you are mistaken, said La Vallière. If ever I love, it will be for my whole life. If you love, you say, exclaimed the king. You do not love now, then. She hid her face in her hands. You see, said the king, that I am right in accusing you. You must admit that you are changeable, capricious, a coquette, perhaps. Oh no, sire, be perfectly satisfied on that. No, I say again, no, no. Promise me, then, that for me you will always be the same. Oh, always, sire. That you will never show any of that severity which would break my heart, none of that fickleness of manner which would be worse than death to me. Oh, no, no. Very well, then, but listen. I like promises, I like to place under the guarantee of an oath, under the protection of heaven, in fact, everything which interests my heart and my affections. Promise me, or rather swear to me, that if in the life we are about to commence, a life which will be full of sacrifice, mystery, anxiety, disappointment, and misunderstanding, swear to me that if we should be deceiving, or should misunderstand each other, or should be judging each other unjustly, for that indeed would be criminal in love such as ours. Swear to me, Louise. She trembled with agitation to the very depths of her heart. It was the first time she had heard her name pronounced in that manner by her royal lover. As for the king, taking off his glove, and placing his ungloved hand within the carriage, he continued, "Swear that never in all our quarrels will we allow one night even to pass by, if any misunderstanding should arise between us, without a visit, or at least a message, from either, in order to convey consolation and repose to the other." La Vallière took her lover's burning hand between her own icy palms, and pressed it softly, until a movement of the horse, frightened by the proximity of the wheels, obliged her to abandon her happiness. She had sworn as he wished her. "Return, sire," she said. "Return to the queen. I foresee a storm rising yonder which threatens my peace of mind." Louis obeyed, saluted Mademoiselle de Montalais, and set off at a gallop to rejoin the queen's carriage. As he passed Monsieur's carriage, he observed that he was fast asleep, although Madame, on her part, was wide awake. As the king passed her, she said, "What a beautiful horse, sire. Is it not Monsieur's bay horse?" The young queen merely remarked, "Are you better now, sire?" Chapter 30. Triumph Feminate. On the king's arrival in Paris, he sat at the council which had been summoned, and worked for a certain portion of the day. The queen remained with the queen mother, and burst into tears as soon as she had taken leave of the king. "Ah, madame," she said, "the king no longer loves me. What will become of me?" "A husband always loves his wife when she is like you," replied Anne of Austria. "A time may come when he will love another woman instead of me." "What do you call loving?" "Always thinking of a person, always seeking her society." "Do you happen to have remarked," said Anne of Austria, "that the king has ever done anything of the sort?" "No, madame," said the young queen hesitatingly. "What is there to complain of then, Marie?" "You will admit that the king leaves me." "The king, my daughter, belongs to his people. And that is the very reason why he no longer belongs to me. And that is the reason, too, why I shall find myself, as so many queens have been before me, forsaken and forgotten, while glory and honors will be reserved for others. Oh, my mother, the king is so handsome. How often will others tell him that they love him, and how much, indeed, they must do so? It is very seldom that women love the man in loving the king. But should that happen, which I doubt, you should rather wish, Marie, that such women should really love your husband. In the first place, the devoted love of a mistress is a rapid element of the dissolution of a lover's affection. And then, by dint of loving, the mistress loses all influence over her lover, whose power or wealth she does not covet, caring only for his affection. Wish, therefore, that the king should love but lightly, and that his mistress should love with all her heart. Oh, my mother, what power may not a deep affection exercise over him? And yet you say you are abandoned. Quite true, I speak absurdly. There is a feeling of anguish, however, which I can never control. And that is, the king may make a happy choice, may find a home with all the tender influences of home, not far from that we can offer him, a home with children around him, the children of another woman than myself. Oh, madame, I should die if I were but to see the king's children. "Marie, Marie," replied the queen mother with a smile, and she took the young queen's hand in her own. "Remember what I am going to say, and let it always be a consolation to you. The king cannot have a dauphin without you." With this remark, the queen mother quitted her daughter-in-law, in order to meet Madame, whose arrival in the Grand Cabinet had just been announced by one of the pages. Madame had scarcely taken time to change her dress. Her face revealed her agitation, which betrayed a plan the execution of which occupied, while the result disturbed, her mind. "I came to ascertain," she said, "if your majesties are suffering any fatigue from our journey." "None at all," said the Queen Mother. "But a slight one," replied Maria Theresa. "I have suffered from annoyance more than from anything else," said Madame. "What annoyance?" inquired Anne of Austria. "The fatigue the king undergoes in riding about on horseback. That does the king good." "And it was I who advised him to do it," said Maria Theresa, turning pale. Madame said not a word in reply, but one of those smiles which were peculiarly her own flitted for a moment across her lips, without passing over the rest of her face. Then, immediately changing the conversation, she continued, "We shall find Paris precisely like the Paris we left it, the same intrigues, plots, and flirtations going on." "Intrigues? What intrigues do you allude to?" inquired the Queen Mother. "People are talking a good deal about M. Fouquet and Madame Plessis-Belliere." "Who makes up the number to about 10,000, replied the Queen Mother. "But what are the plots you speak of?" "We have, it seems, certain misunderstandings with Holland to settle." "What about?" "Monsieur has been telling me the story of the medals." "Oh," exclaimed the young queen, "you mean those medals which were struck in Holland, on which a cloud is seen passing across the sun, which is the king's device. You are wrong in calling that a plot, it is an insult." "But so contemptible that the king can well despise it," replied the Queen Mother. "Well, what are the flirtations which are alluded to? Do you mean that of Madame d'Aulon?" "No, no, nearer ourselves than that." "Casa de Ustede," murmured the Queen Mother, and without moving her lips in her daughter-in-law's ear, and also without being overheard by Madame, who thus continued, "You know the terrible news." "Oh yes, M. de Guiche's wound." "And you attribute it, I suppose, as everyone else does, to an accident which happened to him while hunting." "Yes, of course," said both the queens together, their interest awakened. Madame drew closer to them, as she said, in a low tone of voice, "It was a duel." "Ah," said Anne of Austria, in a severe tone, for in her ears the word duel, which had been forbidden in France during the time she had reigned over it, had a strange sound. "A most deplorable duel, which has nearly cost Monsieur two of his best friends, and the king two of his best servants." "What was the cause of the duel?" inquired the young queen, animated by a secret instinct. "Flirtations," repeated Madame, triumphantly. The gentlemen in question were conversing about the virtue of a particular lady belonging to the court. One of them thought that Pallas was a very second-rate person compared to her. The other pretended that the lady in question was an imitation of Venus alluring Mars. And thereupon the two gentlemen fought as fiercely as Hector and Achilles. "Venus alluring Mars?" said the young queen in a low tone of voice, without venturing to examine into the allegory very deeply. "Who is the lady?" inquired Anne of Austria abruptly. "You said, I believe, she was one of the ladies of honor." "Did I say so?" replied Madame. "Yes, at least, I thought I heard you mention it." "Are you not aware that such a woman is of ill omen to a royal house?" "Is it not Mademoiselle de La Vallière?" said the Queen Mother. "Yes, indeed, that plain-looking creature. I thought she was affianced to a gentleman who certainly is not, at least I suppose so, either M. de Guiche or M. de Wardes." "Very possibly, Madame." The young queen took up a piece of tapestry, and began to unpick with an affectation of tranquillity, which her trembling fingers contradicted. "What were you saying about Venus and Mars?" pursued the Queen Mother. "Is there a Mars also?" "She boasts of that being the case." "Did you say she boasts of it?" "That was the cause of the duel." "And M. de Guiche upheld the cause of Mars?" "Yes, certainly, like the devoted servant he is." "The devoted servant of whom?" exclaimed the young queen, forgetting her reserve in allowing her jealous feeling to escape her. "Mars, not being able to be defended except at the expense of this Venus," replied Madame. "M. de Guiche maintained the perfect innocence of Mars, and no doubt affirmed that it was a mere boast of Venus." "And M. de Wardes," said Anne of Austria, quietly, Spread the report that Venus was right, I suppose. Oh, de Wardes, thought Madame, you shall pay most dearly for the wound you have given that noblest, the best of men. And she began to attack de Wardes with the greatest bitterness, thus discharging her own and de Guiche's debt, with the assurance that she was working the future ruin of her enemy. She said so much, in fact, that, had Manicamp been there, he would have regretted that he had shown such strong regard for his friend, inasmuch as it resulted in the ruin of his unfortunate foe. I see nothing in the whole affair but one cause of mischief, and that is La Vallière herself, said the Queen Mother. The young queen resumed her work with a perfect indifference of manner, while Madame listened eagerly. I do not yet quite understand what you said just now about the danger of coquetry, resumed Anne of Austria. It is quite true, Madame hastened to say, that, if the girl had not been a coquette, Mars would not have thought at all about her. The repetition of this word, Mars, brought a passing color on the queen's face, but she still continued her work. I will not permit that, in my court, gentlemen should be set against each other in this manner, said Anne of Austria calmly. Such manners were useful enough, perhaps, in a time when the divided nobility had no other rallying point than mere gallantry. At that time women, whose sway was absolute and undivided, were privileged to encourage men's valor by frequent trials of their courage. But now, thank heaven, there is but one master in France, and to him every thought of the mind and every pulse of the body are due. I will not allow my son to be deprived of any one of his servants. And she turned toward the young queen, saying, What is to be done with this La Vallière? La Vallière, said the queen, apparently surprised, I do not even know the name. And she accompanied this remark by one of those cold, fixed smiles which are only observed on royal lips. Madame was herself a princess great in every respect, great in intelligence, great by birth and pride. The queen's reply, however, completely astonished her, and she was obliged to pause for a moment in order to recover herself. She is one of my maids of honor, she replied with a bow. In that case, retorted Maria Theresa in the same tone, it is your affair, my sister, and not ours. I beg your pardon, resumed Anne of Austria. It is my affair, and I perfectly well understand, she pursued, addressing a look full of intelligence at Madame's motive for saying what she has just said. Everything which emanates from you, Madame, said the English princess, proceeds from the lips of wisdom. If we send this girl back again to her own family, said Maria Theresa, gently, we must bestow a pension upon her. Which I will provide for out of my income, exclaimed Madame. No, no, interrupted Anne of Austria, no disturbance, I beg. The king dislikes that the slightest disrespectful remark should be made of any lady. Let everything be done quite quietly. Will you have the kindness, Madame, to send for this girl here, and you, my daughter, will have the goodness to retire to your own room. The old queen's entreaties were commands, and as Maria Theresa rose to return to her own apartments, Madame rose in order to send a page to summon La Vallière. Chapter 31. The First Quarrel. La Vallière entered the Queen Mother's apartments without in the least suspecting that a serious plot was being concerted against her. She thought it was for something connected with her duties, and never had the Queen Mother been unkind to her when such was the case. Besides, not being immediately under the control or direction of Anne of Austria, she could only have an official connection with her, to which her own gentleness of disposition, and the rank of the august princess, made her yield on every occasion with the best possible grace. She therefore advanced toward the Queen Mother with that soft and gentle smile which constituted her principal charm, and as she did not approach sufficiently close, Anne of Austria signed to her to come nearer. Madame then entered the room, and with a perfectly calm air took her seat beside her mother-in-law, and continued the work which Maria Theresa had begun. When La Vallière, instead of the directions which she expected to receive immediately on entering the room, perceived these preparations, she looked with curiosity, if not with uneasiness, at the two princesses. Anne seemed full of thought, while Madame maintained an affectation of indifference which would have alarmed a less timid person even than Louise. Mademoiselle, said the Queen Mother suddenly, without attempting to moderate or disguise her Spanish accent, which she never failed to do except when she was angry, come closer. We were talking of you, as everyone else seems to be doing. Of me? Exclaimed La Vallière, turning pale. Do you pretend to be ignorant of it? Are you not aware of the duel between M. de Guiche and M. de Wardes? Oh, Madame, I heard of it yesterday, said La Vallière, clasping her hands together. And did you not foresee this quarrel? Why should I, madame? Because two men never fight without a motive, and because you must be aware of the motive which awakened the animosity of the two in question. I am perfectly ignorant of it, madame. A persevering denial is a very commonplace mode of defense, and you, who have great pretensions to be witty and clever, ought to avoid commonplaces. What else have you to say? Oh, madame, your majesty terrifies me with your cold severity of manner. But I do not understand how I can have incurred your displeasure, or in what respect people can occupy themselves about me. Then I will tell you, M. de Guiche has been obliged to undertake your defense. My defense? Yes, he is a gallant knight, and beautiful adventuresses like to see brave knights couch their lances in their honor. But, for my part, I hate fields of battle, and more than all, do I hate adventures, and take my remark as you please. La Vallière sank at the queen's feet, who turned her back upon her. She stretched out her hands toward Madame, who laughed in her face. A feeling of pride made her rise to her feet. I have begged your majesty to tell me, what is the crime I am accused of? I can claim this at your majesty's hands, and I observe that I am condemned before I am even permitted to justify myself. Indeed, cried Anne of Austria. Listen to her beautiful phrases, madame, and to her fine sentiments. She is an inexhaustible well of tenderness and of heroic expressions. One can easily see, young lady, that we have cultivated our mind in the society of crowned heads. La Vallière felt struck to the heart. She became, not paler, but as white as a lily, and all her strength forsook her. I wish to inform you, interrupted the queen disdainfully, that if you continue to nourish such feelings, you will humiliate us other women to such a degree that we shall be ashamed of appearing before you. Become simple in your manners. By the by, I am informed that you are affianced. Is it the case? La Vallière pressed her hand over her heart, which was wrung with a fresh pang. Answer when you are spoken to. Yes, madame. To a gentleman. Yes, madame. His name. The Vicomte de Bragelonne. Are you aware that it is an exceedingly fortunate circumstance for you, mademoiselle, that such is the case? And without fortune or position, as you are, or without any very great personal advantages, you ought to bless heaven for having procured you such a future as seems to be in store for you. La Vallière did not reply. Where is this Vicomte de Bragelonne? Pursued the queen. In England, said Madame, where the report of this young lady's success will not fail to reach him. Oh, heaven, murmured La Vallière in despair. Very well, mademoiselle, said Anne of Austria, we will get this young gentleman to return and send you away somewhere with him. If you are of a different opinion, for girls have strange views and fancies at times, trust to me, I will put you in a proper path again. I have done as much for girls who are not so good as you are, perhaps. La Vallière ceased to hear the queen, who pitilessly added, I will send you somewhere by yourself, where you will be able to procure a little serious reflection. Reflection calms the ardor of the blood and swallows up all the illusions of youth. I suppose you have understood what I have been saying. Madame. Not a word. I am innocent of everything your majesty can suppose. Oh, madame, you are a witness of my despair. I respect your majesty so much. It would be far better not to respect me at all, said the queen, with a chilling irony of manner. It would be far better if you were not innocent. Do you presume to suppose that I should be satisfied simply to leave you unpunished if you had committed the fault? Oh, madame, you are killing me. No acting, if you please, or I will undertake the denouement of the comedy. Leave the room, return to your own apartment, and I trust my lesson may be of service to you. Madame, said La Vallière to the Duchesse d'Orléans, whose hands she seized in her own, do you, who are so good, intercede for me. I, replied the latter with an insulting joy, I good. Ah, mademoiselle, you think nothing of the kind. And with a rude, hasty gesture, she repulsed the young girl's hand. La Vallière, instead of giving way, as from her extreme pallor, and from her tears the two princesses might possibly have expected, suddenly resumed her calm and dignified air. She bowed profoundly and left the room. Well, said Anne of Austria to Madame, do you think she will begin again? I always suspect those gentle and patient characters, replied Madame. Nothing is more full of courage than a patient heart, nothing is more self-reliant than a gentle spirit. I feel I may almost venture to assure you she will think twice before she looks at the god Mars again. So long as she does not obtain the protection of his buckler, I do not care, retorted Madame. A proud, defiant look of the Queen Mother was the reply to this objection, which was by no means deficient in finesse. And both of them, almost sure of their victory, went to look for Maria Theresa, who had been engaged, while awaiting their arrival, in endeavoring to disguise her impatience. It was about 6:30 in the evening, and the king had just partaken of some refreshment. He lost no time, but no sooner was the repast finished and business matters settled than he took Saint-Aignan by the arm and desired him to lead him to La Valliere's apartments. The courtier uttered a loud exclamation. "Well, what is that for? It is a habit you will have to adopt, and in order to adopt a habit, you must begin by something or another at first." "Oh, sire," said Saint-Aignan, "it is hardly possible, for everyone can be seen entering or leaving those apartments. If, however, some pretext or other were made use of, if your majesty, for instance, would wait until madame were in her own apartments." "No pretexts, no delays. I have had enough of these impediments and these mysteries. I cannot perceive in what respect the King of France dishonors himself in conversing with an amiable and clever girl. Evil be to him who evil thinks. Will your majesty forgive an excess of zeal on my part?" "Speak freely." "And the queen." "True, true, I always wish the most entire respect to be shown to her majesty. Well then, this evening only will I pay Mademoiselle de la Vallière a visit, and after today I will make use of any pretext you like. Tomorrow we will devise all sorts of means. Tonight I have not the time." Saint-Aignan did not reply. He descended the steps, preceding the king, and crossed the different courtyards with a feeling of shame, which the distinguished honor of accompanying the king did not remove. The reason was that Saint-Aignan wished to stand well with Madame, as well as the two queens, and also that he did not, on the other hand, wish to displease Mademoiselle de la Vallière. And in order to carry out so many promising affairs, it was difficult to avoid jostling against some obstacle or other. Besides, the windows of the young queen's rooms, those of the queen mother's and of Madame herself, looked out upon the courtyard of the maids of honor. To be seen, therefore, accompanying the king, would be effectually to quarrel with three great and influential princesses, with three women whose authority was unbounded, for the purpose of supporting the ephemeral credit of a mistress. The unhappy Saint-Aignan, who had not displayed a very great amount of courage in taking La Valliere's part in the park of Fontainebleau, did not feel himself any braver in the broad daylight, and found 1,000 defects in the poor girl which he was most eager to communicate to the king. But his trial soon finished. The courtyards were crossed, not a curtain was drawn aside, nor a window opened. The king walked hastily, because of his impatience, and then also because of the long legs of Saint-Aignan, who preceded him. At the door, however, Saint-Aignan wished to retire, but the king desired him to remain. This was a delicate consideration on the king's part, which the courtier could very well have dispensed with. He had to follow Louis into La Valliere's apartment. As soon as the king arrived, the young girl dried her tears, but did it so precipitately that the king perceived it. He questioned her most anxiously and tenderly, and pressed her to tell him the cause of her emotion. "I have nothing the matter with me, sire," she said. "And yet you were weeping." "Oh no, indeed, sire." "Look, Saint-Aignan, and tell me if I am mistaken." Saint-Aignan ought to have answered, but he was greatly embarrassed. "At all events, your eyes are red, mademoiselle," said the king. "The dust of the road merely, sire." "No, no, you no longer possess that air of supreme contentment which renders you so beautiful and so attractive. You do not look at me. Why avoid my gaze?" he said, as she turned aside her head. "In heaven's name, what is the matter?" he inquired, beginning to lose all command over himself. "Nothing at all, sire, and I am perfectly ready to assure your majesty that my mind is as free from anxiety as you could possibly wish." "Your mind at ease, when I see you are embarrassed at the slightest thing. Has anyone wounded or annoyed you?" "No, no, sire." "I insist upon knowing if such really be the case," said the young prince, his eyes sparkling. "No one, sire, no one has in any way offended me." "In that case, do resume your gentle air of gaiety, or that sweet melancholy look which I so loved in you this morning. For pity's sake, do so." "Yes, sire, yes." The king struck the ground impatiently with his foot, saying, "Such a change is positively inexplicable." and he looked at Saint-Tanin, who had also remarked La Valliere's heavy languor of manner, as well as the king's impatience. It was utterly useless for the king to entreat, and as useless for him to try his utmost to overcome her positiveness, which was but too apparent and did not in reality exist. The poor girl was completely overwhelmed. The aspect of death itself could not have awakened her from her torpor. The king saw in her repeated negative replies a mystery full of unkindness. He began to look all round the apartment with a suspicious air. There happened to be in La Valliere's room a miniature of Athos. The king remarked this portrait, which bore a considerable resemblance to Bragelonne, for it had been taken when the Comte was quite a young man. He looked at it with a threatening air. La Valliere, in her depressed state of mind, and very far indeed from thinking of this portrait, could not conjecture the king's preoccupation. And yet the king's mind was occupied with a terrible remembrance, which had more than once taken possession of his mind, but which he had always driven away. He recalled the intimacy which had existed between the two young people from their birth, the engagement which had followed, and that Athos had himself come to solicit La Valliere's hand for Raoul. He therefore could not but suppose that, on her return to Paris, La Valliere had found news from London awaiting her, and that this news had counterbalanced the influence which he had been enabled to exert over her. He immediately felt himself stung, as it were, by feelings of the wildest jealousy, and he again questioned her with increased bitterness. La Valliere could not reply, unless she were to acknowledge everything, which would be to accuse the queen and Madame also, and the consequence would be that she would have to enter upon an open warfare with these two great and powerful princesses. She thought within herself that as she made no attempt to conceal from the king what was passing in her own mind, the king ought to be able to read in her heart in spite of her silence, and that, if he really loved her, he would have understood and guessed everything. What was sympathy, then, if it were not that divine flame which possesses the property of enlightening the heart, and of saving lovers the necessity of an expression of their thoughts and feelings? She maintained her silence, therefore, satisfying herself with sighing, weeping, and concealing her face in her hands. These sighs and tears, which had at first distressed and then terrified Louis Roman XIV, now irritated him. He could not bear any opposition, not the opposition which tears and sighs exhibited, any more than opposition of any other kind. His remarks, therefore, became bitter, urgent, and openly aggressive in their nature. This was a fresh cause of distress for the poor girl. From that very circumstance, therefore, which she regarded as an injustice on her lover's part, she drew sufficient courage to bear, not only her other troubles, but even this one also. The king next began to accuse her in direct terms. La Valliere did not even attempt to defend herself. She endured all his accusations without according any other reply than that of shaking her head, without making any other remark than that which escapes every heart in deep distress, by a prayerful appeal to heaven for help, but this ejaculation, instead of calming the king's displeasure, rather increased it. He, moreover, saw himself seconded by Saint-Tanin, for Saint-Tanin, as we have observed, having seen the storm increasing, and not knowing the extent of the regard of which Louis Roman XIV was capable, felt by anticipation all the collected wrath of the three princesses and the near approach of poor La Valliere's downfall, and he was not true knight enough to resist the fear that he himself might possibly be dragged down in the impending ruin. Saint-Tanin did not reply to the king's questions except by short, dry remarks, pronounced half aloud, and by abrupt gestures, whose object was to make things worse, and bring about a misunderstanding, the result of which would be to free him from the annoyance of having to cross the courtyards in broad open day, in order to follow his illustrious companion to La Valliere's apartments. In the meantime the king's anger momentarily increased. He made 2 or 3 steps toward the door, as if to leave the room, but then returned. The young girl did not, however, raise her head, although the sound of his footsteps might have warned her that her lover was leaving her. He drew himself up for a moment before her with his arms crossed. "For the last time, mademoiselle," he said, "will you speak? Will you assign a reason for this change, for this fickleness, for this caprice?" "What can I say?" murmured La Valliere. "Do you not see, sire, that I am completely overwhelmed at this moment, that I have no power of will, or thought, or speech?" "Is it so difficult, then, to speak the truth? You would have told me the truth in fewer words than those in which you have just now expressed yourself." "But the truth about what, sire?" "About everything." La Valliere was just on the point of revealing the whole truth to the king. Her arms made a sudden movement as if they were about to open, but her lips remained silent, and her arms again fell listlessly by her side. The poor girl had not yet endured sufficient unhappiness to risk the necessary revelation. "I know nothing," she stammered out. "Oh," exclaimed the king, "this is no longer mere coquetry or caprice, it is treason." And this time nothing could restrain him. The impulses of his heart were not sufficient to induce him to turn back, and he darted out of the room with a gesture full of despair. Saint-Aignan followed him, wishing for nothing better than to leave the place. Louis Roman XIV did not pause until he reached the staircase and, grasping the balustrade, said, "You see how shamefully I have been duped." "How, sire?" inquired the favorite. "Gitch fought on the Vicomte de Bragelonne's account, and this Bragelonne? Oh, Saint-Aignan, she still loves him. I vow to you, Saint-Aignan, that, if in 3 days hence there were to remain but an atom of affection for her in my heart, I should die from very shame." And the king resumed his way to his own apartments. "I assured your majesty how it would be," murmured Saint-Aignan, continuing to follow the king, and timidly glancing up at the different windows. Unfortunately, their return was different to what their departure had been. A curtain was stealthily drawn aside. Madame was behind it. She had seen the king leave the apartments of the maids of honor, and as soon as she observed that his majesty had passed, she left her own apartments with hurried steps and ran up the staircase, which led to the room the king had just left. Chapter 32. Despair. As soon as the king had left her, La Vallière raised herself from the ground and extended her arms, as if to follow and detain him. But when, having violently closed the door, the sound of his retreating footsteps could be heard in the distance, she had hardly sufficient strength left to totter toward and fall at the foot of her crucifix. There she remained, broken-hearted, absorbed and overwhelmed by her grief, forgetful of and indifferent to everything but her profound grief itself. A grief which she could not comprehend otherwise than by instinct and acute sensation. In the midst of the wild tumult of her thoughts, La Vallière heard her door open again. She started and turned round, thinking that it was the king who had returned. She was deceived, however, for it was Madame who appeared at the door. What did she now care for Madame? Again she sank down, her head supported by her prie-dieu chair. It was Madame, agitated, irritated, and threatening. But what was that to her? "Mademoiselle," said the princess, standing before La Vallière, "this is very fine, I admit, to kneel and pray, and make a pretense of being religious. But however submissive you may be in your addresses to heaven, it is desirable that you should pay some little attention to the wishes of those who reign and rule here below." La Vallière raised her head painfully, in token of respect. "Not long since," continued Madame, "a certain recommendation was addressed to you, I believe." La Vallière's fixed and wild gaze showed how entire her forgetfulness or her ignorance was. "The queen recommended you," continued Madame, "to conduct yourself in such a manner that no one could be justified in spreading any reports about you." La Vallière darted an inquiring look toward her. "I will not," continued Madame, "allow my household, which is that of the first princess of the blood, to set an evil example to the court. You would be the cause of such an example. I beg you to understand, therefore, in the absence of any witness of your shame, for I do not wish to humiliate you, that you are from this moment at perfect liberty to leave, and that you can return to your mother at Blois." La Vallière could not sink lower, nor could she suffer more than she had already suffered. Her countenance did not even change, but she remained with her hands crossed over her knees like the figure of the Magdalene. "Did you hear me?" said Madame. A shiver which passed through her whole frame was La Vallière's only reply, and as the victim gave no other sign of life, Madame left the room. And then her very respiration suspended, and her blood almost congealed, as it were, in her veins. La Vallière by degrees felt that the pulsations of her wrists, her neck, and temples began to throb more and more heavily. These pulsations, as they gradually increased, soon changed into a species of brain fever, and in her temporary delirium she saw the figures of her friends contending with her enemies, floating before her vision. She heard, too, mingled together in her deafened ears, words of menace and words of fond affection. She seemed raised out of her first existence as though it were upon the wings of a mighty tempest, and in the dim horizon of the path along which her delirium hurried her, she saw the stone which covered her tomb upraised, and the dark and appalling interior of eternal night revealed to her distracted gaze. But the horror of the dream which had possessed her senses soon faded away, and she was again restored to the habitual resignation of her character. A ray of hope penetrated her heart, as a ray of sunlight streams into the dungeon of some unhappy captive. Her mind reverted to the journey from Fontainebleau. She saw the king riding beside her carriage, telling her that he loved her, asking for her love in return, requiring her to swear, and himself swearing too, that never should an evening pass by if ever a misunderstanding were to arise between them without a visit, a letter, a sign of some kind being sent to replace the troubled anxiety of the evening by the calm repose of the night. It was the king who had suggested that, who had imposed a promise upon her, who had himself sworn it also. It was impossible, therefore, she reasoned, that the king should fail in keeping the promise which he had himself exacted from her. Unless, indeed, the king were a despot who enforced love as he enforced obedience. Unless, too, the king were truly indifferent, that the first obstacle in his way were sufficient to arrest his further progress. The king, that kind protector, who by a word, by a single word, could relieve her distress of mind, the king even joined her persecutors. Oh, his anger could not possibly last. Now that he was alone, he would be suffering all that she herself was a prey to. But he was not tied hand and foot as she was. He could act, could move about, could come to her, while she could do nothing but wait. And the poor girl waited and waited with breathless anxiety, for she could not believe it possible that the king would not come. It was now about 10:30. He would either come to her, or write to her, or send some kind word by M. de Saint-Aignan. If he were to come, oh, how she would fly to meet him, how she would thrust aside that excessive delicacy which she now discovered was misunderstood, how eagerly she would explain, "It is not I who do not love you, it is the fault of others who will not allow me to love you." And then it must be confessed that as she reflected upon it, and also the more she reflected, Louis appeared to her to be less guilty. In fact, he was ignorant of everything. What must he have thought of the obstinacy with which she remained silent? Impatient and irritable as the king was known to be, it was extraordinary that he had been able to preserve his temper so long. And yet, had it been her own case, she undoubtedly would not have acted in such a manner. She would have understood everything, have guessed everything. Yes, but she was nothing but a poor simple-minded girl, and not a great and powerful monarch. Oh, if he did but come, if he would but come, how eagerly she would forgive him for all he had just made her suffer. How much more tenderly she would love him because she had so suffered. And so she sat, with her head bent forward in eager expectation toward the door, her lips slightly parted, as if, and heaven forgive her for the thought, she mentally exclaimed, they were awaiting the kiss which the king's lips had in the morning so sweetly indicated when he pronounced the word love. If the king did not come, at least he would write. It was a chance less delightful certainly than the other, but which would show an affection just as strong, but only more timorous in its nature. Oh, how she would devour his letter! How eager she would be to answer it! And when the messenger who had brought it had left her, how she would kiss, read over and over again, press upon her heart the happy paper which would have brought her ease of mind, tranquility, and perfect happiness. At all events, if the king did not come, if, however, the king did not write, he could not do otherwise than send Saint-Aignan, or Saint-Aignan could not do otherwise than come of his own accord. Even if it were a third person, how openly she would speak to him. The royal presence would not be there to freeze her words upon her tongue, and then no suspicious feeling would remain a moment longer in the king's heart. Everything with La Vallière, heart and look, body and mind, was concentrated in eager expectation. She said to herself that there was an hour left in which to indulge hope, that until midnight had struck, the king might come, or write, or send, that at midnight only would every expectation be useless, every hope lost. Whenever there was any noise in the palace, the poor girl fancied she was the cause of it. Whenever she heard any one pass in the courtyard below, she imagined they were messengers of the king coming to her. 11 o'clock struck, then 11:15, then half past. The minutes dragged slowly on in this anxiety, and yet they seemed to pass far too quickly. And now it struck 11:45. Midnight was near, the final hope which remained came in its turn. With the last stroke of the clock, the last ray of light seemed to fade away, and with the last ray, so faded her final hope. And so, the king himself had deceived her. It was he who had been the first to fail in keeping the oath which he had sworn that very day, 12 hours only between his oath and his perjured vow. It was not long, certainly, to have preserved the illusion. And so, not only did the king not love her, but still more, he despised her whom everyone overwhelmed. He despised her to the extent even of abandoning her to the shame of an expulsion, which was equivalent to having an ignominious sentence passed upon her. And yet, it was he, the king himself, who was the first cause of this ignominy. A bitter smile, the only symptom of anger which during this long conflict had passed across the victim's angelic face, appeared upon her lips. What, in fact, now remained on earth for her, after the king was lost to her? Nothing. But heaven still remained, and her thoughts flew thither. She prayed that the proper course for her to follow might be suggested. It is from heaven, she thought, that I do expect everything. It is from heaven I ought to expect everything. and she looked at her crucifix with a devotion full of tender love. "There," she said, "hangs before me a master who never forgets and never abandons those who do not abandon and who do not forget him. It is to him alone that we must sacrifice ourselves." And thereupon, could anyone have gazed into the recesses of that chamber, they would have seen the poor despairing girl adopt a final resolution and determine upon one last plan in her mind. Thereupon, and as her knees were no longer able to support her, she gradually sank down upon the prie-dieu, and with her head pressed against the wooden cross, her eyes fixed, and her respiration short and quick, she watched for the earliest rays of approaching daylight. At 2 o'clock in the morning, she was still in the same bewilderment of mind, or rather in the same ecstasy of feeling. Her thoughts had almost ceased to hold any communion with the things of this world, and when she saw the violet tints of early dawn visible upon the roofs of the palace, and vaguely revealing the outlines of the ivory cross which she held embraced, she rose from the ground with a newborn strength, kissed the feet of the divine martyr, descended the staircase leading from the room, and wrapped herself from head to foot in a mantle as she went along. She reached the wicket at the very moment the guard of musketeers opened the gate to admit the first relief guard belonging to one of the Swiss regiments. And then, gliding behind the soldiers, she reached the street before the officer in command of the patrol had even thought of asking who the young girl was who was making her escape from the palace at so early an hour. Chapter 33. The Flight. La Vallière followed the patrol as it left the courtyard. The patrol bent its steps toward the right, by the Rue Saint-Honor, and mechanically La Vallière went to the left. Her resolution was taken, her determination fixed. She wished to betake herself to the convent of the Carmelites at Chaillot, the superior of which enjoyed a reputation for severity which made the worldly-minded people of the court tremble. La Vallière had never seen Paris. She had never gone out on foot, and so would have been unable to find her way, even had she been in a calmer frame of mind than was then the case. And this may explain why she ascended, instead of descending, the Rue Saint-Honor. Her only thought was to get away from the Palais Royal, and this she was doing. She had heard it said that Chaillot looked out upon the Seine, and she accordingly directed her steps toward the Seine. She took the Rue du Coq, and not being able to cross the Louvre, bore toward the church of Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois, proceeding along the site of the colonnade which was subsequently built there by Perrault. In a very short time she reached the quays. Her steps were rapid and agitated. She scarcely felt the weakness which reminded her of having sprained her foot when very young, and which obliged her to limp slightly. At any other hour in the day, her countenance would have awakened the suspicions of the least clear-sighted persons, or have attracted the attention of the most indifferent passers-by. But at 2:30 in the morning, the streets of Paris are almost, if not quite, deserted, and scarcely anyone is to be seen but the hard-working artisan on his way to earn his daily bread, or the dangerous idlers of the streets, who are returning to their homes after a night of riot and debauchery. For the former, the day was beginning; for the latter, it was just closing. La Vallière was afraid of those faces, in which her ignorance of Parisian types did not permit her to distinguish the type of probity from that of dishonesty. The appearance of misery alarmed her, and all whom she met seemed wretched and miserable. Her toilette, which was the same she had worn during the previous evening, was elegant even in its careless disorder, for it was the one in which she had presented herself to the Queen Mother. And, moreover, when she drew aside the mantle which covered her face in order to enable her to see the way she was going, her pallor and her beautiful eyes spoke an unknown language to the men she met, and ignorantly, the poor fugitive seemed to invite the brutal remarks of the one class, or to appeal to the compassion of the other. La Vallière still walked on in the same way, breathless and hurried, until she reached the top of the Place de Grève. She stopped from time to time, placed her hand upon her heart, leaned against a wall until she could breathe freely again, and then continued her course more rapidly than before. On reaching the Place de Grève, La Vallière suddenly came upon a group of 3 drunken men, reeling and staggering along, who were just leaving a boat, which they had made fast to the quay. The boat was freighted with wines, and it was apparent that they had done complete justice to the merchandise. They were singing their convivial exploits in 3 different keys, when suddenly, as they reached the end of the railing leading down to the quay, they found an obstacle in their path in the shape of this young girl. La Vallière stopped, while they, on their side, at the appearance of the young girl dressed in court costume, also halted, and, seizing each other by the hand, they surrounded La Vallière, singing, "Oh, you who sadly are wandering alone, come, come and laugh with us." La Vallière at once understood that the men were addressing her, and wished to prevent her passing. She tried to do so several times, but all her efforts were useless. Her limbs failed her. She felt she was on the point of falling and uttered a cry of terror. At the same moment, the circle which surrounded her was suddenly broken through in a most violent manner. One of her insulters was knocked to the left, another fell rolling over and over to the right, close to the water's edge, while the third could hardly keep his feet. An officer of the musketeers stood face to face with the young girl, with threatening brow, and his hand raised to carry out his threat. The drunken fellows, at the sight of the uniform, made their escape with all dispatch, and the greater for the proof of strength which the wearer of the uniform had just afforded them. "Is it possible," exclaimed the musketeer, "that it can be Mademoiselle de La Vallière?" La Vallière, bewildered by what had just happened, and confounded by hearing her name pronounced, looked up and recognized 500 Artagnan. "Oh, M. d'Artagnan, it is indeed I." And at the same moment she seized hold of his arm. "You will protect me, will you not?" she added, in a tone of entreaty. "Most certainly I will protect you, but, in heaven's name, where are you going at this hour?" "I am going to Chaillot." "You're going to Chaillot by the way of La Rapée. Why, mademoiselle, you are turning your back to it." "In that case, monsieur, be kind enough to put me in the right way, and to go with me a short distance." "Most willingly." "But how does it happen that I have found you here? By what merciful direction were you so near at hand to come to my assistance? I almost seem to be dreaming, or to be losing my senses." "I happen to be here, mademoiselle, because I have a house in the Place de Grève, at the sign of the Notre Dame, the rent of which I went to receive yesterday, and where I, in fact, passed the night. And I also wish to be at the palace early, for the purpose of inspecting my posts." "Thank you," said La Vallière. "That is what I was doing," said 500 Artagnan to himself. But what was she doing, and why was she going to Chaillot at such an hour? And he offered her his arm, which she took, and began to walk with increased precipitation, which concealed, however, a great weakness. 500 Artagnan perceived it, and proposed to La Vallière that she should take a little rest, which she refused. "You are ignorant, perhaps, where Chaillot is?" inquired 500 Artagnan. "Quite so." "It is a great distance." "That matters very little." "It is at least a league." "I can walk it." 500 Artagnan did not reply. He could tell, merely by the tone of a voice, when a resolution was real or not. He rather bore along than accompanied La Vallière, until they perceived the elevated ground of Chaillot. "What house are you going to, mademoiselle?" inquired 500 Artagnan. "To the Carmelites, monsieur." "To the Carmelites?" repeated 500 Artagnan in amazement. "Yes, and since heaven has directed you toward me to give me your support on my road, accept both my thanks and my adieus." "To the Carmelites, your adieus, are you going to become a nun?" exclaimed 500 Artagnan. "Yes, monsieur." "What you?" There was in this you, which we have marked by 3 notes of exclamation in order to render it as expressive as possible. There was, we repeat, in this you a complete poem. It recalled to La Vallière her old recollections of Blois and her new recollections of Fontainebleau. It said to her, "You who might be happy with Raoul, you who might be powerful with Louis, you about to become a nun." "Yes, monsieur," she said, "I am going to devote myself to the service of heaven and to renounce the world altogether." "But are you not mistaken with regard to your vocation? Are you not mistaken in supposing it to be the will of heaven?" "No, since heaven has been pleased to throw you in my way. Had it not been for you, I should certainly have sunk from fatigue on the road. And since heaven, I repeat, has thrown you in my way, it is because it has willed that I should carry out my intention." "Oh," said 500 Artagnan doubtingly, "that is a rather subtle distinction, I think." "Whatever it may be," returned the young girl, "I have acquainted you with the steps I have taken, and with my fixed resolution. And now I have one last favor to ask of you, even while I return you my thanks. The king is entirely ignorant of my flight from the Palais Royal, and is ignorant also of what I am about to do." "The king ignorant, you say?" exclaimed 500 Artagnan. "Take care, mademoiselle, you are not aware of what you are doing. No one ought to do anything with which the king is unacquainted, especially those who belong to the court." "I no longer belong to the court, monsieur." 500 Artagnan looked at the young girl with increasing astonishment. "Do not be uneasy, monsieur," she continued. "I have well calculated everything, and were it not so, it would now be too late to reconsider my resolution. It is decided." Well, mademoiselle, what do you wish me to do? In the name of that sympathy which misfortune inspires, by your generous feelings, and by your honor as a gentleman, I entreat you to swear to me one thing. Name it. Swear to me, Monsieur d'Artagnan, that you will not tell the king that you have seen me, and that I am at the Carmelites. I will not swear that, said 500 Artagnan, shaking his head. Why? Because I know the king, I know you, I know myself, even nay the whole human race too well. No, no, I will not swear that. In that case, cried La Vallière, with an energy of which one would hardly have thought her capable, instead of the blessing which I should have implored for you until my dying day, I will invoke a curse, for you are rendering me the most miserable creature that ever lived. We have already observed that 500 Artagnan could easily recognize the accents of truth and sincerity, and he could not resist this last appeal. He saw by her face how bitterly she suffered from a feeling of degradation. He remarked her trembling limbs, how her whole slight and delicate frame was violently agitated by some internal struggle, and clearly perceived that resistance might be fatal. I will do as you wish, then, he said. Be satisfied, mademoiselle, I will say nothing to the king. Oh, thanks, thanks, exclaimed La Vallière. You are the most generous man breathing. And in her extreme delight, she seized hold of 500 Artagnan's hands and pressed them between her own. 500 Artagnan, who felt himself quite overcome, said, "This is touching, upon my word. She begins where others leave off." And La Vallière, who, in the extremity of her distress, had sunk down upon the ground, rose and walked toward the convent of the Carmelites, which could now, in the dawning light, be perceived just before them. 500 Artagnan followed her at a distance. The entrance door was half open. She glided in like a shadow, and thanking 500 Artagnan by a parting gesture, disappeared from his sight. When 500 Artagnan found himself quite alone, he reflected profoundly upon what had just taken place. Upon my word, he said, this looks very much like what is called a false position. To keep such a secret as that is to keep a burning coal in one's breeches pocket and trust that it may not burn the stuff. And yet, not to keep it when I have sworn to do so is dishonorable. It generally happens that some bright idea or other occurs to me as I am going along, but I am very much mistaken if I shall not now have to go a long way in order to find the solution of this affair. Yes, but which way to go? Oh, toward Paris, of course. That is the best way, after all. Only one must make haste, and in order to make haste, 4 legs are better than 2, and I unhappily have only 2. A horse, as I heard them say at the theatre in London, my kingdom for a horse. And now I think of it, it need not cost me so much as that, for at the Barrière de la Conference there is a guard of musketeers, and instead of the 1 horse I need, I shall find 10 there. So, in pursuance of this resolution, which he had adopted with his usual rapidity, 500 Artagnan immediately turned his back upon the heights of Chaillot, reached the guard-house, took the fastest horse he could find there, and was at the palace in less than 10 minutes. It was striking 5 as he reached the Palais Royal. The king, he was told, went to bed at his usual hour, after having been engaged with M. Colbert, and in all probability was still fast asleep. Come, said 500 Artagnan, she spoke the truth, and the king is ignorant of everything. If he only knew one half of what has happened, the Palais Royal by this time would be turned upside down. Chapter 34. Showing how Louis, on his side, had passed the time from 10 to 12:30 at night. When the king left the apartment of the maids of honor, he found Colbert awaiting him to receive his directions with regard to the next day's ceremony, as the king was then to receive the Dutch and Spanish ambassadors. Louis Roman XIV had serious causes of dissatisfaction with the Dutch. The states had already been guilty of many mean shifts and evasions with France, and without perceiving or without caring about the chances of a rupture, they again abandoned the alliance with His Most Christian Majesty, for the purpose of entering into all kinds of plots with Spain. Louis Roman XIV, at his accession, that is to say, at the death of Cardinal Mazarin, had found this political question roughly sketched out. The solution was difficult for a young man, but as, at that time, the king represented the whole nation, anything that the head resolved upon, the body would be found ready to carry out. Any sudden impulse of anger, the reaction of young and hot blood to the brain, would be quite sufficient to change an old form of policy, and to create another and new system altogether. The part that diplomatists had to play in those days was that of arranging among themselves the different coups d'état which their sovereign masters might wish to effect. Louis was not in that calm state of mind which could make him capable of determining upon a wise course of policy. Still much agitated from the quarrel he had just had with La Vallière, he walked hastily into his cabinet, exceedingly desirous of finding an opportunity of producing an explosion after he had controlled himself for so long a time. Colbert, as he saw the king enter, knew the position of affairs at a glance, understood the king's intentions, and resolved therefore to maneuver a little. When Louis requested to be informed what it would be necessary to say on the morrow, Colbert began by expressing his surprise that His Majesty had not been properly informed by M. Fouquet. M. Fouquet, he said, is perfectly acquainted with the whole of this Dutch affair. He receives the dispatches himself direct. The king, who was accustomed to hear M. Colbert speak in not overscrupulous terms of M. Fouquet, allowed this remark to pass by unanswered and merely listened. Colbert noticed the effect it had produced and hastened to back out, saying that M. Fouquet was not on all occasions as blamable as at the first glance might seem to be the case, inasmuch as at that moment he was greatly occupied. The king looked up. "What do you allude to?" he said. "Sire, men are but men, and M. Fouquet has his defects as well as his great qualities." "Ah, defects, who is without them, M. Colbert?" "Your Majesty is not," said Colbert boldly, for he knew how to convey a good deal of flattery in a light amount of blame, like the arrow which cleaves the air notwithstanding its weight, thanks to the light feathers which bear it up. The king smiled. "What defect has M. Fouquet then?" he said. "Still the same, sire. It is said he is in love." "In love with whom?" "I am not quite sure, sire. I have very little to do with matters of gallantry." "At all events, you know, since you speak of it." "I have heard a name mentioned." "Whose?" "I cannot now remember whose, but I think it is one of Madame's maids of honor." The king started. "You know more than you like to say, M. Colbert?" he murmured. "I assure you no, sire." "At all events, Madame's maids of honor are all known, and in mentioning their names to you, you will perhaps recollect the one you allude to." "No, sire." "At least try." "It would be useless, sire. Whenever the name of any lady who runs the risk of being compromised is concerned, my memory is like a coffer of brass, the key of which I have lost." A dark cloud seemed to pass over the mind as well as across the face of the king. Then, wishing to appear as if he were perfect master of himself and of his feelings, he said, "And now for the affair concerning Holland. In the first place, sire, at what hour will your Majesty receive the ambassadors?" "Early in the morning." 11 o'clock. "That is too late, say 9 o'clock." "That will be too early, sire." "For friends, that would be a matter of no importance. One does what one likes with one's friends. But for one's enemies, in that case nothing could be better than if they were to feel hurt. I should not be sorry, I confess, to have to finish altogether with these marsh birds, who annoy me with their cries." "It shall be precisely as your Majesty desires. At 9 o'clock, therefore, I will give the necessary orders. Is it to be a formal audience?" "No, I wish to have an explanation with them, and not to embitter matters, as is always the case when many persons are present. But, at the same time, I wish to clear everything with them, in order not to have to begin over again." "Your Majesty will inform me of the persons whom you wish to be present at the reception." "I will draw out a list of them. Let us speak of the ambassadors. What do they want?" "Allies with Spain, they gain nothing. Allies with France, they lose much." "How is that?" "Allied with Spain, they see themselves bounded and protected by the possessions of their allies. They cannot touch them, however anxious they may be to do so. From Antwerp to Rotterdam is but a step, and that by way of the Scheldt and the Meuse. If they wish to make a bite at the Spanish cake, you, sire, the son-in-law of the King of Spain, could with your cavalry go from your dominions to Brussels in a couple of days. Their design is, therefore, only to quarrel so far with you, and only to make you suspect Spain so far, as will be sufficient to induce you not to interfere with their own affairs." "It would be far more simple, I should think," replied the king, "to form a solid alliance with me, by means of which I should gain something, while they would gain everything." "Not so, for if by chance they were to have you, or France rather, as a boundary, your Majesty is not an agreeable neighbor. Young, ardent, warlike, the King of France might inflict some serious mischief on Holland, especially if he were to get near her." "I perfectly understand. Colbert, and you have explained it very clearly. But be good enough to tell me the conclusion you have arrived at. Your Majesty's own decisions are never deficient in wisdom. What will these ambassadors say to me? They will tell your Majesty that they are ardently desirous of forming an alliance with you, which will be a falsehood. They will tell Spain that the three powers ought to unite so as to check the prosperity of England, and that will equally be a falsehood. For, at present, the natural ally of your Majesty is England, who has ships when you have none. England, who can counteract Dutch influence in India. England, in fact, a monarchical country, to which your Majesty is attached by ties of relationship. Good, but how would you answer? I should answer, sire, with the greatest possible moderation of tone, that the disposition of Holland does not seem friendly toward the King of France, that the symptoms of public feeling among the Dutch are alarming as regards your Majesty, that certain medals have been struck with insulting devices. Toward me? Exclaimed the young king excitedly. Oh, no, sire, no. Insulting is not the word. I was mistaken. I ought to have said immeasurably flattering for the Dutch. Oh, if that be so, the pride of the Dutch is a matter of indifference to me, said the king, sighing. Your Majesty is right, 1,000 times right. However, it is never a mistake in politics, your Majesty knows better than myself, to be unjust in order to obtain a concession in your own favor. If your Majesty were to complain as if your susceptibility were offended, you will stand in a far higher position with them. What are those medals you speak of? Inquired Louis, for if I allude to them I ought to know what to say. Upon my word, sire, I cannot very well tell you. Some overweeningly conceited device. That is the sense of it. The words have nothing to do with the thing itself. Very good, I will mention the word medal, and they can understand it if they like. Oh, they will understand without a difficulty. Your Majesty can also slip in a few words about certain pamphlets which are being circulated. Never, pamphlets befoul those who write them much more than those against whom they are written. Colbert, I thank you, you can leave me now. Do not forget the hour I have fixed, and be there yourself. Sire, I await your Majesty's list. True, returned the king, and he began to meditate. He did not think of the list in the slightest degree. The clock struck 11:30. The king's face revealed a violent conflict between pride and love. The political conversation had dispelled a good deal of the irritation which Louis had felt, and La Valliere's pale, worn features, in his imagination, spoke a very different language to that of the Dutch medals or the Batavian pamphlets. He sat for 10 minutes debating within himself whether he should or should not return to La Valliere. But Colbert, having with some urgency respectfully requested that the list might be furnished him, the king blushed at thinking of mere matters of affection when matters of business required his attention. He therefore dictated, the Queen Mother, the Queen, Madame de Motteville, Madame de Chatelain, Madame de Noailles, and for the men, M. Le Prince, M. de Gramont, M. de Manicamp, M. de Saint-Aignan, and the officers on duty. The ministers, said Colbert, as a matter of course, and the secretaries also. Sire, I will leave at once in order to get everything prepared. The orders will be at the different residences tomorrow. Say rather today, replied Louis mournfully, as the clock struck 12. It was the very hour when poor La Valliere was almost dying from anguish and bitter suffering. The king's attendants entered, it being the hour of his retiring to rest. The queen, indeed, had been waiting for more than an hour. Louis accordingly retired to his bedroom with a sigh, but as he sighed, he congratulated himself on his courage and applauded himself for having been as firm in love as in affairs of state. Chapter 35. The Ambassadors. 500 Artagnan had, with very few exceptions, learned almost all the particulars of what we have just been relating. For among his friends, he reckoned all the useful, serviceable people in the royal household, officious attendants who were proud of being recognized by the captain of the musketeers, for the captain's influence was very great. And then, in addition to any ambitious views they may have imagined he could promote, they were proud of being regarded as worth being spoken to by a man as brave as 500 Artagnan. In this manner, 500 Artagnan learned every morning what he had not been able either to see or to ascertain the night before, from the simple fact of his not being ubiquitous. So that, with the information he had been able by his own means to pick up during the day, and with what he had gathered from others, he succeeded in making up a bundle of weapons, which he untied as occasion might require. In this way, 500 Artagnan's 2 eyes rendered him the same service as the 100 eyes of Argus. Political secrets, bedside revelations, hints or scraps of conversation dropped by the courtiers on the threshold of the royal antechamber. In this way, 500 Artagnan managed to ascertain and to put away everything in the vast and impenetrable tomb of his memory, by the side of those royal secrets so dearly bought and faithfully preserved. He therefore knew of the king's interview with Colbert, and of the appointment made for the ambassadors in the morning, and consequently he knew that the question of the medals would be brought under debate. And, while he was arranging and constructing the conversation, upon a few chance words which had reached his ears, he returned to his post in the royal apartments so as to be there at the very moment the king would awake. It happened that the king woke very early, proving thereby that he, too, on his side, had slept but indifferently. Toward 7 o'clock, he half opened his door very gently. 500 Artagnan was at his post. His majesty was pale and seemed wearied. He had not, moreover, quite finished dressing. "Send for M. de Saint-Aignan," he said. Saint-Aignan very probably awaited a summons, for the messenger, when he reached his apartment, found him already dressed. Saint-Aignan hastened to the king in obedience to the summons. A moment afterward the king and Saint-Aignan passed by together, but the king walking first. 500 Artagnan went to the window which looked out upon the courtyards. He had no need to put himself to the trouble of watching in what direction the king went, for he had no difficulty in guessing beforehand where his majesty was going. The king, in fact, bent his steps toward the apartments of the maids of honor, a circumstance which in no way astonished 500 Artagnan, for he more than suspected, although La Vallière had not breathed a syllable on the subject, that the king had some kind of reparation to make. Saint-Aignan followed him as he had done the previous evening, rather less uneasy in his mind, though still slightly agitated, for he fervently trusted that at 7 o'clock in the morning there might be only himself and the king awake among the august guests at the palace. 500 Artagnan stood at the window, careless and perfectly calm in his manner. One could almost have sworn that he noticed nothing and was utterly ignorant who were these two hunters after adventures, who were passing across the courtyards, wrapped up in their cloaks. And yet, all the while that 500 Artagnan appeared not to be looking at them at all, he did not for one moment lose sight of them. And while he whistled that old march of the musketeers, which he rarely recalled except under great emergencies, he conjectured and prophesied how terrible would be the storm which would be raised on the king's return. In fact, when the king entered La Valliere's apartment and found the room empty and the bed untouched, he began to be alarmed and called out to Montalais, who immediately answered the summons, but her astonishment was equal to the king's. All that she could tell his majesty was that she had fancied she had heard La Vallière weep during a portion of the night, but knowing that his majesty had returned, she had not dared to inquire what was the matter. "But," inquired the king, "where do you suppose she is gone to?" "Sire," replied Montalais, "Louise is of a very sentimental disposition, and as I have often seen her rise at daybreak in order to go out into the garden, she may perhaps be there now." This appeared probable, and the king immediately ran down the staircase in search of the fugitive. 500 Artagnan saw him appear very pale, and talking in an excited manner with his companion, as he went toward the gardens. Saint-Aignan following him, out of breath. 500 Artagnan did not stir from the window, but went on whistling, looking as if he saw nothing and yet seeing everything. "Come, come," he murmured when the king disappeared, "His Majesty's passion is stronger than I thought. He is now doing, I think, what he never did for Mademoiselle de Mancini." In a quarter of an hour the king again appeared. He had looked everywhere, was completely out of breath, and, as a matter of course, had not discovered anything. Saint-Aignan, who still followed him, was fanning himself with his hat, and, in a gasping voice, asking for information about La Vallière from such of the servants as were about, in fact, from everyone he met. Among others he came across Manicamp, who had arrived from Fontainebleau by easy stages, for while others had performed the journey in 6 hours, he had taken 4 and 20. "Have you seen Mademoiselle de La Vallière?" Saint-Aignan asked him. Whereupon Manicamp, dreamy and absent as usual, answered, thinking that someone was asking him about de Guiche, "Thank you, the Comte is a little better." And he continued on his way until he reached the antechamber where 500 Artagnan was, and whom he asked to explain how it was the king looked, as he thought, so bewildered. To which 500 Artagnan replied that he was quite mistaken, that the king, on the contrary, was as lively and merry as he could possibly be. In the midst of all this, 8 o'clock struck. It was usual for the king to take his breakfast at this hour, for the code of etiquette prescribed that the king should always be hungry at 8 o'clock. His breakfast was laid upon a small table in his bedroom, and he ate very fast. Saint-Tanin, of whom he would not lose sight, held his napkin in his hand. He then disposed of several military audiences, during which he dispatched Saint-Tanin to see what he could find out. Then, still occupied, still full of anxiety, still watching Saint-Tanin's return, who had sent out his servants in every direction to make inquiries and who had also gone himself, the hour of 9 struck, and the king forthwith passed into his large cabinet. As the clock was striking 9, the ambassadors entered, and as it finished, the 2 queens and Madame made their appearance. There were 3 ambassadors from Holland and 2 from Spain. The king glanced at them and then bowed. And at the same moment, Saint-Tanin entered, an entrance which the king regarded as far more important, in a different sense, however, than that of the ambassadors, however numerous they were, and from whatever country they came. And so, setting everything else aside, the king made a sign of interrogation to Saint-Tanin, which the latter answered by a most decisive negative. The king almost entirely lost his courage. But as the queens, the members of the nobility who were present, and the ambassadors, had their eyes fixed upon him, he overcame his emotion by a violent effort and invited the latter to speak. Whereupon one of the Spanish deputies made a long oration, in which he boasted the advantages which the Spanish alliance would offer. The king interrupted him, saying, "Monsieur, I trust that whatever is advantageous for France must be exceedingly advantageous for Spain." This remark, and particularly the peremptory tone in which it was pronounced, made the ambassadors pale, and brought the color into the cheeks of the 2 queens, who, being Spanish, felt wounded by this reply in their pride of relationship and nationality. The Dutch ambassador then began to address himself to the king, and complained of the injurious suspicions which the king exhibited against the government of his country. The king interrupted him, saying, "It is very singular, monsieur, that you should come with any complaint, when it is I rather who have reason to be dissatisfied. And yet, you see, I do not complain." "Complain, sire, and in what respect?" The king smiled bitterly. "Will you blame me, monsieur," he said, "if I should happen to entertain suspicions against a government which authorizes and protects public insulters?" "Sire," "I tell you," resumed the king, exciting himself by a recollection of his own personal annoyance, rather than from political grounds, "that Holland is a land of refuge for all who hate me, and especially for all who malign me." "Oh, sire." "You wish for proofs, perhaps? Very good, they can be had easily enough. Whence proceed all those insulting pamphlets which represent me as a monarch without glory and without authority? Your printing presses groan under their number. If my secretaries were here, I would mention the titles of the works as well as the names of the printers." "Sire," replied the ambassador, "a pamphlet can hardly be regarded as the work of a whole nation. Is it just, is it reasonable, that a great and powerful monarch like your majesty should render a whole nation responsible for the crime of a few madmen, who are starving or dying of hunger? That may be the case, I admit. But when the mint at Amsterdam strikes off medals which reflect disgrace upon me, is that also the crime of a few madmen?" "Medals," stammered out the ambassador. "Medals," repeated the king, looking at Colbert. "Your majesty," the ambassador ventured, "should be quite sure." The king still looked at Colbert, but Colbert appeared not to understand him, and maintained an unbroken silence, notwithstanding the king's repeated hints. 500 Artagnan then approached the king, and taking a piece of money out of his pocket, he placed it in the king's hands, saying, "That is the medal your majesty alludes to." The king looked at it, and with a glance which, ever since he had become his own master, had been always soaring in its gaze, observed an insulting device representing Holland arresting the progress of the sun, with this inscription, "In conspectu meo stetit sol." "In my presence the sun stands still," exclaimed the king furiously. "Ah, you will hardly deny it now, I suppose." "And the sun," said 500 Artagnan, "is this," as he pointed to the panels of the cabinet, where the sun was brilliantly represented in every direction with this motto, Nec pluribus impar. Louis, anger, increased by the bitterness of his own personal sufferings, hardly required this additional circumstance to foment it. Every one saw, from the kindling passion in the king's eyes, that an explosion was most imminent. A look from Colbert kept back the storm from bursting forth. The ambassador ventured to frame excuses by saying that the vanity of nations was a matter of little consequence, that Holland was proud that, with such limited resources, she had maintained her rank as a great nation, even against powerful monarchs, and that if a little smoke had intoxicated his countrymen, the king would be kindly disposed and would excuse this intoxication. The king seemed as if he would be glad of someone's advice. He looked at Colbert, who remained impassible, then at 500 Artagnan, who simply shrugged his shoulders, a movement which was like the opening of the floodgates, whereby the king's anger, which he had restrained for so long a period, now burst forth. As no one knew what direction his anger might take, all preserved a dead silence. The second ambassador took advantage of it to begin his excuses also. While he was speaking, and while the king, who had again gradually returned to his own personal reflections, listened to the voice, full of nervous anxiety, with the air of an absent man listening to the murmuring of a cascade, 500 Artagnan, on whose left hand Saint-Tanin was standing, approached the latter, and in a voice which was loud enough to reach the king's ears, said, "Have you heard the news?" "What news?" said Saint-Tanin. "It's about La Vallière." The king started, and involuntarily advanced a step nearer to them. "What has happened to La Vallière?" inquired Saint-Tanin, in a tone which can very easily be imagined. "Ah, poor girl, she is going to take the veil." "The veil!" exclaimed Saint-Tanin. "The veil!" cried the king in the midst of the ambassador's discourse. But then, mindful of the rules of etiquette, he mastered himself, still listening, however, with rapt attention. "What order?" inquired Saint-Tanin. "The Carmelites of Chaillot." "Who the deuce told you that?" "She did herself." "You have seen her, then?" "Nay, I even went with her to the Carmelites." The king did not lose a syllable of this conversation, and again he could hardly control his feelings. "But what was the cause of her flight?" inquired Saint-Tanin. "Because the poor girl was driven away from the court yesterday," replied 500 Artagnan. He had no sooner said this than the king, with an authoritative gesture, said to the ambassador, "Enough, monsieur, enough." Then, advancing toward the captain, he exclaimed, "Who says that La Vallière is going to take the religious vows?" "M. d'Artagnan," answered the favorite. "Is it true what you say?" said the king, turning toward the musketeer. "As true as truth itself." The king clenched his hands and turned pale. "You have something further to add, M. d'Artagnan?" he said. "I know nothing more, sire." "You added that Mademoiselle de la Vallière had been driven away from the court." "Yes, sire." "Is that true also?" "Ascertain it for yourself, sire." "And from whom?" "Oh," said 500 Artagnan, like a man declining to say anything further. The king almost bounded from his seat, regardless of ambassadors, ministers, courtiers, and politics. The queen mother rose, she had heard everything, or if she had not heard everything, she had guessed it. Madame, almost fainting from anger and fear, endeavored to rise as the queen mother had done, but she sank down again upon her chair, which, by an instinctive movement, she made roll back a few paces. "Gentlemen," said the king, "the audience is over. I will communicate my answer, or rather my will, to Spain and to Holland," and with a proud, imperious gesture, he dismissed the ambassadors. "Take care, my son," said the queen mother indignantly. "Take care, you are hardly master of yourself, I think." "Ah, madame," returned the young lion with a terrible gesture, "if I am not master of myself, I will be, I promise you, of those who do me outrage. Come with me, M. d'Artagnan, come." And he quitted the room in the midst of a general stupefaction and dismay. The king hastily descended the staircase and was about to cross the courtyard. "Sire," said 500 Artagnan, "your majesty mistakes the way." "No, I am going to the stables." "That is useless, sire, for I have horses ready for your majesty." The king's only answer was a look, but this look promised more than the ambition of 500 Artagnans could have dared to hope. Chapter 36. Chaillot. Although they had not been summoned, Manicamp and Malicorne had followed the king and 500 Artagnan. They were both exceedingly intelligent men, except that Malicorne was generally too precipitate, owing to his ambition, while Manicamp was frequently too tardy, owing to his idleness. On this occasion, however, they arrived at precisely the proper moment. 5 horses were waiting in readiness. 2 were seized upon by the king and 500 Artagnan, 2 others by Manicamp and Malicorne, while a groom belonging to the stables mounted the 5th. The whole cavalcade set off at a gallop. 500 Artagnan had been very careful in his selection of the horses. They were the very horses for distressed lovers, horses which did not simply run but flew. Within 10 minutes after their departure, the cavalcade, amid a cloud of dust, arrived at Chaillot. The king literally threw himself off his horse, but, notwithstanding the rapidity with which he accomplished this maneuver, he found 500 Artagnan already holding his stirrup. With a sign of acknowledgement to the musketeer, he threw the bridle to the groom, then darted into the vestibule, violently pushed open the door, and entered the reception room. Manicamp, Malicorne, and the groom remained outside, 500 Artagnan alone following him. When he entered the reception room, the first object which met his gaze was Louise herself, not simply on her knees, but lying at the foot of a large stone crucifix. The young girl was stretched upon the damp flagstones, scarcely visible in the gloom of the apartment, which was lighted only by means of a narrow window, protected by bars, and completely shaded by creeping plants. She was alone, inanimate, cold as the stone to which she was clinging. When the king saw her in this state, he thought she was dead, and uttered a loud cry, which made 500 Artagnan hurry into the room. The king had already passed one of his arms round her body, and 500 Artagnan assisted him in raising the poor girl, whom the torpor of death seemed already to have taken possession of. 500 Artagnan seized hold of the alarm bell and rang with all his might. The Carmelite sisters immediately hastened at the summons and uttered loud exclamations of alarm and indignation at the sight of the two men holding a woman in their arms. The superior also hurried to the scene of action, but far more a creature of the world than any of the female members of the court, notwithstanding her austerity of manners, she recognized the king at the first glance, by the respect which those present exhibited for him, as well as by the imperious and authoritative way in which he had thrown the whole establishment into confusion. As soon as she saw the king, she retired to her own apartments, in order to avoid compromising her dignity. But by one of the nuns, she sent various cordials, Hungary water, etc., etc., and ordered that all the doors should be immediately closed, a command which was just in time, for the king's distress was fast becoming of a most clamorous and despairing character. He had almost decided to send for his own physician, when La Vallière exhibited signs of returning animation. The first object which met her gaze, as she opened her eyes, was the king at her feet. In all probability she did not recognize him, for she uttered a deep sigh full of anguish and distress. Louis fixed his eyes devouringly upon her face, and when, in the course of a few moments, she recognized the king, she endeavored to tear herself from his embrace. "Oh heavens," she murmured, "is not the sacrifice yet made?" "No, no," exclaimed the king, "and it shall not be made, I swear." Notwithstanding her weakness and utter despair, she rose from the ground, saying, "It must be made, however, it must be, so do not stay me in my purpose." "I leave you to sacrifice yourself, I never, never," exclaimed the king. "Well," murmured 500 Artagnan, "I may as well go now. As soon as they begin to speak, we may as well save their having any listeners." And he quitted the room, leaving the two lovers alone. "Sire," continued La Vallière, "not another word, I implore you. Do not destroy the only future I can hope for my salvation. Do not destroy the glory and brightness of your own future for a mere caprice." "A caprice," cried the king. "Oh, sire, it is now only that I can clearly see into your heart." "You, Louise, what mean you?" "An inexplicable impulse, foolish and unreasonable in its nature, may momentarily appear to offer a sufficient excuse for your conduct, but there are duties imposed upon you which are incompatible with your regard for a poor girl such as I am. So forget me." "I forget you." "You have already done so." "Rather would I die." "You cannot love one whose peace of mind you hold so lightly, and whom you so cruelly abandoned last night to the bitterness of death." "What can you mean? Explain yourself, Louise." "What did you ask me yesterday morning? To love you. What did you promise me in return? Never to let midnight pass without offering me an opportunity of reconciliation whenever your anger might be aroused against me." "Oh, forgive me, Louise, forgive me. I was almost mad from jealousy." "Jealousy is an unworthy thought, sire. You may become jealous again and will end by killing me. Be merciful then, and leave me now to die." "Another word, mademoiselle, in that strain, and you will see me expire at your feet." "No, no, sire, I am better acquainted with my own demerits, and believe me that to sacrifice yourself for one whom all despise would be needless." "Give me the names of those you have cause to complain of." I have no complaints, sire, to prefer against anyone, no one but myself to accuse. Farewell, sire, you are compromising yourself in speaking to me in such a manner. Oh, be careful, Louise, in what you say, for you are reducing me to the very depths of despair. Oh, sire, sire, leave me to the protection of heaven, I implore you. No, no, heaven itself shall not tear you from me. Save me then, cried the poor girl, from those determined and pitiless enemies who are thirsting to destroy my very life and honor too. If you have courage enough to love me, show at least that you have power enough to defend me. But no, she whom you say you love, others insult and mock and drive shamelessly away. And the gentle-hearted girl, forced by her own bitter distress to accuse others, wrung her hands in an uncontrollable agony of tears. You have been driven away, exclaimed the king. This is the second time I have heard that said. I have been driven away with shame and ignominy, sire. You see then that I have no other protector but heaven, no consolation but prayer, and this cloister is my only refuge. My palace, my whole court shall be yours. Oh, fear nothing further now, Louise. Those, be they men or women, who yesterday drove you away, shall tomorrow tremble before you. Tomorrow, do I say? Nay, this very day have I already shown my displeasure, have already threatened. It is in my power even now to hurl the thunderbolt which I have hitherto withheld. Louise, Louise, you shall be cruelly revenged. Tears of blood shall repay you for the tears you have shed. Give me only the names of your enemies. Never, never. How can I show my anger then? Sire, those upon whom your anger would have to fall would force you to draw back your hand upraised to punish. Oh, you do not know me, cried the king, exasperated. Rather than draw back, I would sacrifice my kingdom and would curse my family. Yes, I would strike until this arm had utterly annihilated all those who had ventured to make themselves the enemies of the gentlest and best of creatures. And, as he said these words, Louis struck his fist violently against the oaken wainscoting with a force which alarmed La Vallière. For his anger, owing to his unbounded power, had something imposing and threatening in it, and like the tempest, might be mortal in its effects. She, who thought that her own sufferings could not be surpassed, was overwhelmed by a suffering which revealed itself by menace and by violence. Sire, she said, for the last time I implore you to leave me. Already do I feel strengthened by the calm seclusion of this asylum, and the protection of heaven has reassured me, for all the petty human meannesses of this world are forgotten beneath the divine protection. Once more then, sire, and for the last time, I again implore you to leave me. Confess, rather, cried Louis, that you have never loved me. Admit that my humility and my repentance are flattering to your pride, but that my distress affects you not. That the king of this wide realm is no longer regarded as a lover whose tenderness of devotion is capable of working out your happiness, but that he is a despot whose caprice has utterly destroyed in your heart the very last fiber of human feeling. Do not say you are seeking heaven, say rather that you are fleeing the king. Louise's heart was wrung within her, as she listened to his passionate utterance, which made the fever of passion course through every vein in her body. But did you not hear me say that I have been driven away, scorned, despised? I will make you the most respected, the most adored, and the most envied of my whole court. Prove to me that you have not ceased to love me. In what way? By leaving me. I will prove it to you by never leaving you again. But do you imagine, sire, that I shall allow that? Do you imagine that I will let you come to an open rupture with every member of your family? Do you imagine that, for my sake, you could abandon mother, wife, and sister? Ah, you have named them then at last. It is they then who have wrought this grievous injury. By the heaven above us then, upon them shall my anger fall. That is the reason why the future terrifies me, why I refuse everything, why I do not wish you to revenge me. Tears enough have already been shed, sufficient sorrow and affliction have already been occasioned. I, at least, will never be the cause of sorrow, or affliction, or distress to whomsoever it may be, for I have mourned and suffered and wept too much myself. And do you count my sufferings, my distress, and my tears as nothing? In heaven's name, sire, do not speak to me in that manner. I need all my courage to enable me to accomplish the sacrifice. Louise, Louise, I implore you. Whatever you desire, whatever you command, whether vengeance or forgiveness, your slightest wish shall be obeyed, but do not abandon me. Alas, sire, we must part. You do not love me, then? Heaven knows I do. It is false, Louise, it is false. Oh, sire, if I did not love you, I should let you do what you please. I should let you revenge me, in return for the insult which has been inflicted on me. I should accept the sweet triumph to my pride which you propose, and yet you cannot deny that I reject even the sweet compensation which your affection affords, that affection, which for me is life itself, for I wished to die when I thought that you loved me no longer. Yes, yes, I now know, I now perceive it. You are the holiest, the best, the purest of women. There is no one so worthy as yourself, not alone of my own respect and devotion, but also of the respect and devotion of all who surround me, and therefore shall no one be loved like yourself. No one shall ever possess the influence over me that you wield. You wish me to be calm, to forgive. Be it so, you shall find me perfectly unmoved. You wish to reign by gentleness and clemency. I will be clement and gentle. Dictate to me the conduct you wish me to adopt, and I will obey blindly. In heaven's name, no, sire. What am I, a poor girl, to dictate to so great a monarch as yourself? You are my life, the very spirit and principle of my being. Is it not the spirit that rules the body? You love me then, sire? On my knees, yes. With my hands upraised to you, yes. With all the strength and power of my being, yes. I love you so deeply that I would happily lay down my life for you, at your merest wish. Oh, sire, now that I know you love me, I have nothing to wish for in the whole world. Give me your hand, sire, and then farewell. I have enjoyed in this life all the happiness which I was destined to meet with. Oh, no, no, your happiness is not a happiness of yesterday. It is of today, of tomorrow, ever enduring. The future is yours, everything which is mine is yours too. Away with these ideas of separation, away with these gloomy, despairing thoughts. You will live for me as I will live for you, Louise. And he threw himself at her feet, embracing her knees with the wildest transports of joy and gratitude. Oh, sire, sire, all that is but a wild dream. Why a wild dream? Because I cannot return to the court. Exiled, how can I see you again? Would it not be far better to bury myself in a cloister for the rest of my life, with the rich consolation that your affection gives me, with the latest pulses of your heart beating for me, and your latest confession of attachment still ringing in my ears? Exiled you, exclaimed Louis Roman XIV, and who dares to exile, let me ask, when I recall? Oh, sire, something which is greater than and superior to kings even, the world and public opinion. Reflect for a moment. You cannot love a woman who has been ignominiously driven away. Love one whom your mother has stained with suspicion, one whom your sister has threatened with disgrace. Such a woman, indeed, would be unworthy of you. Unworthy, one who belongs to me. Yes, sire, precisely on that account. From the very moment she belongs to you, the character of your mistress renders her unworthy. You are right, Louise. Every shade of delicacy of feeling is yours. Very well, you shall not be exiled. Ah, from the tone in which you speak, you have not heard Madame, that is very clear. I will appeal from her to my mother. Again, sire, you have not seen your mother. She also, poor Louise, everyone's hand then is against you. Yes, yes, poor Louise, who was already bending beneath the fury of the storm, when you arrived and crushed her beneath the weight of your displeasure. Oh, forgive me. You will not, I know, be able to make either of them yield. Believe me, the evil cannot be repaired, for I will not allow you to use violence or to exercise your authority. Very well, Louise, to prove to you how fondly I love you, I will do one thing. I will see Madame. I will make her revoke her sentence. I will compel her to do so. Compel? Oh, no, no. True, you are right, I will bend her. Louise shook her head. I will entreat her if it be necessary, said Louis. Will you believe in my affection after that? Louise drew herself up. Oh, never, never shall you humiliate yourself on my account. Sooner, 1,000 times, would I die. Louis reflected, his features assumed a dark expression. I will love as much as you have loved. I will suffer as keenly as you have suffered. This shall be my expiation in your eyes. Come, mademoiselle, put aside these paltry considerations. Let us show ourselves as great as our sufferings, as strong as our affection for each other. And as he said this, he took her in his arms and encircled her waist with both his hands, saying, My own love, my own dearest and best beloved, follow me. She made a final effort, in which she concentrated, no longer all her firmness of will, for that had long since been overcome, but all her physical strength. No, she replied weakly, no, no, I should die from shame. No, you shall return like a queen. No one knows of your having left, except, indeed, 500 Artagnan. He has betrayed me, then. In what way? He promised me faithfully. I promise not to say anything to the king, said 500 Artagnan, putting in his head through the half-opened door, and I kept my word. I was speaking to M. de Saint-Aignan, and it was not my fault if the king overheard me, was it, sire? It is quite true, said the king, forgive him. La Vallière smiled, and held out her small white hand to the musketeer. Monsieur d'Artagnan, said the king, be good enough to see if you can find a carriage for Mademoiselle de la Vallière. Sire, replied the captain, the carriage is waiting at the gate. You are the most perfect model of thoughtfulness, exclaimed the king. You have taken a long time to find it out, muttered 500 Artagnan, notwithstanding he was flattered by the praise bestowed upon him. La Vallière was overcome. After a little further hesitation, she allowed herself to be led away, half fainting, by her royal lover. But as she was on the point of leaving the room, she tore herself from the king's grasp and returned to the stone crucifix, which she kissed, saying, O heaven, it was thou who drewest me hither, thou who hast rejected me, but thy grace is infinite. Whenever I shall again return, forget that I have ever separated myself from thee, for when I return it will be never to leave thee again. The king could not restrain his emotion, and 500 Artagnan even was overcome. Louis bore the young girl away, lifted her into the carriage, and directed 500 Artagnan to seat himself beside her, while he, mounting his horse, spurred violently toward the Palais Royal, where, immediately on his arrival, he sent to request an audience of Madame. Chapter 37. Madame. From the manner in which the king had dismissed the ambassadors, even the least clear-sighted persons belonging to the court had imagined war would ensue. The ambassadors themselves, but slightly acquainted with the king's domestic disturbances, had interpreted as directed against themselves the celebrated sentence. If I be not master of myself, I, at least, will be so of those who insult me. Happily for the destinies of France and Holland, Colbert had followed them out of the king's presence, for the purpose of explaining matters to them. But the two queens and Madame, who were perfectly aware of every particular circumstance that had taken place in their several households, having heard the remark so full of dark meaning, retired to their own apartments in no little fear and chagrin. Madame, especially, felt that the royal anger might fall upon her, and, as she was brave and exceedingly proud, instead of seeking support and encouragement from the Queen Mother, she had returned to her own apartments, if not without some uneasiness, at least without any intention of avoiding the encounter. Anne of Austria, from time to time at frequent intervals, sent messages to learn if the king had returned. The silence which the whole palace preserved upon the matter, and upon Louise's disappearance, was indicative of a long train of misfortunes to all those who knew the haughty and irritable humor of the king. But Madame remained perfectly unmoved, in spite of all the flying rumors, shut herself up in her apartments, sent for Montalais, and with a voice as calm as she could possibly command, desired her to relate all she knew about the event itself. At the moment that the eloquent Montalais was concluding, with all kinds of oratorical precautions, and was recommending, if not in actual language, at least in spirit, that she should show a forbearance toward La Vallière, M. Malicorne made his appearance to beg an audience of Madame, on behalf of his Majesty. Montalais's worthy friend bore upon his countenance all the signs of the very liveliest emotion. It was impossible to be mistaken. The interview which the king requested would be one of the most interesting chapters in the history of the hearts of kings and of men. Madame was disturbed by her brother-in-law's arrival. She did not expect it so soon, nor had she, indeed, expected any direct step on Louis's part. Besides, all women who wage war successfully by indirect means are invariably neither very skillful nor very strong when it becomes a question of accepting a pitched battle. Madame, however, was not one who ever drew back. She had the very opposite defect or qualification, in whichever light it may be considered. She took an exaggerated view of what constituted real courage, and therefore the king's message, of which Malicorne had been the bearer, was regarded by her as the trumpet proclaiming the commencement of hostilities. She therefore boldly accepted the gage of battle. 5 minutes afterward the king ascended the staircase. His color was heightened from having ridden hard. His dusty and disordered clothes formed a singular contrast with the fresh and perfectly arranged toilet of Madame, who, notwithstanding her rouge, turned pale as the king entered her room. Louis lost no time in approaching the object of his visit. He sat down, and Montalais disappeared. "My dear sister," said the king, "you are aware that Mademoiselle de la Vallière fled from her own room this morning, and that she has retired to a cloister, overwhelmed by grief and despair." As he pronounced these words, the king's voice was singularly moved. Your Majesty is the first to inform me of it, replied Madame. I should have thought that you might have learned it this morning, during the reception of the ambassadors, said the king. From your emotions, sire, I imagined that something extraordinary had happened, but without knowing what. The king, with his usual frankness, went straight to the point. Why have you sent Mademoiselle de la Vallière away? Because I had reason to be dissatisfied with her conduct, she replied dryly. The king became crimson, and his eyes kindled with a fire which it required all Madame's courage to support. He mastered his anger, however, and continued, "A stronger reason than that is surely requisite, for one so good and kind as you are, to turn away and dishonor, not only the young girl herself, but every member of her family as well. You know that the whole city has its eyes fixed upon the conduct of the female portion of the court. To dismiss a maid of honor is to attribute a crime to her, at the very least a fault. What crime, what fault has Mademoiselle de la Vallière been guilty of? Since you constitute yourself the protector of Mademoiselle de la Vallière," replied Madame, coldly, "I will give you those explanations which I should have a perfect right to withhold from everyone." Even from the king, exclaimed Louis, as with a sudden gesture he covered his head with his hat. "You have called me your sister," said Madame, "and I am in my own apartments." "It matters not," said the youthful monarch, ashamed at having been hurried away by his anger. "Neither you, nor anyone else in this kingdom, can assert a right to withhold an explanation in my presence." "Since that is the way you regard it," said Madame, in a hoarse, angry tone of voice, "all that remains for me to do is to bow submissively to your Majesty, and to be silent. No, let there be no equivocation between us. The protection with which you surround Mademoiselle de la Vallière does not impose any respect. No equivocation, I repeat. You are perfectly aware that, as head of the nobility of France, I am accountable to all for the honor of every family. You dismiss Mademoiselle de la Vallière, or whoever else it may be." Madame shrugged her shoulders. "Or whoever else it may be, I repeat," continued the king. "And as, in acting in that manner, you cast a dishonorable reflection upon that person, I ask you for an explanation, in order that I may confirm or annul the sentence." "Annul my sentence," exclaimed Madame haughtily. "What? When I have discharged one of my attendants, do you order me to take her back again?" The king remained silent. "This would cease to be an excess of power merely, sire. It would be indecorous and unseemly." "Madame, as a woman, I should revolt against an abuse so insulting to me. I should no longer be able to regard myself as a princess of your blood, a daughter of a monarch. I should be the meanest of creatures, more humble and disgraced than the servant I had sent away." The king rose from his seat with anger. "It cannot be a heart," he cried. "You have beating in your bosom. If you act in such a way with me, I may have reason to act with similar severity." It sometimes happens that, in a battle, a chance ball may reach its mark. The observation which the king had made, without any particular intention, struck Madame home, and staggered her for a moment. Some day or other she might indeed have reason to dread reprisals. "At all events, sire," she said, "explain what you require." "I ask, Madame, what has Mademoiselle de la Vallière done to warrant your conduct toward her? She is the most cunning fomenter of intrigues I know. She was the occasion of two personal friends engaging in mortal combat, and has made people talk of her in such shameless terms that the whole court is indignant at the mere sound of her name." She," cried the king. "Under her soft and hypocritical manner," continued Madame, "she hides a disposition full of foul and dark deceit." "And she?" "You may possibly be deceived, sire, but I know her right well. She is capable of creating dispute and misunderstanding between the most affectionate relatives and the most intimate friends. You see that she has already sown discord between us too." "I do assure you," said the king. "Sire, look well into the case as it stood. We were living on the most friendly understanding, and, by the artfulness of her tales and complaints, she has set your Majesty against me." "I swear to you," said the king, "that on no occasion has a bitter word ever passed her lips. I swear that, even in my wild bursts of passion, she would never allow me to menace anyone. And I swear, too, that you do not possess a more devoted and respectful friend than she is." "Friend," said Madame, with an expression of supreme disdain. "Take care, Madame," said the king. You forget that you now understand me, and that from this moment everything is equalized. Mademoiselle de la Vallière will be whatever I may choose her to become, and tomorrow, if I were to determine to do so, I could seat her on a throne. She will not have been born to a throne, at least, and whatever you may do can affect the future alone, but cannot affect the past. Madame, toward you I have shown every kind consideration and every eager desire to please you. Do not remind me that I am master here. That is the second time, sire, that you have made that remark, and I have already informed you I am ready to submit. In that case, then, will you confer upon me the favor of receiving Mademoiselle de la Vallière back again? For what purpose, sire, since you have a throne to bestow upon her? I am too insignificant to protect so exalted a personage. Nay, a truce to this bitter and disdainful spirit. Grant me her forgiveness. Never. You drive me, then, to open warfare in my own family. I, too, have my own family where I can find refuge. Do you mean that as a threat, and could you forget yourself so far? Do you believe that, if you push the affront to that extent, your family would encourage you? I hope, sire, that you will not force me to take any step which would be unworthy of my rank. I hoped that you would remember our friendship, and that you would treat me as a brother. Madame paused for a moment. I do not disown you for a brother, she said, in refusing your majesty an injustice. An injustice? Oh, sire, if I informed others of La Valliere's conduct, if the queen knew. Come, come, Henriette, let your heart speak. Remember that you have loved me. Remember, too, that human hearts should be as merciful as the heart of our sovereign master. Do not be inflexible with others, forgive La Vallière. I cannot, she has offended me. But for my sake. Sire, for your sake I would do anything in the world except that. You will drive me to despair. You compel me to turn to the last resource of weak people, and seek counsel of my angry and wrathful disposition. I advise you to be reasonable. Reasonable, I can be so no longer. Nay, sire, I pray you. For pity's sake, Henriette, it is the first time I have entreated anyone, and I have no hope in anyone but in you. Oh, sire, you are weeping. From rage, from humiliation? That I, the king, should have been obliged to descend to entreaty? I shall hate this moment during my whole life. You have made me suffer in one moment more distress and more degradation of feeling than I could have anticipated in the greatest extremity in life. And the king rose and gave free vent to his tears, which, in fact, were tears of anger and of shame. Madame was not touched exactly, for the best women, when their pride is hurt, are without pity, but she was afraid that the tears the king was shedding might possibly carry away every soft and tender feeling in his heart. Give what commands you please, sire, she said, and since you prefer my humiliation to your own, although mine is public and yours has been witnessed but by myself alone, speak, I will obey your majesty. No, no, Henriette, exclaimed Louis, transported with gratitude, you will have yielded to a brother's wishes. I no longer have any brother since I obey. Will you accept my kingdom in grateful acknowledgement? How passionately you love, sire, when you do love. He did not answer. He had seized upon Madame's hand and covered it with kisses. And so, you will receive this poor girl back again, and will forgive her. You will find how gentle and pure-hearted she is. I will maintain her in my household. No, you will give her your friendship, my sister. I have never liked her. Well, for my sake you will treat her kindly, will you not, Henriette? I will treat her as your mistress. The king rose suddenly to his feet. By this word, which had so unfortunately escaped her lips, Madame had destroyed the whole merits of her sacrifice. The king felt freed from all obligation. Exasperated beyond measure, and bitterly offended, he replied, I thank you, Madame, I shall never forget the service you have rendered me. And, saluting her with an affectation of ceremony, he took his leave of her. As he passed before a glass, he saw that his eyes were red, and angrily stamped his foot on the ground. But it was too late, for Malicorne and 500 Artagnan, who were standing at the door, had seen his eyes. The king has been crying, thought Malicorne. 500 Artagnan approached the king with a respectful air, and said in a low tone of voice, Sire, it would be better to return to your own apartments by the small staircase. Why? Because the dust of the road has left its traces on your face. said 500 Artagnan. By heaven, he thought, when the king has been giving way like a child, let those look to it who may make her weep for whom the king has shed tears. Chapter 38. Mademoiselle de La Valliere's pocket handkerchief. Madame was not bad-hearted, she was only hasty and impetuous. The king was not imprudent, he was only in love. Hardly had they both entered into this sort of compact, which terminated in La Valliere's recall, when they both sought to make as much as they could by their bargain. The king wished to see La Valliere every moment in the day, while Madame, who was sensible of the king's annoyance ever since he had so entreated her, would not abandon La Valliere without a contest. She planted every conceivable difficulty in the king's path. He was, in fact, obliged, in order to get a glimpse of La Valliere, to be exceedingly devoted in his attentions to his sister-in-law, and this, indeed, was Madame's plan of policy. As she had chosen someone to second her efforts, and as this person was our old friend Montalais, the king found himself completely hemmed in every time he paid Madame a visit. He was surrounded, and was never left a moment alone. Madame displayed in her conversation a charm of manner and brilliancy of wit which eclipsed everything. Montalais followed her, and soon rendered herself perfectly insupportable to the king, which was, in fact, the very thing she expected would happen. She then set Malicorne at the king, who found the means of informing his majesty that there was a young person belonging to the court who was exceedingly miserable, and on the king inquiring who this person was, Malicorne replied that it was Mademoiselle de Montalais. To this, the king answered that it was perfectly just that a person should be unhappy when she rendered others so. Whereupon Malicorne explained how matters stood, for he had received his directions from Montalais. The king began to open his eyes. He remarked that, as soon as he made his appearance, Madame made hers too, that she remained in the corridors until after he had left, that she accompanied him back to his own apartments, fearing that he might speak in the antechambers to one of her maids of honor. One evening she went further still. The king was seated, surrounded by the ladies who were present, and holding in his hand, concealed by his lace ruffle, a small note which he wished to slip into La Valliere's hand. Madame guessed both his intention and the letter too. It was very difficult to prevent the king going wherever he pleased, and yet it was necessary to prevent his going near La Valliere, to speak to her, as by so doing he could let the note fall into her lap behind her fan and into her pocket handkerchief. The king, who was also on the watch, suspected that a snare was being laid for him. He rose and pushed his chair, without affectation, near Mademoiselle de Chatelaine, with whom he began to talk in a light tone. They were amusing themselves in making rhymes. From Mademoiselle de Chatelaine he went to Montalais, and then to Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente. And thus, by this skillful maneuver, he found himself seated opposite to La Valliere, whom he completely concealed. Madame pretended to be greatly occupied. She was altering a group of flowers that she was working in tapestry. The king showed the corner of his letter to La Valliere, and the latter held out her handkerchief with a look which signified, "Put the letter inside." Then, as the king had placed his own handkerchief upon his chair, he was adroit enough to let it fall on the ground, so that La Valliere slipped her handkerchief on the chair. The king took it up quietly, without anyone observing what he did, placed the letter within it, and returned the handkerchief to the place he had taken it from. There was only just time for La Valliere to sketch out her hand to take hold of the handkerchief with its valuable contents. But Madame, who had observed everything that had passed, said to Mademoiselle de Chatelaine, "Chatelaine, be good enough to pick up the king's handkerchief, if you please. It has fallen on the carpet." The young girl obeyed with the utmost precipitation, the king having moved from his seat, and La Valliere being in no little degree nervous and confused. "Ah, I beg your majesty's pardon," said Mademoiselle de Chatelaine. "You have two handkerchiefs, I perceive." And the king was accordingly obliged to put into his pocket La Valliere's handkerchief as well as his own. He certainly gained that souvenir of Louise, who lost, however, a copy of verses which had cost the king 10 hours' hard labor, and which, as far as he was concerned, was perhaps as good as a long poem. It would be impossible to describe the king's anger and La Valliere's despair. But shortly afterward a circumstance occurred which was more than remarkable. When the king left, in order to retire to his own apartments, Malicorne, informed of what had passed, one can hardly tell how, was waiting in the antechamber. The antechambers of the Palais Royal are naturally very dark, and, in the evening, they were but indifferently lighted. Nothing pleased the king more than this dim light. As a general rule, love, whose mind and heart are constantly in a blaze, dislikes light anywhere else than in the mind and heart. And so the antechamber was dark. A page carried a torch before the king, who walked on slowly, greatly annoyed at what had recently occurred. Malicorne passed close to the king, almost stumbled against him in fact, and begged his forgiveness with the profoundest humility. But the king, who was in an exceedingly ill temper, was very sharp in his reproof to Malicorne, who disappeared as soon and as quietly as he possibly could. Louis retired to rest, having had a misunderstanding with the queen, and the next day, as soon as he entered the cabinet, he wished to have La Valliere's handkerchief in order to press his lips to it. He called his valet. "Fetch me," he said, "the coat I wore yesterday evening, but be very sure you do not touch anything it may contain." The order being obeyed, the king himself searched the pocket of the coat. He found only one handkerchief, and that his own. La Valliere's had disappeared. While busied with all kinds of conjectures and suspicions, a letter was brought to him from La Valliere. It ran in these terms: "How kind and good of you to have sent me those beautiful verses. How full of ingenuity and perseverance your affection is. How is it possible to help loving you so dearly?" "What does this mean?" thought the king. "There must be some mistake. Look well about," he said to the valet, "for a pocket handkerchief must be in one of my pockets, and if you do not find it or if you have touched it," he reflected for a moment. To make a state matter of the loss of the handkerchief would be to act too absurdly, and he therefore added, "There was a letter of some importance inside the handkerchief which had somehow got among the folds of it." "Sire," replied the valet, "your majesty had only one handkerchief, and that is it." "True, true," replied the king, setting his teeth hard together. "Oh, poverty, how I envy you! Happy is the man who can empty his own pockets of letters and handkerchiefs." He read La Valliere's letter over again, endeavoring to imagine in what conceivable way his verses could have reached their destination. There was a postscript to the letter. "I send you back by your messenger this reply, so unworthy of what you sent me." "So far so good, I shall find out something now," he said delightedly. "Who is waiting and who brought me this letter?" "M. Malicorne," replied the valet de chambre timidly. "Desire him to come in." Malicorne entered. "You come from Mademoiselle de la Valliere?" said the king with a sigh. "Yes, sire." "And you took Mademoiselle de la Valliere something from me?" "I, sire." "Yes, you." "Oh, no, sire. Mademoiselle de la Valliere says so distinctly." "Oh, sire, Mademoiselle de la Valliere is mistaken." The king frowned. "What jest is this?" he said. "Explain yourself. Why does Mademoiselle de la Valliere call you my messenger? What did you take to that lady? Speak, monsieur, and quickly." "Sire, I merely took Mademoiselle de la Valliere a pocket handkerchief. That was all." "A handkerchief? What handkerchief?" "Sire, at the very moment when I had the misfortune to stumble against your majesty yesterday. A misfortune which I shall deplore to the last day of my life, especially after the dissatisfaction which you exhibited. I remained, sire, motionless with despair, your majesty being at too great a distance to hear my excuses, when I saw something white lying on the ground." "Ah," said the king. "I stooped down, it was a pocket handkerchief. For a moment I had an idea that when I stumbled against your majesty, I must have been the cause of the handkerchief falling from your pocket. But as I felt it all over very respectfully, I perceived a cipher at one of the corners, and, on looking at it closely, I found it was Mademoiselle de la Valliere's cipher. I presumed that on her way to Madame's apartment in the earlier part of the evening, she had let her handkerchief fall, and I accordingly hastened to restore it to her as she was leaving. And that is all I gave to Mademoiselle de la Valliere, I entreat your majesty to believe." Malicorne's manner was so simple, so full of contrition, and marked with such extreme humility, that the king was greatly amused in listening to him. He was as pleased with him for what he had done as if he had rendered him the greatest service. "This is the second fortunate meeting I have had with you, monsieur," he said. "You may count upon my friendly feeling." The plain and sober truth was that Malicorne had picked the king's pocket of the handkerchief as dexterously as any of the pickpockets of the good city of Paris could have done. Madame never knew of this little incident, but Montalais gave La Valliere some idea of the manner in which it had really happened, and La Valliere afterward told the king, who laughed exceedingly at it, and pronounced Malicorne to be a first-rate politician. Louis Roman XIV was right, and it is well known that he was tolerably acquainted with human nature. Chapter 39, which treats of gardeners, of ladders, and maids of honor. Miracles, unfortunately, could not always last forever, while Madame's ill humor still continued to last. In a week's time, matters had reached such a point that the king could no longer look at La Valliere without a look full of suspicion crossing his own. Whenever a promenade was proposed, Madame, in order to avoid the recurrence of similar scenes to that of the thunderstorm or the royal oak, had a variety of indispositions ready prepared. And, thanks to them, she was unable to go out, and her maids of honor were obliged to remain indoors also. There was not the slightest chance or means of paying a nocturnal visit, for, in this respect, the king had, on the very first occasion, experienced a severe check, which happened in the following manner. As at Fontainebleau, he had taken Saint-Tanin with him one evening, when he wished to pay La Vallière a visit, but he had found no one but Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, who had begun to call out fire and thieves in such a manner that a perfect legion of chambermaids, attendants, and pages ran to her assistance, so that Saint-Tanin, who had remained behind in order to save the honor of his royal master, who had fled precipitately, was obliged to submit to a severe scolding from the Queen Mother, as well as from Madame herself. In addition, he had, the next morning, received 2 challenges from the de Montemart family, and the king had been obliged to interfere. This mistake had been owing to the circumstance of Madame having suddenly ordered a change in the apartments of her maids of honor, and directed La Vallière and Montalais to sleep in her own cabinet. Nothing, therefore, was now possible, not even any communication by letter, to write under the eyes of so ferocious an Argus as Madame, whose kindness of disposition was so uncertain, was to run the risk of exposure to the greatest dangers. And it can well be conceived into what a state of continuous irritation and of ever-increasing anger all these petty annoyance threw the young lion. The king almost tormented himself to death in endeavoring to discover a means of communication, and, as he did not think proper to call in the aid of Malicorne or 500 Artagnan, the means were not discovered at all. Malicorne had, indeed, some occasional brilliant flashes of imagination, with which he tried to inspire the king with confidence. But whether from shame or suspicion, the king, who had at first begun to nibble at the bait, soon abandoned the hook. In this way, for instance, one evening, while the king was crossing the garden and looking up at Madame's window, Malicorne stumbled over a ladder lying beside a border of box, and said to Manicamp, who was walking with him behind the king, and who had not either stumbled over or seen anything, "Did you not see that I just now stumbled against a ladder, and was nearly thrown down?" "No," said Manicamp, as usual very absent, "but it appears you did not fall." "That doesn't matter, but it is not, on that account, the less dangerous to leave ladders lying about in that manner. True, one might hurt oneself, especially when troubled with fits of absence of mind. I don't mean that. What I did mean was that it is dangerous to allow ladders to lie about so near the windows of the maids of honor." Louis started imperceptibly. "Why so?" inquired Manicamp. "Speak louder," whispered Malicorne, as he touched him with his arm. "Why so?" said Manicamp louder. The king listened. "Because, for instance," said Malicorne, "a ladder 19 feet high is just the height of the cornice of those windows." Manicamp, instead of answering, was dreaming of something else. "Ask me, can't you, what windows I mean?" whispered Malicorne. "But what windows are you referring to?" said Manicamp aloud. "The windows of Madame's apartments." "They?" "Oh, I don't say that anyone would ever venture to go up a ladder into Madame's room, but in Madame's cabinet, merely separated by a partition, sleep 2 exceedingly pretty girls, Mademoiselle de La Vallière and de Montalais." "By a partition," said Manicamp. "Look, you see how brilliantly lighted Madame's apartments are. Well, do you see those 2 windows?" "Yes." "And that window close to the others, but more dimly lighted?" "Yes." "Well, that is the room of the maids of honor. Look, look, there is Mademoiselle de La Vallière opening the window. Ah, how many soft things could an enterprising lover say to her, if he only suspected that there was lying here a ladder 19 feet long, which would just reach the cornice. But she is not alone. You said Mademoiselle de Montalais is with her." "Mademoiselle de Montalais counts for nothing. She is her oldest friend, and exceedingly devoted to her, a positive well, into which can be thrown all sorts of secrets one might wish to get rid of." The king did not lose a single syllable of this conversation. Malicorne had even remarked that his majesty had slackened his pace in order to give him time to finish. So, when he arrived at the door, he dismissed everyone with the exception of Malicorne, a circumstance which excited no surprise, for it was known that the king was in love, and they suspected he was going to compose some verses by moonlight, and although there was no moon that evening, the king might, nevertheless, have some verses to compose. Everyone, therefore, took his leave, and immediately afterward the king turned toward Malicorne, who respectfully waited until his majesty should address him. "What were you saying just now about a ladder, Monsieur Malicorne?" he asked. "Did I say anything about ladders, sire?" said Malicorne, looking up, as if in search of his words which had flown away. "Yes, of a ladder 19 feet long." "Oh, yes, sire, I remember. But I spoke to M. Manicamp, and I should not have said a word had I known your majesty could have heard us." "And why would you not have said a word?" "Because I should not have liked to have got the gardener scolded who had left it there, poor fellow." "Don't make yourself uneasy on that account. What is this ladder like?" "If your majesty wishes to see it, nothing is easier, for there it is." "In that box hedge?" "Exactly." "Show it to me." Malicorne turned back and led the king up to the ladder, saying, "This is it, sire." "Pull it this way a little." When Malicorne had brought the ladder onto the gravel walk, the king began to step its whole length. He said, "you say it is 19 feet long." "Yes, sire." 19 feet, that is rather long. I hardly believe it can be so long as that." "You cannot judge very correctly with the ladder in that position, sire. If it were upright, against a tree or a wall, for instance, you would be better able to judge, because the comparison would assist you a good deal." "Oh, it does not matter, M. Malicorne, but I can hardly believe that the ladder is 19 feet high." "I know how accurate your majesty's glance is, and yet I would wager." The king shook his head. "There is one unanswerable means of verifying it," said Malicorne. "What is that?" "Every one knows, sire, that the ground floor of the palace is 18 feet high." "True, that is very well known." "Well, sire, if I place the ladder against the wall, we shall be able to ascertain." "True." Malicorne took up the ladder, like a feather, and placed it upright against the wall. And, in order to try the experiment, he chose, or chance, perhaps, directed him to choose, the very window of the cabinet where La Vallière was. The ladder just reached the edge of the cornice, that is to say, the sill of the window. So that, by standing upon the last round but one of the ladder, a man of about the middle height, as the king was, for instance, could easily hold a communication with those who might be in the room. Hardly had the ladder been properly placed, than the king, dropping the assumed part he had been playing in the comedy, began to ascend the rounds of the ladder, which Malicorne held at the bottom. But hardly had he completed half the distance, when a patrol of Swiss guards appeared in the garden, and advanced straight toward them. The king descended with the utmost precipitation, and concealed himself among the trees. Malicorne at once perceived that he must offer himself as a sacrifice, for if he too were to conceal himself, the guard would search everywhere until they had found either himself or the king, perhaps both. It would be far better, therefore, that he alone should be discovered. And consequently, Malicorne hid himself so clumsily that he was the only one arrested. As soon as he was arrested, Malicorne was taken to the guard-house. When there, he declared who he was and was immediately recognized. In the meantime, by concealing himself first behind one clump of trees and then behind another, the king reached the side door of his apartments, very much humiliated and still more disappointed. More than that, the noise made in arresting Malicorne had drawn La Vallière and Montalais to their window, and even Madame herself had appeared at her own, with a pair of wax candles, asking what was the matter. In the meantime, Malicorne sent for 500 artagnan, who did not lose a moment in hurrying to him, but it was in vain he attempted to make him understand his reasons, and in vain also that 500 artagnan did understand them. And further, it was equally in vain that both their sharp and inventive minds endeavored to give another turn to the adventure. There was no other resource left for Malicorne, but to let it be supposed that he had wished to enter Mademoiselle de Montalais' apartment, as Saint-Aignan had passed for having wished to force Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charent's door. Madame was inflexible. In the first place, because if Malicorne had, in fact, wished to enter her apartment at night through the window, and by the means of the ladder, in order to see Montalais, it was a punishable offense on Malicorne's part, and he must be punished accordingly. And in the second place, if Malicorne, instead of acting in his own name, had acted as an intermediary between La Vallière and a person whose name need not be mentioned, his crime was in that case even greater, since love, which is an excuse for everything, did not exist in the present case as an excuse for him. Madame therefore made the greatest possible disturbance about the matter, and obtained his dismissal from Monsieur's household, without reflecting, poor blind creature, that both Malicorne and Montalais held her fast in their clutches in consequence of her visit to De Guiche, and in a variety of other ways equally delicate. Montalais, who was perfectly furious, wished to revenge herself immediately, but Malicorne pointed out to her that the king's countenance would repay them for all the disgraces in the world, and that it was a great thing to have to suffer on his majesty's account. Malicorne was perfectly right, and therefore, although Montalais had the spirit of 10 women in her, he succeeded in bringing her round to his own opinion. And we must not omit to state that the king helped them to console themselves. For, in the first place, he presented Malicorne with 50,000 francs as a compensation for the post he had lost. And in the next place, he gave him an appointment in his own household, delighted to have an opportunity of revenging himself in such a manner upon Madame for all she had made him and La Vallière suffer. But as he no longer had Malicorne to steal his pocket handkerchiefs and to measure ladders for him, the poor lover was in a terrible state. There seemed to be no hope, therefore, of ever getting near La Vallière again, so long as she should remain at the Palais Royal. All the dignities and all the money in the world could not remedy that. Fortunately, however, Malicorne was on the lookout, and this he did so successfully that he met Montalais, who, to do her justice, it must be admitted, did her best to meet Malicorne. "What do you do during the night in Madame's apartment?" he asked the young girl. "Why, I go to sleep, of course," she replied. "But it is very wrong to sleep. It can hardly be possible that with the pain you are suffering you can manage to do so." "And what am I suffering from, may I ask? Are you not in despair at my absence?" "Of course not, since you have received 50,000 francs and an appointment in the king's household. That is a matter of no moment. You are exceedingly afflicted at not seeing me as you used to see me formerly, and more than all, you are in despair at my having lost Madame's confidence. Come now, is not that true?" "Perfectly true." "Very good, your distress of mind prevents you sleeping at night, and so you sob and sigh, and blow your nose 10 times every minute as loud as possible. But, my dear Malicorne, Madame cannot endure the slightest noise near her." "I know that perfectly well. Of course, she can't endure anything. And so, I tell you, she will not lose a minute when she sees your deep distress, in turning you out of her room without a moment's delay." "I understand." "Very fortunate you do." "Well, and what will happen next?" "The next thing that will happen will be that La Vallière, finding herself alone without you, will groan and utter such loud lamentations that she will exhibit despair enough for 2 persons. In that case, she will be put into another room." "Precisely so." "Yes, but which?" "Which?" "Yes, that will puzzle you to say, Mr. Inventor General." "Not at all. Wherever and whatever the room may be, it will always be preferable to Madame's own room." "That is true." "Very good, so begin your lamentations a little tonight." "I certainly will not fail to do so." "And give La Vallière a hint also." "Oh, don't fear her, she cries quite enough already to herself." "Very well, all she has to do is to cry out loud." And they separated. Chapter 40, which treats of carpentry operations and furnishes details upon the mode of constructing staircases. The advice which had been given to Montalais was communicated by her to La Vallière, who could not but acknowledge that it was by no means deficient in judgment, and who, after a certain amount of resistance, arising rather from her timidity than from her indifference to the project, resolved to put it into execution. This story of the 2 girls weeping, and filling Madame's bedroom with the noisiest lamentations, was Malicorne's chef d'oeuvre. As nothing is so probable as improbability, so natural as romance, this kind of Arabian Nights story succeeded perfectly with Madame. The first thing she did was to send Montalais away, and then 3 days, or rather 3 nights, afterward she had La Vallière removed. She gave to the latter one of the small rooms on the top story, situated immediately over the apartments allotted to the gentlemen of Monsieur's suite. 1 story only, that is to say, a mere flooring, separated the maids of honor from the officers and gentlemen of her husband's household. A private staircase which was placed under Madame de Nivelles' surveillance was the only means of communication. For greater safety, Madame de Nivelles, who had heard of His Majesty's previous attempts, had the windows of the rooms and the openings of the chimneys carefully barred. There was, therefore, every possible security provided for Mademoiselle de la Vallière, whose room bore more resemblance to a cage than to anything else. When Mademoiselle de la Vallière was in her own room, and she was there very frequently, for Madame scarcely ever had any occasion for her services, since she once knew she was safe under Madame de Nivelles' inspection, Mademoiselle de la Vallière had no other means of amusing herself than that of looking through the bars of her windows. It happened, therefore, that one morning, as she was looking out as usual, she perceived Malicorne at one of the windows exactly opposite to her own. He held a carpenter's rule in his hand, was surveying the buildings, and seemed to be adding up some figures on paper. La Vallière recognized Malicorne and bowed to him. Malicorne, in his turn, replied by a profound bow and disappeared from the window. She was surprised at this marked coolness, so unusual with his unfailing good humor, but she remembered that he had lost his appointment on her account, and that he could hardly be very amiably disposed toward her, since, in all probability, she would never be in a position to make him any recompense for what he had lost. She knew how to forgive offenses, and with still greater reason could she sympathize with misfortune. La Vallière would have asked Montalais her opinion if she had been there, but she was absent, it being the hour she usually devoted to her own correspondence. Suddenly, La Vallière observed something thrown from the window where Malicorne had been standing, pass across the open space which separated the two windows from each other, enter her room through the iron bars, and roll upon the floor. She advanced with no little curiosity toward this object, and picked it up. It was a winder for silk, only in this instance, instead of silk, a small piece of paper was rolled round it. La Vallière unrolled it and read the following. Mademoiselle, I am exceedingly anxious to learn two things. The first is, to know if the flooring of your apartment is wood or brick. The second, to know at what distance your bed is placed from the window. Forgive my importunity, and will you be good enough to send me an answer by the same way you received this letter? That is to say, by means of the silk winder. Only, instead of throwing it into my room, as I have thrown it into yours, which will be too difficult for you to attempt, have the goodness merely to let it fall. Believe me, mademoiselle, your most humble and most respectful servant. Malicorne. Write the reply, if you please, upon the letter itself. Ah, poor fellow, exclaimed La Vallière, he must have gone out of his mind. And she directed toward her correspondent, of whom she caught but a faint glimpse in consequence of the darkness of his room, a look full of compassionate consideration. Malicorne understood her and shook his head as if he meant to say, No, no, I am not out of my mind, be quite satisfied. She smiled as if still in doubt. No, no, he signified by a gesture. My head is perfectly right, and pointed to his head. Then, after moving his hand like a man who writes very rapidly, he put his hands together as if entreating her to write. La Vallière, even if he were mad, saw no impropriety in doing what Malicorne requested her. She took a pencil and wrote, wood, and then counted 10 paces from her window to her bed and wrote, 10 feet. And having done this, she looked out again at Malicorne, who bowed to her, signifying that he was about to descend. La Vallière understood that it was to pick up the silk winder. She approached the window, and, in accordance with Malicorne's instructions, let it fall. The winder was still rolling along the flagstones as Malicorne started after it, overtook and picked it up, began to peel it as a monkey would do with a nut, and ran straight toward M. de Saint-Ainan's apartments. Saint-Ainan had selected, or rather solicited, that his rooms might be as near the king as possible, as certain plants seek the sun's rays in order to develop themselves more luxuriantly. His apartment consisted of 2 rooms, in that portion of the palace occupied by Louis Roman XIV. Himself, M. de Saint-Ainan was very proud of this proximity, which afforded easy access to his majesty, and more than that, the favor of occasional unexpected meetings. At the moment we are now referring to, he was engaged in having both his rooms magnificently carpeted, with the expectation of receiving the honor of frequent visits from the king. For his majesty, since his passion for La Vallière, had chosen Saint-Ainan as his confidant, and could not, in fact, do without him either night or day. Malicorne introduced himself to the Comte, and met with no difficulties, because he had been favorably noticed by the king, and also because the credit which one man may happen to enjoy is always a bait for others. Saint-Ainan asked his visitor if he brought any news with him. Yes, great news, replied the latter. Said Saint-Ainan, what is it? Mademoiselle de la Vallière has changed her quarters. What do you mean? Said Saint-Ainan, opening his eyes very wide. She was living in the same apartments as Madame. Precisely so, but Madame got tired of her proximity and has installed her in a room which is situated exactly above your future apartment. What, up there? Exclaimed Saint-Aignan with surprise and pointing at the floor above him with his finger. No, said Malicorne, yonder, and indicated the building opposite. What do you mean then by saying that her room is above my apartment? Because I am sure that your apartment ought most naturally to be under Mademoiselle de la Valliere's room. Saint-Aignan, at this remark, gave poor Malicorne a look, similar to one of those La Vallière had already given him a quarter of an hour before, that is to say, he thought he had lost his senses. Monsieur, said Malicorne to him, I wish to answer what you are thinking about. What do you mean by what I am thinking about? My reason is that you have not clearly understood what I want to convey. I admit it. Well then, you are aware that underneath the apartments set apart for Madame's maids of honor the gentlemen in attendance on the king and on Monsieur are lodged. Yes, I know that, since Manicamp, De Wardes, and others are living there. Precisely. Well, Monsieur, admire the singularity of the circumstance. The 2 rooms destined for M. de Guiche are exactly the very 2 rooms situated underneath those which Mademoiselle de Montalais and Mademoiselle de la Vallière occupy. Wells, what then? What then, do you say? Why, these 2 rooms are empty, since M. de Guiche is now lying wounded at Fontainebleau. I assure you, my dear monsieur, I cannot guess your meaning. Well, if I had the happiness to call myself Saint-Aignan, I should guess immediately. And what would you do, then? I should at once change the rooms I am occupying here, for those which M. de Guiche is not using yonder. Can you suppose such a thing? Said Saint-Aignan disdainfully. What? Abandon the chief post of honor, the proximity to the king, a privilege conceded only to princes of the blood, to dukes and peers. Permit me to tell you, my dear Monsieur de Malicorne, that you must be out of your senses. Monsieur, replied the young man seriously, you commit 2 mistakes. My name is Malicorne simply, and I am in perfect possession of all my senses. Then, drawing a paper from his pocket, he said, listen to what I am going to say, and afterward I will show you this paper. I am listening, said Saint-Aignan. You know that Madame looks after La Vallière as carefully as Argus did after the nymph Io. I do. You know that the king has sought for an opportunity, but uselessly, of speaking to the prisoner, and that neither you nor myself have yet succeeded in procuring him this piece of good fortune. You certainly ought to know something on that subject, my poor Malicorne. Very good. What do you suppose would happen to the man whose imagination devised some means of bringing the 2 lovers together? Oh, the king would have no bounds to his gratitude. Let me ask you then, M. de Saint-Aignan, whether you would not be curious to taste a little of this royal gratitude. Certainly, replied Saint-Aignan. Any favor of my master, as a recognition of the proper discharge of my duty, would assuredly be most precious to me. In that case, look at this paper, Monsieur le Comte. What is it, a plan? Yes, a plan of M. de Guiche's 2 rooms, which, in all probability, will soon be your 2 rooms. Oh, no, whatever may happen. Why so? Because my own rooms are the envy of too many gentlemen, to whom I shall not certainly give them up. M. de Roquelaure, for instance, M. de la Ferte, and M. de Dangeau would all be anxious to get them. In that case I shall leave you, Monsieur le Comte, and I shall go and offer to one of those gentlemen the plan I have just shown you, together with the advantages annexed to it. But why do you not keep them for yourself? Inquired Saint-Aignan suspiciously. Because the king would never do me the honor of paying me a visit openly, while he would readily go and see any one of those gentlemen. What? The king would go and see any one of those gentlemen? Go, most certainly would he, 10 times instead of once. Is it possible you can ask me if the king would go to an apartment which would bring him nearer to Mademoiselle de la Vallière? Yes, indeed, admirably near her, with a whole floor between them. Malicorne unfolded the piece of paper, which had been wrapped round the bobbin. Monsieur le Comte, he said, have the goodness to observe that the flooring of Mademoiselle de la Vallière's room is merely a wooden flooring. Well, All you would have to do would be to get hold of a journeyman carpenter, lock him up in your apartments, without letting him know where you have taken him to, and let him make a hole in your ceiling, and consequently in the flooring of Mademoiselle de la Valliere's room. Good heavens! Exclaimed Saint Tanin as if dazzled. What is the matter? Said Malicorne. Nothing, except that you have hit upon a singularly bold idea, monsieur. It will seem a very trifling one to the king, I assure you. Lovers never think of the risk they run. What danger do you apprehend, Monsieur le Comte? Why, effecting such an opening as that will make a terrible noise. It will be heard over the whole palace. Oh, Monsieur le Comte, I am quite sure that the carpenter I shall select will not make the slightest noise in the world. He will saw an opening 6 feet square, with a saw covered with tow, and no one, not even those immediately adjoining, will know that he is at work. My dear Monsieur Malicorne, you astound, you positively bewilder me. To continue, replied Malicorne, quietly, in the room, the ceiling of which you have cut through, you will put up a staircase, which will either allow Mademoiselle de la Vallière to descend into your room, or the king to ascend into Mademoiselle de la Valliere's room. But the staircase will be seen. No, for in your room it will be hidden by a partition, over which you will throw a tapestry similar to that which covers the rest of the apartment, and in Mademoiselle de la Valliere's room it will not be seen, for the trapdoor, which will be a part of the flooring itself, will be made to open under the bed. Of course, said Saint Tanin, whose eyes began to sparkle with delight. And now, Monsieur le Comte, there is no occasion to make you admit that the king will frequently come to the room where such a staircase is constructed. I think that M. Dangeau particularly will be struck by my idea, and I shall now go and explain it to him. But, my dear Monsieur Malicorne, you forget that you spoke to me about it the first, and that I have, consequently, the right of priority. Do you wish for the preference? Do I wish it? Of course I do. The fact is, Monsieur de Saint Tanin, I am presenting you with that which is as good as the promise of an additional step in the peerage, and perhaps even a good estate to accompany your dukedom. At least, replied Saint Tanin, it will give me an opportunity of showing the king that he is not mistaken in occasionally calling me his friend, an opportunity, dear M. Malicorne, for which I am indebted to you. And which you will not forget to remember, inquired Malicorne, smiling. Nothing will delight me more, monsieur. But I am not the king's friend, I am simply his attendant. Yes, and if you imagine that that staircase is as good as a dukedom for myself, I think there will certainly be letters of nobility for you. Malicorne bowed. All I have to do now, said Saint Tanin, is to move as soon as possible. I do not think the king will object to it, ask his permission, however. I will go and see him this very moment. And I will run and get the carpenter I was speaking of. When will he be here? This very evening. Do not forget your precautions. He shall be brought with his eyes bandaged. And I will send you one of my carriages. Without arms. With one of my servants without livery. But stay, what will La Vallière say if she sees what is going on? Oh, I can assure you she will be very much interested in the operation, and equally sure that, if the king has not courage enough to ascend to her room, she will have sufficient curiosity to come down to him. We will live in hope, said Saint Tanin, and now I am off to his majesty. At what time will the carpenter be here? At 8 o'clock. How long do you suppose he will take to make this opening? About a couple of hours. Only afterward he must have sufficient time to effect what may be called the junction between the two rooms. One night and a portion of the following day will do. We must not reckon upon less than 2 days, including putting up the staircase. 2 days, that is very long. Nay, when one undertakes to open a door into paradise itself, we must at least take care it is properly done. Quite right, so farewell for a short time, dear M. Malicorne. I shall begin to remove the day after tomorrow in the evening. Chapter 41. The Promenade by Torchlight. Saint Tanin, delighted with what he had just heard, and rejoiced at what the future foreshadowed for him, bent his steps toward de Guiche's 2 rooms. He who, a quarter of an hour previously, would not have yielded up his own rooms for 1,000,000 of francs, was now ready to expend 1 million if it were necessary, upon the acquisition of the 2 happy rooms he coveted so eagerly. But he did not meet with so many obstacles. M. de Guiche did not yet know whereabouts he was to lodge, and besides, was still far too suffering to trouble himself about his lodgings, and so Saint-Aignan obtained de Guiche's 2 rooms without difficulty. As for M. d'Anjou, he was so immeasurably delighted that he did not even give himself the trouble to think whether Saint-Aignan had any particular reason for removing. Within an hour after Saint-Aignan's new resolution, he was in possession of the 2 rooms, and 10 minutes later Malicorne entered, followed by the upholsterers. During this time, the king asked for Saint-Aignan. The valet ran to his late apartments and found M. d'Anjou there. D'Anjou sent him on to de Guiche's, and Saint-Aignan was found there. But a little delay had of course taken place, and the king had already exhibited once or twice evident signs of impatience, when Saint-Aignan entered his royal master's presence, quite out of breath. "You too abandon me then," said Louis XIV, in a similar tone of lamentation to that with which Cesar, 1800 years previously, had used the two quoque. "Sire, I am very far from abandoning you, for, on the contrary, I am busily occupied in changing my lodgings." "What do you mean? I thought you had finished moving 3 days ago." "Yes, sire, but I don't find myself comfortable where I am, and so I am going to change to the opposite side of the building." "Was I not right when I said you were abandoning me?" exclaimed the king. "Oh, this exceeds all endurance, but so it is. There was only one woman for whom my heart cared at all, and all my family is leagued together to tear her from me, and my friend, to whom I confided my distress, and who helped me to bear up under it, has become wearied of my complaints, and is going to leave me without even asking my permission." Saint-Aignan began to laugh. The king at once guessed there must be some mystery in this want of respect. "What is it?" cried the king, full of hope. "This, sire, that the friend whom the king calumniates is going to try, if he cannot restore to his sovereign the happiness he has lost." "Are you going to let me see La Vallière?" said Louis XIV. "I cannot say so positively, but I hope so." How? Tell me that, Saint-Aignan. I wish to know what your project is, and to help you with all my power." "Sire," replied Saint-Aignan, "I cannot, even myself, tell very well how I must set about attaining success, but I have every reason to believe that from tomorrow." "Tomorrow, do you say? What happiness! But why are you changing your rooms?" "In order to serve your majesty to greater advantage." "How can your moving serve me?" "Do you happen to know where the 2 rooms destined for de Guiche are situated?" "Yes." "Well, your majesty now knows where I am going." "Very likely, but that does not help me." "What? Is it possible you do not understand, sire, that above de Guiche's lodgings are 2 rooms, one of which is Mademoiselle de Montalais's, and the other La Valliere's, is it not so, Saint-Aignan?" "Oh, yes, it is a brilliant idea. Saint-Aignan, a true friend's idea, a poet's idea, in bringing me nearer her from whom the whole world seems to unite to separate me. You are far more than Pylades was for Orestes, or Patroclus for Achilles." "Sire," said Anan, with a smile, "I question whether, if your majesty were to know my projects in their full extent, you would continue to confer such pompous qualifications upon me." "Ah, sire, I know how very different are the epithets which certain Puritans of the court will not fail to apply to me when they learn what I intend to do for your majesty." "Saint-Aignan, I am dying from impatience. I am in a perfect fever. I shall never be able to wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow? Why, tomorrow is an eternity. And yet, sire, I shall require you, if you please, to go out presently and divert your impatience by a good walk." "With you, agreed. We will talk about your projects, we will talk of her." "Nay, sire, I remain here." "Whom shall I go out with then?" "With the queens and all the ladies of the court." "Nothing shall induce me to do that, Saint-Aignan." "And yet, sire, you must do it." No, 1,000 times no. I will never again expose myself to the horrible torture of being close to her, of seeing her, of touching her dress as I pass by her, and yet not to be able to say a word to her. No, I renounce a torture which you suppose to be happiness, but which consumes and eats away my very life. To see her in the presence of strangers and not to tell her that I love her, when my whole being reveals my affection and betrays me to everyone? No, I have sworn never to do it again, and I will keep my oath. "Yet, sire, pray listen to me for a moment." "I will listen to nothing, Saint-Aignan." "In that case I will continue. It is most urgent, sire. Pray understand me, it is of the greatest importance that Madame and her maids of honor should be absent for 2 hours from the palace. I cannot understand your meaning at all, Saint Tanin. It is hard for me to give my sovereign directions what to do, but in this circumstance I do give you directions, sire, and either a hunting or promenade party must be got up. But if I were to do what you wish, it would be a caprice, a mere whim. In displaying such an impatient humor, I show my whole court that I have no control over my own feelings. Do not people already say that I am dreaming of the conquest of the world, but that I ought previously to begin by achieving a conquest over myself? Those who say so, sire, are insolent and factious persons. But whoever they may be, if your majesty prefers to listen to them, I have nothing further to say. In such a case, that which we have fixed to take place tomorrow must be postponed indefinitely. Nay, Saint Tanin, I will go out this evening. I will go by torchlight to sleep at St. Germain. I will breakfast there tomorrow, and will return to Paris by 3 o'clock. Will that do? Admirably. In that case, I will set out this evening at 8 o'clock. Your Majesty has fixed upon the exact minute. And you positively will tell me nothing more. It is because I have nothing more to tell you. Industry goes for something in this world, sire, but yet chance plays so important a part in it that I have been accustomed to leave her the narrowest part, confident that she will manage so as to always take the widest. Well, I abandon myself entirely to you. And you are quite right. Comforted in this manner, the king went immediately to Madame, to whom he announced the intended expedition. Madame fancied at the first moment that she saw in this unexpectedly arranged party a plot of the king's to converse with La Vallière, either on the road under cover of the darkness, or in some other way, but she took especial care to show nothing of her fancies to her brother-in-law, and accepted the invitation with a smile upon her lips. She gave directions aloud that her maids of honor should accompany her, secretly intending in the evening to take the most effectual steps to interfere with His Majesty's attachment. Then, when she was alone, and at the very moment the poor lover, who had issued his orders for the departure, was reveling in the idea that Mademoiselle de la Vallière would form one of the party. At the very moment, perhaps, when he was luxuriating in the sad happiness which persecuted lovers in joy of realizing by the sense of sight alone all the delights of an interdicted possession. At that very moment, we say, Madame, who was surrounded by her maids of honor, said, "2 ladies will be enough for me this evening, Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente and Mademoiselle de Montalais." La Vallière had anticipated the omission of herself and was prepared for it, but persecution had rendered her courageous, and she did not give Madame the pleasure of seeing on her face the impression of the shock her heart had received. On the contrary, smiling with that ineffable gentleness which gave an angelic expression to her features. "In that case, Madame, I shall be at liberty this evening, I suppose?" she said. "Of course." "I shall be able to employ it, then, in progressing with that piece of tapestry which your Highness has been good enough to notice, and which I have already had the honor of offering to you." And having made a respectful obeisance, she withdrew to her own apartment. Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente and de Montalais did the same. The rumor of the intended promenade was soon spread all over the palace. 10 minutes afterward, Malicorne learned Madame's resolution and slipped under Montalais' door a note in the following terms: La Vallière must positively pass the night with Madame. Montalais, in pursuance of the compact she had entered into, began by burning the paper, and then sat down to reflect. Montalais was a girl full of expedients, and so had very soon arranged her plan. Toward 5 o'clock, which was the hour for her to repair to Madame's apartment, she was running across the courtyard, and had reached within a dozen paces a group of officers, when she uttered a cry, fell gracefully on one knee, rose again, and walked on limpingly. The gentleman ran forward to her assistance. Montalais had sprained her foot. Faithful to the discharge of her duty, she insisted, however, notwithstanding her accident, upon going to Madame's apartment. "What is the matter, and why do you limp so?" she inquired. "I mistook you for La Vallière." Montalais related how it had happened, that in hurrying on, in order to arrive as quickly as possible, she had sprained her foot. Madame seemed to pity her, and wished to have a surgeon sent for immediately, but she, assuring her that there was nothing really serious in the accident, said, "My only regret, Madame, is that it will preclude my attendance on you, and I should have begged Mademoiselle de la Vallière to take my place with your Royal Highness, but," seeing that Madame frowned, she added, "I have not done so." "Why did you not do so?" inquired Madame. because poor La Vallière seemed so happy to have her liberty for a whole evening and night too, that I did not feel courageous enough to ask her to take my place. What, is she so delighted as that? Inquired Madame, struck by these words. She is wild with delight. She, who is always so melancholy, was singing like a bird. Besides, your highness knows how much she detests going out, and also that her character has a spice of wildness in it. Oh, oh, thought Madame, this extreme delight hardly seems natural to me. She has already made all her preparations for dining in her own room tete-a-tete with one of her favorite books. And then, as your highness has 6 other young ladies who would be delighted to accompany you, I did not make my proposal to La Vallière. Madame did not say a word in reply. Have I acted properly? Continued Montalais with a slight fluttering of the heart, seeing the little success that attended the ruse de guerre which she had relied upon with so much confidence that she had not thought it even necessary to try and find another. Does Madame approve of what I have done? She continued. Madame was reflecting that the king could very easily leave Saint-Germain during the night, and that, as it was only 4 leagues and a half from Paris to Saint-Germain, he might very easily be in Paris in an hour's time. Tell me, she said, whether La Vallière, when she heard of your accident, offered at least to bear you company. Oh, she does not yet know of my accident, but even did she know of it, I should not most certainly ask her to do anything which might interfere with her own plans. I think she wishes this evening to realize quietly by herself that amusement of the late king, when he said to M. de Cinq-Mars, "Let us amuse ourselves by doing nothing and making ourselves miserable." Madame felt convinced that some mysterious love adventure was hidden beneath this strong desire for solitude. This mystery might possibly be Louis's return during the night. It could not be doubted any longer. La Vallière had been informed of his intended return, and that was the reason of her delight at having to remain behind at the Palais Royal. It was a plan settled and arranged beforehand. I will not be their dupe, though, said Madame, and she took a decisive step. Mademoiselle de Montalais, she said, will you have the goodness to inform your friend, Mademoiselle de la Vallière, that I am exceedingly sorry to disarrange her projects of solitude, but that instead of becoming ennuied by remaining behind alone as she wished, she will be good enough to accompany us to Saint-Germain and get ennuied there. Ah, poor La Vallière, said Montalais compassionately, but with her heart throbbing with delight. Oh, Madame, could there not be some means? Enough, said Madame. I desire it. I prefer Mademoiselle La Baume Leblanc's society to that of anyone else. Go and send her to me, and take care of your foot. Montalais did not wait for the order to be repeated. She returned to her room, wrote an answer to Malicorne, and slipped it under the carpet. The answer simply said, "She is going." A Spartan could not have written more laconically. By this means, thought Madame, I will look narrowly after all on the road. She shall sleep near me during the night, and His Majesty must be very clever if he can exchange a single word with Mademoiselle de la Vallière. La Vallière received the order to set off with the same indifferent gentleness with which she had received the order to remain. But inwardly her delight was extreme, and she looked upon this change in the princess's resolution as a consolation which Providence had sent her. With less penetration than Madame possessed, she attributed all to chance. While everyone, with the exception of those in disgrace, of those who were ill, and those who were suffering from sprains, were proceeding toward Saint-Germain, Malicorne smuggled his workman into the palace in one of M. de Saint-Ainan's carriages, and led him into the room corresponding to La Vallière's room. The man set to work, tempted by the splendid reward which had been promised him, as the very best tools and implements had been selected from the reserve stock belonging to the engineers attached to the king's household, and among others a saw with teeth so sharp and well-tempered that it could, under water even, cut through oaken joists as hard as iron. The work in question advanced very rapidly, and a square portion of the ceiling, taken from between 2 of the joists, fell into the arms of Saint-Ainan, Malicorne, the workman, and a confidential valet, the latter being one brought into the world to see and hear everything, but to repeat nothing. In accordance with a new plan indicated by Malicorne, the opening was effected in an angle of the room, and for this reason. As there was no dressing closet adjoining La Vallière's room, she had solicited, and had that very morning obtained, a large screen intended to serve as a partition. The screen which had been conceded was perfectly sufficient to conceal the opening, which would, besides, be hidden by all the artifices which cabinet makers have at their command. The opening having been made, the workman glided between the joists, and found himself in La Vallière's room. When there, he cut a square opening in the flooring, and out of the boards he manufactured a trap so accurately fitting into the opening that the most practiced eye could hardly detect the necessary interstices made by joining the flooring. Malicorne had provided for everything. A ring and a couple of hinges, which had been bought for the purpose, were affixed to the trapdoor, and a small circular staircase had been bought ready-made by the industrious Malicorne, who had paid 2,000 francs for it. It was higher than was required, but the carpenter reduced the number of steps, and it was found to suit exactly. This staircase, destined to receive so illustrious a weight, was merely fastened to the wall by a couple of iron clamps, and its base was fixed into the floor of the Comte's room by 2 iron pegs, screwed down tightly, so that the king, and all his cabinet councillors too, might pass up and down the staircase without any fear. Every blow of the hammer fell upon a thick pad or cushion, and the saw was not used until the handle had been wrapped in wool, and the blade steeped in oil. The noisiest part of the work, moreover, had taken place during the night and early in the morning, that is to say, when La Vallière and Madame were both absent. When, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the court returned to the Palais Royal, La Vallière went up into her room. Everything was in its place, and not the smallest particle of sawdust, not the smallest chip, was left to bear witness to the violation of her domicile. Saint-Aignan, however, who had wished to do his utmost in getting the work done, had torn his fingers and his shirt too, and had expended no ordinary quantity of perspiration in the king's service. The palms of his hands, especially, were covered with blisters, occasioned by his having held the ladder for Malicorne. He had moreover brought, one by one, the 5 pieces of the staircase, each consisting of 2 steps. In fact, we can safely assert that if the king had seen him so ardently at work, his Majesty would have sworn an eternal gratitude toward his faithful attendant. As Malicorne had anticipated, the workman had completely finished the job in 24 hours. He received 24 louis, and left overwhelmed with delight, for he had gained in one day as much as 6 months' hard work would have procured him. No one had the slightest suspicion of what had taken place in the room under Mademoiselle de la Vallière's apartment. But in the evening of the second day, at the very moment La Vallière had just left Madame's circle and had returned to her own room, she heard a slight creaking sound at the end of it. Astonished, she looked to see whence it proceeded, and the noise began again. "Who is there?" she said, in a tone of alarm. "I," replied the well-known voice of the king. You," cried the young girl, who for a moment fancied herself under the influence of a dream. "But where, you sire?" "Here," replied the king, opening one of the folds of the screen, and appearing like a ghost at the end of the room. La Vallière uttered a loud cry, and fell trembling into an armchair, as the king advanced respectfully toward her. Chapter 42. The Apparition. La Vallière very soon recovered from her surprise, for, owing to his respectful bearing, the king inspired her with more confidence by his presence than his sudden appearance had deprived her of. But as he noticed that that which made La Vallière most uneasy was the means by which he had effected an entrance into her room, he explained to her the system of the staircase concealed by the screen, and strongly disavowed the notion of his being a supernatural appearance. "Oh, sire," said La Vallière, shaking her fair head with a most engaging smile, "present or absent, you do not appear to my mind more at one time than at another." "Which means, Louise?" "Oh, what you know so well, sire, that there is not one moment in which the poor girl whose secret you surprised at Fontainebleau, and whom you came to snatch from the foot of the cross itself, does not think of you. Louise, you overwhelm me with joy and happiness." La Vallière smiled mournfully, and continued, "But, sire, have you reflected that your ingenious invention could not be of the slightest service to us?" "Why so? Tell me, I am waiting most anxiously." "Because this room may be subject to being searched at any moment of the day. Madame herself may, at any time, come here accidentally. My companions run in at any moment they please. To fasten the door on the inside is to denounce myself as plainly as if I had written above, 'No admittance, the king is here.' Even now, sire, at this very moment, there is nothing to prevent the door opening, and your majesty being seen here." "In that case," said the king, laughingly, "I should indeed be taken for a phantom, for no one can tell in what way I came here. Besides, it is only phantoms who can pass through brick walls or floors and ceilings." "Oh, sire, reflect for a moment how terrible the scandal would be. Nothing equal to it could ever have been previously said about the maids of honor, poor creatures, whom evil report, however, hardly ever spares." "And your conclusion from all this, my dear Louise? Come, explain yourself." Alas, it is a hard thing to say, but your majesty must suppress staircase plots, surprises, and all, for the evil consequences which would result from your being found here would be far greater than the happiness of seeing each other. Well, Louise, replied the king tenderly, instead of removing this staircase by which I have ascended, there is a far more simple means of which you have not thought. A means, another means. Yes, another. Oh, you do not love me as I love you, Louise, since my invention is quicker than yours. She looked at the king, who held out his hand to her, which she took and gently pressed between her own. You were saying, continued the king, that I shall be detected coming here, where anyone who pleases can enter. Stay, sire, at this very moment, even while you are speaking about it, I tremble with dread of your being discovered. But you would not be found out, Louise, if you were to descend the staircase which leads to the room underneath. Oh, sire, what do you say? Cried Louise in alarm. You do not quite understand me, Louise, since you get offended at my very first word. First of all, do you know to whom the apartments underneath belong? To M. de Guiche, sire, I know. Not at all, they are M. de Saint-Ainan's. Are you sure? Cried La Vallière, and this exclamation which escaped from the young girl's joyous heart made the king's heart throb with delight. Yes, to Saint-Ainan, our friend, he said. But sire, returned La Vallière, I cannot visit M. de Saint-Ainan's rooms any more than I could M. de Guiche's. It is impossible, impossible. And yet, Louise, I should have thought that under the safeguard of the king you could venture anything. Under the safeguard of the king, she said, with a look full of tenderness. You have faith in my word, I hope, Louise. Yes, sire, when you are not present, but when you are present, when you speak to me, when I look upon you, I have faith in nothing. What can possibly be done to reassure you? It is scarcely respectful, I know, to doubt the king, but you are not the king for me. Thank heaven, I, at least, hope so most fervently. You see how anxiously I am trying to find or invent a means of removing all difficulty. Stay, would the presence of a third person reassure you? The presence of M. de Saint-Ainan would, certainly. Really, Louise, you wound me by your suspicions. Louise did not answer. She merely looked steadfastly at him with that clear, piercing gaze which penetrates the very heart, and said softly to herself, Alas, alas, it is not you of whom I am afraid, it is not you upon whom my doubts would fall. Well, said the king, sighing, I agree, and M. de Saint-Ainan, who enjoys the inestimable privilege of reassuring you, shall always be present at our conversations, I promise you. You promise that, sire. Upon my honor as a gentleman, and you, on your side. Oh, wait, sire, that is not all yet. For such conversations ought, at least, to have a reasonable motive of some kind for M. de Saint-Ainan. Dear Louise, every shade of delicacy of feeling is yours, and my only wish is to equal you on that point. It shall be just as you wish. Therefore our conversations shall have a reasonable motive, and I have already hit upon one, so that from tomorrow, if you like. Tomorrow? Do you mean that that is not soon enough? Exclaimed the king, caressing La Valliere's hand between his own. At this moment, the sound of steps was heard in the corridor. Sire, sire, cried La Vallière, someone is coming, do you hear? Oh, fly, fly, I implore you. The king made but one bound from the chair where he was sitting to his hiding place behind the screen. He had barely time, for as he drew one of the folds before him, the handle of the door was turned, and Montalais appeared at the threshold. As a matter of course, she entered quite naturally, and without any ceremony, for she knew perfectly well that to knock at the door beforehand would be showing a suspicion toward La Vallière which would be displeasing to her. She accordingly entered, and after a rapid glance round the room, whereby she observed two chairs very close to each other, she was so long in shutting the door, which seemed to be difficult to close, one can hardly tell how or why, that the king had ample time to raise the trapdoor, and to descend again to Saint-Ainan's room. Louise, she said to her, I want to talk to you, and seriously, too. Good heavens, my dear Aura, what is the matter now? The matter is that Madame suspects everything. Explain yourself. Is there any occasion for us to enter into explanations, and do you not understand what I mean? Come, you must have noticed the fluctuations in Madame's humor during several days past. You must have noticed how she first kept you close beside her, then dismissed you, and then sent for you again. Yes, I have noticed it, of course. Well, it seems that Madame has now succeeded in obtaining sufficient information, for she has now gone straight to the point, as there is nothing further left in France to withstand the torrent which sweeps away all obstacles before it. You know what I mean by the torrent? La Vallière hid her face in her hands. I mean, continued Montalais pitilessly, that torrent which has burst through the gates of the Carmelites of Chaillot and overthrown all the prejudices of the court, as well at Fontainebleau as at Paris. Alas, alas, murmured La Vallière, her face still covered by her hands and her tears streaming through her fingers. Oh, don't distress yourself in that manner, for you have only heard half of your troubles. In heaven's name, exclaimed the young girl in great anxiety, what is the matter? Well then, this is how the matter stands. Madame, who can no longer rely upon any further assistance in France, for she has, one after the other, made use of the two queens of Monsieur, and the whole court too, now bethinks herself of a certain person who has certain pretended rights over you. La Vallière became white as a marble statue. This person, continued Montalais, is not in Paris at this moment, but, if I am not mistaken, is in England. Yes, yes, breathed La Vallière, almost overwhelmed with terror. And is to be found, I think, at the court of Charles Roman too. Am I right? Yes. Well, this evening a letter has been dispatched by Madame to St. James's, with directions for the courier to go straight on to Hampton Court, which, I believe, is one of the royal residences, situated about a dozen miles from London. Yes, well, as Madame writes regularly to London once a fortnight, and as the ordinary courier left for London not more than 3 days ago, I have been thinking that some serious circumstance could alone have induced her to write again so soon, for you know she is a very indolent correspondent. Yes. This letter has been written, therefore, something tells me so, at least, on your account. On my account, repeated the unhappy girl mechanically. And I, who saw the letter lying on Madame's desk before she sealed it, fancied I could read. What did you fancy you could read? I might possibly have been mistaken, though. Tell me, what was it? The name of Bragelonne. La Vallière rose hurriedly from her chair, a prey to the most painful agitation. Montalais, she said, her voice broken by sobs, all the smiling dreams of youth and innocence have fled already. I have nothing now to conceal, either from you or from anyone else. My life is exposed to everyone's inspection, and can be opened like a book, in which all the world can read, from the king himself to the first passerby. Aura, dearest Aura, what can I do? What will become of me? Montalais approached close to her and said, consult your own heart, of course. Well, I do not love M. de Bragelonne. When I say I do not love him, understand that I love him as the most affectionate sister could love the best of brothers, but that is not what he requires, nor what I have promised him. In fact, you love the king, said Montalais, and that is a sufficiently good excuse. Yes, I do love the king, hoarsely murmured the young girl, and I have paid dearly enough to pronounce those words. And now, Montalais, tell me, what can you do either for me or against me in my present position? You must speak more clearly still. What am I to say then? And so you have nothing very particular to tell me? No, said Louise in astonishment. Very good, and so all you have to ask me is my advice respecting M. Raoul. Nothing else. It is a very delicate subject, replied Montalais. No, it is nothing of the kind. Ought I to marry him in order to keep the promise I made, or ought I to continue to listen to the king? You have really placed me in a very difficult position, said Montalais, smiling. You ask me if you ought to marry Raoul, whose friend I am, and whom I shall mortally offend in giving my opinion against him. And then you ask me if you should cease to listen to the king, whose subject I am, and whom I should also offend if I were to advise you in a particular way. Ah, Louise, you seem to hold a difficult position at a very cheap rate. You have not understood me, Aura, said La Vallière, wounded by the slightly mocking tone of her companion. If I were to marry M. de Bragelonne, I should be far from bestowing on him the happiness he deserves. But, for the same reason, if I listened to the king, he would become the possessor of one indifferently good in very many respects, I admit, but one on whom his affection confers an appearance of value. What, I ask you, then, is to tell me some means of disengaging myself honorably either from the one or from the other. Or rather, I ask you, from which side you think I can free myself most honorably. My dear Louise, replied Montalais after a pause, I am not one of those 7 wise men of Greece, and I have no perfectly invariable rules of conduct to govern me. But on the other hand, I have a little experience, and I can assure you that no woman ever asks for advice of the nature which you have just asked me, without being in a terrible state of embarrassment. Besides, you have made a solemn promise, which every principle of honor would require you to fulfill. If, therefore, you are embarrassed, in consequence of having undertaken such an engagement, it is not a stranger's advice. Every one is a stranger to a heart full of love. It is not my advice, I repeat, which will extricate you from your embarrassment. I shall not give it you, therefore, and for a greater reason still, because, were I in your place, I should feel much more embarrassed after the advice than before it. All I can do is to repeat what I have already told you. Shall I assist you? Yes, yes. Very well, that is all. Tell me in what way you wish me to help you. Tell me for and against whom. In this way we shall not make any blunders. But first of all, said La Vallière, pressing her companion's hand, for whom or against whom do you decide? For you, if you are really and truly my friend. Are you not Madame's confidant? A greater reason for being of service to you. If I were not to know what is going on in that direction, I should not be able to be of any service at all, and consequently, you would not obtain any advantage from my acquaintance. Friendships live and thrive upon a system of reciprocal benefit. The result is, then, that you will remain at the same time Madame's friend also. Evidently, do you complain of that? No, said La Vallière thoughtfully, for that cynical frankness appeared to her an offense addressed both to the woman as well as to the friend. All well and good then, said Montalais, for in that case you would be very foolish. You will serve me then. Devotedly so, if you will serve me in return. One would almost say that you do not know my heart, said La Vallière, looking at Montalais with her eyes wide open. Why, the fact is that since we have belonged to the court, my dear Louise, we are very much changed. In what way? It is very simple. Were you the second Queen of France yonder at Blois? La Vallière hung down her head and began to weep. Montalais looked at her in an indefinable manner and murmured, poor girl, and then adding, poor king. She kissed Louise on the forehead and returned to her apartment where Malicorne was waiting for her. Chapter 43. The Portrait. In that malady which is termed love, the paroxysms succeed each other at intervals, always more rapid from the moment the disease declares itself. By and by, the paroxysms are less frequent, in proportion as the curate approaches. This being laid down as a general axiom, and as the heading of a particular chapter, we will now proceed with our recital. The next day, the day fixed by the king for the first conversation in Saint-Ainan's room, La Vallière, on opening one of the folds of the screen, found upon the floor a letter in the king's handwriting. The letter had been passed, through a slit in the floor, from the lower apartment to her own. No indiscreet hand or curious gaze could have brought or did bring this simple paper. This was one of Malicorne's ideas. Having seen how very serviceable Saint-Ainan would become to the king on account of his apartment, he did not wish that the courtier should become still more indispensable as a messenger, and so he had, on his own private account, reserved this last post for himself. La Vallière most eagerly read the letter, which fixed 2 o'clock that same afternoon for the rendezvous, and which indicated the way of raising the trapdoor which was constructed out of the flooring. Make yourself look as beautiful as possible, added the postscript of the letter, words which astonished the young girl, but at the same time reassured her. The hours passed away very slowly, but the time fixed, however, arrived at last. As punctual as the priestess hero, Louise lifted up the trapdoor at the last stroke of the hour of 2, and found the king upon the top steps, waiting for her with the greatest respect, in order to give her his hand to descend. The delicacy and deference shown in this attention affected her very powerfully. At the foot of the staircase, the two lovers found the Comte, who, with a smile and a low reverence distinguished by the best taste, expressed his thanks to La Vallière for the honor she conferred upon him. Then, turning toward the king, he said, "Sire, our man is here." La Vallière looked at the king with some uneasiness. "Mademoiselle," said the king, "if I have begged you to do me the honor of coming down here, it was from an interested motive. I have procured a most admirable portrait painter, who is celebrated for the fidelity of his likenesses, and I wish you to be kind enough to authorize him to paint yours. Besides, if you positively wish it, the portrait shall remain in your own possession." La Vallière blushed. "You see," said the king to her, "we shall not be 3 as you wished, but 4 instead. And so long as we are not alone, there can be as many present as you please." La Vallière gently pressed her royal lover's hand. "Shall we pass into the next room, sire?" said Saint-Aignan, opening the door to let his guests precede him. The king walked behind La Vallière and fixed his eyes lingeringly and passionately upon her neck as white as snow, upon which her long fair ringlets fell in heavy masses. La Vallière was dressed in a thick silk robe of pearl gray color, with a tinge of rose, with jet ornaments, which displayed to greater effect the dazzling purity of her skin, holding in her slender and transparent hands a bouquet of heartsease, Bengal roses, and clematis, surrounded with leaves of the tenderest green, above which uprose, like a tiny goblet shedding perfumes, a Harlem tulip of gray and violet tints, of a pure and beautiful species, which had cost the gardener 5 years' toil of combinations, and the king 5,000 francs. Louis had placed this bouquet in La Vallière's hand as he saluted her. In the room, the door of which Saint-Aignan had just opened, a young man was standing, dressed in a loose velvet coat, with beautiful black eyes and long brown hair. It was the painter. His canvas was quite ready, and his palette prepared for use. He bowed to La Vallière with that grave curiosity of an artist who is studying his model, saluted the king discreetly, as if he did not recognize him, and as he would, consequently, have saluted any other gentleman. Then, leading Mademoiselle de La Vallière to the seat which he had arranged for her, he begged her to sit down. The young girl assumed an attitude graceful and unrestrained, her hands occupied, and her limbs reclining on cushions, and in order that her gaze might not assume a vague or affected expression, the painter begged her to choose some kind of occupation, so as to engage her attention. Whereupon, Louis Roman XIV, smiling, sat down on the cushions at La Vallière's feet, so that she, in the reclining posture she had assumed, leaning back in the armchair, holding her flowers in her hand, and he, with his eyes raised toward her and fixed devouringly on her face. They both together formed so charming a group that the artist contemplated it with professional delight, while on his side, Saint-Aignan regarded them with feelings of envy. The painter sketched rapidly, and very soon, beneath the earliest touches of the brush, there started into life, out of the gray background, the gentle, poetry-breathing face with its soft, calm eyes and delicately tinted cheeks, and framed in the masses of hair which fell about her neck. The lovers, however, spoke but little, and looked at each other a good deal. Sometimes their eyes became so languishing in their gaze that the painter was obliged to interrupt his work in order to avoid representing an Ursina instead of a La Vallière. It was on such occasions that Saint-Aignan came to the rescue, and recited verses, or repeated one of those little tales as Patru related them, and which Tallemant Desro wrote so cleverly. Or, it might be, that La Vallière was fatigued, and the sitting was, therefore, suspended for a while. And immediately a tray of precious porcelain, laden with the most beautiful fruits which could be obtained, and rich wines distilling their bright colors in silver goblets beautifully chased, served as accessories to the picture of which the painter could but retrace the most ephemeral resemblance. Louis was intoxicated with love, La Vallière with happiness, Saint-Aignan with ambition, and the painter was storing up recollections for his old age. 2 hours passed away in this manner, and 4 o'clock having struck, La Vallière rose and made a sign to the king. Louis also rose, approached the picture, and addressed a few flattering remarks to the painter. Saint-Aignan also praised the picture, which, as he pretended, was already beginning to assume an accurate resemblance. La Vallière, in her turn, blushingly, thanked the painter, and passed into the next room, where the king followed her after having previously summoned Saint-Aignan. "Will you not come tomorrow?" he said to La Vallière. "Oh, sire, pray think that someone will be sure to come to my room, and will not find me there." "Well, what will become of me in that case?" "You are very apprehensive, Louise. But, at all events, suppose Madame were to send for me." "Oh," replied the king, "will the day never come when you yourself will tell me to brave everything, so that I may not have to leave you again?" "On that day, then, sire, I shall be quite out of my mind, and you ought not to believe me." "Tomorrow, Louise." La Vallière sighed, but, without the courage to oppose her royal lover's wish, she repeated, "Tomorrow, then, since you desire it, sire." And with these words she ran up the stairs lightly and disappeared from her lover's gaze. "Well, sire?" inquired Saint-Aignan when she had left. Well, Saint-Tanin, yesterday I thought myself the happiest of men. And does your majesty then regard yourself today, said the Comte, smiling, as the unhappiest of men? No, but my love for her is an unquenchable thirst. In vain do I drink, in vain do I swallow the drops of water which your industry procures for me. The more I drink, the more unquenchable is my thirst. Sire, that is in some degree your own fault, and your majesty alone has made the position such as it is. You are right. In that case, therefore, the means to be happiness is to fancy yourself satisfied, and to wait. Wait, you know that word then. There, sire, do not despair. I have already been at work on your behalf. I have still other resources in store. The king shook his head in a despairing manner. What, sire, have you not been satisfied hitherto? Oh, yes, indeed yes, my dear Saint-Tanin, but find, for heaven's sake, find some further means yet. Sire, I undertake to do my best, and that is all I can do. The king wished to see the portrait again, as he was unable to see the original. He pointed out several alterations to the painter, and left the room, and then Saint-Tanin dismissed the artist. The easel, paints, and painter himself had scarcely gone, when Malicorne showed his head at the doorway. He was received by Saint-Tanin with open arms, but still with a little sadness, for the cloud which had passed across the royal sun, veiled, in its turn, the faithful satellite, and Malicorne at a glance perceived the melancholy look which was visible upon Saint-Tanin's face. "Oh, Monsieur le Comte," he said, "how sad you seem. And good reason, too, my dear Monsieur Malicorne. Will you believe that the king is not satisfied?" "Not satisfied with his staircase, do you mean?" "Oh, no, on the contrary, he is delighted with the staircase. The decorations of the apartments, I suppose, don't please him." "Oh, he has not even thought of that. No, indeed, it seems that what has dissatisfied the king. I will tell you, Monsieur le Comte, he is dissatisfied at finding himself the fourth person at a rendezvous of this kind. How is it possible you could not have guessed that?" "Why, how is it likely I could have done so, dear M. Malicorne, when I followed the king's instructions to the very letter?" "Did his majesty really insist upon your being present?" "Positively so, and also required that the painter whom I met downstairs just now should be here too." "He insisted upon it. In that case, I can easily understand why his majesty is dissatisfied." "What, dissatisfied that I have so punctually and literally obeyed his orders? I don't understand you." Malicorne began to scratch his ear as he asked, "What time did the king fix for the rendezvous in your apartment?" 2 o'clock. "And you were waiting for the king?" "Ever since 1:30, for it would have been a fine thing indeed to have been unpunctual with his majesty." Malicorne, notwithstanding his respect for Saint-Tanin, could not resist shrugging his shoulders. "And the painter," he said, "did the king wish him to be here at 2 o'clock also?" "No, but I had him waiting here for midday. Far better, you know, for a painter to be kept waiting a couple of hours than the king a single minute." Malicorne began to laugh to himself. "Come, dear Monsieur Malicorne," said Saint-Tanin, "laugh less at me and speak a little more freely, I beg." "Well then, Monsieur le Comte, if you wish the king to be a little more satisfied the next time he comes. Venter Saint Gris, as his grandfather used to say, of course I wish it. Well, all you have to do is, when the king comes tomorrow, to be obliged to go away on a most pressing matter of business, which cannot possibly be postponed, and stay away for 20 minutes. "What, leave the king alone for 20 minutes? Cried Saint-Tanin in alarm. "Very well, do as you like, don't pay any attention to what I say," said Malicorne, moving toward the door. "Nay, nay, dear Monsieur Malicorne, on the contrary, go on, I begin to understand you. But the painter?" "Oh, the painter must be half an hour late." "Half an hour, do you really think so?" "Yes, I do, decidedly." "Very well then, I will do as you tell me. And my opinion is, that you will be doing perfectly right. Will you allow me to come and inquire tomorrow a little?" "Of course." "I have the honor to be your most respectful servant, M. de Saint-Tanin," said Malicorne, bowing profoundly and retiring from the room backward. "There is no doubt that fellow has more invention than I have," said Saint-Tanin, as if compelled by his conviction to admit it. Chapter 44. Hampton Court. The revelation of which we have been witnesses, that Montalais made to La Vallière, in a preceding chapter, very naturally makes us return to the principal hero of this tale, a poor wandering knight, roving about at the king's caprice. If our reader will be good enough to follow us, we will, in his company, cross that strait more stormy than the Euripus, that which separates Calais from Dover. We will speed across that green and fertile country with its numerous little streams, through Maidstone and many other villages and towns, each prettier than the other, and finally arrive at London. From thence, like bloodhounds following a track, after having ascertained that Raoul had made his first stay at Whitehall, his second at St. James's, and having learned that he had been warmly received by Monk and introduced into the best society of Charles Roman II. His court, we will follow him to one of Charles Roman II. Summer residences near the town of Kingston at Hampton Court, situated on the Thames. This river is not, at that spot, the boastful highway which bears upon its broad bosom its thousands of travelers, nor are its waters black and troubled as those of Cocytus, as it boastfully asserts, "I, too, am the sea." No, at Hampton Court it is a soft and murmuring stream, with moss-grown banks, reflecting, in its broad mirror, the willows and beeches which ornament its sides, and on which may occasionally be seen a light bark indolently reclining among the tall reeds, in a little creek formed of alders and forget-me-nots. The surrounding county on all sides seemed smiling in happiness and wealth. The brick cottages, from whose chimneys the blue smoke was slowly ascending in wreaths, peeped forth from the belts of green holly which environed them. Children dressed in red frocks appeared and disappeared amid the high grass, like poppies bowed by the gentle breath of the passing breeze. The sheep, ruminating with closed eyes, lay lazily about under the shadow of the stunted aspens, while far and near, the kingfisher, clad in emerald and gold, skimmed swiftly along the surface of the water, like a magic ball, heedlessly touching, as he passed, the line of his brother angler, who sat watching in his boat the fish as they rose to the surface of the sparkling stream. High above this paradise of dark shadows and soft light arose the palace of Hampton Court, which had been built by Wolsey, a residence which the haughty cardinal had been obliged, timid courtier that he was, to offer to his master, Henry Roman VIII, who had frowned with envy and feelings of cupidity at the aspect of the new palace. Hampton Court, with its brick walls, its large windows, its handsome iron gates, as well as its curious bell turrets, its retired covered walks and interior fountains like those of the Alhambra, was a perfect bower of roses, jasmine, and clematis. Every sense, of sight and smell particularly, was gratified, and formed a most charming framework for the picture of love which Charles Roman II unrolled among the voluptuous paintings of Titian, of Pordenone, and of Van Dyck. The same Charles whose father's portrait, the martyr king, was hanging in his gallery, and who could show upon the wainscots of the various apartments the holes made by the balls of the puritanical followers of Cromwell, on the 24th August, 1648, at the time they had brought Charles I prisoner to Hampton Court. There it was that the king, intoxicated with pleasure and amusement, held his court. He who, a poet in feeling, thought himself justified in redeeming, by a whole day of voluptuousness, every minute which had been formerly passed in anguish and misery. It was not the soft greensward of Hampton Court, so soft that it almost resembled the richest velvet in the thickness of its texture, nor was it the beds of flowers, with their variegated hues, which encircled the foot of every tree, with rose trees many feet in height, embracing most lovingly their trunks, nor even the enormous lime trees, whose branches swept the earth like willows, offering a ready concealment for love or reflection beneath the shade of their foliage. It was none of these things for which Charles Roman II loved his palace of Hampton Court. Perhaps it might have been that beautiful sheet of water, which the cool breeze rippled like the wavy undulations of Cleopatra's hair. Waters bedecked with cresses and white water lilies, with hardy bulbs, which, half unfolding themselves beneath the sun's warm rays, reveal the golden-colored germs which lie concealed in their milk-white covering. Murmuring waters, on the bosom of which the black swans majestically floated, and the restless waterfowl, with their tender broods, covered with silken down, darted restlessly in every direction, in pursuit of the insects among the flags, or the frogs in their mossy retreats. Perhaps it might have been the enormous hollies with their dark and tender green foliage, or the bridges which united the banks of the canals in their embrace, or the fawns browsing in the endless avenues of the park, or the numberless birds which hopped about the gardens, or flew from branch to branch amid the dense foliage of the trees. It might well have been any of these charms, for Hampton Court possessed them all, and possessed, too, almost forests of white roses, which climbed and trailed along the lofty trellises, showering down upon the ground their snowy leaves rich with odorous perfumes. But no, what Charles Roman II most loved in Hampton Court was the charming figures who, when midday was past, flitted to and fro along the broad terraces of the gardens. Like Louis Roman XIV, he had had their wealth of beauties painted for his cabinet by one of the great artists of the period, an artist who well knew the secret of transferring to canvas a ray of light which had escaped from their beaming eyes, laden with love and love's delights. The day of our arrival at Hampton Court is almost as clear and bright as a summer's day in France. The atmosphere is laden with the delicious perfume of the geraniums, sweet peas, syringas, and heliotrope, which are scattered in profusion around. It is past midday, and the king, having dined after his return from hunting, paid a visit to Lady Castlemaine, the lady who was reputed at the time to hold his heart in bondage. And with this proof of his devotion discharged, he was readily permitted to pursue his infidelities until evening arrived. Love and amusement ruled the whole court. It was the period when ladies would seriously interrogate their ruder companions as to their opinion upon a foot more or less captivating, according to whether it wore a pink or green silk stocking, for it was the period when Charles Roman II had declared that there was no hope of safety for a woman who wore green silk stockings, because Miss Lucy Stuart wore them of that color. While the king is endeavoring in all directions to inculcate others with his preferences on this point, we will ourselves bend our steps toward an avenue of beech trees opposite the terrace, and listen to the conversation of a young girl in a dark-colored dress, who is walking with another of about her own age, dressed in lilac and dark blue. They crossed a beautiful lawn, in the middle of which arose a fountain, with the figure of a siren executed in bronze, and strolled on, talking as they went, toward the terrace, along which, looking out upon the park and interspersed at frequent intervals, were erected summer houses, various in form and ornaments. These summer houses were nearly all occupied. The two young women passed on, the one blushing deeply, while the other seemed dreamily silent. At last, having reached the end of the terrace which looks on the river, and finding there a cool retreat, they sat down close to each other. "Where are we going, Stuart?" said the younger to her companion. "My dear Grafton, we are going where you yourself led the way." "I?" "Yes, you, to the extremity of the palace toward that seat yonder, where the young Frenchman is seated, wasting his time and sighs and lamentations." Miss Mary Grafton hurriedly said, "No, no, I am not going there." "Why not?" "Let us go back, Stuart." "Nay, on the contrary, let us go on and have an explanation." "About what?" "About how it happens that the Vicomte de Bragelonne always accompanies you in all your walks, as you invariably accompany him in his. And you conclude either that he loves me or that I love him." "Why not? He is a most agreeable and charming companion. No one hears me, I hope," said Lucy Stuart, as she turned round with a smile, which indicated, moreover, that her uneasiness on the subject was not extreme. "No, no," said Mary, "the king is engaged in his summer house with the Duke of Buckingham." "Oh, apropos of the Duke, Mary, it seems he has shown you great attention since his return from France. How is your own heart in that direction?" Mary Grafton shrugged her shoulders with seeming indifference. "Well, well, I will ask Bragelonne about that," said Stuart, laughing. "Let us go and find him at once." "What for?" "I wish to speak to him." "Not yet, one word before you do. Come, Stuart, you who know so many of the king's secrets, tell me why M. de Bragelonne is in England." "Because he was sent as an envoy from one sovereign to another." "That may be, but seriously, although politics do not much concern us, we know enough to be satisfied that M. de Bragelonne has no mission of any serious import here." "Well then, listen," said Stuart with assumed gravity. "For your sake I am going to betray a state secret. Shall I tell you the nature of the letter which King Louis Roman XIV gave M. de Bragelonne for King Charles Roman II? I will. These are the very words: 'My brother, the bearer of this is a gentleman attached to my court, and the son of one whom you regard most warmly. Treat him kindly, I beg, and try and make him like England.'" "Did it say that?" "Word for word, or something very like it. I will not answer for the form, but the substance I am sure of." "Well, and what conclusion do you, or rather what conclusion does the king, draw from that?" "That the king of France has his own reasons for removing M. de Bragelonne, and for getting him married, somewhere else than in France. So that then, in consequence of this letter, King Charles received M. de Bragelonne, as you are aware, in the most distinguished and friendly manner. The handsomest apartments in Whitehall were allotted to him. And as you are the most valuable and precious person in his court, inasmuch as you have rejected his heart. Nay, do not blush. He wished you to take a fancy to this Frenchman, and he was desirous to confer upon him so costly a prize. And this is the reason why you, the heiress of 300,000 pounds, a future duchess, and one so beautiful and so good, have been thrown in Bragelonne's way, in all the promenades and parties of pleasure to which he was invited. In fact, it was a plot, a kind of conspiracy. Mary Grafton smiled with that charming expression which was habitual to her, and pressing her companion's arm, said, "Thank the king, Lucy." "Yes, yes, but the Duke of Buckingham is jealous, so take care." Hardly had she pronounced these words than the Duke appeared from one of the pavilions on the terrace, and approaching the two girls with a smile, said, "You are mistaken, Miss Lucy. I am not jealous. And the proof, Miss Mary, is yonder in the person of M. de Bragelonne himself, who ought to be the cause of my jealousy, but who is dreaming in pensive solitude. Poor fellow, allow me to leave you for a few minutes, while I avail myself of those few minutes to converse with Miss Lucy Stewart, to whom I have something to say." And then, bowing to Lucy, he added, "Will you do me the honor to accept my hand, in order that I may lead you to the king, who is waiting for us?" With these words, Buckingham, still smiling, took Miss Stuart's hand and led her away. When by herself, Mary Grafton, her head gently inclined toward her shoulder, with that indolent gracefulness of action which distinguishes young English girls, remained for a moment with her eyes fixed on Raoul, but as if uncertain what to do. At last, after first blushing violently, and then turning deadly pale, thus revealing the internal combat which assailed her heart, she seemed to make up her mind to adopt a decided course, and with a tolerably firm step, advanced toward the seat on which Raoul was reclining, buried in the profoundest meditation, as we have already said. The sound of Miss Mary's steps, though they could be hardly heard upon the green sward, awakened Raoul from his musing attitude. He turned round, perceived the young girl, and walked forward to meet the companion whom his happy destiny had thrown in his way. "I have been sent to you, monsieur," said Mary Grafton. "Will you accept me?" "To whom is my gratitude due for so great a happiness?" inquired Raoul. "To the Duke of Buckingham," replied Mary, affecting a gaiety she did not really feel. "To the Duke of Buckingham, do you say? He who so passionately seeks your charming society. Am I really to believe you are serious, mademoiselle?" "The fact is, monsieur, you perceive that everything seems to conspire to make us pass the best, or rather the longest, part of our days together. Yesterday, it was the king who desired me to beg you to seat yourself next to me at dinner. Today, it is the Duke of Buckingham who begs me to come and place myself near to you on this seat." "And he has gone away in order to leave us together?" asked Raoul with some embarrassment. "Look yonder at the turning of that path. He is just out of sight with Miss Stuart. Are these polite attentions usual in France, Monsieur le Comte?" "I cannot very precisely say what people do in France, mademoiselle, for I can hardly be called a Frenchman. I have resided in many countries and almost always as a soldier, and then I have spent a long period of my life in the country. I am almost a savage." "You do not like your residence in England, I fear." "I scarcely know," said Raoul inattentively, and sighing deeply at the same time. "What, you do not know?" "Forgive me," said Raoul, shaking his head and collecting his thoughts. "I did not hear you." "Oh," said the young girl, sighing in her turn, "how wrong the Duke was to send me here." "Wrong," said Raoul, "perhaps so, for I am but a rude, uncouth companion and my society annoys you. The Duke was, indeed, very wrong to send you." "It is precisely," replied Mary Grafton in a clear, calm voice, "because your society does not annoy me, that the Duke was wrong to send me to you." It was now Raoul's turn to blush. "But," he resumed, "how happens it that the Duke of Buckingham should send you to me, and why should you have come? The Duke loves you and you love him." "No," replied Mary seriously, "the Duke does not love me because he is in love with the Duchesse d'Orleans, and, as for myself, I have no affection for the Duke." Raoul looked at the young girl with astonishment. "Are you a friend of the Duke of Buckingham?" she inquired. "The Duke has honored me by calling me so ever since we met in France." "You are simple acquaintances, then?" "No, for the Duke is the most intimate friend of one whom I regard as a brother." "The Duc de Guiche." Yes. He who is in love with Madame la Duchesse d'Orléans. Oh, what is that you are saying? And who loves him in return? Continued the young girl quietly. Raoul bent down his head, and Mary Grafton, sighing deeply, continued, "They are very happy. But leave me, Monsieur de Bragelonne, for the Duke of Buckingham has given you a very troublesome commission in offering me as a companion in your promenade. Your heart is elsewhere, and it is with the greatest difficulty you can be charitable enough to lend me your attention. Confess truly. It would be unfair on your part, Vicomte, not to confess it." "Madame, I do confess it." She looked at him steadily. He was so noble and so handsome in his bearing, his eye revealed so much gentleness, candor, and resolution, that the idea could not possibly enter her mind that he was either rudely discourteous or a mere simpleton. She only perceived clearly enough that he loved another woman and not herself with the whole strength of his heart. "Ah, I now understand you," she said. "You have left your heart behind you in France." Raoul bowed. "The Duke is aware of your affection." "No one knows it," replied Raoul. "Why therefore do you tell me? Nay, answer me." "I cannot." "It is for me, then, to anticipate an explanation. You do not wish to tell me anything, because you are now convinced that I do not love the Duke, because you see that I possibly might have loved you, because you are a gentleman of noble and delicate sentiments, and because, instead of accepting, even were it for the mere amusement of the passing hour, a hand which is almost pressed upon you, and because instead of meeting my smiles with a smiling lip, you, who are young, have preferred to tell me whom men have called beautiful, my heart is far away in France. For this I thank you, Monsieur de Bragelonne. You are indeed a noble-hearted, noble-minded man, and I regard you yet more for it, as a friend only. And now let us cease speaking of myself and talk of your own affairs. Forget that I have ever spoken to you of myself. Tell me why you are sad, and why you have become more than usually so during these 4 past days." Raoul was deeply and sensibly moved by her sweet and melancholy tone, and as he could not, at the moment, find a word to say, the young girl again came to his assistance. "Pity me," she said. "My mother was born in France, and I can truly affirm that I, too, am French in blood as well as in feeling. But the heavy atmosphere and characteristic gloom of England seem to weigh like a burden upon me. Sometimes my dreams are golden-hued and full of wondrous enjoyment, but suddenly a mist arises and overspreads my dreams and blots them out forever. Such, indeed, is the case at the present moment. Forgive me, I have now said enough on that subject. Give me your hand and relate your griefs to me as to a friend. You say you are French in heart and soul." "Yes, not only I repeat it that my mother was French, but further still, as my father, a friend of King Charles I, was exiled in France, I, during the trial of that prince, as well as during the Protector's life, was brought up in Paris. At the restoration of King Charles Roman II, my poor father returned to England, where he died almost immediately afterward, and then the king created me a duchess and has dowered me according to my rank." "Have you any relations in France?" Raoul inquired with the deepest interest. "I have a sister there, my senior by 7 or 8 years, who was married in France and was early left a widow. Her name is Madame de Bellière. Do you know her?" she added, observing Raoul start suddenly. "I have heard her name mentioned. She, too, loves with her whole heart, and her last letter informs me that she is happy, and her affection is, I conclude, returned. I told you, Monsieur de Bragelonne, that although I possess half of her nature, I do not share her happiness. But let us now speak of yourself. Whom do you love in France?" "A young girl, as soft and as pure as a lily." "But if she loves you, why are you sad?" "I have been told that she has ceased to love me." "You do not believe it, I trust." "He who wrote me so does not sign his letter." "An anonymous denunciation. Some treachery, be assured," said Miss Grafton. "Stay," said Raoul, showing the young girl a letter which he had read over 1,000 times. She took it from his hand and read as follows. "Vicomte, you are perfectly right to amuse yourself yonder with the lovely faces of Charles Roman II. Court, for at Louis Roman XIV. Court, the castle in which your affections are enshrined is being besieged. Stay in London altogether, poor Vicomte, or return without delay to Paris." "There is no signature," said Miss Mary. "None." "Believe it not, then." "Very good, but here is a second letter from my friend de Guiche, which says, 'I am lying here wounded and ill. Return, Raoul, oh return.'" "What do you intend doing?" inquired the young girl with a feeling of oppression at her heart. "My intention, as soon as I received this letter, was immediately to take my leave of the king. When did you receive it? The day before yesterday. It is dated from Fontainebleau. A singular circumstance, do you not think, for the court is now at Paris? At all events, I would have set off, but when I mentioned my intention to the king, he began to laugh and said to me, "How comes it, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur, that you think of leaving? Has your sovereign recalled you?" I colored naturally enough, for I was confused by the question, for the fact is, the king himself sent me here, and I have received no order to return. Mary frowned in deep thought and said, "Do you remain, then?" "I must, mademoiselle." "Do you ever receive any letters from her, to whom you are so devoted?" "Never." "Never, do you say? Does she not love you, then?" "At least, she has not written to me since my departure, although she used occasionally to write to me before. I trust she may have been prevented." "Hush, the Duke is here." And Buckingham at that moment was seen at the end of the walk, approaching toward them, alone and smiling. He advanced slowly and held out his hands to them both. "Have you arrived at an understanding?" he said. "About what?" "About whatever might render you happy, dear Mary, and make Raoul less miserable." "I do not understand you, my lord," said Raoul. "That is my view of the subject, Miss Mary. Do you wish me to mention it before M. de Bragelonne?" he added with a smile. "If you mean," replied the young girl haughtily, "that I was not indisposed to love M. de Bragelonne, that is useless, for I have told him so myself." Buckingham reflected for a moment, and, without seeming in any way discountenanced, as she expected, he said, "My reason for leaving you with M. de Bragelonne was, that I thoroughly knew your refined delicacy of feeling, no less than the perfect loyalty of your mind and heart, and I hoped that M. de Bragelonne's cure might be effected by the hands of a physician such as you are. But, my lord, before you spoke of M. de Bragelonne's heart, you spoke to me of your own. Do you mean me to effect the cure of two hearts at the same time?" "Perfectly true, madame, but you will do me the justice to admit that I have long discontinued a useless pursuit, acknowledging that my own wound is incurable." "My lord," said Mary, collecting herself for a moment before she spoke, "M. de Bragelonne is happy, for he loves and is beloved. He has no need of such a physician as I can be." "M. de Bragelonne," said Buckingham, "is on the very eve of experiencing a serious misfortune, and he has greater need than ever of sympathy and affection." "Explain yourself, my lord," inquired Raoul anxiously. "No, gradually I will explain myself, but, if you desire it, I can tell Miss Grafton what you may not listen to yourself." "My lord, you are putting me to the torture. You know something you wish to conceal from me." "I know that Miss Mary Grafton is the most charming object that a heart ill at ease could, possibly meet with in its way through life." "I have already told you that the Vicomte de Bragelonne loves elsewhere," said the young girl. "He is wrong, then." "Do you assume to know, my lord, that I am wrong?" "Yes." "Whom is it that he loves, then?" exclaimed the young girl. "He loves a woman who is unworthy of him," said Buckingham, with that calm, collected manner peculiar to an Englishman. Miss Grafton uttered a cry which, together with the remark that Buckingham had that moment made, spread over de Bragelonne's features a deadly paleness, arising from the sudden surprise, and also from a vague fear of impending misfortune. "My lord," he exclaimed, "you have just pronounced words which compel me, without a moment's delay, to seek their explanation at Paris." "You will remain here," said Buckingham, "because you have no right to leave, and no one has the right to quit the service of the king for that of any woman, even were she as worthy of being loved as Mary Grafton is." "You will tell me all, then?" "I will, on condition that you will remain." "I will remain, if you will promise to speak openly, and without reserve." Thus far had their conversation proceeded, and Buckingham, in all probability, was on the point of revealing, not indeed all that had taken place, but at least all he was aware of, when one of the king's attendants appeared at the end of the terrace, and advanced toward the summer-house where the king was sitting with Lucy Stuart. A courier followed him, covered with dust from head to foot, and who seemed as if he had but a few moments before dismounted from his horse. "The courier from France, Madame's courier," exclaimed Raoul, recognizing the princess's livery, and while the attendant and the courier advanced toward the king, Buckingham and Miss Grafton exchanged a look full of intelligence with each other. Chapter 45. The courier from Madame. Charles Roman II was busily engaged in proving, or in endeavoring to prove, to Miss Stuart that she was the only person for whom he cared at all, and consequently he was swearing for her an affection similar to that which his ancestor Henry Roman IV had entertained for Gabrielle. Unfortunately for Charles Roman II, he had hit upon an unlucky day, upon a day when Miss Stuart had taken it into her head to make him jealous, and therefore, instead of being touched by his offer, as the king had hoped, she laughed heartily. "Oh, sire, sire," she cried, laughing all the while, "if I were to be unfortunate enough to ask you for a proof of the affection you profess, how easy it would be to see that you are telling a falsehood." "Nay, listen to me," said Charles. "You know my cartoons by Raphael. You know whether I care for them or not. The whole world envies me their possession, as you well know also. My father got Van Dyck to purchase them. Would you like me to send them to your house this very day?" "Oh, no," replied the young girl. "Pray keep them yourself, sire. My house is far too small to accommodate such visitors." "In that case, you shall have Hampton Court to put the cartoons in." "Be less generous, sire, and learn to love a little while longer. That is all I have to ask you." "I shall never cease to love you. Is not that enough?" "You are laughing, sire." "Do you wish me to weep then?" "No, but I should like to see you a little more melancholy." "Thank heaven, I have been so long enough. 14 years of exile, poverty, and misery. I think I may well regard it as a debt discharged. Besides, melancholy makes people look so plain." "Far from that, for look at the young Frenchman." "What, the Vicomte de Bragelonne? Are you smitten too? By heaven, they will all become mad about him one after the other, but he, on the contrary, has a reason for being melancholy." "Why so?" "Oh, indeed, you wish me to betray state secrets, do you?" "If I wish it, you must do it, since you told me you were quite ready to do everything I wished." "Well then, he is bored in his own country. Does that satisfy you?" "Bored?" "Yes, a proof that he is a simpleton. I allow him to fall in love with Miss Mary Grafton, and he feels bored. Can you believe it?" "Very good. It seems, then, that if you were to find Miss Lucy Stuart indifferent to you, you would console yourself by falling in love with Miss Mary Grafton." "I don't say that. In the first place, you know that Mary Grafton does not care for me. Besides, a man can only console himself for a lost affection by the discovery of a new one. Again, however, I repeat, the question is not of myself, but of that young man. One might almost be tempted to call the girl he has left behind him a Helen before her introduction to Paris, of course." "He has left someone, then?" "That is to say, someone has left him." "Poor fellow, so much the worse." "What do you mean by so much the worse?" "Why not? Why did he leave?" "Do you think it was of his own wish or will that he left?" "Was he obliged to leave, then?" "He left Paris under orders, my dear Stuart, and prepare to be surprised by express orders of the king." "Ah, I begin to see now." "At least say nothing at all about it." "You know very well that I am quite as discreet as any man could be, and so the king sent him away." "Yes." "And during his absence, he takes his mistress away from him." "Yes, and will you believe it? The silly fellow, instead of thanking the king, is making himself miserable." "What, thank the king for depriving him of the woman he loves? Really, sire, yours is a most ungallant speech. But pray understand me. If she whom the king had run off with was either a Miss Grafton or a Miss Stuart, I should be of his opinion. Nay, I should even think him not half miserable enough. But she is a little, thin, lame thing. Deuce take such fidelity as that. Surely one can hardly understand how a man can refuse a girl who is rich for one who is poverty itself, a girl who loves him for one who deceives and betrays him. Do you think that Mary seriously wishes to please the Vicomte, sire?" "I do, indeed." "Very good, the Vicomte will settle down in England, for Mary has a clear head, and when she fixes her mind upon anything, she does so thoroughly. Take care, my dear Miss Stuart. If the Vicomte has any idea of adopting our country, he has not long to do so, for it was only the day before yesterday that he again asked me permission to leave." "Which you refused him, I suppose?" "I should think so, indeed. My royal brother is far too anxious for his absence. And, for myself, my amour propre is enlisted on his side, for I will never have it said that I had held out as a bait to this young man, the noblest and gentlest creature in England." You are very gallant, sire, said Miss Stuart with a pretty pout. I do not allude to Miss Stuart, for she is worthy a king's devotion, and since she has captivated me, I trust that no one else will be caught by her. I say, therefore, finally, that the attention I have shown this young man will not have been thrown away. He will stay with us here, will marry here, or I am very much mistaken. And I hope that when he is once married and settled, instead of being angry with your majesty, he will be grateful to you, for everyone tries his utmost to please him. Even the Duke of Buckingham, whose brilliancy, which is hardly credible, seems to pale before that of this young Frenchman. And including Miss Stuart even, who calls him the most finished gentleman she ever saw. Stay, sire, you have spoken quite enough and quite highly enough of Miss Grafton to overlook what I may have said about de Bragelonne. But by the by, sire, your kindness for some time past astonishes me. You think of those who are absent, you forgive those who have done wrong. In fact, you are, as nearly as possible, perfect. How does it happen? It is because you allow yourself to be loved, he said, beginning to laugh. Oh, there must be some other reason. Well, I am doing all I can to oblige my brother Louis Roman XIV. Nay, I must have another reason. Well then, the true motive is that Buckingham strongly recommended the young man to me, saying, Sire, I begin by yielding up all claim to Miss Grafton. I pray you follow my example. The Duke is, indeed, a true gentleman. Oh, of course, of course. It is Buckingham's turn now, I suppose, to turn your head. You seem determined to cross me in everything today. At this moment, someone scratched at the door. Who is it who presumes to interrupt us? Exclaimed Charles impatiently. Really, sire, you are extremely vain with your who is it who presumes, and in order to punish you for it. She went to the door and opened it. It is a courier from France, said Miss Stuart. A courier from France, exclaimed Charles, from my sister, perhaps. Yes, sire, said the usher, a special messenger. Let him come in at once, said Charles. You have a letter for me, said the king to the courier as he entered, from the Duchess of Orleans. Yes, sire, replied the courier, and so urgent is its nature that I have only been 26 hours bringing it to your majesty, and yet I lost 3/4 of an hour at Calais. Your zeal shall not be forgotten, said the king as he opened the letter. When he had read it, he burst out laughing and exclaimed, Upon my word, I am at a loss to understand anything about it. He then read the letter a second time. Miss Stuart assuming a manner marked by the greatest reserve and doing her utmost to restrain her ardent curiosity. Francis, said the king to his valet, see that this excellent fellow is well taken care of and sleeps soundly, and that on waking tomorrow morning he finds a purse of 50 sovereigns by his bedside. Sire, said the courier, amazed. Begone, begone, my sister was perfectly right in desiring you to use the utmost diligence. The affair was most pressing, and he again began to laugh louder than ever. The courier, the valet, and Miss Stuart hardly knew what sort of countenance to assume. Ah, said the king, throwing himself back in his armchair, when I think that you have knocked up, how many horses? Two. 2 horses to bring this intelligence to me. That will do, you can leave us now. The courier retired with the valet. Charles went to the window, which he opened, and leaning forward called out, Duke, Buckingham, come here, there's a good fellow. The Duke hurried to him in obedience to the summons, but when he reached the door and perceived Miss Stuart, he hesitated to enter. Come in and shut the door, said the king. The Duke obeyed, and perceiving in what an excellent humor the king was, he advanced smilingly toward him. Well, my dear Duke, how do you get on with your Frenchman? Sire, I am in the most perfect state of utter despair about him. Why so? Because charming Miss Grafton is willing to marry him, but he is unwilling. Why, he is a perfect Boeotian, cried Miss Stuart, let him say either yes or no, and let the affair end. But, said Buckingham seriously, you know, or you ought to know, madame, that M. de Bragelonne is in love in another direction. In that case, said the king, coming to Miss Stuart's help, nothing is easier, let him say no, then. Very true, and I have proved to him he was wrong not to say yes. You told him candidly, I suppose, that La Vallière was deceiving him. Yes, without the slightest reserve, and, as soon as I had done so, he gave a start, as if he were going to clear the channel at a bound. At all events, said Miss Stuart, He has done something, and a very good thing too, upon my word. But, said Buckingham, I stopped him. I have left him and Miss Mary in conversation together, and I sincerely trust that now he will not leave, as he seemed to have an idea of doing. An idea of leaving England? Inquired the king. I, at one moment, hardly thought that any human power could have prevented him, but Miss Mary's eyes are now bent fully on him, and he will remain. Well, that is the very thing which deceives you, Buckingham, said the king with a peal of laughter. The poor fellow is predestined. Predestined to what? If it were to be simply deceived, that is nothing, but to look at him, it is a great deal. At a distance, and with Miss Grafton's aid, the blow will be warded off. Far from it, neither distance nor Miss Grafton's help will be of the slightest avail. Bragelonne will set off for Paris within an hour's time. Buckingham started, and Miss Stuart opened her eyes very wide in astonishment. But, sire, said the Duke, your Majesty knows that it is impossible. That is to say, my dear Buckingham, that it is impossible until the contrary happens. Do not forget, sire, that the young man is a perfect lion, and that his wrath is terrible. I don't deny it, my dear Duke. And that if he sees that his misfortune is certain, so much the worse for the author of it. I don't deny it, but what the deuce am I to do? Were it the king himself, cried Buckingham, I would not answer for him. Oh, the king has his musketeers to take care of him, said Charles, quietly. I know that perfectly well, for I was kept dancing attendance in his antechamber at Blois. He has M. d'Artagnan, and what better guardian could the king have than M. d'Artagnan? I should make myself perfectly easy with 20 storms of passion, such as Bragelonne might display, if I had 4 guardians like 500 Artagnan. But I entreat your Majesty, who is so good and kind, to reflect a little. Stay, said Charles Roman II, presenting the letter to the Duke, read and answer yourself what you would do in my place. Buckingham slowly took hold of Madame's letter, and, trembling with emotion, read the following words. For your own sake, for mine, for the honor and safety of everyone, send M. de Bragelonne back to France immediately. Your devoted sister, Henrietta. Well, Villiers, what do you say? Really, sire, I have nothing to say, replied the Duke, stupefied. Nay, would you, of all persons, said the king, artfully, advise me not to listen to my sister when she writes so urgently? Oh, no, no, sire, and yet. You've not read the postscript, Villiers. It is under the fold of the letter and escaped me at first. Read it. And as the Duke turned down a fold of the letter, he read, 1,000 kind remembrances to those who love me. The Duke's head sank gradually on his breast. The paper trembled in his fingers as if it had been changed to lead. The king paused for a moment, and seeing that Buckingham did not speak, he must follow his destiny as we ours, continued the king. Every man has his share of grief in this world. I have had my own. I have had that of others who belong to me, and have thus had a double weight of woe to endure. But the deuce take all my cares now. Go and bring our friend here, Villiers. The Duke opened the trellised door of the summer house, and pointing at Raoul and Mary, who were walking together side by side, said, What a cruel blow, sire, for poor Miss Grafton. Nonsense, call him, said Charles Roman II, knitting his black brows together. Everyone seems to be sentimental here. There, look at Miss Stuart, who is wiping her eyes. Now deuce take the French fellow. The Duke called to Raoul, and taking Miss Grafton by the hand, he led her toward the king. Monsieur de Bragelonne, said Charles Roman II, did you not ask me the day before yesterday for permission to return to Paris? Yes, sire, replied Raoul, greatly puzzled by this address. And I refused you, I think. Yes, sire. Were you not angry with me for it? No, sire, your Majesty had no doubt excellent reasons for withholding it, for you are so wise and so good that everything you do is well done. I alleged, I believe, as a reason that the King of France had not recalled you. Yes, sire, that was the reason you assigned. Well, M. de Bragelonne, I have reflected over the matter since. If the king did not, in fact, fix your return, he begged me to render your sojourn in England as agreeable as possible. Since, however, you ask my permission to return, it is because your longer residence in England is no longer agreeable to you. I do not say that, sire. No, but your request, at least, said the king, signified that another place of residence would be more agreeable to you than this. At this moment Raoul turned toward the door, against which Miss Grafton was leaning, pale and sorrow-stricken. Her other arm was passed through the arm of the Duke. "You do not reply," pursued Charles. "The proverb is plain enough that silence gives consent. Very good, Monsieur de Bragelonne, I am now in a position to satisfy you. Whenever you please, therefore, you can leave for Paris, for which you have my authority." "Sire," exclaimed Raoul, while Mary stifled an exclamation of grief which rose to her lips, unconsciously pressing Buckingham's arm. "You can be at Dover this evening," continued the king. "The tide serves at 2 o'clock in the morning." Raoul, astounded, stammered out a few broken sentences, which equally answered the purpose both of thanks and of excuse. "I therefore bid you adieu, Monsieur de Bragelonne, and wish you every sort of prosperity," said the king, rising. "You will confer a pleasure on me by keeping this diamond in remembrance of me. I had intended it as a marriage gift." Miss Grafton felt her limbs almost giving way, and, as Raoul received the diamond from the king's hand, he, too, felt his strength and courage failing him. He addressed a few respectful words to the king, a passing compliment to Miss Stuart, and looked for Buckingham to bid him adieu. The king profited by this moment to disappear. Raoul found the Duke engaged in endeavoring to encourage Miss Grafton. "Tell him to remain, I implore you," said Buckingham to Mary. "No, I will tell him to go," replied Miss Grafton, with returning animation. "I am not one of those women who have more pride than heart. If she whom he loves is in France, let him return there and bless me for having advised him to go and seek his happiness there. If, on the contrary, she shall have ceased to love him, let him come back here again, I shall still love him, and his unhappiness will not have lessened him in my regard. In the arms of my house you will find that which heaven has engraven on my heart, Habenti parum et genti cuncta. To the rich is accorded little, to the poor everything. I do not believe, Bragelonne, that you will find yonder the equivalent of what you leave behind you here. I think, or at least I hope," said Raoul with a gloomy air, "that she whom I love is worthy of my affection. But if it be true she is unworthy of me, as you have endeavored to make me believe, I will tear her image from my heart, Duke, even were my heart broken in the attempt." Mary Grafton gazed upon him with an expression of the most indefinable pity, and Raoul returned her look with a sad, sorrowful smile, saying, "Mademoiselle, the diamond which the king has given me was destined for you. Give me leave to offer it for your acceptance. If I marry in France, you will send it me back. If I do not marry, keep it." And he bowed and left her. "What does he mean?" thought Buckingham, while Raoul pressed Mary's icy hand with marks of the most reverential respect. Mary understood the look that Buckingham fixed upon her. "If it were a wedding ring, I would not accept it," she said. "And yet you were willing to ask him to return to you." "Oh, Duke," cried the young girl in heartbroken accents, "a woman such as I am is never accepted as a consolation by a man like him." "You do not think he will return, then?" "Never," said Miss Grafton, in a choking voice. "And I grieve to tell you, Mary, that he will find yonder his happiness destroyed, his mistress lost to him. His honor even has not escaped. What will be left him, then, Mary, equal to your affection? Do you answer, Mary, you who know yourself so well?" Miss Grafton placed her white hand on Buckingham's arm, and, while Raoul was hurrying away with headlong speed, she sang in dying accents the line from Romeo and Juliet, "I must begone and live, or stay and die." As she finished the last word, Raoul had disappeared. Miss Grafton returned to her own apartment, paler than death itself. Buckingham availed himself of the arrival of the courier, who had brought the letter to the king, to write to Madame and to the Comte de Guiche. The king had not been mistaken, for at 2 in the morning the tide was at full flood, and Raoul had embarked for France. Chapter 46. Saint-Tanin follows Malicorne's advice. The king most assiduously followed the progress which was made in La Valliere's portrait, and did so with a care and attention arising as much from a desire that it should resemble her, as from the wish that the painter should prolong the period of its completion as much as possible. It was amusing to observe him following the artist's brush, awaiting the completion of a particular plan, or the result of a combination of colors, and suggesting various modifications to the painter, which the latter consented to adopt with the most respectful docility of disposition. And again, when the artist, following Malicorne's advice, was a little late in arriving, and when Saint-Tanin had been obliged to be absent for some time, It was interesting to observe, though no one witnessed them, those moments of silence full of deep expression, which united in one side two souls most disposed to understand each other, and who by no means objected to the quiet and meditation they enjoyed together. The minutes fled rapidly by, as if on wings, and as the king drew closer to Louise and bent his burning gaze upon her, a noise was suddenly heard in the anteroom. It was the artist who had just arrived. Saint-Aignan, too, had returned, full of apologies, and the king began to talk, and La Vallière to answer him very hurriedly, their eyes revealing to Saint-Aignan that they had enjoyed a century of happiness during his absence. In a word, Malicorne, philosopher that he was, though he knew it not, had learned how to inspire the king with an appetite in the midst of plenty, and with desire in the assurance of possession. La Valliere's fears of interruption had never been realized, and no one imagined she was absent from her apartment 2 or 3 hours every day. She pretended that her health was very uncertain. Those who went to her room always knocked before entering, and Malicorne, the man of so many ingenious inventions, had constructed an acoustic piece of mechanism, by means of which La Vallière, when in Saint-Aignan's apartment, was always forewarned of any visits which were paid to the room she usually inhabited. In this manner, therefore, without leaving her own room, and having no confidant, she was able to return to her apartment, thus removing by her appearance, a little tardy perhaps, the suspicions of the most determined skeptics. Malicorne having asked Saint-Aignan the next morning what news he had to report, the latter had been obliged to confess that the quarter of an hour's liberty had made the king in most excellent humor. "We must double the dose," replied Malicorne, "but insensibly so, wait until they seem to wish it." They were so desirous for it, however, that on the evening of the fourth day, at the moment when the painter was packing up his painting implements, during Saint-Aignan's continued absence, Saint-Aignan on his return noticed upon La Valliere's face a shade of disappointment and vexation, which she could not conceal. The king was less reserved, and exhibited his annoyance by a very significant shrug of the shoulders, at which La Vallière could not help blushing. "Very good," thought Saint-Aignan to himself. "M. Malicorne will be delighted this evening," as he, in fact, was when it was reported to him. "It is very evident," he remarked to the comte, "that Mademoiselle de La Vallière hoped that you would be at least 10 minutes later. And the king that I should be half an hour later, dear Monsieur Malicorne." "You will be but very indifferently devoted to the king," replied the latter, "if you were to refuse his majesty that half-hour's satisfaction." "But the painter," objected Saint-Aignan. "I will take care of him," said Malicorne. "Only I must study faces and circumstances a little before I act. Those are my magical inventions and contrivances. And while sorcerers are enabled by means of their astrolabe to take the altitude of the sun, moon, and stars, I am satisfied merely by looking into people's faces, in order to see if their eyes are encircled with dark lines, and if the mouth describes a convex or concave arc." And the cunning Malicorne had every opportunity of watching narrowly and closely. For the very same evening, the king accompanied the queen to Madame's apartments, and made himself so remarked by his serious face and his deep sighs, and looked at La Vallière with such a languishing expression, that Malicorne said to Montalais during the evening, "Tomorrow." And he went off to the painter's house in the street of the Jardins Saint-Paul to beg him to postpone the next sitting for a couple of days. Saint-Aignan was not within, when La Vallière, who was now quite familiar with the lower story, lifted up the trapdoor and descended. The king, as usual, was waiting for her on the staircase, and held a bouquet in his hand. As soon as he saw her, he clasped her tenderly in his arms. La Vallière, much moved at the action, looked around the room, but as she saw the king was alone, she did not complain of it. They sat down, the king reclining near the cushions on which Louise was seated with his head supported by her knees, placed there as in an asylum whence no one could banish him. He gazed ardently upon her, and as if the moment had arrived when nothing could interpose between their two hearts. She, too, gazed with similar passion upon him, and from her eyes, so soft and pure, there emanated a flame, whose rays first kindled and then inflamed the heart of the king, who, trembling with happiness as Louise's hand rested on his head, grew giddy from excess of joy, and momentarily awaited either the painter's or Saint-Aignan's return to break the sweet illusion. But the door remained closed, and neither Saint-Aignan nor the painter appeared, nor did the hangings even move. A deep, mysterious silence reigned in the room, a silence which seemed to influence even the birds in their gilded prison. The king, completely overcome, turned round his head and buried his burning lips in La Vallière's hands, who, herself, faint with excessive emotion, pressed her trembling hands against her lover's lips. Louis threw himself upon his knees, and as La Vallière did not move her head, the king's forehead being within reach of her lips, she furtively passed her lips across the perfumed locks which caressed her cheeks. The king seized her in his arms, and, unable to resist the temptation, they exchanged their first kiss. That burning kiss which changes love into a delirium. Suddenly, a noise upon the upper floor was heard, which had, in fact, continued though it had remained unnoticed for some time. It had at last aroused La Valliere's attention, though but slowly so. As the noise, however, continued as it forced itself upon the attention, and recalled the poor girl from her dreams of happiness to the sad reality of life, she arose in a state of utter bewilderment, though beautiful in her disorder, saying, "Someone is waiting for above. Louis, do you not hear?" "Well, and am I not waiting for you also?" said the king with infinite tenderness of tone. "Let others henceforth wait for you." But she gently shook her head as she replied, "Concealed happiness, concealed power, my pride should be silent as my heart." The noise was again resumed. "I hear Montalais's voice," she said, and she hurried up the staircase. The king followed her, unable to let her leave his sight and covering her hand with his kisses. "Yes, yes," repeated La Vallière, who had passed halfway through the opening. "Yes, it is Montalais who is calling me. Something important must have happened." "Go then, dearest love," said the king, "but return quickly." "No, no, not today, sire. Adieu, adieu," she said, as she stooped down once more to embrace her lover and then escaped. Montalais was, in fact, waiting for her, very pale and agitated. "Quick, quick, he is coming," she said. Who is coming?" "Raoul," murmured Montalais. "It is I," said a joyous voice upon the last steps of the grand staircase. La Vallière uttered a terrible shriek and threw herself back. "I am here, dear Louise," said Raoul, running toward her. "I knew but too well that you had not ceased to love me." La Vallière, with a gesture, partly of extreme terror, and partly as if invoking a curse, attempted to speak, but could not articulate one word. "No, no," she said, as she fell into Montalais's arms, murmuring, "Do not touch me, do not come near me." Montalais made a sign to Raoul, who stood almost petrified at the door, and did not even attempt to advance another step into the room. Then, looking toward the side of the room where the screen was, she exclaimed, "Imprudent girl, she has not even closed the trapdoor." And she advanced toward the corner of the room to close the screen, and also, behind the screen, the trapdoor. But suddenly the king, who had heard Louise's exclamation, darted through the opening and hurried forward to her assistance. He threw himself on his knees before her, as he overwhelmed Montalais with questions, who hardly knew where she was. At the moment, however, that the king threw himself on his knees, a cry of utter despair rang through the corridor, accompanied by the sound of retreating footsteps. The king wished to see who had uttered the cry, and whose were the footsteps he had heard, and it was in vain that Montalais sought to retain him, for Louis, quitting his hold of La Vallière, hurried toward the door, too late, however, for Raoul was already at a distance, and the king saw only a kind of shadow turning the angle of the corridor. Chapter 47. Two Old Friends. While everyone at court was busily engaged upon his own affairs, a man mysteriously took up his post behind the Place de Grève, in the house which we once saw besieged by 500 Artagnan on the occasion of an emeute. The principal entrance of this house was in the Place Baudour. It was tolerably large, surrounded by gardens, enclosed in the street Saint-Jean by the shops of tool-makers, which protected it from prying looks, and was walled in by a triple rampart of stone, noise, and verdure, like an embalmed mummy in its triple coffin. The man we have just alluded to walked along with a firm step, although he was no longer in his early prime. His dark cloak and long sword plainly revealed one who seemed in search of adventures, and, judging from his curling mustaches, his fine and smooth skin, which could be seen beneath his sombrero, it would not have been difficult to pronounce that the gallantry of his adventures was unquestionable. In fact, hardly had the cavalier entered the house, when the clock struck 8, and 10 minutes afterward a lady, followed by a servant armed to the teeth, approached and knocked at the same door, which an old woman immediately opened for her. The lady raised her veil as she entered. Though no longer beautiful or young, she was still active and of an imposing carriage. She concealed, beneath a rich toilet and the most exquisite taste, an age which Ninon de l'Enclos alone could have smiled at with impunity. Hardly had she reached the vestibule than the cavalier, whose features we have only roughly sketched, advanced toward her, holding out his hand. "Good day, my dear Duchesse," he said. "How do you do, my dear Aramis?" replied the Duchesse. He led her to a most elegantly furnished apartment, on whose high windows were reflected the expiring rays of the setting sun, which filtered through the dark crests of some adjoining firs. They sat down side by side. Neither of them thought of asking for additional light in the room, and they buried themselves as it were in the shadow, as if they wished to bury themselves in forgetfulness. "Chevalier," said the Duchesse, "you have never given me a single sign of life since our interview at Fontainebleau, and I confess that your presence there on the day of the Franciscan's death, and your initiation in certain secrets, caused me the liveliest astonishment I ever experienced in my whole life." "I can explain my presence there to you, as well as my initiation," said Aramis. "But let us first of all," said the Duchesse, "talk a little of ourselves, for our friendship is by no means of recent date." "Yes, madame, and if heaven wills it, we shall continue to be friends, I will not say for a long time, but forever." "That is quite certain, chevalier, and my visit is proof of it." "Our interests, Duchesse, are no longer the same as they used to be," said Aramis, smiling without apprehension in the gloom in which the room was cast, for it could not reveal that his smile was less agreeable and less bright than formerly. "No, chevalier, at the present day we have other interests. Every period of life brings its own, and as we now understand each other in conversing, as perfectly as we formerly did without saying a word, let us talk if you like." "I am at your orders, Duchesse. Ah, I beg your pardon, how did you obtain my address, and what was your object?" "You ask me why? I have told you. Curiosity in the first place. I wish to know what you could have to do with the Franciscan, with whom I had certain business transactions, and who died so singularly. You know that on the occasion of our interview at Fontainebleau, in the cemetery, at the foot of the grave so recently closed, we were both so much overcome by our emotions that we omitted to confide to each other what we may have had to say." "Yes, madame." "Well then, I had no sooner left you than I repented, and have ever since been most anxious to ascertain the truth. You know that Madame de Longueville and myself are almost one, I suppose." "I am not aware," said Aramis discreetly. "I remembered, therefore," continued the Duchesse, "that neither of us said anything to the other in the cemetery, that you did not speak of the relationship in which you stood to the Franciscan, whose burial you had superintended, and that I did not refer to the position in which I stood to him, all which seemed very unworthy of two such old friends as ourselves, and I have sought an opportunity of an interview with you in order to give you some information that I have recently acquired, and to assure you that Marie Michan, now no more, has left behind her one who has preserved her recollection of events." Aramis bowed over the Duchesse's hand and pressed his lips upon it. "You must have had some trouble to find me again," he said. "Yes," she answered, annoyed to find the subject taking a turn which Aramis wished to give it. "But I knew you were a friend of M. Fouquet's, and so I inquired in that direction." "A friend, oh," exclaimed the Chevalier, "I can hardly pretend to be that. A poor priest who has been favored by so generous a protector, and whose heart is full of gratitude and devotion to him, is all that I pretend to be to M. Fouquet." "He made you a bishop?" "Yes, Duchesse." "A very good retiring pension for so handsome a musketeer." "Yes, in the same way that political intrigue is for yourself," thought Aramis. "And so," he added, "you inquired after me at M. Fouquet's." "Easily enough. You had been to Fontainebleau with him, and had undertaken a voyage to your diocese, which is Belle Isle en Mer, I believe." "No, madame," said Aramis, "my diocese is Vannes." "I mean that, I only thought that Belle Isle en Mer is a property belonging to M. Fouquet, nothing more." "Ah, I had been told that Belle Isle was fortified. Besides, I know how great the military knowledge is you possess." "I have forgotten everything of the kind since I entered the church," said Aramis, annoyed. "Suffice it to know that I learned you had returned from Vannes, and I sent to one of our friends, M. le Comte de la Fere, who is discretion itself, in order to ascertain it, but he answered that he was not aware of your address." "So like Athos," thought the bishop, "that which is actually good never alters." "Well then, you know that I cannot venture to show myself here, and that the Queen Mother has always some grievance or other against me." "Yes, indeed, and I am surprised at it." "Oh, there are various reasons for it. But to continue, being obliged to conceal myself, I was fortunate enough to meet with M. d'Artagnan, who was formerly one of your old friends, I believe." "A friend of mine still, Duchesse." He gave me some information and sent me to M. Baisemeaux, the governor of the Bastille. Aramis was somewhat agitated at this remark, and a light flashed from his eyes in the darkness of the room, which he could not conceal from his keen-sighted friend. M. de Baisemeaux, he said, why did 500 Artagnans send you to M. de Baisemeaux? I cannot tell you. What can this possibly mean? Said the bishop, summoning all the resources of his mind to his aid, in order to carry on the combat in a befitting manner. M. de Baisemeaux is greatly indebted to you, 500 Artagnan told me. True, he is so. And the address of a creditor is as easily ascertained as that of a debtor. Very true, and so Baisemeaux indicated to you. Saint Mande, where I forwarded a letter to you. Which I have in my hand, and which is most precious to me, said Aramis, because I am indebted to it for the pleasure of seeing you here. The Duchesse, satisfied at having successfully alluded to the various difficulties of so delicate an explanation, began to breathe freely again, which Aramis, however, could not succeed in doing. We had got as far as your visit to M. Baisemeaux, I believe. Nay, she said, laughing, farther than that. In that case, we must have been speaking about the grudge you have against the Queen Mother. Further still, she returned, further still, we were talking of the connection which existed between you and the Franciscan, said Aramis, interrupting her eagerly. Well, I am listening to you very attentively. It is easily explained, returned the Duchesse. You know that I am living at Brussels with M. de Lakes? I have heard so. You know that my children have ruined and stripped me of everything. How terrible, dear Duchesse. Terrible indeed. This obliged me to resort to some means of obtaining a livelihood, and particularly to avoid vegetating the remainder of my existence away. I had old hatreds to turn to account, old friendships to serve. I no longer had either credit or protectors. You, too, who had extended protection towards so many persons, said Aramis softly. It is always the case, Chevalier. Well, at the present time, I am in the habit of seeing the King of Spain very frequently. Zah, who has just nominated a general of the Jesuits, according to the usual custom. Is it usual indeed? Were you not aware of it? I beg your pardon, I was inattentive. You must be aware of that, you who were on such good terms with the Franciscan. With the general of the Jesuits, you mean? Exactly. Well then, I have seen the King of Spain, who wished to do me a service but was unable. He gave me recommendations, however, to Flanders, both for myself and for Lakes too, and conferred a pension on me out of the funds belonging to the order. Of Jesuits. Yes, the general, I mean the Franciscan, was sent to me, and for the purpose of conforming with the requisitions of the statutes of the order, and of entitling me to the pension, I was reputed to be in a position to render certain services. You are aware that that is the rule. No, I did not know it, said Aramis. Madame de Chevreuse paused to look at Aramis, but it was perfectly dark. Well, such is the rule, however, she resumed. I ought, therefore, to seem to possess a power of usefulness of some kind or other. I proposed to travel for the order, and I was placed on the list of affiliated travelers. You understand it was a formality, by means of which I received my pension, which was very convenient for me. Good heavens, Duchesse, what you tell me is like a dagger thrust into me. You obliged to receive a pension from the Jesuits? No, Chevalier, from Spain. Except as a conscientious scruple, Duchesse, you will admit that it is pretty nearly the same thing. No, not at all. But surely, of your magnificent fortune there must remain. Dampierre is all that remains. And that is handsome enough. Yes, but Dampierre is burdened, mortgaged, and almost fallen to ruin like its owner. And can the Queen Mother know and see all that without shedding a tear? Said Aramis, with a penetrating look which encountered nothing but the darkness. Yes, she has forgotten everything. You have, I believe, attempted to get restored to favor. Yes, but most singularly, the young king inherits the antipathy that his dear father had for me. You will, too, tell me that I am indeed a woman to be hated, and that I am no longer one who can be loved. Dear Duchesse, pray arrive soon at the circumstance which brought you here, for I think we can be of service to each other. Such has been my own thought, I came to Fontainebleau with a double object in view. In the first place, I was summoned there by the Franciscan whom you knew. By the by, how did you know him? For I have told you my story, and have not yet heard yours. I knew him in a very natural way, Duchesse. I studied theology with him at Parma. We became fast friends, and it happened from time to time that business or travels or war separated us from each other. You were, of course, aware that he was the general of the Jesuits. I suspected it. But by what extraordinary chance did it happen that you were at the hotel where the affiliated travelers had met together? Oh, said Aramis in a calm voice, it was the merest chance in the world. I was going to Fontainebleau to see M. Fouquet for the purpose of obtaining an audience of the king. I was passing by, unknown. I saw the poor dying monk in the road and recognized him immediately. You know the rest, he died in my arms. Yes, but bequeathing to you so vast a power that you issue your sovereign orders and directions like a monarch. He certainly did leave me a few commissions to settle. And for me, I have told you, a sum of 12,000 livres was to be paid to you. I thought I had given you the necessary signature to enable you to receive it. Did you not get the money? Oh, yes, yes. You give your orders, I am informed, with so much mystery, and such a majestic presence, that it is generally believed you are the successor of the defunct chief. Aramis colored impatiently, and the Duchesse continued. I have obtained my information, she said, from the King of Spain himself, and he cleared up some of my doubts on the point. Every general of the Jesuits is nominated by him, and must be a Spaniard according to the statutes of the order. You are not a Spaniard, nor have you been nominated by the King of Spain. Aramis did not reply to this remark, except to say, You see, Duchesse, how greatly you were mistaken, since the King of Spain told you that. Yes, my dear Aramis, but there was something else which I have been thinking of. What is that? You know, I believe, something about most things, and it occurred to me that you know the Spanish language. Every Frenchman who has been actively engaged in the Fronde knows Spanish. You have lived in Flanders 3 years, and have stayed at Madrid 15 months. You are in a position, then, to become a naturalized Spaniard when you like. Really? Said Aramis with a frankness which deceived the Duchesse. Undoubtedly, 2 years' residence and an acquaintance with the language are indispensable. You have upward of 4 years, more than double the time necessary. What are you driving at, Duchesse? At this, I am on good terms with the King of Spain. And I am not on bad terms, thought Aramis to himself. Shall I ask the king, continued the Duchesse, to confer the succession to the Franciscan's post upon you? Oh, Duchesse, you have it already, perhaps, she said. No, upon my honor. Very well, then, I can render you that service. Why did you not render the same service to M. de Lakes, Duchesse? He is a very talented man, and one you love, besides. Yes, no doubt, but, at all events, putting Lakes aside, will you have it? No, I thank you, Duchesse. She paused. He is nominated, she thought, and then resumed aloud. If you refuse me in this manner, it is not very encouraging for me, supposing I should have something to ask of you. Oh, ask, pray ask. Ask, I cannot do so, if you have not the power to grant what I want. However limited my power and ability, ask all the same. I need a sum of money to restore Dampierre. Ah, replied Aramis coldly, money, well, Duchesse, how much would you require? Oh, a tolerably round sum. So much the worse, you know I am not rich. No, no, but the order is, and if you had been the general. You know I am not the general, I think. In that case, you have a friend who must be very wealthy, M. Fouquet. Fouquet, he is more than half ruined, madame. So it is said, but I would not believe it. Why, Duchesse? Because I have, or rather Lakes has, certain letters in his possession, from Cardinal Mazarin, which establish the existence of very strange accounts. What accounts? Relative to various sums of money borrowed and disposed of. I cannot very distinctly remember what they are, but they establish the fact that the surintendant, according to these letters, which are signed by Mazarin, had taken 30 millions of francs from the coffers of the state. The case is a very serious one. Aramis clenched his hands in anxiety and apprehension. Is it possible, he said, that you have such letters as you speak of, and have not communicated them to M. Fouquet? Ah, replied the Duchesse, I keep such little matters as these in reserve. The day may come when they may be of service, and they can then be withdrawn from the safe custody in which they now are. And that day has arrived, said Aramis. Yes. And you are going to show those letters to M. Fouquet. I prefer to talk about them with you instead. You must be in sad want of money, my poor friend, to think of such things as these. You, too, who held M. de Mazarin's prose effusions in such indifferent esteem. The fact is, I am in want of money. And then, continued Aramis in cold accents, it must have been very distressing to you to be obliged to have recourse to such a means. It is cruel. Oh, if I had wished to do harm instead of good, said Madame de Chevreuse, instead of asking the general of the order, or M. Fouquet, for the 500,000 francs I require. 500,000 francs? Yes, no more. Do you think it much? I require at least as much as that to restore Dampierre. Yes, madame. I say, therefore, that instead of asking for this amount, I should have gone to see my old friend the Queen Mother. The letters from her husband, the Signor Mazarin, would have served me as an introduction, and I should have begged this mere trifle of her, saying to her, I wish, madame, to have the honor of receiving you at Dampierre. Permit me to put Dampierre in a fit state for that purpose. Aramis did not reply a single word. Well, she said, what are you thinking about? I am making certain additions, said Aramis. And M. Fouquet subtractions. I, on the other hand, am trying the art of multiplication. What excellent calculators we are! How well we could understand one another. Will you allow me to reflect? Said Aramis. No, for with such an opening between people like ourselves, yes or no is the only answer, and that an immediate one. It is a snare, thought the bishop. It is impossible that Anne of Austria could listen to such a woman as this. Well, said the Duchesse. Well, madame, I should be very much astonished if M. Fouquet had 500,000 francs at his disposal at the present moment. It is no use speaking of it, then, said the Duchesse, and Dampierre must get restored how it can. Oh, you are not embarrassed to such an extent as that, I suppose. No, I am never embarrassed. And the Queen, continued the bishop, will certainly do for you what the surintendant is unable to do. Oh, certainly, but tell me, do you not think it would be better that I should speak myself to M. Fouquet about these letters? Nay, Duchesse, you will do precisely whatever you please in that respect. M. Fouquet either feels or does not feel himself to be guilty. If he really be so, I know he is proud enough not to confess it. If he be not so, he will be exceedingly offended at your menace. As usual, you reason like an angel, said the Duchesse, as she rose from her seat. And so, you are now going to denounce M. Fouquet to the Queen, said Aramis. Denounce? Oh, what a disagreeable word. I shall not denounce, my dear friend. You now know matters of policy too well to be ignorant how easily these affairs are arranged. I shall merely side against M. Fouquet and nothing more. And, in a war of party against party, a weapon of attack is always a weapon. No doubt. And once on friendly terms again with the Queen Mother, I may be dangerous towards some persons. You are at perfect liberty to be so, Duchesse. A liberty of which I shall avail myself. You are not ignorant, I suppose, Duchesse, that M. Fouquet is on the best terms with the King of Spain. I suppose so.